Chapter 1. I have become a systematic person. In the year 46 of Kenoha, amidst the chaos of war, within a somewhat dilapidated house on the outskirts of Kenoha. It has been over a year since I arrived in this world. Yet I remain utterly unaccomplished. Is it not said that travelers from other worlds are granted their own benefits? Why is it that I, Natsum-yo, have none? I do not desire any particularly powerful golden fingers. A mere system would suffice. At just 10 years of age, Natsum-yo sat on the ground, a hint of injury upon his face, sighing despondently. Ding. Universal task system. Binding successful. Main quest initiated. Achieve world peace side. Quest activated. Stand out among the crowd. Do you accept? What? Upon hearing the mechanical voice resonate within his mind, Natsum-yo was momentarily stunned, then an expression of delight blossomed on his face. Could this be the fulfillment of a prophecy, a manifestation of his thoughts? However, this sudden turn of events left Natsum-yo momentarily bewildered. Before I accept, shouldn't you first explain what this universal task system entails? Natsum-yo mused internally. The universal task system, as the name suggests, will enable the host to traverse different worlds and undertake various tasks. Based on the tasks assigned by the system, the host will gradually grow stronger upon completing the current world's tasks. The host will once again traverse to other worlds to continue executing tasks until the ultimate task is triggered. Until the ultimate task is completed, the host cannot cease task execution otherwise. The host will be obliterated. Wow, that's rather ruthless. To be obliterated outright is quite severe. Natsum-yo could not help but think, feeling a sudden chill run down his spine. One does not simply receive rewards from the heavens. The system and host engage in an equitable exchange. Should the host refuse the system's demands, the system will immediately terminate its transaction with the host and erase all memories related to it. The system's cold voice echoed, prompting Natsum-yo to hurriedly interject. No, no, no. I was merely speaking in jest. Please do not take it seriously. Heavens! After finally obtaining a golden finger, Natsum-yo would do anything to ensure it did not slip away. The system can access certain data from the current world, synthesizing basic ninjutsu and special techniques that can be exchanged for gold in the shop. Upon reaching the specified experience points, the host can break through to the next realm. What do you mean by special techniques? Natsum-yo inquired. Techniques such as bloodline limits, secret arts, and divine weapons. If the host meets the requirements, the system can assist in synthesis and facilitate the learning process. The system's icy voice answered Natsum-yo's question. Does the host have any further inquiries? Natsum-yo replied, not for now. I will ask if the need arises. A novice gift package has been sent. Please check your inventory. The system's voice resonated in the young boy's mind, and he soon felt a plethora of new knowledge flooding his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a rank ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique, drank ninjutsu. Body binding technique, 10 explosive tags. Taijutsu. Lion's barrage, a method for chakra refinement, and a portion of genin experience points. Truly, the novice gift package was remarkably comprehensive. Finally, I can survive in this world. Moreover, I shall no longer be at the bottom of the hierarchy. Those who have bullied me, beware. I shall make you regret it. Natsum-yo, an ordinary graduate from the kingdom of Shenlong in his past life, had traversed to the world of Naruto after being struck by a vehicle, orphaned at a young age, and left with only this crumbling house as company, often bullied and leading a life of scarcity. And he knew all too well what kind of world the Naruto universe was. It operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, cruel and bloody. A single misstep could see Natsum-yo become cannon fodder in the hands of the powerful, meeting a meaningless demise. To escape the fate of being cannon fodder, he needed sufficient strength to seize control of his own destiny. Since that is the case, let us begin without delay. With chakra in hand, Natsum-yo would soon transform from a weakling into a competent ninja with genin level strength, taking the first step towards becoming stronger. Time was of the essence, and Natsum-yo promptly unrolled the scroll containing the method for chakra refinement in his mind. Chakra is energy extracted from the billions of cells in the body, composed of physical and spiritual energy. The first sentence provided a succinct introduction to chakra, also clarifying the method of refinement. Natsum-yo closed his eyes and began the process of chakra refinement. Yet, as fate would have it, whenever one earnestly attempts to accomplish something, myriad obstacles arise to hinder their progress. Chapter 2. Since you came to me, I shall not hold back. Ding. Malicious presence detected. Task issued. Teach the source of malice a lesson, compelling them to beg for mercy. Reward. Experience points 2, gold 10, 1 free use of the mind control, spell soul manipulation. A sudden task prompt echoed in Natsum-yo's mind, leaving him momentarily puzzled. But the next moment, the situation became clear. Bang! The door to Natsum Yo's home crashed down, sending dust flying. It was a member of the Uchiha clan, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, Natsum Yo, pay your protection fee. Upon entering, this individual began to wreak havoc, turning the already dilapidated house into a scene of devastation. The small dog Natsum Yo had kept was brutally trampled to death. Blood splattering everywhere, the little vegetable garden in the hall was likewise wantonly destroyed. Uchiha Junyi, stop this at once. Natsum Yo emerged, witnessing the chaos outside, his heart seething with rage. Oh, the waste has finally decided to show itself. In response, Uchiha Junyi turned around, yet his actions showed no signs of halting. Stop? Huh? Do you really think that's possible? Do not forget who you are speaking to. I said cease at once. Natsum Yo surged forward, delivering an enraged kick. Now transformed, he would no longer allow himself to be easily bullied. Bang! The two young legs collided. A faint wind sound accompanying their brief retreat. Uchiha Junyi was utterly oblivious to the blood smeared across his face, his head shaking like a rattle drum, his gaze strikingly innocent. He thought to himself, damn it, when did this guy become so formidable? How can he remain unfazed by this? Please, spare me. I promise I won't dare again. Uchiha Junyi pleaded with tear-filled eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Experience points 2. Gold coins 10. Would you like to immediately use the mind control technique soul control spell? Yes. Natsum Yang glanced at the description beneath the soul control spell, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. With the soul control spell, Uchiha Junyi was nothing more than a puppet in his hands, to be manipulated as he pleased. All right, they'll trust you this time, but if you dare to bother me again, don't blame me for being unkind. Natsum Yang, just wait for me. As soon as Natsum Yang released his grip, Uchiha Junyi, now resembling a pig's head, immediately sprang up like a carp leaping over the dragon gate and fled towards the door. Yet, halfway there, a sudden look of terror washed over him, and he slammed to a halt at the entrance. Natsum Yang, what have you done to my body? Uchiha Junyi exclaimed, staring in horror at Natsum Yang. I haven't done much, just made a slight adjustment since you were being so unruly, ensuring you wouldn't escape my grasp. How's that for effectiveness? Natsum Yang replied with a devilish smile. What do you want? Uchiha Junyi's voice trembled. I don't want anything, but you brought this upon yourself, didn't you? You must hate me right now. Tell me. What must I do to make you not hate me? Natsum Yang narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Junyi, causing him to shiver inexplicably. How about this? You bow a few times in submission and then run out into the street shouting, I'm a pig, I am a dog, I am worse than a pig or a dog. Then slap yourself 200 times, and I shall let you go. How does that sound? Natsum Yang suggested with an air of magnanimity, his smile radiating warmth. No, you are a devil. Uchiha Junyi cried out in terror. If you were to do that, Uchiha Junyi would be utterly ruined, unable to face his clan ever again. Well, it seems you two agree with my idea, then it's settled. With a sweeping gesture, Natsum Yang focused his thoughts, and suddenly, Uchiha Junyi's body trembled uncontrollably, his complexion flushing a deep shade of red as he fell to his knees before Natsum Yang, bowing his head in submission. Natsum Yang, you shall face retribution for this. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Junyi had never endured such humiliation, and he howled in despair and rage. Chapter 4. A system makes things easier. Feeling uncomfortable? When you were abusing this body, did you ever have such thoughts? Do you think it's different when you come to face it yourself? Natsum Yang's gaze held no trace of emotion, chilling enough to instill fear. Every insult you hurled at me will be repaid tenfold today, making this experience your lifelong nightmare, ensuring you never dare to provoke me again if you do not understand my strength. How will you ever learn? As he spoke, Uchiha Junyi felt his body completely slip from his control. Like a marionette, he dashed from Natsum Yang's home and raced through the streets of Kenoha. Then, everything unfolded according to Natsum Yang's design. In no time, onlookers gawked at Uchiha Junyi, who appeared bewitched, bursting into laughter, systematically dismantling his fragile self-esteem. Ultimately, Uchiha Junyi's father arrived to retrieve him, bringing the farce to an end, but Uchiha Junyi had already lost all face. Everyone would remember the day he humiliated himself. Uchiha Junyi was completely finished. Erase the memory. At the moment Uchiha Junyi's father took him away, Natsum Yang employed the soul control spell to wipe away all memories of this incident from his mind. Thus, Uchiha Junyi had no evidence to prove his involvement. Even if suspicion fell on him, he would not dare to act against himself. Indeed, in this world, one must be ruthless to survive. He exhaled softly and summoned his attribute panel. Host, Natsum Yang. Dimension, Naruto world. Age 10 years. Skills: Shadow Clone Technique, Binding Technique, Lion's Main Attack. Status: 12,100. Gold coins: 110. Level: Genin. Weapon: none. It's astonishing that a Genin's experience points are merely 10, while the Six Paths level reaches a staggering 1 million. Such a glaring disparity. Natsum glanced at the experience points for the final level, Six Paths, and couldn't help but sigh. The system arranged experience points in a base 10 format. Chunin at 100, Jonin at 1,000, Kage at 10,000, and Super Kage at 100,000. Reaching the requisite experience points would allow one to advance to the next level. As for gold coins, the novice gift package awarded Natsum 100 gold coins, which could be used to purchase any item in the system shop. Items could be sourced from the Naruto world or synthesized by the system. Is this chakra? After about 4 to 5 hours, Natsum suddenly felt a faint energy emanating from his dantian. It seems my talent is quite commendable. He felt a twinge of pride in his ability to refine chakra so swiftly. After all, it typically takes 1 or 2 days for an individual to extract their first trace of chakra from nothing. Only geniuses could accomplish this feat within mere hours. A bath is in order. Then I shall continue refining. As night fell, Natsum took a quick shower, enjoyed a meal, and promptly sat cross-legged on his bed to continue refining chakra. The following morning, a night of cultivation has finally brought me to the level of a genin. His attribute panel had changed. Host: Natsum. Dimension: Naruto world. Age: 10 years. Skills: Shadow Clone Technique, Binding Technique, Lion's Main Attack. Status: 21,100. Gold coins: 110. Level: Genin. Weapon: none. Ninja Academy. When Natsum entered the classroom, he was taken aback to find Uchiha Junyi had returned to school. He couldn't help but take a longer glance, but Uchiha Junyi misinterpreted it as mockery. He had endured far too many such gazes yesterday. Natsum, you pathetic loser. How dare you mock me? You must be tired of living. Chapter 5. Despite your contempt, you win, and I lose. Bang! As Uchiha Junyi swung a fist at him, Natsum raised his hand to meet it, and with a swift motion, he extended his right arm, sending Uchiha Junyi staggering back. You scoundrel! Uchiha Junyi, enraged, charged at him once more, convinced that the previous encounter had been a fluke. Give it a shot. Natsum fixed Uchiha Junyi with a cold stare and activated the soul control spell. In an instant, Uchiha Junyi fell as if struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, gazing at Natsum in terror, as though he were facing a malevolent fiend. Indeed, that is correct. You are quite obedient. Natsum couldn't help but smile. The ability of the soul control spell proved to be exceptionally effective. He then took his seat, as Uchiha Junyi no longer posed a threat to him. How infuriating. Uchiha Junyi rose angrily from the ground, humiliated in front of an audience. Having been intimidated by a low-ranking individual, where could he possibly hide his face? How embarrassing for Uchiha Junyi. To think he was so frightened by someone as insignificant as Natsum. It was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Enough. Sit properly, or else I shall not be so courteous. Just as Uchiha Junyi was seething with rage, a voice filled with arrogance and disdain echoed from the doorway of the classroom, causing Uchiha Junyi to pause, a shadow passing over his face before he obediently returned to his seat. Before him stood a remarkably proud youth, towering over Natsum by a head. With his hair tied into small braids at the back, his countenance was stern and his hawk-like eyes were intimidating. His name was Uchiha Yusuke, and like Uchiha Junyi, he was one of those who bullied Natsum, and indeed, he was the most ruthless among them. Ironically, Natsum's reincarnation was somewhat due to his blessing. Yet, he was undeniably a genius. Apart from Uchiha Shisui, he had no rivals, and he possessed the capital to be arrogant. It was surprising how well he had concealed himself before. Alas, it remains true that a worthless person will always be just that, no matter how hard they strive. They will forever remain a mere supporting character, never to compare with a genius. He approached Natsum, looking down in scorn. You call yourself worthless? As if you possess any prowess. I have yet to see you achieve the renown of someone like Uchiha Shisui. It seemed he had only mastered the art of verbal sparring, with no real strength to back it up. When referred to as worthless, Natsum would not hold back, retaliating directly. In the past, he had to endure, but now he felt no such need. For he was Natsum of the Divine Dragon Empire, not the Natsum of this Naruto world. Despite sharing the same name, their natures were distinctly different. You are courting death. Uchiha Yusuke swung his arm, launching a punch at Natsum, who immediately countered with a punch of his own. However, He was utterly overpowered by Uchiha Yusuke's strength, sent flying across the room. Humph. So self-important. I thought you were formidable, but it appears you remain the same weakling as before, making it dirty for me to even bully you. Observing Natsum struggling to rise from the ground, Uchiha Yusuke scoffed disdainfully before turning to head back to his seat. His arrogance led him to dismiss the need for a second punch. Natsum dared to provoke Uchiha Yusuke again. It was truly a reckless act. Who could argue otherwise? After being so thoroughly beaten last time, he still failed to learn his lesson. Perhaps he sought to attract our attention in this manner? Regardless of his motives. We need only sit back and enjoy the spectacle. The people around whispered, their voices laced with mockery. Ding. The system detected the host being derided and looked down upon. Task issued. Challenge Uchiha Yusuke and defeat him. Reward. Experience points 4, gold 10, achievement title, astonishing breakthrough. Chapter 6. Dreamers abound Uchiha Yusuke. During the afternoon practical class, engage in a one-on-one duel. Are you brave enough to fight? Natsum, feigning fury, exclaimed loudly. Humph. Since you are so intent on seeking punishment, what have I to fear? Uchiha Yusuke readily accepted, dismissing Natsum entirely. System. Does this title of astonishing breakthrough hold any significance? Can it enhance actual combat prowess? After issuing the challenge, Natsum disregarded the pitying gazes from the crowd and returned to his seat. It does not augment the host's actual combat ability, but it can enhance the host's charm, fame, and double the luck during lotteries. The system replied monotonously. Very well, such a mechanism exists. With the system's response, Natsum rolled his eyes and couldn't help but retort, if you don't wish to provide rewards, just say so. There is no need to concoct a title to deceive me. A splendid show awaits, the onlookers mused internally. After a tedious morning of theoretical lessons, the afternoon practical class finally arrived. Training Ground 5. In this practical session, you shall compete against one another, divided into 16 groups, battling in pairs until one side concedes. I will record your scores. Do you understand? Natsum Haru's homeroom teacher is a retired lower ninja from the battlefield, thus his manner of speaking is rather forthright. Team 1. Uchiha Yusuke, Hyuga Tenshin. The initial confrontation is between two scions of prominent clans. Teacher, may I switch opponents? I wish to challenge Natsum Haru. Just as the lower ninja instructor finished his announcement, Uchiha Yusuke raised his hand, expressing his desire to confront Natsum Haru. Are you certain you wish to challenge him? What merits does he possess that warrant such a challenge? In response, the lower ninja teacher cast a casual glance at Natsum Haru, his tone dripping with disdain. Indeed, I wish to challenge him. Uchiha Yusuke replied with unwavering conviction. Very well, let us commence. Natsum Haru, do not delay your entrance. The lower ninja teacher urged Natsum Haru forward with an irritable expression. How many blows can he withstand from Uchiha Yusuke? One strike, or perhaps two? Or might he not even be able to unleash his full potential? Given his timid demeanor, it is likely he will not even dare to make a move. Observers around them remarked, eager for the spectacle. What is meant by the harshness of reality? This is it. Without strength, one is looked down upon by all. Natsum Haru, come forth and show me how long you can endure against my might. Do not be defeated by a single blow. After the lower ninja teacher declared the match to begin, Uchiha Yusuke beckoned Natsum Haru forward, signaling that he could commence his assault. Then I must offend you. Upon witnessing this, Natsum Haru summoned all his strength, taking a powerful leap akin to a cheetah, racing towards Uchiha Yusuke. Before my Sharingan, your speed is but a jest. Uchiha Yusuke activated his Sharingan, inciting a chorus of gasps and envious murmurs. Bang! Natsum Yang's assault was swiftly discerned and thwarted by Uchiha Yusuke. Therefore, be gone. In an instant, Uchiha Yusuke transformed his stance, firmly grasping Natsum Yang's fist before hurling him aside. Fire style, great fireball technique. After casting Natsum Yang away, Uchiha Yusuke joined his hands together, rapidly forming seals. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he expelled a fireball half a meter in diameter, hurtling towards Natsum Yang. Boom. Natsum Haruto had no time to react before being struck by a fireball, crashing against the wire fence of the training ground. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads, murmuring, it's over. After all, the disparity in strength is simply too great. Chapter 7. Is this fellow cheating? Haha. Natsum Haruto, there's no need to struggle. You will never be my match. Upon witnessing this, Uchiha Yusuke couldn't suppress his triumphant laughter and turned to return to his team. Is that so, Uchiha Yusuke? You might be overestimating yourself. At that moment, Natsum's icy voice resonated once more, prompting everyone to glance back in astonishment. Lion's roar. Uchiha Yusukuri, astonished, spun around only to see a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision, the wind from the punch swirling fiercely, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. Bang! However, the Uchiha Yusukuri struck by Natsum's blow erupted into smoke, and from within the haze came his voice. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball the size of a fist surged toward Natsum's face. Stop. Yet, facing the searing fireball, Natsum merely uttered a single command, halting the fiery projectile in its tracks. How is this possible? A body-binding technique. The spectators gasped in disbelief. After all, that was a D-rank ninjutsu. How could Natsum, the underdog, have learned it? His body felt as though it were ensnared, utterly immobilized. Lion's roar. As Natsum advanced once more, Uchiha Yosuke found himself powerless to resist. Merely a spectator to his own fate. Yet, he failed to notice the beads of sweat forming on Natsum's brow, a testament to the exertion required to subdue Uchiha Yosuke. For Natsum, ensnaring Uchiha Yosuke was far from an effortless endeavor. Moreover, the body-binding technique is a remarkably peculiar ninjutsu, effective solely against Genin and Chunin. Regardless of the user's formidable strength, it proves ineffective against those of Jounin rank or higher. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Yosuke was struck beneath the chin by a kick from Natsum, followed swiftly by another blow to his back, accompanied by the ominous sound of fracturing bones. Natsum shouted fiercely, preparing to strike again. If his kick landed, Uchiha Yosuke would likely sustain severe injuries, a responsibility that the Genin instructor could not bear. Thus, just as Natsum was about to deliver his blow, the instructor intervened, shielding Uchiha Yosuke. Enough, Natsum. You have won this battle, the instructor declared. Looking down at Natsum with an authoritative tone, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. It was truly unexpected that Natsum, the underdog, had triumphed over the genius Uchiha Yosuke. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had not exerted his full strength. Hiss, this fellow must have been feigning all along. Is he truly the same underachiever from before? He possesses some skill, yet it remains insufficient. Before a true genius, you stand no chance. The reactions of the spectators varied. Some were astonished, others scoffed, and a few remained indifferent. I refuse to accept this, Natsum. Let's go again. I cannot believe I would be defeated by you, the underachiever, Uchiha Yosuke. The defeated party adamantly denied his loss. Indeed, his earlier defeat stemmed from his own overconfidence. Otherwise, Natsum would hardly be his match. Huh? What is the matter? As a member of the Uchiha clan, do you lack such resilience? Of course, if you wish to continue this battle, I would be more than willing to oblige. Natsum could not help but mock Uchiha Yusukuri, who had taken the initiative to stir trouble. However, Natsum found himself in a predicament. As the notification indicating the completion of the system task had yet to appear, signifying that the battle was far from over. Uchiha Yusukuri, a man of pride, could hardly tolerate the derisive taunts from someone he deemed inferior, and he charged forward in a fit of rage. Uchiha Yusukuri, a loss is a loss. Do you intend to continue embarrassing yourself here? At that moment, a cool, clear voice resonated from behind Uchiha Yusukuri, causing his advance to come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 8. Uchiha cannot afford to lose face. Who is it? Uchiha Yusukuri spun around, his anger palpable. What are you doing here, Uchiha Shisui? Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of displeasure crossed Uchiha Yusukuri's face, prompting him to clench his fists involuntarily. If I do not come, will you not bring shame upon our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shisui replied calmly, exuding a presence that seemed to dwarf the very essence of Uchiha Yusukuri, despite being of the same age. Is this the Shisui of the original story? How formidable! Natsum could distinctly perceive the formidable chakra emanating from the not-so-imposing figure of Uchiha Shisui. My affairs should be of no concern to you, and as a fellow member of the Uchiha clan, why do you always seem inclined to speak favorably of others? Uchiha Yusukuri exclaimed vehemently. If you wish to persist, then allow me to serve as your adversary. However, Uchiha Shisui offered no reply, instead preparing to confront him. Very well. I am eager to witness your current strength and whether you can still uphold the title of the greatest genius. Uchiha Yusukuri's face was alight with anticipation. Surprisingly, the lower-ranked teacher merely observed without intervening. Then let us proceed. Uchiha Shisui responded calmly, before vanishing from Uchiha Yusukuri's sight. So swift, Natsum could barely perceive a fleeting shadow, let alone anyone else. How infuriating. Where could it be? Uchiha Yusukuri was startled as well. He activated his Sharingan to its fullest extent, scanning his surroundings in a thorough 360-degree sweep, vigilant against a sudden ambush from Uchiha Shisui. Whoosh. At that moment, A sharp sound of slicing air erupted behind Uchiha Yusuke. He immediately turned around, shouting, "Do not attempt to sneak attack me." Yet, upon turning, there was no trace of Uchiha Shisui to be found. "Over here." The voice of Uchiha Shisui echoed once more behind Uchiha Yusuke. In utter shock, he spun around again, only to see a whip-like leg rapidly approaching him. Thud. Uchiha Yusuke was sent flying like a rag doll, spitting a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the barbed wire fence. "Uchiha Yusuke, you have lost." After sending Uchiha Yusuke hurtling away, Uchiha Shisui materialized before him like a persistent shadow, pressing a kunai against his neck. How infuriating! Despite his immense reluctance, Uchiha Yusuke dared not move. His pride had already suffered a significant blow. He did not wish to endure further humiliation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Experience points 4, gold 10. Achievement title, a sudden sensation. He then felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, rapidly spreading to every inch of him, an indescribable sensation of bliss. It felt as though his strength had increased, but was it merely an illusion? Natsum moved his palm slightly, feeling an unexpected lightness in his body, accompanied by a sudden surge of strength. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused you, Natsum." After Uchiha Yusuke conceded, Uchiha Shisui sheathed his kunai and approached Natsum with a hint of regret in his demeanor. "There's no need for you to apologize. This matter has little to do with you, does it?" Natsum replied indifferently, indicating that Uchiha Shisui need not take responsibility for Uchiha Yusuke's situation. Chapter 9. The system truly knows how to douse cold water that's good. Farewell. With that, Uchiha Shisui vanished in an instant, leaving the crowd in awe. Indeed, he was a man imbued with the will of fire from the original narrative, truly extraordinary. "Teacher, please announce the results. I believe the outcome is quite apparent." Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him, Natsum addressed the lower-ranked teacher with a detached tone. Natsum victorious. Although the lower-ranked teacher was reluctant to admit it, the truth compelled him to declare the result. Next group, Hyuga Tanksen, Moonlight Jifeng. The teacher continued with the announcement of the second match, again featuring the offspring of prominent clans. Natsum could not miss such a confrontation. Whether it was the Hyuga clan, poised to become the foremost family in Kenoha, or the already declining Moonlight clan, their profound heritage was evident. Thus, observing their battle would undoubtedly impart valuable lessons. However, the disparity between commoners and clan descendants was indeed significant. It was no wonder that, over the years, only a handful of individuals had managed to rise above the masses. Watching the fierce exchanges on the battlefield, Natsum couldn't help but reflect. While most commoner children were still grappling with how to refine their chakra, the clan offspring had already begun mastering their family's unique jutsu. Natsum understood all too well the vast gap between possessing ninjutsu and lacking it. Defeating Uchiha Yusuke was trivial. Ahead of him lay 4 or 5 opponents even more formidable. To accomplish my objectives, I must continue to toil diligently. At present, amidst the ongoing ninja world war, human life was deemed cheaper than that of ants. Once on the battlefield, lacking strength meant one might not survive even a day. Complacency was not an option, for I have no surplus of life to squander. Although equipped with a system, it was not as opulent as he had envisioned, rarely bestowing upon him powerful equipment at a whim. Nevertheless, Natsum remained patient. He believed that with sufficient effort, the system would eventually surprise him. After all, as a system, he found it hard to believe it lacked any hidden capabilities. After observing the competitions of all the participants, Natsum felt he had gained considerable insights. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the host had acquired a new understanding, successfully stored, granting him 2 experience points and 2 gold coins, along with a scroll of the Taijutsu Leaf Whirlwind. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more, revealing that he had triggered certain functions, thereby earning an additional 2 experience points. If only more of these triggering tasks would arise, the progress bar would soon be filled. Natsum couldn't help but jest at himself. His progress had nearly surpassed 1/3. With a few more of such occurrences, he could ascend to the rank of nin. However, the system promptly interjected, cautioning him that the experience growth from perception-triggering events would only occur once, and no further instances would manifest in the future, only recording his insights and awarding gold coins. Just as Natsum was savoring his delight, the system unexpectedly doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "I see. Very well then." Natsum helplessly touched his nose, feeling the chill of the system's cold water, which had arrived at the most opportune moment. An entire afternoon slipped away in this manner. Natsum, I hope to have the opportunity to battle you. The one who has bested Uchiha Yusuke should be able to withstand a few of my moves. As he departed, Hinata Tianshin seemingly smiled, yet in reality, it was a haughty invitation directed at Natsum. Natsum, may you possess the resilience to endure 3 of my strikes. The swift moonlight also extended an invitation. Equally arrogant and dismissive, utterly disregarding Natsum. Chapter 10, Under the Gaze of the Influential. Foolish. Yuzuki Shien scoffed disdainfully, holding Natsum in complete contempt. Let us wait and see. Natsum offered a faint smile before turning away, secretly clenching his fists. Those who looked down upon him would one day find themselves gazing up at him. In the residence of Natsum, he pondered whether the higher-ups would react to his recent accomplishment. As he refined his chakra, he mused that defeating a talent like Uchiha Yusuke in public would at the very least warrant some attention, if not astonishment. His assumption was indeed correct. His actions had indeed stirred the higher echelons. If another scion from a prestigious clan had vanquished Uchiha Yusuke, the response from the higher-ups would likely have been minimal. However, the occurrence of such a feat by a common student was nothing short of extraordinary, especially considering that Haku had employed both ninjutsu and taijutsu, the lion's barrage. It was an established truth in Kenoha that commoners rarely possessed chakra before graduation, let alone the ability to wield ninjutsu. This principle had prevailed for years, with only a few, such as Minato Namikaze, managing to defy it. Even he had benefited from being the apprentice of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, thus blurring the lines between commoner and elite. Yet, Natsum had shattered this perception entirely. A true commoner had risen triumphantly, overcoming the genius of the Uchiha clan. Natsum, you say? Quite intriguing. Perhaps we should explore his potential for cultivation, mused a middle-aged man with a pineapple hairstyle, his face marked by an ominous demeanor. He sat ensconced in a dimly lit space, half in light and half shrouded in darkness, his gaze piercing and formidable, a distinctive X-shaped scar gracing his chin. It was none other than Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root organization, a key figure wielding considerable influence in Kenoha's shadows. In the Hokage office of the Kenoha Hokage building, the third Hokage expressed his delight. To think such talent could emerge. The will of fire shall live on. In contrast to Danzo's somber disposition, the third Hokage was visibly pleased. Amidst the ongoing war, Kenoha was not merely contending with material resources but also with the acquisition of talent. Fortunately, under the guiding principle of the will of fire, Kenoha's talent pool continued to flourish. From the legendary Sannin and the Inoshi Kicho trio of the past to the younger generation represented by Minato Namikaze and the emerging talents like Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi. Now, with the rise of Natsum, how could the third Hokage not feel jubilant? Yet, despite Natsum's recent prowess, he had previously been unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary traits. It was indeed prudent for the Hokage to inquire personally. Considering the tumultuous times, a cautious approach was certainly warranted. Although the sudden emergence of the prodigious Natsum brought great joy to the third, he remained vigilant. In times of turmoil, exercising caution is never unwarranted. The other prominent clans also began to take a slight interest in Natsum, with the Uchiha clan exhibiting the most concern. However, regardless of the perspectives held by the higher-ups, it ultimately bore little significance to the current state of Natsum. Natsum is currently unassociated with any faction, and he has not offended anyone, thus he need not worry about his safety. Moreover, his primary objective now is to accomplish the first side quest assigned by the system, to become the strongest among the younger generation within 2 years. Therefore, strive for strength. Natsum, the journey ahead is long and arduous, so keep pushing forward. After silently reflecting within himself, Natsum closed his eyes once more to continue refining his chakra. Chapter 11. A girlfriend comes knocking. In the ensuing days, his routine consisted of running, practicing horse stance, rock climbing, and honing his skills in the lion's roar technique, while also mastering the foundational ninjutsu techniques of shadow clone and body freeze. He diligently absorbed the experiences of lower-ranking ninjas, finding his days remarkably fulfilling. The system's offerings were ultimately just that, systematic. Without internalizing them, Natsum believed his future would be limited. Without a solid foundation, one could not support towering edifices. After another day of classes had concluded, as Natsum was preparing to head home, he was intercepted midway by a girl named Chibawada. He recognized her as a student from the neighboring class, yet at this stage, his primary focus was on his training. Individuals lacking strength seldom captured his attention. Is there something you need, Chiba-san? Natsume Haru gazed at the rosy-cheeked Chiba Wada and inquired, May I befriend you? Upon hearing this, a flush of crimson swept across Chiba Wada's face as she, half hopeful and half apprehensive, responded, Of course, becoming friends is nothing significant. Natsume Haru, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. After all, forming a friendship is not a monumental affair, so why decline? Unfortunately, Natsume Haru remained oblivious to the profound implications of a girl proposing friendship to a boy. Had he been aware, he might not have so readily acquiesced. Noticing that Natsume Haru did not reject her friendship invitation, Chiba Wada's brow relaxed, revealing a flicker of joy. Please, I implore you to accept this, she said, producing a pink envelope adorned with floral petals and extending it towards Natsume Haru. As she uttered these words, her voice was almost a whisper. As delicate as a gnat's hum, too timid to meet Natsume Haru's gaze, her embarrassment creeping all the way to her neck. Is this appropriate? Natsume Young suddenly comprehended the implications of the situation. If he were oblivious to its meaning, then his previous life would have been utterly in vain. Faced with a girl he had scarcely encountered, he found himself rather reluctant to accept her love letter. Oh, you simply must accept it, just like that. When Natsume Young surprisingly refrained from taking her letter, Chiba Kanda bashfully stamped her foot and promptly thrust the letter into his embrace before fleeing in haste, leaving him no opportunity to pursue her. To think that I would receive such a token. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, people mature rather quickly. Nevertheless, I must set aside such matters for the moment and focus on enhancing my strength, preparing to confront the imminent battles that lie ahead. Natsume Young currently finds himself devoid of time to engage in matters of romantic affection, however. It will not be long before he comprehends the essence of the law of true delight. The following day, Natsume Young, if I am not mistaken, the esteemed Hokage summons you. As Natsume Young stepped outside, he was promptly intercepted by a member of the Dark faction. Please lead the way. Not surprised by this turn of events, Natsume Young calmly addressed the dark figure with an expression of indifference. Natsume Young had long been prepared for this scenario and was, therefore, not taken aback. Lord Hokage, Natsume Young has arrived. Came the emotionless announcement from the Anbu, who knocked twice on the door. Thank you for your efforts. Please enter. Resonated the commanding voice of the third Hokage after a brief moment of silence. With permission granted, Natsume Young stepped inside, while the Anbu vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 12. Is this your answer? Greetings, Lord Hokage. Upon entering, Natsume Young bowed politely and offered his salutation. Contrary to his memories, the current third Hokage appeared significantly younger than depicted in the original narrative, at merely 54 years of age, his prime of strength. Thus, upon his entrance, Natsume Young felt a subtle yet formidable pressure, akin to a towering mountain, which made him somewhat uneasy. Natsume Young, is it? Do not be anxious, please. Have a seat and speak freely. The third Hokage raised his gaze, scrutinizing Natsume Young before breaking into a relatively satisfied smile. This, however, caused Natsume Young to tense involuntarily. Natsume, I am curious to know your thoughts on the Will of Fire. The first question posed by the third Hokage was one that left Natsume Young at a loss, as it was not something he was particularly inclined to ponder, nor did he have a clear answer. Yet, he knew he must respond without error, otherwise he could not guarantee the third Hokage's reaction would be favorable. Well, I believe the Will of Fire embodies the spirit of joy and harmony among individuals, fostering mutual assistance and unity. Natsume Haru was undoubtedly aware of the true essence of the Will of Fire. Yet he could not articulate the answer that resided within his heart, for it was not a sentiment befitting his age. Is this your answer? The third Hokage inquired, regarding Natsume with an impassive gaze, his tone calm. Gulp. In that fleeting moment under the third scrutiny, Natsume felt akin to a lamb ensnared by the gaze of a lion, an involuntary shiver coursing through him as his pupils constricted to pinpoints. For 2 full minutes, the third continued to observe Natsume, and as the atmosphere reached an almost palpable silence, he suddenly erupted into laughter. No need to be anxious. I find your answer quite commendable. I am curious about your subsequent thoughts. Given your current capabilities, remaining in the Ninja Academy will yield little advancement. Have you considered alternative paths? The third spoke with a warmth reminiscent of a kindly grandfather next door. Does Grandfather Third have any recommended paths? Natsume, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feigned innocence in his inquiry. His back was already drenched, and those 2 minutes felt as though they spanned a century. For instance, joining the Anbu to undertake missions. The third remarked, his expression unwavering. But isn't that reserved for elites who have passed the chunin exams? I have yet to take a life. Would it not be frivolous to join the Anbu? Natsum feigned a look of trepidation. Haha. I could grant you special permission to join and train thereafter. I believe with your talent, you would not fall short of those elite graduates from the Ninja Academy. The third chuckled heartily, addressing Natsum. The decision to allow Natsum to join the Anbu was born out of necessity. In times of war, most leading jonin were composed of prestigious elites, and Natsum's luck was rather unfortunate, as the leading jonin squad was already at full capacity. Thus, only Anbu elites could guide him. Otherwise, the third would never have allowed Natsum to join the Anbu directly, for that would be tantamount to putting him in harm's way. Is that so? In that case, I shall give it a try. Natsum, with an expression of innocence, replied, his demeanor tinged with a hint of fear and helplessness. Chapter 13. Uncle Danzo, we have no appointment. Well, you must consider this carefully. Once you join the Anbu, there is no turning back without a compelling reason. If you truly wish to give it a try, I shall grant you a day to ponder. Should you come to a decision by tomorrow, seek me out here. If you feel unfit to join the Anbu, you may continue your studies until graduation, as if today's conversation never occurred. How does that sound? The third Hokage took a puff from his cigarette, gazing intently at Natsum. All right, understood, Grandpa Third. Natsum Haru nodded, feigning a sigh of relief, imbued with a sense of ease. Then, I shall take my leave. After bowing respectfully to the third generation, Natsum Haru departed obediently. This child possesses considerable insight and a commendable temperament. If nurtured appropriately, his future achievements could rival those of Uchiha Shisui. After Natsum departed, the third Hokage uttered a remark. Suddenly, a lewd smile emerged on his face as he retrieved a crystal ball from beneath the table. Within it played a live scene. And upon closer inspection, it was none other than the ongoing activities at the Kenoha women's bathhouse. This was the telescope peeping technique, a rather unsavory ninjutsu of the third's own invention. Natsum, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Just as Natsum was making his way halfway, he was abruptly intercepted by an individual donning a fox mask, adorned with crimson tree root patterns on his arm. Very well, please lead the way. Natsum Haru initially thought that the third Hokage had perhaps forgotten to relay some important instructions. However, upon catching sight of the intricate root-like patterns adorning the individual's arm, he suddenly comprehended the truth. This was an invitation from the shadowy sovereign of the underworld in Konohagakure. Follow me. After Natsum Haru agreed, the individual coldly uttered a word and proceeded ahead, unperturbed by any notion that Natsum might seize the opportunity to flee. Root. Lord Danzo, Natsum Haru has been brought. The Anbu knelt before Danzo, respectfully reporting, his voice echoing hauntingly through the vast underground chamber. Go. Danzo, shrouded in darkness, spoke with an air of authority that evoked a sense of profound mystery. Amidst the reverberation of his voice, he seemed almost divine, instilling a sense of awe in those around him. Young Natsum Haru has come to pay his respects to Lord Danzo. The atmosphere en route starkly contrasted with the Hokage's office. Here, hierarchy reigned supreme, and it was wise to tread carefully. The expansive confines of Root imparted an overwhelming sense of oppression upon Natsum, leaving him breathless. It was eerily silent, akin to a hellish realm that inspired trepidation. Natsum Haru, do you wish to join my Root and serve Kenoha? Danzo's eyes slowly opened and closed, resembling two sharp blades, sending a shiver down Natsum's spine, as if he were being targeted by a venomous serpent, rendering him uneasy. Lord Danzo, the Hokage has already approached me. To accept your offer would be against protocol, and I would find it difficult to explain to the Hokage. Truth be told, Natsum had no desire to align himself under Danzo's command, to become just another cog in his vast network. Joining the Anbu, though beholden to the Hokage, still allowed for the preservation of Kenoha's interests and offered a modicum of personal freedom. However, to enter Danzo's Root meant becoming part of his personal faction, where the focus was solely on Danzo's interests with absolute loyalty expected. Unless afforded a rare opportunity or faced with death, one would find no chance for personal freedom within that realm. I do not require your explanations. Simply tell me, will you accept or decline? Do not invoke the third Hokage in this matter. Danzo, keenly aware of Natsum's internal conflict, inquired with indifference. Chapter 14. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Danzo, I have already agreed to this. Natsum's heart tightened at the realization, yet he sought to stall for time. However, he was interrupted before he could finish. I have said, do not mention the third Hokage. I have no patience for those who defy my commands. It is quite simple for me to make someone disappear, and I am certain the third Hokage would remain silent. Danzo's eyes shot forth two piercing beams of light, fixating intently on Natsum, as an overwhelming aura surged towards him, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Indeed, Danzo was ruthless and resolute, unyielding in his methods to achieve his goals, even indifferent towards the lives of villagers. I have decided to join the Anbu under the third Hokage, Lord Danzo. I sincerely apologize, but I cannot join your route. Natsum Yang struggled to articulate each word slowly, his determination unwavering. Once he became entangled with the roots, the secrets he harbored would inevitably be discovered by Danzo. At that point, he would be dead and forgotten. In the village of Kenoha, there had yet to be a soul that Danzo could not extinguish, apart from the third Hokage. Even the third Hokage, his former comrade in life and death battles, was not spared from Danzo's ruthless ambition. How much less could he hope for mercy, being but an insignificant insect like Natsum Yang? Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to plead for his own demise. In response, Danzo coldly uttered a single phrase, slowly approaching the paralyzed Natsum Yang. A kunai glimmering with a chilling brilliance emerged in his hand, ready to slice across Natsum Yang's throat. In that fleeting moment, as the kunai hovered perilously close to his neck, Natsum Yang felt every hair on his body stand on end. Never before had he sensed death so near. Was he truly destined to perish in such a manner? It was utterly disheartening, such a constricted end to his existence. In a moment of despair, Natsum Yang lamented silently that even before it had begun, it had already come to an end. Danzo, cease this at once. Just as Natsum Yang believed his demise was imminent, a resonant and powerful voice echoed from the vast underground roots. Whoosh! Swift shadows erupted from the depths, encircling the intruder tightly. At the slightest command from Danzo, the intruder would meet a fate worse than death. Danzo, are you truly serious? Yet the intruder displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he turned to Danzo and declared with authority, the third Hokage. You dare to breach my roots for the sake of a mere child? That is indeed a rarity. It seems the indoctrination of your will of fire has proven quite effective. The intruder was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage and leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Depart. Danzo retracted his imposing presence and signaled to the agents surrounding the third Hokage, who then vanished instantaneously from view. Danzo was acutely aware of the consequences of offending the Hokage. He saw no necessity to escalate matters over a child like Natsum Yang. Danzo, every individual is a part of Kenoha. You have gone too far. The third Hokage frowned in discontent, addressing Danzo, before stepping toward the still trembling Natsum Yang. He placed a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder and said kindly, All right, my child, let us return home. It must be said that even though Natsum Yang was aware of the third Hokage's true capabilities, he could not help but feel a wave of gratitude for the timely rescue, which fostered a newfound admiration for the third Hokage. Understood, Grandpa Third. Natsum Yang nodded slightly, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He then cast a deep glance at the enormous root before him and briefly surveyed the figure of Danzo shrouded in darkness. Quietly clenching his fist, Danzo, there will come a day when you will regret this. Natsum Yang silently vowed that the sense of superiority stemming from his recently acquired strength had completely dissipated. Chapter 15. Codename, Anbu Tenshin. How weak. He was still too weak. As he walked along the sunlit path, everything appeared so radiant, peaceful, and harmonious. Suddenly, Natsum halted, his expression resolute as he addressed Sandame, Grandfather Sandame. I have made my decision. I wish to join the Anbu. Upon hearing this, Sandame paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement, saying, Since you have made up your mind, come to my office tomorrow to report. I shall introduce you to your team leader. With that, Sandame vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. Danzo, await your reckoning. There will come a day when you shall regret your actions toward me. A cold glimmer flickered in Natsum Yang's eyes as he spoke those chilling words through clenched teeth. The following day, Natsum Yang arrived at the Hokage's office half an hour early, to the surprise of the third Hokage, who nodded in satisfaction. Natsum Yang, I have approved your graduation application. Just sign here, and you shall graduate. The third handed him the graduation form for his signature. Lion Eagle from this day forth. He shall be a member of your team. Please guide him through the registration process. The third instructed the figure standing nearby. Understood, Lord Third. The man replied with a nod before turning away. True to his name, his mask resembled an abstract lion eagle, and his piercing gaze instilled a sense of trepidation. Follow me, he said coldly, departing the Hokage's office. As a new recruit of the Kenoha Anbu, due to your lack of strength and experience, I will accompany you on several missions initially. Once you have gained sufficient experience, I will assign you simpler tasks to foster your growth. ultimately allowing you to join us on more challenging missions. Of course, once you have proven your capabilities, you may undertake missions independently. We will impose no restrictions. The rules of the Anbu are few, yet they demand absolute obedience to superiors, a vow of loyalty to Kenoha and the Hokage, and the maintenance of anonymity regarding our identity and operations. When executing missions, no corpses are to be left behind, and all traces of them must be eradicated. Furthermore, masks must be worn during missions, except in exceptional circumstances. Failure to comply will be treated as treason and met with lethal consequences. It is imperative that you commit these rules to memory and keep them at the forefront of your mind. Do you understand? Lion Eagle's voice echoed in Natsum Yang's ears like a specter. I understand. Natsum Yang nodded in response. Very well. Here is your Anbu uniform. Your codename shall be Tianqing. Remember, within the Anbu, you may only address one another by your codenames. Lion Eagle handed him a child-sized uniform, offering a cold reminder. These individuals are Hanazawa, Sakurada, Kikumaru, Akiko, and Danshi. You will collaborate with them, so it is crucial that you remember their names. I understand. I will remember. Natsum Yang nodded, his gaze sweeping over the masked faces of his future companions. Then let us not delay any further. We shall depart. After clarifying everything that needed to be addressed, the Lion Eagle strode towards the door. Clad in his attire, Natsum Yo followed at the rear of the group, donning a mask resembling a falconess face. The Anbu, officially known as the Special Assassination Tactical Force, is a formidable power under the control of the Hokage, comprising several squad leaders, each commanding a small team of 4 or 5 members, tasked with executing missions as conveyed by their leader. Joining the Anbu is merely the first step in my journey to strength. Next, I shall apply for battlefield training, for it is on the battlefield that one truly evolves. Natsum Yo mused to himself as he lingered at the back of the formation. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host detected about to engage in combat with the captain. Anbu mission initiated. Mission requirements: eliminate the bandits. Mission rewards: 18 gold coins, 3 experience points. And a C-rank water release technique. Water barrier. At that moment, the system's frigid announcement caught Natsum Yo off guard, prompting a smile to break across his face. Excellent. He murmured softly. Chapter 16. What a genius. Still a novice. Northwest of the Land of Fire, at the dilapidated estate of the Decaying Manor. The current task was to eliminate all the bandits and rogue ninjas within. The mission was rated B. Upon arrival, the Lion Eagle halted and addressed the 5 individuals trailing behind him. Understood. Natsum Yo and the others responded in unison. In that case, the 4 of you will stealthily infiltrate and encircle the enemy's rear, setting traps as you go. Tinky, you will follow closely behind me and observe how I dispatch the foes. Once we return, we shall assess your chakra attributes and proceed with training in the corresponding techniques. Do you understand? The Lion Eagle instructed, having meticulously planned Natsum Yo's tasks for the forthcoming week. Since he is a genius, his training progress should surpass that of ordinary individuals. Yes, Captain. Natsum Yang responded coldly, his gaze imbued with indifference. From the moment he joined the Anbu, he ceased to be associated with the name Natsum Yang. Scatter, commanded Shisui, and the 4 members of Sakurada darted out like phantoms. Within the entire squad, except for Natsum Yang, the abilities of the others did not fall below that of a nin. Thump, thump. It must be acknowledged that during his inaugural mission, no matter how composed Natsum Yang attempted to appear, his inner turmoil betrayed him. Crouched beneath a low wall, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath grew somewhat labored. In stark contrast, Shisui remained eerily calm, resembling a machine devoid of any discernible aura. Boom. After what felt like several minutes, a violent explosion reverberated from within the mansion. Shishui's eyes snapped open, and he exchanged a glance with Natsum Yang, whispering, "Leave the rogue ninja to us. You handle the bandits." With that, he leapt into action. Thus, let me show you just how well Natsum Yang can thrive in this world of shinobi. Natsum Y took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he drew the standard short blade from behind him. Whoosh! As he charged forward, a sharp glint of cold light pierced through the air towards him. Clang! Natsum Y swiftly unsheathed his blade to parry the attack. While it is true that he may lack strength, the assertion by the hawk-like figure regarding his experience was misleading. The system had bestowed upon him the experiences of a lower-ranking ninja, which included valuable combat knowledge. Having assimilated this experience to a considerable extent, Natsum Y was far from the weakness his opponent presumed. Thud. Natsum Yang brandished his blade, advancing forward to thrust it deep into the chest of the approaching figure. Die. At that moment, a fierce and menacing voice echoed behind him, swiftly followed by a piercing sound slicing through the air. Bang! Natsumyo was caught off guard, his head severed in an instant. However, before his assailant could even revel in his triumph, Natsum transformed into a cloud of smoke with a resounding poof. Alarmed, the attacker cried out in dismay. Yet it was already too late. With a swift thrust, a dagger pierced through his chest, extinguishing the light from his eyes in an instant. Loose arrows, commanded a figure, presumably the leader among a group of 6 bandits who had just emerged, recognizing Natsum's formidable combat prowess. In an instant, Natsum found himself engulfed in a deluge of arrows. If only he possessed the ability to employ elemental evasion techniques, he could effortlessly navigate this perilous situation. Alas, he lacked such skills at this moment, compelling him to expend considerable effort to ensure his safety. Steady. With a commanding shout, Natsum Haruto halted the group intent on continuing their barrage of arrows. Chapter 17. Taking the first step towards strength, murder. Bang. In an instant, he was riddled with arrows, yet it was merely a clone. However, due to his lack of evasion techniques, even though he avoided a portion of the arrows with his shadow technique, the moment he re-emerged, he was unable to evade entirely and was struck in the arm by an arrow. Perish. Natsum Yang's forehead throbbed with prominent veins, and he had no time to attend to the pain, for his chakra forbade any pause. Immobilizing so many individuals was an immense strain for him. With a piercing cold glint, the sound of swords echoed sharply, marking each death at Natsum Yang's hands. In a mere 2 seconds, the leader and 6 other bandits lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Ha! 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 After dispatching these 6 foes, Natsum Yang's complexion paled significantly, as he leaned heavily on his thigh, gasping for breath. This was his first true experience of taking a life. The fact that he had not yet succumbed to nausea was commendable. The acrid scent of blood relentlessly challenged his limits. However, Natsum Yang knew he could not allow himself to vomit. If he did, he would be ill-prepared should he suddenly encounter an enemy. He was oblivious to the situation within, but he understood that it was a battle beyond his current capacity to engage in. The conflict inside was extraordinarily fierce, with explosions and waves of heat reverberating, causing the ground to tremble. Yet, this did not concern Natsum Yang, who remained concealed at the exit, much like a venomous serpent, awaiting his prey. With each life he claimed, the sensation of revulsion within him intensified, and the urge to retch grew stronger, causing his body to tremble incessantly. Nevertheless, Natsum Yang had to endure until the mission concluded. 15 minutes later, confident that no more enemies would emerge, he swiftly buried the bodies, leaving behind a disordered patch of desolation. Ugh! Natsum Haru could no longer withstand the turmoil in his stomach, and he expelled its contents in a violent upheaval. Oh, this was the first time, yet it ought not to be the last. Natsum Haru wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth and silently reassured himself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the bandit extermination task. You have earned 18 gold coins, 3 experience points, and obtained a C-rank water release technique, water barrier. Would you like to claim it? Natsum Yahara initially believed that he would merely gain a slight increase in experience and a modest amount of gold. However, he was taken aback by the unexpected acquisition of a C-rank ninjutsu. The system unexpectedly granted him a water release technique, implying that one of the attributes of his chakra was indeed water. In his heart, Natsum Yahara pondered this revelation. Nonetheless, of greater urgency was the need to tend to his injuries. Natsum Yang shook his slightly heavy head and then entered the system's marketplace. He exchanged for the holy healing elixir. Natsum Haru dashed towards his objective and exchanged 20 gold coins for a vial of golden potion. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and consumed its contents. A wave of bitter medicinal flavor flooded his mouth, if given the choice. Natsum Haru would genuinely prefer to avoid the potions from the system's marketplace, for their taste was truly abominable. However, despite the unpleasant flavor, the efficacy of the potions from the system was remarkably profound and strikingly effective. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken when they proclaimed that good medicine is often unpalatable. Natsum Yang felt a warm flow of energy surging rapidly from his dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. The warmth concentrated particularly in the areas of pain, providing a soothing sensation that made him involuntarily exclaim, while his stamina notably restored. After recovering a portion of his injuries, Natsum Yang sought refuge in a concealed spot, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle involving Lion Eagle and his companions. Chapter 18. Spiraling Sphere, You Are Mine. During this interval, he accessed his attribute panel, Aside from the unchanged aspects, his experience points had risen from 27, 100 to 30, 100, and his gold increased from 122 to 140. 2 minutes later, Lion Eagle and his team emerged, having completed their mission, prompting Natsum Yang to reveal himself and nod at Lion Eagle. Excellent. It appears I have underestimated your talent. To perform so adeptly on your first attempt, Lion Eagle remarked, surveying the surroundings with mild astonishment. Captain, let us return. Yet, Natsum Yang felt no joy. After his first experience of taking a life, he had grown somewhat indifferent. Indeed, Lion Eagle nodded, leaping into the distance, embarking on the journey home. Dark Division. Here is your reward, 3 chakra testing papers and a substitution technique scroll. Lion Eagle presented a scroll in a box to Natsum Yang. Now, test your chakra attributes. With your potential, mastering a type of elemental ninjutsu should significantly enhance your strength. Remember, the purpose of the chakra testing paper is not to ascertain how many types you possess, but rather to determine which elemental techniques you excel in. Generally, elite shinobi can utilize elemental techniques they are not proficient in. Fire releases will ignite, water releases will drench, wind releases will slice, earth releases will shatter, and lightning releases will crinkle. Lion Eagle informed Natsum Yang that the chakra testing paper would react according to the corresponding attributes. Understood. Natsum Yang, upon uttering a few words, directly opened the box and retrieved the chakra test paper, holding it firmly in his hand before channeling his chakra into it. The test paper, grasped by Natsum, initially tore itself apart, then gradually became damp, only to revert to its original form before turning gray, thereby losing its efficacy. It appears that your primary affinities are water and wind, which are indeed well-suited for assassination techniques. Joining the Anbu is certainly a commendable choice, remarked Shisui, nodding upon observing Natsum's chakra attributes. Now, your task is to begin transforming your chakra's nature. Only then will you be able to utilize elemental ninjutsu. Here, take this scroll as an additional gift from me. Suddenly, Shisui produced a scroll from his person and handed it to Natsum. What is this? Natsum Yo did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he inquired with a hint of hesitation. This is a C-rank wind release technique I have exchanged for the wind cutter technique. Since you are particularly adept at wind release, this scroll is perfectly suited for you. The griffin then tucked the scroll into Natsum Yo's embrace and patted him on the shoulder, saying, you should rest for a couple of days. I will notify you when there is a mission. Yes, thank you. Natsum Yang felt a warmth in his heart, although he did not know Shisui. This was the first time, apart from the third generation, that he experienced such warmth from a stranger. It inevitably deepened his sense of belonging to the shadows. In the dilapidated abode of Natsum Yo, after shedding his dark attire, he donned the garments suitable for training. Presently, he found little time for merriment. Amidst the tumult of war, it was highly probable that his covert division would be dispatched to the battlefield to offer support or engage in assassination endeavors. In truth, Natsum Yo ought to consider himself fortunate, as he had been assigned to a role dedicated to assassination rather than the duties of guarding prisons or patrolling. After all, these responsibilities also fell within the purview of his clandestine duties. To his astonishment, he discovered that he excelled in the elemental affinities of wind and water. A delightful surprise indeed. It appeared that he might be able to appropriate the Rasengan, at least for the time being, as the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze had yet to unveil this unmarked jutsu. Natsum Yang stroked his chin, feeling a flicker of joy within. With the spiral sphere in hand, even a jonin would suffer considerable injury if not careful. Chapter 19, I wish to stroll with you. Moreover, this technique can be imbued with various attributes, transforming it into different forms of ninjutsu. Even without the alteration of properties, the sheer potency of chakra alone is formidable. Alright, my mid to long-term goal is you. However, before that, I should first master these 2 ninjutsu techniques, wind cutter technique and water barrier technique, one for offense and the other for defense, which is quite commendable. With these 2, my strength shall significantly increase. 3 days later. Host, Natsum Yang Dimension, Naruto World Age, 10 years skills, Lion's Barrage, Leaf Whirlwind. Shadow Clone Technique, will not appear later. Wind Cutter Technique, Water Barrier Technique status, 45,100 gold coins, 140 level, Genin Weapons. Kunai, Standard Short Blade of the Anbu Few. My status is nearly half depleted. I never expected that leveling up with the system's assistance would be so arduous. No wonder there are many jonin in the Naruto world. Yet few possess the strength of a Kage. Natsum Yo rose to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow. Over the past 3 days, He had not ventured beyond his door, dedicating himself entirely to his training, save for meals. At this moment, Natsume could effortlessly defeat 4 or 5 of his former selves from 3 days prior. This was not solely due to his acquisition of attribute ninjutsu, more significantly. It was the increase in experience points that had enhanced his physical capabilities. Furthermore, the newly acquired taijutsu, the Kenoha Whirlwind Scroll, had been fully repaired with gold coins and was nearly mastered, bestowing upon him a newfound agility. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the door of Natsume's home. Who could it be? He wondered, intrigued. Natsume Haruki felt a chill run down his spine. The visitor at the door could not possibly be from the secret division. Upon opening the door, he exhaled in relief, for it was none other than Chiba Wada, the girl who had penned a love letter to him. Chiba-san, is it you? What brings you here? He inquired. Did you read the letter? Chiba Wada asked, her cheeks flushed with shyness. I did, and what of it? He replied. Natsume Haru nodded, noting that the love letter still rested upon the desk in his room. So, what do you think of me? Should we spend some time together first? And if all goes well, we can progress further? Upon hearing that Natsume Haru had glanced at the love letter, Kanda Chiba's face momentarily lit up with joy. And then she tentatively inquired, all right then, I believe it poses no issue. Natsume Haru pondered for a few seconds before offering an affirmative response. After all, the characters in Naruto are generally quite mature. Are you free today? I would like to take a stroll with you. Upon hearing Natsume's consent, Kanda Chiba's joy was palpable. She beamed with a smile, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, exuding an adorable charm. Indeed, just give me a moment to change my attire. Natsume contemplated for a moment. He realized that he had no pressing matters today. After 3 days of intense training, he indeed required a day of respite. With a nod from Chiba Wada, Natsume closed the door and swiftly made his way to his room. 10 minutes later, Natsume emerged before Chiba Wada, rejuvenated and transformed. His short hair framed a sharp brow, and although his physique was somewhat slender, it exuded a palpable sense of strength. His keen eyes and prominent nose lent him an air of distinction, while the slightly oversized robe he donned further accentuated his refined demeanor. Let us depart, he declared. Natsume Haru and Wada Chiba extended their hands, exchanging faint smiles. Wada Chiba responded in a hushed tone, subsequently reaching out to grasp Natsume Haru's palm. However, unbeknownst to them, a girl dressed in simple attire was observing from behind a nearby tree, her gaze filled with envy, a fleeting bitterness and melancholy crossing her face. Ultimately, the disparity was just too great. The girl let out a soft sigh, and her unfulfilled desires gradually faded away with the tears that fell. Joyous moments always seem to pass so swiftly, and before long, dusk had arrived. Chapter 20. I officially declare you mine, Chiba, to be candid. I hold a certain fondness for you, yet I have already applied for graduation to become a genin, which means I may not have much time to spend with you. Therefore, if you don't mind my frequent absences, we might consider embarking on a relationship. At a crossroads, Natsume Haru fixed his gaze into Wada Chiba's eyes, speaking earnestly. Indeed, I don't mind. As long as you are by my side, I shall be quite happy. Without a moment's hesitation, Wada Chiba agreed. Then you must think this through. Once you decide, you will truly be mine. Natsume Haru declared possessively, cradling Wada Chiba's delicate face. Yes, I have thought it through. I am certain of my choice. Wada Chiba replied boldly, meeting Natsume Haru's eyes with unwavering resolve. Very well, then it is settled. Natsume Yoichi decisively concluded the matter and returned Chiba Wada to her home. By the time he arrived back at his own residence, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Indeed, it seems that cultivating a romantic relationship is something that must begin from a young age. Natsume, with a smile gracing his face, was about to head for a bath when suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from outside the house. Who could it be? In an instant, Natsume Haru grasped a kunai, his entire body tensed as he shouted towards the outside. Natsume Haru, summon the griffin. Yet, the individual outside merely responded with an indifferent remark before vanishing into the night once more. It was quite late, and yet there was still a mission to attend to. Sigh. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsume donned the attire of the Anbu, and like a specter of the night, he hastened towards the Anbu headquarters. The late gathering was prompted by an urgent collective mission that required immediate attention, classified as a B-level task. Once everyone had arrived, Shiga spoke up. Understood. The 5 responded in unison. Then let us depart. Shiga nodded and charged ahead, leading the way out of the Anbu. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, at a bandit encampment, our mission was to rescue the second son of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, with the imperative of ensuring his safety. The adversaries consisted of 4 chunin and 2 genin, making the task manageable. However, we must remain vigilant. Even the slightest lapse in attention could jeopardize the hostages' lives. Do you understand? Understood. The five echoed resolutely. This was Natsum-yo's second participation in a team operation, and he dared not be complacent. Natsum-yo Sakurada. You two will handle those two Jinin. Shiga directed. Tanky, your skill in stealth makes you the perfect choice for the rescue. The remaining chunin will be dealt with by the three of us, simultaneously drawing their attention to create an opportunity for Tanky's rescue. Any objections? Shiga surveyed the five, seeking any dissent. No objections. They nodded in agreement, fully accepting the task distribution. Scatter. Shiga commanded, and the five swiftly divided into three groups, vanishing from sight. Is it truly safe to kidnap the second son of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire? Why do I feel a sense of foreboding? Within the bandit encampment, a rogue ninja expressed his unease. Fear not, all is well. The one with whom we are trading will arrive shortly. As long as we handle matters promptly, nothing will go amiss. A figure who appeared to be the leader reassured him. When we executed the kidnapping, we left no trace. Even if the feudal lord wishes to seek retribution, you will have no target to pursue. Indeed, we have never faltered in all these years. I should have confidence in myself. The anxious man replied, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 21. What's the hurry? It's just begun. All right, brother. Stop being paranoid. Everything is fine. Didn't he, the elder brother, say it? We left no traces. Even if the feudal lord wanted to investigate, he wouldn't find us. Interjected a short, sharp-eyed man. Indeed, under the elder brother's leadership, we have navigated these years unscathed. It's merely the second son of the feudal lord. What is there to fear, brother? As the sharp-eyed man finished speaking, a robust figure, resembling a hulking bear, added his voice. The brother being teased was a frail, pale, and plump man, who frequently wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Brother, you need to relax. Everything is fine. Seated below, a man with a blind right eye waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Indeed, opposite him sat a middle-aged man who was blind in his left eye, who immediately concurred. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, the fair-skinned plump man nodded again, his expression visibly relaxed. Bang! However, just as the two had finished speaking, a sudden brightness erupted from outside, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the house, shaking it to its core. This is not good. Something is amiss. In response to the situation, the leader at the forefront sprang to his feet, his face etched with deep concern. Second brother, let us venture outside to investigate. Third and fourth, you must keep an eye on the hostages. Await my signal, and once I give it, you are to relocate the hostages immediately. Do you understand? After this brief command, the leader dashed out alongside his second-in-command. In a shadowy corner outside, Sakurada cast a glance at Natsum Uchiha, cautioning him softly. We must adhere to the plan. Unless in extraordinary circumstances, do not take matters into your own hands. Understood? Got it. Natsum Yang nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing into the shadows. The situation of rescuing the hostage proved to be rather precarious, as the captors exhibited considerable vigilance. However, I am no novice. Tasked with infiltrating and rescuing the hostage, Tenshi concealed himself atop the eaves, surveying the interior with narrowed eyes. Yet, this challenge was hardly insurmountable. Tenshi retrieved a smoke bomb from behind and, like a stealthy leopard, launched himself forward silently. It must be said, Tenshi's ability to conceal his presence and his assassination techniques were formidable, producing scarcely a sound until he approached the third and fourth captors, who were the first to perceive him. Not good. We have an intruder. The third captor shouted, preparing to charge at Tenshi. In that instant, Tenshi hurled the smoke bomb to the ground. Quick, secure the hostage. The third captor's heart sank upon seeing the smoke bomb in Tenshi's hand. Yet it was too late to intervene. Boom. The room was instantly enveloped in suffocating smoke. Without needing to be told, the fourth captor understood the hostage's significance. However, amidst the choking haze and diminished visibility, he was momentarily unable to ascertain the precise location of the hostage. Got it. The smoke, however, posed no hindrance to Tenshi. He swiftly seized the bound son of a prominent figure and dashed outside. I can alert them now. Upon reaching the exterior, Tenshi immediately retrieved a signal flare from his chest and launched it into the air. Boom. The flare erupted with a resounding blast, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Not good. The one-eyed brother nearby, witnessing this scene, shouted in alarm and rushed towards Tenshi's direction. Chapter 22. Little Ghost, allow me to teach you SSSS. Hidden for an extended period, Natsum and Sakurada struck like two venomous serpents. Had the two not reacted swiftly, they would have already become lifeless bodies. It seems we indeed underestimated the reconnaissance capabilities of Kenoha and the means of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Upon seeing Natsum and Sakurada, the one-eyed duo felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts, realizing the situation was far from simple. Ding! The assassination mission has commenced. Eliminate the rogue ninja Yui. Experience points 20, gold 50, and a beginner's scroll of wind swordsmanship. The voice of the system resonated in Natsum Yang's mind. It's on. Natsum Yo, akin to a swift cheetah, lunged at the middle-aged man who was left with but one eye. You are quite audacious and confident, young man. Allow me to teach you your place. The man, confronted by Natsum Yo's charge, unexpectedly offered a sardonic smile before drawing a large blade from his waist, striking down with formidable force. Natsum Yo felt an acute awareness of the impending blow, realizing he had no option but to confront it head-on. With a resounding clash, the standard short blade of the Anbu met the large sword, sending a shower of sparks flying. Natsum Yo involuntarily let out a grunt, feeling an overwhelming force that nearly caused him to lose his grip on the weapon. With your meager skills, you dare to attempt to defeat me? How utterly foolish. The man, known as Ryuya, kicked Natsum Yo away and swiftly followed up with another powerful downward strike. Wind release, wind cutter technique. In the face of Ryuya's relentless pursuit, Natsum Yo, despite the pain coursing through him, composed himself and formed a hand seal, unleashing a razor-sharp gust of wind. You wretch! Ryuya exclaimed in alarm, having not anticipated that Natsum Yo possessed ninjutsu, and swiftly sought refuge to the side. Natsum Yo concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, then forcefully stamped it onto the wall. After releasing all his power, he took another step and surged towards Yuya. You scoundrel, perish! As Natsum charged once more, Yuya, feeling somewhat flustered, could not help but roar in anger. His great sword cleaved through the air again, with even greater ferocity. Bang! Natsum Yang did not evade. Instead, he employed a substitution technique to elude the attack, leaving only the wooden double cleaved in twain. Natsum Haru materialized behind Yui. Yet his assault was thwarted by Yu's deft defense. With such trivial tricks, do you really think you can ambush me? Perhaps in a few decades. Yui wielded his blade against Natsum Haru, while his other hand darted forward like lightning, leaving no time for a response. Freeze! Natsum Haruka's pupils constricted as he employed a paralysis technique, not daring to linger even for a moment, swiftly retreating from the range of Ryu's attack. Wind Spiral Blade. Before Natsum Haruka could touch the ground, he witnessed Ryu charging at him like a whirlwind, the blade glinting with a chilling radiance, closing in on him with alarming speed, sending shivers down his spine and raising the hairs on his neck. At this moment, he had no time to form the necessary seals to unleash his water-style jutsu for defense. Instead, he gritted his teeth and resorted to the substitution technique to narrowly escape the impending doom. However, just as Natsum Haruka reappeared, a sharp white streak pierced through his chest. Die, little brat. Ryu cackled with malevolence, preparing to twist the blade to shatter Natsum Haruka's heart. In a desperate bid for survival, Natsum Haruka pressed his foot against Ryu's chest, enduring the agony as he broke free from beneath the mighty sword. Upon landing, Natsum Haruka collapsed to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Perish! Seeing this, Ryu wasted no time, gripping the large blade with both hands as he swung it down mercilessly. If Natsum Yo cannot evade this blade, his life would essentially be irrevocably shattered. Chapter 23. I desire to live, so please die. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Natsum Yo experiences an unusual clarity of mind. After swiftly forming the necessary seals, he unleashes a binding technique upon Ryu. Perish! Yet, the effects of this binding spell last scarcely a second before dissipating. Natsum Yo was effortlessly cleaved in two. Yet it was merely a substitution technique. His true self had already materialized 10 meters behind Yuya. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Upon completing the hand seals, Natsum Yo suddenly unleashed a razor-sharp blade of wind, hurtling towards Yuya. Damn it! Yuya could not help but be startled, quickly turning to face the attack, raising his large blade in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. With a resounding clash, the wind blade violently collided with Yuya's weapon, producing a crisp sound of metal on metal, forcing Yuya to stagger back a few steps, his expression betraying unease. Leaf Hurricane. Seizing the opportunity, Natsum Yo rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick. Yuya, caught off guard by the young Natsum Yo's remarkable timing and precision, was sent reeling backward, blood spitting from his mouth. Explosive tag. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Natsum Yang's eyes as he retrieved an explosive talisman from his person. Affixing it to a shuriken, he hurled it towards Yu. Just as the talisman drew near, Natsum Yang detonated it, leaving Yu to witness the explosion engulfing him. Boom. Flames erupted with a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings. While the earth trembled beneath the force. It is over, Mr. Yui. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Natsum Yang charged into the thin veil of smoke. Just as his shuriken was about to slice through Yu's neck, a chilling glint rapidly expanded in his vision. How careless. In the fleeting moment that the blade pierced his body, a wave of shock surged within Natsum Yang. He disregarded the pain, enduring the excruciating agony as he completed the hand seals to cast a binding technique. Wow. Natsum Yang once again broke free, retreating several meters before he could no longer withstand the pain, unleashing a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion had turned exceedingly pale, had he not instinctively veered slightly. That strike would have claimed his life, shattering his heart entirely. The rapid loss of blood had begun to cloud his senses, leaving him utterly drained. Each movement feeling like an insurmountable effort. Little demon, I must concede, I underestimated you. However, this ends now. Right ye, wielding a colossal blade. His body marred by burns and drenched in blood, resembled a malevolent specter emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a ghastly aura. He staggered before Natsum Yang, who knelt amidst the pool of blood, and brought the blade crashing down. Exchanged for the sacred healing shield, Natsum Yang did not wish for death. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the system. Just as the formidable blade was about to strike him down, a powerful and resplendent light erupted from within his being, transforming into a shield that deflected the blow. What? Ryu was taken aback, astonished that Natsum Yang possessed such hidden abilities, prompting him to hastily retreat. He exchanged for a holy healing potion. After acquiring the holy healing shield, he immediately redeemed a vial of holy healing potion and consumed it. With only a single gold coin remaining, he realized how perilously close he had come to losing his life. Chapter 24. What one thinks, one attracts. The holy healing potion swiftly restored his mobility and began to mend his injuries, while the gravely wounded Ryu stood no chance against Natsum Yang. After a few exchanges, he was once again severely injured, rendered incapable of further movement. Natsum Yang dashed in front of Ryu, swiftly drawing a kunai across his neck. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the earth crimson. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received a novice version of the wind sword technique, gaining 20 experience points and 50 gold coins. The voice of the system echoed in Natsum's mind. Truly, a foe of the lower ninja rank had bestowed upon him an impressive increase of 20 experience points. This marked the swiftest enhancement of his experience to date. The previous occasion of rapid advancement occurred when he first acquired the system. However, that was merely the experience of a lower ninja. Amalgamating techniques such as the body flicker technique, the shadow clone technique, and the body binding technique to yield such a significant surge. Now, simply vanquishing a rogue ninja of the same rank had granted him an extraordinary bounty of experience. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was utterly delightful. Reveling in his increasingly robust physique, Natsum could not help but emit a contented sigh. The allure of this sensation was undeniably intoxicating. The elementary wind sword technique, perhaps, seemed to be a remarkable acquisition. Natsum Yang opened the only substantial item in the rewards section and, after a brief glance, exclaimed, "This indeed alleviates my urgent need. I was just seeking information on the properties of wind attributes, and unexpectedly, I have acquired this beginner's scroll of wind swordsmanship. The explanations regarding the nature of wind are not only accessible but also profoundly insightful, making it perfectly suited for my current level. The clarity of this fragment makes me curious about the comprehensiveness of the complete edition. With this scroll of swordsmanship, I can certainly save myself a great deal of effort. I should check the shop to see if a complete version is available, though I wonder how many coins it would require for the full wind swordsmanship." Natsum Yang accessed the shop and began a search. Goodness, it's astonishingly expensive. However, upon discovering the price for the complete wind swordsmanship, he was taken aback by the staggering figure displayed. A staggering 666 coins. This is the cost for the full version of wind swordsmanship. This equates to the rewards from hundreds of tasks akin to today's. It appears that if I wish to exchange for this scroll, I must persistently strive onward. Although the price of over 60,000 coins startled Natsum Yang, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. With sufficient effort, Acquiring the wind swordsmanship would eventually be within his grasp. Nevertheless, he noticed an important detail. While practicing ninjutsu could indeed increase his experience points, if he sought to enhance his abilities solely through the study of ninjutsu without undertaking tasks, the system would issue a warning. This realization compelled Natsum to abandon the reckless notion of frantically studying ninjutsu to boost his power, for the consequence of such a warning was death. It was time to rejoin Shirhawk and the others. Natsum uttered a single exclamation before dashing towards the direction of the griffin. After Natsum dealt with his opponent, it took no more than 2 seconds for Sakurada to dispose of his adversary as well. Being a nin, Sakurada had no difficulty eliminating a mere genin. By the time Natsum and his companion arrived, the battle was drawing to a close. Shirhawk had severed the windpipe of the traitorous rogue ninja leader, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining adversaries had also been vanquished, and their corpses meticulously attended to. "Let us return," Shirhawk declared, carrying the second son of the Fire Country's feudal lord, who had fainted from fear, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Yes." The group responded in unison, vanishing into the quiet night sky like phantoms. Upon returning to the Kenoha Anbu, the sun was just beginning to rise. Natsum hastened home, utterly fatigued and in dire need of rest. He slept soundly for a full 9 hours. When he finally awoke, the sun had dipped behind the mountains, casting a beautiful crimson glow upon the clouds. Indeed, the special mission from the feudal lord was quite lucrative. He had earned nearly 500,000 ryo from this endeavor alone, and the Anbu's reward was also commendable, allowing him to delve deeply into research. Chapter 25, I long to rest. Yet time does not permit. As an Anbu, Natsum typically received no mission fees, only a basic salary. However, due to the special employment by the feudal lord this time, he received his rightful earnings. His status had reached level 65. He needed just 35 more experience points to ascend to nin, and he must strive diligently, for only 2 years remained to complete this side quest. In 2 years, no one could predict the strength of Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. At the very least, both were of J-nin caliber. Thus, I must continue to exert my utmost effort. Natsum washed his face and then opened the beginner's wind swordsmanship manual. At this moment, he was adequately prepared to cultivate this skill. Sharpness and speed. The first phrase in the manual was emblazoned with 4 bold red characters, resonating perfectly with my understanding of the wind attribute. Natsum continued to peruse the text, which stated, to practice wind swordsmanship is to hone one's swordplay to be swifter and more precise, while also emphasizing the enhancement of power. Speed without power is mere ostentation, while power without speed invites constant suppression. Only by balancing both can one truly unleash the full potential of swordsmanship. The remainder of the text was sparse, consisting primarily of various techniques to be practiced. Natsum had not perused the scrolls of swordsmanship from Konohagakure, however. He surmised that the techniques contained therein were likely quite similar to those he was already acquainted with the sole distinction being the nuanced variations in the fundamental movements. Natsum unsheathed the standard short blade of the Anbu and began to dance with it. Slashing, hacking, piercing, flicking, and probing. These were merely the foundational techniques, however. Once Natsum comprehended their ferocity and speed, these basic maneuvers would unleash an extraordinary potency. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blade glimmered with a cold radiance, filling the courtyard with the rhythmic sounds of the short blade slicing through the air, rising and falling in a captivating cadence. What a diligent and industrious child he is. Practicing well into the night without forgetting his training. In a place unseen by Natsum, the third Hokage observed him with the telescope technique, nodding in satisfaction. The following day, Natsum had just taken a refreshing bath and was brimming with energy as he set out for a date. It was the weekend, and with the ninja school on break, Natsum naturally found himself in the company of Watachiba. How delightful it was, a scene of joy and harmonious tranquility. With her arm linked through Natsum's, Watachiba joyfully explored her surroundings. As she seldom indulged in shopping, everything she encountered on the street seemed novel and captivating to her. Natsum appeared cheerful on the surface, yet there was a hint of distraction in his eyes. This was not due to any discontent with Watachiba's company, but rather because his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the windsword technique. After practicing diligently the previous night, he had grown increasingly aware of its profound strength and intricacies. Hey, Natsum, look at this mask. Is it beautiful? Suddenly, Natsum felt his arm being tugged repeatedly. Returning to the moment, he saw Watachiba holding an enchanting fox mask, eagerly seeking his opinion. Yes, it's lovely, and it suits your style perfectly, he teased, glancing left and right playfully before gently cupping Watachiba's face, grinning widely. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Watachiba, unaccustomed to such intimate gestures, blushed deeply, her adorableness irresistible, making one yearn to tease her further. Isn't that Watachiba? I never imagined a boy would be interested in you. Truly. It's like a turtle gazing at a green bean. Clearly, you've caught someone, SI? A jarring voice interrupted, causing Natsum to furrow his brow. Watachiba turned to the source, her tone sharp. Humph, Hyuga Akiyuki, mind your own business. Just because you're close to Hyuga Sukuna doesn't make you special. Watch out, or I might just knock you down. Watachiba's bold retort was striking enough to surprise even Natsum, a smile creeping onto his lips. Huh. I must ask, does that boy truly want someone as fierce as Watachiba? Wouldn't a gentler companion be more suitable? Why settle for a crooked tree when there are straighter ones to choose from? In response, the girl known as Hyuga Akiyuki shot back at Natsum with a biting tone. My taste is none of your concern. I like what I like. What business is it of yours? I've not seen any of your elders as gossipy or malevolent as you, so how could you possibly have such a spiteful daughter? Perhaps it was a result of some misstep in her upbringing. Otherwise, how could she behave like a rabid dog, snapping at anyone in sight? When it came to verbal sparring, Natsum was unfazed by any challenger. If one dared to provoke him, they must be prepared for a retort. You dare insult me? Very well. Today, if I don't make you beg for mercy, I shall not be called Natsum Haru. Upon hearing this, Hinata Akiyuki instantly erupted, disregarding the fact that they were in the street, and charged forward with determination. In her subconscious mind, she believed that associating with someone of mediocre academic standing like Watachiba could hardly yield a remarkable individual, ranking among the top 10 in her class. She was confident that dealing with another student of similar mediocre performance would be a trivial matter. Be careful, Watachiba instinctively shouted upon witnessing the impending confrontation. With this strike, you will truly understand what it means to possess skill. It must be acknowledged that, as one of the top 10 students in the class, Hinata Akiyuki's blow carried a certain weight, though it was merely adequate. However, when compared to the lethal prowess of Natsum Haruki, it was glaringly insufficient. Alright then. With such superficial techniques, you would do well to return and refine your skills, for they hold no value against me. Natsum Haruka nonchalantly grasped Hinata Akikiku's hand, dissipating the latent power within her grasp, and then effortlessly pushed her back. How is this possible? Hinata Akikiku could hardly believe that Natsum Haruka could withstand such a move. After all, she was employing her family's martial arts technique, the gentle fist. Watanabe Chiba had only managed to endure 4 or 5 strikes before succumbing to her overwhelming superiority. Yet, the scene unfolding before her compelled her to accept that this was no mere dream, but reality. Who are you? Someone capable of effortlessly countering my attack. The only one who could achieve such a feat would be Uchiha Yusuke from Class 1. Heh, you speak of Uchiha Yusuke? Apologies. But he too has faced defeat at my hands. What? Are you on particularly close terms with him? Natsum Yang clapped his hands, brushing off the powder that had clung to them, his expression a serene mask tinged with indifference. It is impossible. How could someone as formidable as Uchiha Yusuke be defeated by you? He is among the top 3 in our class. Hinata Akiyuki exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief. What is there to be incredulous about? Uchiha Yusuke does not possess the extraordinary prowess of Uchiha Shisui or Kakashi. Is it not entirely reasonable for him to be vanquished? Do you truly consider him to be that impressive? Natsum's gaze was laced with contempt as he regarded Hinata Akiyuki, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. In the 27th chapter, my name, why should I tell you? It is evident that someone like Natsum, who has faced death in battle on 2 occasions, would perceive Uchiha Yusuke's strength as rather ordinary. However, for Hinata Akiyuki, who has yet to encounter the trials of life and death, Uchiha Yusuke appears formidable. After all, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of the prodigious Tsukikage Shippu and Yuzuki Yuin. Who exactly are you? I do not recall anyone among our peers possessing such remarkable strength. The commotion had drawn the attention of several onlookers, and Akiyuki's question echoed the curiosity in their hearts. They were eager to uncover the origins of Natsum, a figure of such prowess, especially considering that even Uchiha Yusuke had fallen before him. While Uchiha Yusuke may not have been widely renowned in the Hidden Leaf Village, he held a certain reputation within the current ninja academy, being regarded as a super genius, albeit not on the same level as Uchiha Shisui or Kakashi. Yet, Natsum remained an enigma to them. Huh, are you inquiring about me? I must regrettably decline to disclose my name. Natsumio chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying Hinata Akiyuki's inquiry. As a member of the Anbu, One must never reveal their identity easily, whether in daily life or during missions, for the source of danger is often unknown. Even in the tranquil and stable Hidden Leaf Village, peril still lurks. Are we not reminded of the Dark King, Shimura Danzo, who resides beneath Kenoha? Just a few days have passed since that harrowing encounter with Danzo, where life and death hung in the balance. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Furthermore, I implore you to treat Chiba with greater kindness. Otherwise, despite your lineage in the Hyuga clan, I will ensure you learn the consequences of tormenting her. Humph. I shall await that day. Do not presume that your victory over Uchiha Yusuke grants you superiority. Many individuals in Kenoha surpass him in strength. Moreover, extinguishing your existence would be exceedingly simple for me. After all, you are but a commoner, while I belong to the elite echelon. Our differing statuses dictate that you shall ultimately serve my interests. Of course, should you aspire to ascend to the elite ranks, feel free to attempt it. Strength is merely one facet. The myriad of other factors is for you to discover, and I hope you succeed in that endeavor. With that, Hinata Akiyuki strode away. Yet her words left Natsume ensnared in contemplation. Indeed, to attain elite status within the ranks of Hokage, one must possess connections to the Hokage. Why did White Fang choose to end his own life? Was it due to a lack of strength? No. It was merely because he lacked the necessary ties to the Hokage, and his overwhelming power posed a threat to the Hokage, rendering him a casualty of political machinations. It appears I must begin to contemplate various relationships. In this village, where master-disciple bonds and bloodlines are of utmost importance, lacking a connection to the Hokage may render my future endeavors exceedingly arduous. However, this is not my foremost concern at present. Rather than fixating on my relationship with the Hokage, I should prioritize enhancing my own strength. Once my abilities are sufficiently formidable, even if I cannot remain in Kenoha, there are countless other corners of the shinobi world where I can find my place. Nonetheless, until my strength is considerably amplified, it is prudent to maintain a distance from the Hokage. Shimura Danzo is not to be trifled with, and the last thing I desire is to incur his inexplicable ire. Are you all right? Do not heed his disparaging words. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Noticing Natsume's sudden silence and the grim expression that crossed his face, Watanabe Chiba gently tugged at his arm, offering encouragement. Rest assured, I am not disheartened by him. I was merely lost in thought. Upon hearing Chiba's words, warmth blossomed within Natsume's heart. He smiled, ruffling her hair, and replied, "How could someone as mentally resilient as I be swayed by her remarks? I have always believed that where there is a will, there is a way. There is nothing that I, Natsume, cannot accomplish. It is merely a matter of whether I wish to pursue it. After all, success is contingent upon human effort." As Natsume spoke these words, his face radiated with confidence. "Indeed, I believe in you. If it is you, success is surely within reach." Chiba Kinzuya nodded in agreement, responding warmly. "Now, let us continue our shopping." Natsume grasped the small hand of Chiba Watanabe and ventured towards other destinations. Though Kenoha was merely a village to Natsume, it bore no distinction from a town. Here, one could procure anything one desired. The myriad of ninja world artifacts was all-encompassing. Natsume and Chiba Watanabe wandered until the sun dipped below the horizon, reluctantly parting ways to return to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, he immediately commenced his training. The Battle of Kaiki Mountain loomed not far off, and given Kenoha's lack of manpower, it was evident that individuals like Natsume, devoid of strength and connections, stood a significant chance of being dispatched to the battlefield as mere cannon fodder, even if he were to survive the Kaiki Mountain skirmish by a stroke of luck. Another confrontation awaited him at the Canopy Bridge against the Iwagakure. Fortune does not favor one consistently, and Natsume harbored no illusions that Lady Luck would always smile upon him. The circumstances on the battlefield are ever-changing. Relying on luck or others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Only by strengthening his own abilities could he hope to revel in greater fortune. Moreover, the world of Hokage is so captivating. As a time traveler, how could he possibly be content without witnessing it firsthand? Thus, a week passed in the course of Natsume's training. Little did he anticipate that throughout this week, no one would come to disturb him. Were not the Anbu swamped with missions? Especially in this era of war, the tasks ought to be plentiful. Although Natsume struggled to comprehend, he had no intention of seeking understanding, for such contemplation held no significance. During these 7 days, Natsume had ventured out with Chiba Wada for merely half a day, while the remainder of his time was predominantly devoted to rigorous training. Natsume's innate talent may not be particularly remarkable, yet with the assistance of the system. He is hardly inferior to the prodigies depicted in Naruto. Within a span of 7 days, my abilities have increased by an additional 20 points. I have gained a deeper understanding of both the water barrier technique and the wind-slash technique, however. My most significant achievement has undoubtedly been in the art of wind swordsmanship. Natsum Haruya did not anticipate that the wind sword technique would significantly enhance his prowess, granting him a remarkable increase of 15 experience points. He pondered the extent of his abilities once he mastered the complete wind sword technique and devoted himself to its cultivation. Natsum Haru believed that although he could not rival the extraordinary level of a super shadow ninja, he was certainly no match for an average shadow ninja. Excluding those particularly formidable shadow experts, such as the third Hokage, he was confident in his abilities. The complete version of the wind sword technique required 666 gold coins. Upon inspecting other ninjutsu of a similar price, he found that they were predominantly of S rank, even if he had not yet attained the shadow level. Mastering an S-rank ninjutsu would afford him a fighting chance against shadow-level adversaries. In Chapter 29, tasked with a mission to eliminate a target, one cannot overlook the fact that in the original narrative, Kakashi Hitaki was able to confront various shadow-level experts with confidence due to his mastery of the S-rank ninjutsu, Raikiri, earning him the title of Kakashi of the Sharingan. Furthermore, despite Kakashi's proficiency in an S-rank ninjutsu, his lack of familiarity and absence of the Sharingan hindered his ability to unleash the full potential of Raikiri. In contrast, Natsum Haru had complete command over this sword technique, his prowess far surpassing that of Kakashi. However, pondering on this was futile at present. The most pressing matter was undoubtedly the completion of his side mission, which he anticipated would yield substantial rewards. Natsum Yang shook his head, dispelling the fleeting, lofty thoughts that lingered in his mind. However, following the natural course of events, the mission should be forthcoming at this juncture. He stroked his chin, overcome by an intense premonition. Whoosh. Indeed, within mere minutes, the notification from the Griffin arrived. A solo mission? Was he truly to undertake a task alone so swiftly, without concern for the potential pitfalls? Nonetheless, a confident smile adorned Natsum Yang's face, after all. With 2 missions under his belt, failure seemed improbable, provided nothing unforeseen occurred during the task. A solo B-rank mission typically posed no threat from formidable ninjas, and in comparison to elite B-rank missions, the difficulty was considerably diminished. The Anbu. Upon receiving the pertinent information regarding the mission from the Dark Division, Natsum Yo promptly set forth towards the designated location. In the central region of the Land of Fire lies the Mirror Country Society, a realm steeped in romance and picturesque beauty. Natsum Yo's current objective is a man named Yumegawa Daisuke. Ding. The system has detected that the host is about to undertake an assassination mission. Task issued. Eliminate the target, Yumegawa Daisuke. Reward for the task. Experience points 30, gold 100. As Natsum Yo arrived at the mission location, the system's voice echoed in his mind. How intriguing. It is indeed a solo B-level mission, and the rewards are rather generous. Recently, he has felt an unsettling thrill, perhaps a forewarning of impending danger. Upon reaching the Kayakuka Company, a man with a scruffy beard furrowed his brow in a nearby loft, just over 800 meters away. He is Natsum Yo's target, Yumegawa Daisuke. A man with a scruffy beard, and he apparently has a fondness for alcohol. The target's characteristics are quite evident. Natsum Yo unrolled the scroll of the Anbu, and after glancing at the information inscribed upon it, he couldn't help but smile. That fellow is troublesome. He is from the Anbu of Konohagakure. As Yumegawa Dozo stood atop a high vantage point, he spotted Natsum Yo gazing up at him upon emerging from the attic. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he took to his heels. Humph, so you run the instant you see me? Quite amusing. But alas, how could someone marked by our Anbu possibly escape? Natsum Yo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, before promptly giving chase. 30 minutes later, deep within a forest. How infuriating. Do not push me too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Yumegawa Dozo's countenance darkened as he glared at the grinning Natsum Yo, speaking fiercely. Do you truly believe I would grant you such an opportunity? Wind blade technique. Natsum Yo uttered not a single word, drawing his blade and charging towards Meichuan Daisuke, an aura of subtle sharpness enveloping him. Chapter 30. An unconventional approach in an instant. As Meichuan Daisuke unsheathed his sword to counter the attack, his expression shifted dramatically, a faint line of crimson appearing upon his visage. Lion-esque continuous strike. Natsum Yo, whose right arm was less than half the height of Meichuan Daisuke, suddenly surged with power, propelling himself upwards and delivering a devastating kick aimed at Daisuke's head. Bang! Daisuke, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the seemingly youthful Natsume, barely managed to shield his head with his left arm, only to be sent flying by the force of the kick. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Natsume offered no opportunity for Megawa Island to react, swiftly unleashing a blade of wind that cleaved through the air and struck before Megawa, causing his hairs to stand on end and his pupils to constrict to pinpricks. In the face of an extreme life and death crisis, Megawa could not afford to ponder his options. He instinctively positioned his long sword before him, hoping to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the wind blade was far more formidable than Megawa had anticipated. The long sword shattered upon impact, and he was struck with the force of a heavy blow, violently expelling blood as he crashed against a towering tree. Is this the extent of a B-rank rogue ninja's power? Could it be that the assessment by the Anbu was erroneous? Observing Megawa, who had been so effortlessly repelled, Natsume voiced his perplexity. You, impertinent fool, I am incensed. Just as Natsume was left in confusion, Megawa rose from the ground, his aura surging with newfound vigor, transcending to the level of a chunin, much to Natsume's astonishment. In that moment, he grasped the reason behind the B-rank classification of this mission. Indeed, Megawa Island's strength truly fell within the realm of a B-rank task. Natsume Haru found himself devoid of any opportunity to contemplate further, for the formidable Megawa Island was charging towards him like an unstoppable projectile, exuding an astonishing aura. With a resounding clash, Megawa's fist struck heavily against Natsume's short blade, the overwhelming force causing him to involuntarily grunt and stagger back 2 paces. You dare to injure me, brat? Prepare to meet your demise. Megawa suddenly raised his right arm, causing the very air to quiver slightly, and then unleashed a devastating blow aimed directly at Natsume's head. The immense pressure of the attack rendered Natsume incapable of executing even the most fundamental of substitution techniques, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth. Ugh! As Natsume fell to the ground, before he could rise, a flush crept across his face once more, and a surge in his throat resulted in another spout of fresh blood. Die. If Yumechuan Daisuke does not seize this opportunity to end his life, he would indeed be a fool. Bang! Natsume, in a precarious predicament, desperately attempted to evade his pursuers. However, before he could catch his breath, the enormous fist of Megawa had already surged towards him, rapidly magnifying in his vision. There was no time left for him to evade. Thud! Natsume felt an overwhelming force surge through his chest, distinctly hearing the sound of cracking emanating from within. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, only to be seized by Megawa Shimatsu, who lifted him by the neck as effortlessly as one would a chick. How infuriating! He could barely breathe. Natsume was suddenly overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. His mind felt as though it were swelling to the point of distortion, causing his vision to blur rapidly. His eyes, however, were bulging, with capillaries swiftly coursing across the entire surface of his eyeballs. Die, you brat! Meichuan Daoju gradually intensified the pressure of his grip. His face contorted in a grotesque expression. If Natsume did not employ some extraordinary means soon, his life would meet its untimely end here. Chapter 31, I am a man with a system. Activate the system marketplace, exchange for the broken blade. Natsume's heart was engulfed in a fierce rage. And even entertaining such a thought required immense effort. After forming this notion, he felt as though he had teetered on the brink of death. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the faint sound of a blade slicing through flesh, accompanied by a cry of anguish. Subsequently, he sensed his body once again basking in the grace of air, and his mind gradually began to regain its vigor. Cough, cough, cough. He was a mere breath away from meeting his demise right then and there. Natsume knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath as his lungs and mind desperately craved a copious influx of air to function properly. Large beads of sweat cascaded down from his forehead, rendering his complexion exceedingly pale. Damn it, you wretch! Meanwhile, Megawa Shimatsu, clutching his chest, charged towards Natsume, his face twisted in fury. He had never anticipated that Natsume, whom he deemed to pose little threat, would suddenly unleash such a cunning and unpredictable maneuver. Had it not been for Natsume's blurry consciousness and quick reflexes, he would likely be lying on the ground by now. Whoosh! Natsume had not yet fully recovered, as he confronted the swiftly approaching Megawa Island assistants. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a kunai embedded with an explosive talisman from his waist pouch and hurled it towards Megawa Island assistants. Boom! Natsume did not wait for the explosive talisman to reach Megawa Island's assistants before detonating it directly. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, shaking the ground violently. and Natsum was immediately enveloped in thick smoke. He swiftly retreated to avoid any sudden attack from Mikawa Island's aid. Lightning release, earth walk. At that moment, a thunderous voice emerged from the dense smoke, followed by a bolt of lightning racing towards Natsum, its brilliance causing a tingling sensation. Wind sword technique. Fortunately, Natsum wind sword technique countered the lightning release perfectly. With a crackling sound, the widespread lightning clashed with the sword aura, resulting in a mutual annihilation. Subsequently, Natsum unleashed another sword aura towards the smoke, the gust it created swiftly dispersing the haze, yet Mikawa Island's aid was nowhere to be seen. Die, brat. Suddenly, a fierce shout came from behind Natsum, revealing Mikawa Island's aid wielding a kunai in each hand, lunging towards Natsum's back. With a swift reaction, Natsum anticipated the attack and pivoted sharply, intercepting Mikawa Island's aid. With a powerful shove, he propelled himself backwards and quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Freeze." Damn it! Mikawa Island's aid roared in fury, breaking free from the binding technique's grasp. Yet, Natsum had no illusions that this technique would hold Mikawa Island's aid. He sought merely a momentary reprieve. Wind release, wind cutter technique. At the instant Mikawa Island's aid escaped the binding, Natsum unleashed a sharp wind blade towards him. Caught off guard by the relentless onslaught, Mikawa Island's aid was unable to react in time. With a piercing sound, the wind blade tore a gaping wound in his chest. Blood gushing forth. Freeze. Natsum once again barked a command, activating the binding technique to immobilize the struggling Mikawa Island assistant, granting him the opportunity to strike a lethal blow. How infuriating! Just as Mikawa Island assistant broke free from the restraints of the binding technique, Natsum dashed toward him. In the midst of the assistant's astonished gaze, a kunai swiftly sliced through his throat. Chapter 32. The thrill of advancement after severing Mikawa Island assistant's throat. Natsum did not linger. He rapidly retreated over 10 meters, escaping the range of his adversary's attack. Mikawa Island assistant emitted a series of guttural gasps. His eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and despair, as his expression quickly faded to a pallid gray, his body gradually stiffening. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Experience points 30, gold 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to chunin. Reward, B-class water release technique, water release, great water arm technique, and a chunin elite experience scroll. The cold voice of the system echoed in Natsum-yo's mind. A wave of warmth surged through him, rapidly spreading to every corner of his being, revitalizing each of his cells, making even the slightest movement feel significantly more powerful than before. Then, the chunin experience scroll automatically unfurled, flooding his mind with information. Hiss. The instantaneous inundation of the chunin scroll left him feeling as though his head might burst, an excruciating pressure building within. His sole desire at that moment was to succumb to slumber and take a few days to digest the wealth of knowledge from this elite experience. Host, Natsum Universe, Naruto World Age, 10 skills, Lion's Barrage, Leaf Whirlwind, Wind Cutter Technique, Water Barrier. Beginner Wind Swordsmanship Status, 115, 1000 gold, 346 level, Chunin Weapon, Anbu Standard Short Blade 3 days later. Anbu. Oh, I didn't expect you to complete the mission so swiftly. And it appears you did so with relative ease. It seems you are not as simple as you look. When Natsum presented Mikawa Island assistant's head to Shuriing, the latter raised an eyebrow in surprise. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I wish to sleep. Natsum lifted his weary head, speaking icily. Coincidentally, there is indeed a matter at hand. It seems your desire for a long slumber cannot be fulfilled. However, Shuriing suddenly broke into a grin, his response causing Natsum to furrow his brow, his voice low. When do we depart? Such is the nature of Anbu. Although Shuriing was relatively amiable, he could not defy the orders from above. In response, Shuriing declared, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, gather at the village gate. Your mission is to infiltrate the land of wind and gather intelligence on Sunegakure's movements. Understood. Natsum's heart trembled with a tumultuous storm. Yet he maintained an outward facade of indifference as he swiftly exited the shadows. The revelation of infiltrating the land of wind to gather intelligence suggested that the Battle of Kaikizan was imminent. Therefore, before this decisive confrontation unfolded, he resolved to elevate his prowess to its utmost potential. Natsum clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His status had reached an impressive one. 401,000, a significant increase from the initial 115. After fully assimilating the experience gained from the chunin level, he had remarkably augmented his prowess by an additional 25 points. Having now transcended the chunin rank, he could be considered to possess a modicum of strength. Once he masters this B-rank water release technique, he firmly believed he would be able to surpass the 200 threshold. With each increment in experience points, his body underwent a reinforcement, a sensation he relished immensely. Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, be prepared, for I shall surpass you. However, I do hope the system rewards me with some ninjutsu scrolls soon. Without at least a basic understanding of illusion techniques in this world of shinobi, one might find themselves facing unexpected setbacks. Chapter 33, a task delivered to one's doorstep. The absence of summoning techniques may be inconsequential, yet a grasp of ninjutsu remains essential. Otherwise, it would be rather humiliating to be outmaneuvered by someone of lesser standing through illusionary arts. At present, Natsume possesses proficiency in both physical techniques and ninjutsu. Yet he remains lacking in genjutsu. Natsume has charted a path for himself that primarily emphasizes ninjutsu, with taijutsu as a supplement and genjutsu as a secondary focus. However, he deems it essential to comprehend genjutsu, as it would provide him with a degree of resistance should he ever fall victim to it. Unbeknownst to him, amidst his wandering thoughts, Uchiha Yosuke, who once faced defeat at his hands, awaits him in a nearby grove, accompanied by a middle-ranking shinobi from the Uchiha clan. Natsume, today I shall ensure you understand the consequences of shaming Uchiha Yosuke. As one of the most prodigious talents of the Uchiha clan, Yosuke has never been bested by a commoner. Yet, Natsume managed to vanquish him before the eyes of many, leaving him utterly humiliated. Consequently, Yosuke has transferred his resentment towards Uchiha Shisui onto Natsume. He has been searching for Natsume ever since, but to no avail, until today, when he extracted information about Natsume's whereabouts from a woman named Watanabe Chiba. So that's why I couldn't find you. You were hiding in the Anbu out of fear of my revenge. But can you truly escape? I, Uchiha Yosuke, have never failed to punish those I intend to teach a lesson. As Natsume approaches, Yosuke exchanges a glance with the middle-ranking shinobi beside him. Rest assured, young master. He is merely a freshly graduated genin. Dealing with him will be a trivial matter. One genjutsu will suffice. The middle-ranking shinobi scoffs dismissively, completely underestimating Natsume. Natsume. It has been a while. Pondering deeply, Natsume is suddenly roused by a familiar voice, and upon looking up, he finds Uchiha Yosuke glaring menacingly at him. Accompanied by the Uchiha middle-ranking shinobi. Uchiha Yosuke, what is it that you want? Natsume furrows his brow, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Are you truly unaware of my purpose for seeking you? Stop feigning ignorance, you scoundrel. Go, Ishin, teach him a proper lesson. Yosuke perceives Natsume's confusion as a deliberate act of ignorance. He cannot fathom that Natsume would be oblivious to the reason behind his pursuit. Clenching his fists in rage, he bellows furiously. However, Natsume genuinely does not understand what offense he has committed. Very well, young master, await his apology. Following the command, the middle-ranking shinobi steps forward arrogantly. Looking down upon Natsume, boy, it is not too late for you to beg for mercy. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your suffering will be beyond imagination. It seems that disdain for others is an inherent trait of the Uchiha clan, as nearly all exhibit this attitude. Enough of this pointless chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. Spare me your prattling. Where is your sense of honor? Natsume couldn't help but furrow his brow. The presence of this chunin before him instinctively filled him with a subtle sense of oppression. Very well, let us see if you can maintain that sharp tongue. The Uchiha chunin was instantly incensed by Natsume's unceremonious words and charged toward him with haste. Ding. Challenge detected. Will the host accept? Successful challenge rewards. 50 gold coins, 30 experience points. Just as Natsume prepared to engage, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Accept. There was no reason for him to decline a challenge with rewards. After all, succeeding in this challenge would grant him an additional 30 experience points. As his experience grew, so too would his strength, providing him with greater confidence in the impending war. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The chunin raised a hand. Unleashing a signature technique of the Uchiha clan, the Great Fireball Technique. Boom. A scorching fireball, over 3 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Natsume, who stood frozen in place as if struck dumb by fear. TCH, what a waste. Observing this, the Uchiha chunin couldn't help but scoff disdainfully, intending to rush in and save Natsume. After all, his mission was to capture Natsume, not to eliminate him. Although, killing Natsume would be a trivial matter for him. However, Just as the Uchiha Chunin prepared to move, the Natsum who had stood still suddenly transformed into smoke, while the Real Natsum appeared beside him, delivering a sweeping kick that was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. How is this possible? The Chunin's eyes widened in shock. The force of the wind against him made his hair stand on end. Boom. Despite his astonishment, his reflexes were quick, and he immediately raised his right arm to block Natsum kick. Yet, he had underestimated Natsum strength, being forcefully pushed back several steps. How can this be? Your power cannot possibly be this formidable, the Chunin exclaimed in disbelief, his arm completely numb and trembling slightly. Why is it impossible? Are you geniuses allowed to thrive while others are forbidden from striving? Natsum scoffed derisively, charging once more at the Chunin. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. In response to the oncoming Natsum, the Chunin inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals, and began unleashing a barrage of fireballs from his mouth, each following the trajectory of the fruit of a peony, all aimed at Natsum with such speed and precision. Natsum found himself unable to form seals in time to counter the onslaught. Prepare to be gravely injured. The Chunin possesses immense confidence in his Phoenix fire technique. Although this Uchiha Chunin is formidable, Natsum is no ordinary opponent. Having just ascended to the Chunin rank, he remains uncertain of his current capabilities. To his surprise, just as he was beginning to doze off, an opportunity presented itself. Why not use this Uchiha Chunin as his touchstone? To gauge the true extent of his own power? Bang! Natsum was struck directly, yet before the Uchiha Chunin could display any semblance of a smile, Natsum transformed into a shattered wooden substitute amidst the flames, vanishing entirely from sight. Whoosh! Natsum appeared behind the Uchiha Chunin, yet before he could take any action, 3 fireballs of F-San, as if predetermined, struck him in a perfect alignment, akin to a celestial arrangement. Haha, fool! Are you not aware that the F-San fire technique can be manipulated? The Uchiha Chunin boasted with glee, seemingly envisioning the moment Natsum would be engulfed in flames. However, boom! This Natsum had transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The Uchiha Chunin scheme had failed. Where could he be? The Uchiha Chunin scanned his surroundings, entirely unprepared for the depth of Natsum-yo's combat experience. Chapter 35, Natsum, do not act recklessly. Whoosh! Natsum suddenly materialized before the Uchiha Chunin, who instinctively turned to look at him, only for Natsum to vanish in an instant. How infuriatingly cunning! The Uchiha Chunin furrowed his brow tighter, realizing that despite Natsum's youthful appearance, his combat experience far surpassed his expectations. In a flash, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind him, prompting him to spin around and unleash a powerful punch. Thud! The Uchiha's fist connected with a solid form, sending Natsum bent like a shrimp, hurtling backward. Observing the pained expression on Natsum's face, the Uchiha confirmed he had indeed struck the real Natsum. Have you not realized that continuously using the body flicker technique depletes chakra? He thought, but before he could voice his thoughts, Natsum, propelled away, erupted into a cloud of smoke, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone. In the next moment, Natsum reappeared behind the Uchiha, swiftly forming hand signs and exclaiming, "Wind release, wind cutter technique." What? The Uchiha gasped in horror as the sudden attack from behind sent chills down his spine. He was acutely aware of the potency of the wind cutter technique and hastily performed the body replacement technique, leaving behind a wooden substitute that was cleaved in two by the slicing wind. However, Natsum seemed to have anticipated this very move. As soon as the Uchiha emerged, Natsum launched a flurry of leaf whirlwind attacks, causing the Uchiha to cough up blood repeatedly, utterly devoid of resistance. 1 minute later, Natsum delivered a final blow to the Uchiha Chunin, Lion's Roar, striking him forcefully to the ground, rendering him as powerless as a lifeless dog. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Experience points 30, gold coins 50. As Natsum's mind recalled the voice of the system, a warm force surged through his limbs and body, inducing a sense of comfort that elicited a soft moan from him. How is this possible? Uchiha Yusuke gazed at Natsum as if he were a phantom, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. Uchiha Yusuke, since you have dared to provoke me, I see no reason to hold back. It is time to settle old scores. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and now, you are no match for me. While others may fear your status, I shall not be deterred. Natsum approached Uchiha Yusuke step by step, a smile that did not reach his eyes adorning his face. Natsum, I advise you not to act rashly. I am not one to be trifled with. Before Uchiha Yusuke could finish his warning, he received a powerful punch to the face. An eye for an eye, a grievance for a grievance, since Uchiha Yusuke insisted on opposing him. It was only fitting that he too would bear the weight of psychological trauma. Uchiha Yusuke cried out in agony, his face a grotesque mask of bruises. No longer resembling the genius he once was. Soul Control Spell. After thoroughly subduing Uchiha Yusuke, Natsum wore a sinister smile, and before Uchiha Yusuke's terrified gaze, he implanted the Soul Control Spell deep within his body. Once ensnared by this spell, Uchiha Yusuke would never be able to divulge a single detail regarding him. Any attempt to do so would immediately trigger a memory erasure, to instill some sense of caution in you. Let us now allow you to experience the consequences of provoking me. Natsum snapped his fingers and then rose to his feet. Chapter 36. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Just as Uchiha Yusuke was about to react, he suddenly felt as if a red-hot iron had been thrust into his skull, searing and unbearable, as though someone were tearing at his very nerves, causing excruciating pain that pierced his heart. Clutching his head, he writhed on the ground in agony, his face instantly becoming a grotesque canvas of bulging veins, his teeth grinding incessantly, eventually biting through his lips and bleeding profusely, saliva mingling with blood and dripping onto his chest. Thud, thud, thud. In a desperate attempt to relieve his torment, he bashed his head against the ground, causing it to bleed profusely, yet there was still no alleviation for his suffering. At that moment, Uchiha Yusuke bore no resemblance to the proud scion of heaven. He was merely a deranged beggar. All that remained in the forest and the night sky were the echoes of Uchiha Yusuke's anguished howls. Suddenly, Natsum seemed to sense something. A flicker of unwillingness crossing his face. TCH, I never expected someone would come. Had I known, I would have let you first-hand experience my terror. Consider yourself fortunate. Natsum delivered a swift strike with his palm to the neck of Uchiha Yusuke, rendering him unconscious, before erasing this segment of his memory. Henceforth, I hope you will exhibit greater wisdom. Should you dare to trouble me again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After Natsum implanted the soul control curse within the mind of the Uchiha chunin, he meticulously eradicated all traces of his presence at the scene before departing. Half a minute later, a fleeting shadow appeared before Uchiha Yusuke, narrowing his eyes as the three tomo of his Sharingan began to rotate slowly, emanating an aura of pressure characteristic of a jonin. Do not let me discover your identity, otherwise you shall undoubtedly pay the price. However, Natsum had left no trace behind. Frustrated, the individual could only utter a harsh remark before the matter concluded without resolution. In the abode of Natsum, the host inquired whether C-rank ninjutsu, specifically the wind release, wind cutter technique, was available for purchase at the price of 200 gold coins. However, after acquiring the wind sword technique, the utility of wind cutter had diminished for Natsum. The wind sword technique could unleash wind blades of equal potency to the wind cutter while consuming significantly less chakra and requiring no hand seals. Moreover, he discovered a highly alluring ninjutsu within the system that he could afford, the wind body flicker technique. Upon mastering this technique, Natsum's attack speed, evasion speed, and agility would double, whilst the chakra consumption would decrease by 1/10 compared to similar body flicker techniques, all executed silently and without a trace. This was undoubtedly an exceptional ninjutsu for assassination. For Natsum, it was akin to a refreshing oasis in a scorching desert, enabling him to enhance his task completion efficiency at an accelerated pace. Let me see how significantly my power will increase after mastering the water arm technique and the wind body flicker technique. Natsum rose to his feet, closed his eyes, and silently contemplated the mastery of the water release, great water arm technique. In an instant, a torrent of memories, as though he had practiced the great water arm technique countless times, surged forth, causing him to emit a soft groan. Once this process concluded, he would merely require a few days to transition, after which the great water arm technique would irrevocably become his own. Next, he focused on comprehending the wind instantaneous body technique. As the great water arm technique came to an end, Natsum once again murmured softly, only to be overwhelmed by the immense influx of memories, which caused him to lose consciousness. When Natsum finally awoke, the clock indicated it was already 9 in the evening. His head felt heavy and slightly throbbing. Chapter 37. My goodness, the system is truly invincible. Natsum, with a growling stomach, made his way to the noodle shop. After satisfying his hunger, he returned home to indulge in a soothing hot bath. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he commenced his daily essential practice, refining chakra. Each increment in experience points invigorated the vitality of his cellular structure, enhancing his resilience and consequently allowing him to refine an even greater amount of chakra. This fortuitous development granted Natsum a slight edge over his peers in terms of chakra quantity and recovery speed. Having diligently studied the wind instantaneous body technique and the great water arm technique, his experience points surged by an impressive 100. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, Bai Shui arrived promptly at the entrance of the Kenoha Anbu, where Shurien stood waiting. Natsum was the first to arrive, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from Shurien. Within 2 minutes, Wazawa, Sakurada, Kikumer, Chihu, and Danshi all arrived. Ding! The Sand Hidden Intelligence mission has commenced. Reward: 200 gold coins, 30 experience points, and a mysterious fragment. With purpose, the group set out for the Land of Wind, specifically the Sand Hidden Village, tasked with gathering intelligence on its movements. Shurien succinctly briefed the team on the mission details before charging ahead. Natsum and his companions promptly followed suit. The journey was undoubtedly tedious and arduous. Yet for Natsum, it represented a rare opportunity for outdoor wanderings. Ding! Acquired B-rank wind release jutsu, divine wind technique. Ding! Acquired B-rank wind release jutsu, raging wave palm. Ding! Acquired C-rank wind release jutsu, wine cutter technique. Natsum had never imagined that the system could be so formidable, capable of manifesting corresponding ninjutsu merely by reading data. It is worth noting that this data may have originated from warriors engaged in battle over a decade ago. This revelation sparked a flurry of thoughts within Natsum, as there indeed existed a particular ninjutsu he yearned for, the wind release, spiraling wind shuriken. Attention! Host, the system's ability to materialize ninjutsu through data retrieval has a cooldown period of 5 years and costs 5,000 gold coins each time. This instance is a complimentary trial, and such an opportunity will not be available in the future. Just like that time, he had an epiphany regarding ninjutsu. The system's announcement doused Natsum with a bucket of cold water, catching him utterly off guard. Well, I knew this stingy system wouldn't be so generous. He sighed. Beep. Do you wish to exchange the techniques Divine Wind, Fiery Wave Palm, and Wind Cutter for the A-rank ninjutsu, Wind Release, Spiraling Wind Shuriken? At that moment, the system's mechanical and frigid voice echoed once more, causing Natsum to instinctively gasp, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Natsum Haru paid no heed to the gazes of Hanazawa and the others around him. He simply closed his eyes and opened the system panel, where he was greeted by the prominent words, "Would you like to exchange for Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere?" Exchange. After confirming that he had not misread the situation, Natsum eagerly chose to exchange, his voice trembling with excitement. Ding. Exchange successful, 150 gold coins consumed. At that moment, the sound of the system felt remarkably melodious to him. Even though he had just depleted all his gold, he felt no regret, for it was utterly worth it. This was the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. The thought of the destructive power that would ensue from combining the Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, with the Wind Body Flicker technique made Natsum tremble uncontrollably with exhilaration. Hey, Tianxin, are you all right? You're shaking so much, Hanazawa remarked, her brow furrowing slightly, laced with a hint of disdain. In Hanazawa's eyes, Natsum trembling body and the flicker of fear in his gaze were unmistakable signs of cowardice. She had never harbored any fondness for timid individuals. I'm fine. I won't hold you back. Natsum replied softly, jolted back to reality by Hanazawa's words. He exhaled gently, regaining his composure. Let's hope so. Danshi interjected indifferently. Her tone tinged with disdain and skepticism. She harbored doubts about Natsum assurance. Just moments ago, he had been shaking uncontrollably. And now he claimed to be fine. It was evident he was merely putting on a brave face. Tianxin, are you really okay? Shurien turned his gaze towards him, looking somewhat displeased. I said I'm fine. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. If I end up holding you back, feel free to abandon me. The Anbu has no need for useless individuals, does it? Natsum displayed no fluctuations in his expression as he spoke words that seemed entirely disconnected from himself. I hope so. The Griffin nodded, yet it was evident that he, like Danshi and Huaze, harbored skepticism towards Natsum's statements. Does trembling necessarily signify fear? Perhaps not. Nevertheless, it matters little. If you choose not to believe me, there is nothing I can do. After all, the truth shall be revealed through experience. Natsum slightly shrugged, his consciousness once again sinking into the system. Truly, the Wind Release, Rasengan, an A-rank wind-based ninjutsu, is beyond my current capabilities for study. Must I wait a while longer? Yet, it matters not. I possess the patience. It is likely that Minato Namikaze shares a similar sentiment. But it will take him some time to unravel its secrets. I stand a considerable chance of mastering this technique before him. The allure of the wind release, Rasengan, is irresistible to Natsum-yang. Once he grasps it, his power will surge exponentially, and as his strength continues to grow, so too will his prowess. Well then, having completed my preparations, let us embark. I expect each of you to be on high alert. We are currently amidst a time of turmoil, and the patrols of Sunagakure are exceedingly vigilant. Should we be discovered, our fates would be sealed. And if anyone jeopardizes our team, do not blame me for severing familial ties. With that, Shurien cast a glance in Natsum-yang's direction, his meaning unmistakable. He directed his words at him. Indeed, the others regarded Natsum-yang with a hint of disdain before following Shurien towards the gates of Sunagakure. Soon enough. You will see whether I will prove to be a liability. As for me, Natsum-yang is not one to easily meet his end. Natsum-yo gently rubbed his nose and then proceeded to follow suit. Although it is true that among the entire team, his strength was the weakest, it has never been the case that the one lagging behind is necessarily the least capable. However, it must be noted that without the leadership of the Griffin, we would truly hesitate to infiltrate the hidden sand village. Natsum-yo, endowed with a system, was acutely aware of the prowess of Shurigal, whose strength was hardly inferior to Asuma from the original narrative, thus marking him as a formidable expert among the Anbu. As they approached the entrance of Sunagakure, a group of individuals utilized transformation techniques to assume the guise of distressed merchants, employing various subterfuge methods of the Anbu. They successfully infiltrated the village after enduring a series of inspections. During wartime, population equates to resources. Truly, Sunagakure lived up to its reputation for desolation. With the wind howling fiercely, once inside, Natsum-yo surveyed Sunagakure and contemplated. Chapter 39. One must be strong when strength is required. Stop, right there. Just as Natsum-yo and his companions were about to enter the residential and commercial areas of Sunagakure, a sudden voice halted them. What business do you have, esteemed ninja? Shurigal, masquerading as a middle-aged merchant, turned around with a beaming smile and offered a polite bow that evoked no suspicion, embodying the very essence of an ordinary merchant. Even Natsum-yo could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of Shigal's performance. Had he not revealed his true identity, who would suspect him of being a ninja in disguise? You all seem somewhat unfamiliar, and you don't quite resemble distressed merchants. Could it be that you were spies? Not long ago, two groups of ninjas, dressed similarly to you, infiltrated the village disguised as distressed merchants. It was my keen observation that uncovered them, preventing a potential loss for Sunagakure. You seem to harbor a hint of suspicion as well. How about accompanying me for a verification? A middle-ranking ninja of Sunagakure squinted, his eyes filled with scrutiny, ready to detain Natsum-yo and his companions at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this, aside from Natsum-yo and Shurigal, the other members involuntarily narrowed their pupils, their breathing momentarily faltering. Though they recognized that this Sunagakure ninja was merely fishing for information, they could not suppress the flicker of unease within them. It was akin to a thief encountering a police officer. Their opposing factions inherently instilled a disparity in atmosphere. Natsum-yo, maintaining a semblance of calm, was unperturbed because he understood that this Sunagakure ninja could not genuinely compel them to undergo verification. It was merely a customary intimidation tactic. He held no real suspicion towards their party. His words were merely a ruse to test their luck for potential oversight. After all, intelligence-gathering factions seldom resembled Shigal's team, consisting predominantly of youths under the age of 18, not to mention Natsum-yo, who was merely 10 years old. Anyone observing such a group would hardly believe they were spies. After all, very few at the age of 10 possessed the considerable strength required to embark on missions. Haha. Esteemed ninja, you jest. With our meek demeanor, how could we possibly be ninjas, sending individuals like us to infiltrate? I suspect the leader of that faction must be quite foolish. Of course, if Lord Ninja harbors any doubts about our credibility, we welcome a direct examination and shall cooperate fully. However, I might contemplate relocating my business operations to foreign lands, as the attitude of Sunagakure towards us is far from amicable. The Lion Eagle indeed possesses a flair for performance, initially appearing amiable, yet in an instant, transforming into someone quite formidable, which can be rather disconcerting. Yet, is this not the quintessential demeanor of a shrewd businessman, typically exuding kindness? But when confronted with matters pertaining to their own interests, they swiftly adopt a more aggressive stance. My My friend, your words are rather harsh. I sincerely apologize for my earlier impoliteness, and I hope you can overlook it. The sand ninja immediately donned a smile, hastily gesturing dismissively. His earlier arrogance replaced with a somewhat humble attitude. The lion eagle's assertiveness effectively dispelled all his inner doubts. Chapter 40. If looks could kill, it is no wonder the sand ninja behaves in this manner during such tumultuous times of war. One can never predict which merchant might suddenly ascend to the status of a super-rich magnate. This is an era of upheaval, ripe for the emergence of affluent arms dealers. The sand ninja cannot predict whether this individual before him may unexpectedly become wealthy. If that were not the case, all would be well, but should it occur, it would spell considerable trouble for Sunagakure. Although these magnates may not pose a direct threat to Sunagakure, they possess the power to stifle the economy. And soon the daimyo of the Wind Country may seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. With Sunagakure's already fragile economy, an economic blockade could indeed lead to its downfall. In such a scenario, he would become a scapegoat, a burden of guilt he cannot afford to bear. Haha, Lord Sand Ninja, you are too courteous. If there is nothing further, may we take our leave? There are matters concerning commerce that require our attention. The Lion Eagle once again adopted a friendly demeanor. Bowing to the Sand Ninja. Certainly, you may proceed. The Sand Ninja nodded and departed. Let us go, and maintain our composure. Do not reveal any weaknesses. For not every Sand Ninja is as easily deceived as the one we just encountered. The Lion Eagle spoke coldly, leading the way to an inn. With their infiltration complete, they had accomplished half of their mission. In the days to come, their task would be to wander through Sunagakure, seizing the opportunity to ascertain the village's military capabilities. Subsequently summarizing this intelligence to be extracted from Sunagakure. After Natsume Yoichi and his companions settled in, they commenced their investigation, and over the course of several days, their progress was remarkably smooth. They had infiltrated various establishments, noodle shops, gambling dens, barbecue restaurants, and even the Wind Shadow building. Wherever information could be gleaned, their presence was felt. And indeed, they managed to acquire some rather valuable intelligence. For instance, it was revealed that Sunagakure intended to conclude its conflict with Kenoha within the next 2 months, regardless of the outcome. Additionally, Sunagakure planned to deploy the one-tailed Jinchuriki onto the battlefield at that time. They believed they had executed their operations with sufficient caution to avoid raising any suspicions, and it seemed unlikely that their identities would be compromised. After all, they were nearing the completion of their intelligence gathering, and preparations to leave the village were well underway. However, no one could have anticipated that Ikeda Yashiyasu, codenamed Akiko, would inadvertently expose Natsume. Although Natsume was aware of Akiko's somewhat volatile temperament, he never imagined that he would be revealed in such an abrupt manner. Just 2 days prior, the only female member of their group, Hanazawa, had engaged him in a brief conversation, which, while seemingly innocuous, was enough to provoke Akiko's ire. Following that encounter, Akiko seemed to take an immediate disliking to Natsume. Whenever Hanazawa attempted to speak with him, Akiko would swiftly intervene. For the sake of the mission, Natsume refrained from voicing his concerns, but who could have predicted that just as they were on the verge of completing their task, Akiko would unwittingly create such a significant blunder, exposing him in the process? Faced with a battered and breathless Akiko, surrounded by a throng of sand shinobi, it was clear that Natsume was not the only one harboring thoughts of eliminating Akiko. Yet, at that moment, their most pressing concern was how to extricate themselves from this dire situation. With no other recourse, they resolved to force their way out. Stay close to me, and whatever you do, don't fall behind. Especially you, Natsume. You must survive. In the face of the pursuing Anbu, Natsume and his comrades had no choice but to break through. Chapter 41. Choosing the softest persimmon to squeeze. Natsume did not believe that Shuriing's reminder to stay alive stemmed solely from concern for his well-being. More importantly, it was likely a fear that the information within his mind might be seized by the Sand-Hidden Village. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. The dark members of the Sand-Hidden Village swiftly moved into action, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. In an instant, a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades surged toward Natsume and his companions from all directions. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Concurrently, Shuriing executed his hand seals and pressed his palms against the ground, channeling chakra into the earth. A robust, lion-headed earthen wall erupted from the ground, encircling them in a protective ring. Boom! The wind blades collided violently with the earthen wall, creating a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. Cracks rapidly spread across the wall, indicating the precariousness of Natsume and his companion's situation. Breakthrough. Shuri's voice resonated from within the earthen wall. Suddenly, the circular barrier shifted, transforming into a series of fist-sized stone projectiles that tore through the air, hurtling toward the approaching members of the sand-hidden village. Seizing this opportunity, Natsum and his group rushed towards a specific point. However, just as they burst forth from the alley of the inn, they were met with a fierce flash of blades, causing them to involuntarily gasp in horror. Chihu, already injured, could not react in time and was immediately struck in the chest by a blade, collapsing to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The others responded quickly, drawing their swords to deflect the sudden onslaught, but Natsum was knocked back, feeling a numbing sensation in his arm. The power behind that blade was astonishing, far beyond what he could withstand. Chihu, quick to recover, joined the others as he fell to the ground. Natsum, you will be the death of us. He scolded, his face contorted with anger, as if Natsum were the sole cause of their dire predicament. Behind them, a throng of sand-hidden dark members pursued relentlessly, creating a dire situation that could not worsen. Advance from both sides, Shurian commanded, forming seals to counter the pursuing sand ninjas. Earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall, adhering to the alley, obstructed the advancing dark members of sand-hidden, temporarily neutralizing the threat from behind. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, wind surge technique. Tanshi and Jamaru simultaneously unleashed their techniques, the wind amplifying the flames. In an instant, a colossal fireball, over 10 meters in diameter, surged forth, crashing toward the alley's exit. The members of the sand-hidden village immediately retreated, allowing Natsum and his group to break through and rush towards the exit. Wind release, great breakthrough. A figure, seemingly a high-ranking dark member, emerged from behind the fireball, unleashing a fierce gale aimed at Natsum and his companions. Wah! Before the crowd had the opportunity to form hand seals in defense, they were utterly sent flying. Natsum felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. A wave of heaviness enveloped his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. An Anbu operative charged directly at Natsum, evidently recognizing him as the weakest among them. Once he dealt with Natsum, they would be rid of one less adversary. Damn it! As Natsum just rose, he was immediately confronted by a barrage of sharp winds, sending a chilling wave through his entire being and causing his scalp to prickle. Chapter 42, Little Demon. Are you teasing me? Water release, water barrier. Faced with imminent peril, Natsum latent potential surged forth. Unwilling to be vanquished so easily, he unleashed a fan-shaped wave of water before him just moments before the wind blade struck, providing him with a measure of reprieve. However, the water barrier proved utterly inadequate against the ferocity of the wind blades. In mere seconds, both the barrier and Natsum were hurled aside, leaving him with numerous gashes across his body, blood painting the sky. Natsum gritted his teeth and immediately vanished before the sand ninja using the wind instantaneous technique. He then redeemed a bottle of holy healing water from the system, consuming it with determination. If a fierce struggle is what you seek, then let it commence. Who fears whom? Natsum drew the standard short blade from his back, and with the wind instantaneous technique, he disappeared from the spot. Around him, the Lion Eagle and others had been encircled by the sand ninjas, leaving Natsum to stand alone, detached from his team. With a swift motion, the Anbu drew its blade to counter Natsum's strike, only to find Natsum forcefully propelling himself backward, shaking his hand to send 2 kunai embedded with explosive tags flying forth. Using explosive tags in front of me, do you even know how to spell death? The sand ninja smirked disdainfully as Natsum launched the explosive-tagged kunai towards him, preparing to form hand signs. Seeking death, are you certain of your decision? However, Natsum, suspended in midair, couldn't help but sneer before commanding, explode. The kunai hurtling towards the sand ninja detonated with a resounding boom, causing the ninja to be taken aback, hastily retreating to the side. Windsword technique. Yet, as the sand ninja re-emerged, Natsum surged forth from the side, his short blade gleaming with a chilling light, seizing the opportunity to catch the sand ninja off guard. But the sand ninja swiftly parried the attack, taunting, "You little brat, do you really think you can succeed with such a sneak attack?" With that, he struck down heavily upon Natsum's short blade, sending him staggering back 2 or 3 steps. "Let me show you what true strength is," the sand ninja bellowed, his long sword flashing dangerously as he appeared before Natsum, slicing through the air. Natsum summoned all his strength to counter with the windsword technique. The clash of blades echoed as a dazzling array of cold light flickered. The sand ninja's every strike was lethal, and Natsum found himself on the defensive. Were it not for his commendable foundational skills, he would have long been felled to the ground. Nonetheless, even with his skills, Natsum remained at a disadvantage, his wounds continuing to multiply. Though he occasionally landed hits on the Sand Ninja, it was insufficient to turn the tide of battle. In the blink of an eye, 100 exchanges had transpired. Suddenly, Natsum felt a surge of strength in his arms, forcing the Sand Ninja to be pushed back. Without hesitation, he launched 2 kunai aimed at the Sand Ninja's vital points. Do you truly think you can harm me with such trifles? The Sand Ninja, feeling underestimated, scoffed and deflected the 2 kunai. Yet, witnessing this, Natsum suddenly smiled. The Sand Ninja, taken aback, barely had time to react before an explosion erupted from behind him. Widening his eyes in horror, Shanren exclaimed in alarm, intending to evade, but unfortunately, his reaction was a moment too slow, and a kunai pierced directly into his back. However, as he turned to confront his assailant, he was met with the startling sight of the figure behind him transforming into a mere wooden substitute. Before him stood Natsum, battered and bruised, wielding a short blade that swiftly plunged into Shanren's chest, shattering his heart. Chapter 43. Tactics are of utmost importance. With a gasp, Shanren's eyes widened in disbelief, yet Natsum afforded him no opportunity for a final strike. The deed was done, and he promptly retreated. Then, 2 kunai were launched, piercing Shanren's eyes and extinguishing his life entirely. This tactic, perhaps unique to Natsum, mirrored the collaborative technique employed by Naruto and Sasuke against Zabuza in the Shippuden series. Every one of his attacks had been a preparation for this very moment. What? The Sand Village's Anbu members stared in shock at Natsum, utterly unprepared for the idea that he could eliminate an Anbu operative. Although they did not possess the same overall combat prowess as the Kenoha Anbu, they were nonetheless elite chunin, not easily vanquished. Yet, here was Natsum, appearing no older than 10, having accomplished just that. However, one could not deny the brilliance of Natsum's strategy. None could have anticipated his ingenious fusion of transformation techniques and water clones. Well done. Quickly regroup. Lion Eagle shouted in approval, urging Natsum to join them promptly. For they were within the confines of Sunagakure, and each passing second could plunge them deeper into peril. Wind instantaneous body technique. With a sudden exclamation, Natsum vanished from his position. Be cautious, it's coming, commanded the captain of the Sunagakure Anbu. In an instant, Natsum appeared behind one of the Sunagakure Anbu members, swiftly forming hand seals. However, the member's speed was evidently superior. Before Natsum could complete his seals, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a massive wave of air directed at Natsum. Bang! Natsum was effortlessly hurled away, his eyes betraying a blend of shock and resentment. However, before the members of the Anbu could relish their fleeting triumph, the flung Natsum abruptly transformed into a mere wooden substitute. The Anbu, taken aback, felt a sudden, piercing rush of air behind them. The technique of Windblade. A searing pain pierced through the chest of the sand-hidden Anbu, causing their eyes to widen in horror. Bloodshot and frantic. You scoundrel! The Anbu sought to seize Natsum, intent on a final strike that would ensure their mutual demise. Yet, Natsum granted them no such opportunity, retreating swiftly. Just as he withdrew, an Anbu inexplicably appeared before him, descending with a lethal blade. However, Natsum was well prepared. Employing the wind instantaneous body technique, he pivoted sharply and vanished behind the Anbu. He then swiftly formed several hand signs, and from his right arm, a torrent of water coalesced into a powerful limb, exuding an imposing aura. Water release, great water arm technique. Natsum charged forward as a torrent of water surged towards him. The dark operative turned to defend himself, but the moment of contact transformed his expression entirely. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he crashed into the ranks of his comrades, disrupting their formation. Captain, flee. Seeing this, Natsum shouted at the dazed Shuri and rushed towards him. Well done, Shuri exclaimed in appreciation before hastening towards the distant exit. The greatest peril in escaping Sunagakure lay in the narrow passageway at its periphery. However, for Shuri, this was not a concern. Once they breached the gates of Sunagakure, they would indeed be free from danger. Shuri's summoned beast was a majestic hawk, granting them dominion over the skies. You wish to escape? Leave it to me. Coordinate with me. The captain of the Sunagakure Dark Operatives, his countenance darkened, barked orders at his fellow shinobi before swiftly forming hand seals. Chapter 44. The goddess of fortune smiles upon you. A violent surge of chakra erupted around him, coalescing in his throat. Shuriken Shadow Technique. Each shinobi from Sunagakure gripped 4 or 5 kunai, preparing to launch them towards the fleeing figures. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The captain unleashed a catastrophic gale that surged towards Shuri and the others, instantly accelerating the kunai shot by the Sunagakure operatives. In an instant, these kunai seemed to transform into phantoms, leaving Natsum and his companions no opportunity to react as they pierced through their bodies. Natsum could not help but cry out in pain. His back, thighs, calves, and even his buttocks were struck by shurikens, and like floating duckweed, he was blown away by the fierce wind. Damn it! The Lion Eagle's eyes widened in alarm, for not everyone was as fortunate as Natsum to escape unscathed. In truth, aside from Natsum and Hanazawa, the others perished in that fleeting moment. As he was swept away, the Lion Eagle swiftly conjured a summoning technique within the span of 3 seconds, manifesting a magnificent eagle. Its feathers as dark as night and its form as solid as forged steel. Before Natsum, remarkably unaffected by the tempest, the eagle unfurled its wings and caught everyone. Return to Kenoha village. The Lion Eagle commanded, forming seals once more. Natsum recognized this technique. The fire release ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, a formidable offensive jutsu. Just as the great eagle reached the height of the sky, the hidden sand ninjas, who had long awaited this moment, launched their assault. Wind release, Thousand-Faced Wind. A myriad of razor-sharp wind blades surged forward, causing the air to tremble violently. Being struck by them would likely result in instant dismemberment. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The Lion Eagle's chest swelled, its throat surged, and it leaned forward, unleashing a colossal fireball that illuminated the entire Sunagakure, colliding directly with the wind blades. Boom! As one of the highest-tier fire release techniques, the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb exhibited remarkable power, effortlessly withstanding the terrifying wind blades. The resulting shockwave propelled the eagle upward, completely escaping the range of the sand ninja's onslaught. It was only at this moment that Natsum sighed in relief. Enduring the pain as he extracted the shurikens from his body, he promptly retrieved a special medicinal remedy to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. And after bandaging himself with the prepared gauze, he reclined comfortably on the eagle's back, drifting into a drowsy slumber. The holy healing water could mend his wounds, yet it could not alleviate his fatigue. 3 days later, upon returning to Kenoha village, he immediately entered the medical facility for treatment. After 3 days, his injuries had nearly healed, and the rewards for his recent mission arrived. The intelligence task for Sunagakure was complete, granting him 200 gold coins, 30 experience points, and a mysterious fragment, too. The reward was neither particularly substantial nor negligible, but it was acceptable, due to the significant losses suffered by the Anbu. The Lion Eagle's subordinates were temporarily unavailable, granting Natsum a rare short holiday. Naturally, he chose to go on a date. However, upon seeing the bruises on Chiba Kata's body, his cheerful mood dissipated instantly. Chapter 45. Taking himself too seriously. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur again. Natsum gently consoled Wada Chiba, speaking in soft tones. However, within his heart, Natsum coldly mused, Uchiha Yusuke, how dare you lay a hand on my woman? Do you wish for death? I had wondered how you suddenly came to know my whereabouts that day. It turns out you pried it from Chiba's lips. Very well, you shall pay dearly for this. That night, Uchiha Yusuke was thoroughly intimidated by Natsum. The latter's ruthlessness surpassed his wildest imagination. Subsequently, Wada Chiba noticed that the once arrogant Uchiha Yusuke had transformed into a figure of palpable trepidation upon seeing her. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was reduced to a submissive state. Wada Chiba, of course, understood the underlying reasons and felt a swell of pride. After all, this was her man, truly formidable. As the holiday concluded, on this day, Natsum arrived early at the Anbu headquarters, seeking out his captain. In the face of Shurho's astonished gaze, he accepted 2 elite B-rank missions. Tianqin, are you certain you can accomplish this task? This is a B-rank mission, one that exceeds the current intensity you can handle. Shurho inquired once more, his tone laden with concern. Natsum shone brilliantly in Sunagakure, capturing the admiration of the Lion Eagle. However, he regarded Natsum experience as insufficient to tackle the cunning adversaries independently. He feared that should any misfortune befall Natsum, he would lose a valuable talent from his ranks. Rest assured, Captain, my willingness to undertake this mission stems from an unwavering confidence in my ability to see it through. Natsum responded with indifference. After completing the mission in Sunagakure, his strength had significantly increased, and he was eager to ascertain just how formidable he had become. Moreover, He had absorbed and assimilated the memories of an elite nin. Experience was the one thing he lacked not. Very well, do as you please. However, bear in mind the severe repercussions within the Anbu for hastily accepting missions and failing to fulfill them. You might find yourself regretting it later. Shiko cast a cold glance at Natsum, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a warning or a reminder. I am fully aware of that. Thus, even if it means breaking my limbs or sacrificing my life, I shall complete the mission. Natsum gazed resolutely into the eyes of the griffin. His tone imbued with an indomitable spirit, an aura of determination that suggested he would rather perish than fail. How reckless. A member of the dark faction, donning a dog-headed mask, shook his head in disapproval. In his opinion, Natsum epitomized the type who aspired for greatness without the requisite skill. A little hardship might do him good. The young man was taking strides far too ambitious, destined to stumble grievously. Did he think that merely completing a few B-rank missions with the team meant they were easy? Foolishness. He was curious to witness the day when that individual returned in tears, begrudgingly accepting his punishment. How amusing that would be. If he were to accomplish the task, one might as well expect pigs to fly and the sun to rise in the west. No one held any faith in Natsum ability to fulfill the tasks he had undertaken. Contempt, disdain, and derision abounded. After all, Natsum had only joined the dark faction for a mere month and had executed only a handful of missions, yet he dared to undertake elite B-rank tasks alone. No one believed he could succeed. If Natsum, having barely been a month in the dark faction, could independently complete a B-rank mission, what would that say about their own reputations? They had toiled for many years to barely achieve such a feat, while Natsum, in less than a month, would overshadow their efforts, an affront to their pride. Chapter 46. Just because you cannot, does not mean I cannot. Jealousy, doesn't everyone experience it? It is only when the disparity is particularly vast that envy transforms into admiration. Yet, at present, Natsum evidently lacked the strength to inspire such reverence. The words they spoke were not loud, yet they were audible to Natsum. Natsum was acutely aware that these individuals were acting with intent, and he could not help but clench his fists. Do they not hold me in any regard? Then I shall demonstrate to you what is achievable. What you deem impossible does not signify that I am incapable. Underestimating others while overestimating oneself is a stubborn folly that will inevitably lead to your downfall one day. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Natsum eyes as he resolutely steeled his heart. He would demonstrate to these individuals just how gravely mistaken they were. No one believed that Natsum could accomplish the task. They all eagerly anticipated his disheveled return. 2 months later, here are the severed heads of B-rank rogue ninjas. Six Matsushita Yuya, Yanajimura Sawa, Nagashima Naikawa, and C-rank rogue ninja Saki Keihei. Please take note. Within the dark department, the murderous expression on Natsum face intensified as he handed a blood-soaked scroll to Shirho, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Oh. And please convey to certain individuals that if they are unable to achieve something, they should not presume that others are incapable as well. There are countless capable individuals in this world. Natsum suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the griffin with a smile. All right, understood. Off you go. The griffin nodded, carefully sealing the scroll and placing it into his ninja pouch. Was that individual truly the one who, within just 3 months of joining the Anbu, had evolved from a novice to someone capable of independently completing multiple B-rank missions? Indeed, he was remarkably formidable, exuding an aura of lethal intent that sent shivers down our spines, leaving us with a tingling sensation upon our skin. However, he appeared to be quite young. One can only hope for the opportunity to undertake missions alongside him. Natsum departure from the Anbu stirred considerable commotion. This fellow, astonishingly, had truly accomplished it. How could this be? How was it possible for him to achieve such feats? Had he genuinely only been with the Anbu for 3 months? Those who had mocked Natsum merely 2 months prior were now rendered speechless upon hearing this news, each grappling with a burning sense of humiliation. None had anticipated that Natsum would actually succeed in completing the B-rank missions that they deemed impossible for him. Upon returning home, Natsum swiftly shed his blood-stained and odorous attire from the dark division, before plunging into the newly constructed hot spring. 2 months of relentless slaughter had begun to transform him into an emotionless assassin. He required a brief respite to alleviate the violent thoughts clouding his mind and to absorb the experiences of the past weeks. Host, Natsum Dimension, Naruto World Age, 10 years skills, Water Arm Technique, Water Barrier, Basic Wind Sword Technique, Wind Body Flicker Technique. Shadow Clone Technique Status, 840-1000 Gold Coins, 1360 Rank, Chunin Weapon, Dark Division Standard Short Blade. Indeed, within a mere 2 months, Natsum-yo's experience points surged from 300 to 840. His strength was rapidly approaching that of an ordinary jonin. In the office of the third Hokage, he mused. It appears my initial decision was astute. In just 3 months, Natsum-yo has achieved such remarkable growth. With a bit more power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 47. The moment of surpassing 10 B-rank missions, 16 C-rank missions, and 5 D-rank missions. Truly astonishing yet undeniably true. While his former peers, among the most talented, could only undertake C-rank tasks, he had already proven capable of independently completing B-rank missions. Natsum-yo, to call you a genius is no overstatement. The third Hokage perused Natsum-yo's task reports repeatedly, each reading filling him with greater satisfaction and joy. He had never anticipated that the young boy, whom he had initially overlooked, would deliver such an immense surprise. Perhaps this was fate. It seemed the heavens were favoring him. In stark contrast to the third Hokage's delight was Danzo's dark demeanor. He had not foreseen that the boy he had once disregarded would suddenly blossom into an unstoppable force akin to a wild stallion. Natsum-yo, you are merely 10 years old, yet you exhibit such monstrous talent. In the future, you may very well become an obstacle to my ascent as Hokage. One Kakashi is already sufficient. Your existence is becoming a hindrance. A sharp glint of murderous intent flickered in Danzo's eyes as he harbored thoughts of eliminating Natsum-yo. However, recognizing that the current Leaf Village required strength, he temporarily suppressed his murderous intentions, allowing Natsum to live, for now. Once this protracted conflict concluded, it would be time for reckoning. And so, October drew to a close. In November, the world grew increasingly tense as the conflict between Kenoha and Sunagakure escalated to a fever pitch. This indicates that the Battle of Kaiki Mountain is drawing near, does it not? In other words, Kakashi will soon be within sight. I am eager to discover how close I am to you now. Kakashi's ascension to the rank of Jonin occurred prior to the battle at the Kamizuke Bridge, and he is no longer far from that status. Moreover, there is Uchiha Shisui. I am truly eager to engage in combat with you and see for myself. Natsum-yo's current prowess is commendable. However, the system has yet to deliver the notification regarding the completion of the standing out from the crowd-side quest. This implies that he still has some distance to cover before he can match Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi. Suddenly, the system interjected with an unexpected remark. Host, please be advised. You are on the verge of surpassing Uchiha Shisui. Do continue your efforts. After this cryptic message, there was a silence, and despite Natsum's inquiries, no further information was forthcoming. Sighing, he resigned himself to the reality of dealing with such a reticent and stingy system. Nevertheless, before anything else, he decided it prudent to visit Chiba. During the 2-month mission, he had failed to spend time with her. She would likely be somewhat displeased. Natsum Haru gently pinched her chin, contemplating within her mind. At this hour, she ought to be attending class. Perhaps I shall pay her classroom a visit and bestow upon her a delightful surprise. After donning a fresh attire, Natsum Haru meticulously inspected her appearance, ensuring that every detail was in order before stepping outside. The Ninja Academy. Behold, there stands a handsome gentleman. Natsum Haruki diligently searched for Watanabe Chiba's classroom and, upon finally locating it, was promptly recognized by a group of young girls. Chapter 48. Have you missed me? That individual is not. Hinata Akakusa, also present in the classroom, immediately recognized Natsum Haruki. With a narrowed gaze, she turned her attention towards Watanabe Chiba, knowing full well that Natsum had come to seek her out. Excuse me, young man, whom are you looking for? The young girls, having noticed Natsum, prompted their instructor, the chunin teacher, who had no reason to overlook him. Stepping forward with a smile, she inquired, Teacher, I am here to see Watanabe Chiba. However, please continue with your lesson. I can wait outside. Natsum replied politely, bowing respectfully to the chunin teacher. Not at all, since you are here to see her. Please come in and wait. The school day will conclude shortly. The chunin teacher kindly invited Natsum inside, rather than making him wait outside. Is that so? I am truly grateful. Thank you very much. Natsum Haru sincerely bowed once more to the teacher, then obediently followed her into the classroom. As for the seating arrangement, Natsum naturally chose to sit beside Wada Chiba, as there was an available spot right next to her. Why not take it? The moment Wada Chiba glimpsed Natsum, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a feigned expression of irritation, turning her head away. Observing her demeanor, Natsum felt a surge of confidence. He discreetly grasped Wada Chiba's small hand, causing her face to flush instantly, yet he refused to release her. No matter how much she struggled. Are you still angry? Natsum wore a cheerful grin. Oh, let go of me. This is so embarrassing, Watachiba exclaimed, her cheeks burning as she spoke in a whisper. Just tell me if you're still upset. If you're not angry, I will let go, but if you are, I shall hold on forever. Natsum Haruki was acutely aware that at certain times, a boy must be shamelessly persistent and unwilling to let go. Well, I'm no longer angry. Please, just let go. Upon hearing this, Watachiba, eager to escape Natsum's clutches, promptly agreed to his request, urging him to release her. Silly girl. You truly believe everything I say. Hee, I simply cannot bear to part with my precious treasure. Natsum Yang fully embraced the commendable tradition of audacity, directly pulling Watachiba's petite hand towards him. Enveloped by his grasp, her fingers interlaced, making any attempt to withdraw utterly futile. Ahem, dear student. Please be mindful of the classroom decorum. However, Natsum Yang's little antics did not escape the notice of the Jonin instructor, who couldn't help but furrow her brow, offering a somewhat admonitory reminder. I apologize, teacher. I shall be more attentive. Natsum Y immediately rose to his feet, gently placing Chiba Kata's small hand behind her back, and bowed deeply in apology to the teacher. Well, a child who recognizes their mistakes and seeks to amend them is indeed commendable. Please take your seat. Given Natsum Y's display of politeness, the teacher had little choice but to grant forgiveness. After all, diligent students invariably receive a teacher's special consideration. Have you missed me? Natsum Y inquired once more as the teacher turned away. Yes, I think of you every day. I long to be with you. Chiba Kata replied, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson. Shall we go out and play later? I wish to spend quality time with you. Natsum Haru completely disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around him as he gently ruffled Watanabe Chiba's hair. With a slight nod, Watanabe Chiba remained silent. Natsum Haru, too, refrained from any further actions, mindful of the classroom environment and the need to maintain order. Chapter 49. I command you to halt, all right. That concludes today's lesson. You may disperse. At last, Natsum Haru welcomed the end of class. Let us go. From the moment they entered, he had not released Watanabe Chiba's small hand. Are you the one who defeated Uchiha Yusuke? Challenge me to a duel. I wish to ascertain whether your prowess is genuine or merely a boast. Just as Natsum Haru was about to leave with Watanabe Chiba, they were obstructed by Hyuga Akakazu and an arrogant young man. What does my victory over Uchiha Yusuke have to do with competing against you? Why should I acquiesce to your challenge? It is utterly nonsensical and of no interest to me. Natsum Yo waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in the challenge proposed by the self-satisfied cataract before him. Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of Chiba? It's truly astonishing how Handa Chiba, with such poor judgment, would associate with a coward like you. Indeed. Like attracts like, Handa Chiba is the bottom of the class, and you are but a timid soul. Natsum Yo's progress abruptly halted, prompting an expression of urgency to flicker across Hatada Chiba's face. She attempted to urge Natsum to leave hastily, shaking her head to signal him not to engage with that individual. Upon noticing Natsum's cessation, the person immediately donned a triumphant smile, invigorated to continue his taunts. You even defeated Uchiha Yusuke? How absurd. How could Uchiha Yusuke possibly fall to a coward like you? Please, if you're going to boast, at least familiarize yourself with your opponent's reputation. With your pathetic demeanor, you ought to be wary of eliciting laughter. If you truly managed to best Uchiha Yusuke, I could easily claim to have bested a chunin or even a jonin. Wouldn't you agree? The disdainful mockery from this Hyuga clan youth was palpable, as if he solely deemed himself worthy of such accolades. He should take a good look at himself. He genuinely believes he holds any significance. This is truly the most amusing jest I have ever heard. Laughter erupted from his companions, dismissing Natsum with utter contempt. Nevertheless, Natsum remained composed, his demeanor starkly contrasting Hatada's imagined scenario of him indignantly confronting the Hyuga youth. A pack of childish fools, he disdainfully declared, continuing forward with Hatada Chiba, poised to exit the classroom. Stop right there. Who are you calling a fool? The icy, furious voice of the individual commanded them to halt. Yet would Natsum heed him? He completely disregarded the demand and pressed on. I said stop. A sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting Hatada Chiba to cry out, watch out. However, with this individual's mere strength at the level of a genin, how could he possibly catch Natsum off guard? Lacking any sign of emotional upheaval, Natsum deftly guided Hatada Chiba aside to evade the attack. One should exercise restraint. Some matters are beyond your capacity to bear. Natsum Yang squinted slightly, casting a profound glance at the individual before him, the warning in his gaze unmistakable. He then resolved to depart once more, harboring no intention of entangling himself with this person. After all, would a divine dragon concern itself with mere ants? However, Natsum Yang's indifference was misconstrued by others as fear of the Hinata family's formidable power, prompting this individual to launch yet another assault against him. Chapter 50. Do you think me an easy target? The individual unleashed the Hinata clan's secret ninjutsu, the 8 trigrams palm. In an instant, an 8 trigrams field materialized, encircling both Natsum Yang and Chiba Watanabe. Subsequently, Natsum Yang felt a sharp sound slicing through the air behind him, realizing that he and his companion were effectively trapped. Water release. Water barrier. Due to his responsibility for Chiba Watanabe, Natsum Yang found himself unable to evade the attack, resorting instead to his ninjutsu to counter the strike. Given the strength of this member of the Hinata clan, it was impossible for him to breach Natsum Yang's water barrier, resulting in a fruitless effort. Nevertheless, the execution of the water release ninjutsu left the onlookers astonished. Hiss, is that the water barrier? Who is this person? The Hinata clan member wore a look of disbelief, quickly darkening in countenance as he realized the unexpected strength Natsum Yang possessed. Natsum's expression turned frigid as he pivoted to face the member of the Hyuga clan, his gaze piercing. The first time, I might indulge your folly, but the second time cannot merely be dismissed as caprice. Do you perceive my indifference as tolerance? Do you believe me to be easily intimidated? Allow me to enlighten you. Not everyone will acquiesce to your Hyuga clan. With that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the individual in an instant, delivering a swift kick that sent the member of the Hyuga clan hurtling through the air. The force of Natsum Yoichi's kick was overwhelmingly powerful, sending the man crashing like a sandbag into the tables and chairs behind him, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood and lose several teeth in the process. Hinata Akikiku, I spared you last time, but it appears you have not learned your lesson. Therefore, today shall serve as a memorable lesson for you. Natsum Yo turned around, casting his gaze upon Hinata Akiyuki, who stood a short distance away, her face etched with shock. A cold smile graced his lips as he began to approach her. You wretched fool. I shall see you dead. At that moment, a figure sprang up from between the tables and chairs, charging towards Natsum Yo once more. With eyes wide open, he prepared to unleash a series of Bagua palm strikes against him. Had this been over 2 months ago, Natsum Yo might have struggled against this opponent. However, now, this adversary appeared to him as nothing more than a pitiful weakling. Natsum Yang executed a powerful kick, forcefully striking the man's chest and sending him flying once more. However, this time, Natsum did not allow him to crash into the tables and chairs. Instead, he swiftly appeared behind him and delivered another fierce kick to his back, slamming him heavily to the ground, causing the earth to reverberate with a resounding thud. Hinata Akiyuki, should there be a next time, it shall be you lying on the ground. Mark my words. The pent-up malevolence from 2 months of slaughter erupted forth, rendering Natsum Yang akin to a fearsome demon, instilling dread in all who beheld him. The sight of blood, so foreign to these students, left them utterly speechless, paralyzed in fear. With even Watanabe Chiba recoiling from this intimidating visage of Natsum Yang. My apologies, I trust one have not frightened you. Natsum Haru turned around and gazed at Wada Chiba, whose sunny demeanor had returned. However, in stark contrast to Hinata Setsuna lying in a pool of blood, Natsum Haru's radiant visage evoked an unsettling chill within the heart. It's all right, let's go, Wada Chiba said, her voice trembling as she grasped Natsum Haru's hand and exited the classroom. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, they were intercepted by a member of the Hinata family. Chapter 51. You are Natsum Haru. You think you can simply walk away after reducing our young master Hinata Setsuna to such a state? The individual spoke with a haughty air, embodying the arrogance befitting the foremost family of Kenoha. However, such arrogance depended entirely on whom it was directed towards. Natsum Yo has never been one to succumb to such tactics. If you have any grievances, feel free to address them with Lord Hokage. I am confident that he will make a judicious decision. Until then, kindly step aside. Should this individual be an adversary, he could extinguish their life in no more than 3 moves. Under Natsum Yo's gaze, the Hyuga guard felt an instantaneous chill, as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. The overwhelming sense of pressure and impending danger rendered him utterly immobile. Only after Natsum Yo had departed did he feel a semblance of ownership over his own body once more. On the streets, Chiba Watanabe expressed her concern. Have you truly not considered the repercussions of provoking the Hyuga clan? Her thoughts had long since strayed from the enjoyment of shopping. Rest assured, with Hyuga Sakana having initiated the provocation, those from the Anbu are far from ineffectual. Lord Hokage is well aware of the situation and will not show favoritism towards either side. Natsum regarded the matter with indifference, having already demonstrated his worth. Given his potential, it would be unreasonable for the third generation to excessively reproach him, as he held utilitarian value in their eyes. Well, let us hope everything unfolds as you have foretold. Until a final conclusion is reached, she could only console herself in such a manner. In truth, the third generation's sentiments aligned with Natsum thoughts. Both sides bore their share of blame, and no party was without fault. Hinata Setsuna instigated the conflict and harbored intentions to seriously injure Natsum, while Yang merely retaliated in self-defense, albeit with excessive force. Although the patriarch of the Hinata clan felt somewhat displeased, he found himself powerless to act, for the third generation had already rendered a verdict. Should they continue to act recklessly, the third generation would not hesitate to enforce their authority. However, Natsum remained unaware that the third generation had intervened on his behalf regarding the Hinata clan. Despite their disdain for him, they would refrain from causing him trouble. Yet, the enmity with the Uchiha clan was a matter he must confront alone. During the incident involving Uchiha Yusuke, the soul-controlling curse he had cast was discovered. And even the curse placed on Uchiha Junichi was unveiled. The proud Uchiha clan could hardly tolerate such affronts and promptly sought out Natsum. Nevertheless, he was currently oblivious to the Uchiha clan's pursuit. The vibrant scenes of the bustling streets soon allowed Watanabe Chiba to forget her earlier worries, becoming wholly immersed in the joy of shopping. 2 hours later, you must be Natsum. While enjoying his shopping excursion, Natsum was intercepted by a member of the Uchiha clan. The man, with a somber demeanor and an air of authority, appeared to be around 35 years of age. Resembling Uchiha Junichi as if cast from the same mold, and regarded Natsum with a look of hostility. Even without observing the visibly agitated yet fearful Uchiha Junichi beside him, Natsum recognized the individual. You must be Uchiha Junichi's father. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Natsum. Natsum extended his right hand towards him, a broad smile illuminating his face, exuding an air of confidence as if he held all the cards. With the soul-controlling curse on Uchiha Juni, he felt no fear of this individual's unpredictability. I am Uchiha Dairen, he declared, and if you possess any sense of prudence, I advise you to swiftly the curse on my son. I can overlook this incident entirely, erasing it from existence. You must understand, before the Uchiha clan, you are merely an insignificant commoner. Eliminating you would be as effortless as extinguishing a mere ant. Uchiha Dairen, true to his lineage, radiated a natural arrogance, looking down upon all. Chapter 52, Are you not afraid of retaliation? What if I say I am not? Natsum stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chiba Wada, effectively obstructing the oppressive aura emanating from him. Let us wait and see. Do not presume that the sealing technique is something you alone can unravel. I hope you will not find yourself begging me for mercy like a dog. Uchiha Obito's countenance darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Natsum, as if he sought to pierce him through. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, felt an involuntary chill creep up their spines. Oh, is that so? Then I shall await your demonstration. I sincerely hope you discover a means to break this curse. For there will come a day when you might find yourself pleading with me. At that juncture, I assure you, I shall not be as accommodating as I am today. After all, I detest being threatened above all else. Natsum emitted a nonchalant chuckle, displaying no concern that Uchiha Itachi could unravel the soul-binding curse. However, given his current prowess, he was not inclined to excessively pressure Uchiha Itachi. As Itachi had noted, he was merely a commoner, lacking the foundational experience to contend with a clan like the Uchiha. Very well, Natsum, let us hope you do not come to regret this choice. Uchiha Itachi cast a shadowy glance at Natsum, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. After Itachi departed, Hatake Chiba reproached Natsum with a hint of discontent, saying, You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. After provoking the Hyuga clan, you now turn to the Uchiha. Sigh. Rest assured, Uchiha Itachi will not stir up any significant turmoil. Should he dare to act recklessly, he need not blame me for being ruthless and showing him the consequences. Natsum smiled gently, patting the small hand of Watanabe Chiba, reassuring her not to worry. However, one could see the expression he wore upon leaving, and a sense of fear crept in. Yet, how could Watanabe Chiba feel at ease? Natsum might disregard the Uchiha clan, but she could not afford such luxury. As an ordinary citizen, lacking the prowess of Natsum, how could she contend with the Uchiha family? She voiced her concerns, The village conceals many hidden talents. What if he truly manages to unravel it? It was not that she doubted Natsume Yoichi, but in comparison to the entirety of Konohagakure, he appeared somewhat less reassuring. Upon hearing her words, Natsume Yoichi couldn't help but smile confidently, proclaiming, "Fear not. If he truly manages to break it, I shall write my name in reverse. For he does not possess such capability. Not a single soul in all of Konohagakure bears such power. Should he wish to harm you, he must first tread over my corpse. Until I fall, I shall ensure that not a single hair on your head is harmed." The Soul Control Curse. A superlative jutsu produced by the system can only be reclaimed through the system itself. Otherwise, regardless of how advanced your sealing or cursed techniques may be, not only would you fail to unravel it, but you would inadvertently amplify the controlling power of the Soul Control Curse. Unfortunately, the victim of this curse extends beyond Uchiha Junyi. There is another named Uchiha Yusuke. Uchiha Yusuke's father does not possess the same rationality as Uchiha Daito, and Watanabe Chiba was unaware that she was being followed. "Ah, so it is you. Quite bold, I must say." Uchiha Yusuke's father, Uchiha Kankaku, embodies a character akin to Danzo, a figure shrouded in coldness, employing even harsher methods than Uchiha Daito. Thus, when Natsume Yoichi returned home after bidding farewell to Watanabe Chiba, he was met at his doorstep by a darkly scowling member of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by 2 bodyguards and the resentful Uchiha Yusuke, who stood beside him. Was the unconscious Watanabe Chiba taken captive? Chapter 53. I detest being threatened. Uchiha Yusuke's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet fear dominated his expression, especially when Natsume Yoichi's gaze fell upon him, causing his body to tremble incessantly. "You must be Natsume Yoichi. You know why I am here. I present you with 2 choices, unravel it or perish. I believe once the caster is dead, the technique loses its efficacy, does it not? Furthermore, I trust you wouldn't wish for this girl to come to harm?" Uchiha Kankaku's demeanor was one of a difference, as one of his bodyguards swiftly appeared behind Natsume Yoichi, his strength matching that of Natsume. Before Natsume Yoichi stood Uchiha Kankaku, whose power had already reached that of a typical Jonin. If that is your belief, then I surmise Uchiha Yusuke's demise is not far off. Do you think I would not take a few down with me before I meet my end? I have configured this curse so that it will detonate upon my death. At that moment, you will have effectively slain your own son. Natsume's deception is executed with such composure that not a single blink betrays him. Yet, he dares not raise his gaze, fearing the illusionary powers of the Sharingan. What do you intend? Do you presume that I am powerless against you? Do not forget, while you may threaten me, I possess the means to threaten you as well. This young lady is indeed a tragic sight. As he spoke, another guard swiftly slashed across Chiba Hata's arm, causing her to awaken in agony, her body trembling uncontrollably. Excellent. Truly worthy of the Uchiha Vice Clan leader. Indeed, he possesses formidable skills. Given this, it seems I must resign myself to fate. Natsume Yang clenched his fists, his expression radiating fury. "Humph, you can never triumph against me." Upon witnessing Natsume Yang's apparent admission of guilt, Uchiha Kangwa immediately displayed an air of arrogance. Yet, how unfortunate it is, for I despise being threatened above all else. Suddenly, Natsume Haru lifted his head, revealing a dazzling smile to Uchiha Kang, and coldly uttered a single word, "Injury." In an instant, Uchiha Yusuke, whose complexion had been perfectly normal, violently spewed forth a stream of crimson blood, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Subsequently, Natsume Haru darted forward, swiftly snatching Watanabe Chiba from the hands of the guard, who only then realized what had transpired. But it was too late. What do you think? Surprising, isn't it? I advise you to remain still, should my mood take a turn for the worse. It would be unfortunate if I were to inflict further harm upon him. Surely, having such a precious son in your life is no small feat. Oh. And by the way, I neglected to mention that this technique knows no bounds in distance. Therefore, I trust you comprehend my intent. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to test it. Let us see who possesses greater ruthlessness. Natsume Haruki gazed coldly at Uchiha Kankaku, his frosty eyes shimmering with a madness that sent shivers down Kankaku's spine. In that moment, he seemed to forget his possession of the 3-tomo Sharingan. He could have seized the opportunity to cast a genjutsu on Haruki, compelling him to unravel the soul-binding curse. It is often said that a single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. The ruthless determination of Natsume Haruki instilled a profound sense of apprehension within Kankaku, as he feared Haruki's unpredictable nature. Reflect well on this. Do not presume that my youth of merely 10 years renders me an easy target. If there is nothing of consequence, let us part ways. I am utterly exhausted. Natsume quickly returned to a semblance of normalcy, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a host eager to usher guests away as he carried Watanabe Chiba into the house. Uchiha Kang, unable to discern whether this was a test from Natsume or a deliberate act, refrained from any impulsive actions. Chapter 54. Where did I go wrong? Sir, look. Upon entering, the two guards exchanged glances before directing their gaze toward the unusually somber Uchiha Kang. For now, let us refrain from any rash actions. We should first consult someone from the clan to see if they can unravel this situation. If not, we shall seek out the more skilled ninjas in the village. Finances are no obstacle. Natsume scoffed inwardly, thinking, do not let me unravel this, or next time I shall ensure that you and that young lady experience a fate worse than death. Uchiha Kang waved his hand, signaling for the two to carry Uchiha Yosuke back. Finally, he has departed. Thankfully, this fellow is susceptible to such tactics. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the outcome, even if I could instantly detonate the soul control curse. Uchiha's genjutsu is notoriously unpredictable. Should Uchiha Kang gain the upper hand first, I would instantly become little more than prey, losing all my cards. Once Uchiha Kang had indeed left, Natsume couldn't help but exhale a long sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. In his previous life, he would never have dared to engage in such reckless behavior. It was only in this world that Natsume understood that without a touch of madness, survival was impossible. Are you all right? Natsume immediately began searching within the system for a remedy to his injuries that would leave no scars. Woo. I told you not to provoke the Uchiha clan. You may have narrowly escaped today, but what of the future? How do you intend to confront them? Watanabe Chiba cried, her tears cascading down like rain, resembling a frightened rabbit. All right, it was my mistake. I acknowledge that. Please, stop crying, Natsume tenderly consoled her, applying the jade ointment he had exchanged for within the system to her wounds. I'm trying to discuss serious matters here. Can you not be so dismissive? Must you always court trouble? However, even if I don't provoke the Uchihas, fate has an insidious way of catching up with you. People like Uchiha Junichi become even more brazen the more you tolerate them. If they remain unaware of their limits and are not made to fear consequences, they will never relent. Surely, you understand this from personal experience? Where have I erred? I refuse to listen. You are in the wrong. And yet you remain oblivious to your faults. Fine. You should ponder your thoughts. I shall take my leave for now. We can discuss this once you've sorted through your feelings. With that, Watanabe Chiba extricated herself from Natsume's embrace and dashed out of his home. Sighing, Natsume watched her retreating figure, pondering, where exactly did I go astray? If only I had experience in romance, I would certainly have pursued her without hesitation, ensuring she did not depart so easily. Regrettably, he remains unaware. Girls are truly perplexing creatures. In the name of their well-being, they attribute my missteps to me. Leaving one utterly confounded, Natsume shook his head, temporarily burying this matter in his heart, and resumed his training. In the Uchiha clan territory, I entrust this matter to you, confident in your abilities to unravel this cursed seal. The Uchiha summoned the most adept shinobi from their clan, skilled in the arts of unsealing and sealing, hoping he could dispel the soul-controlling curse afflicting Uchiha Junyi. Rest assured, it shall be no trouble at all. Leave it to me. Who among the Uchiha clan possesses greater mastery of sealing techniques than I? Even the skilled ninjas from rival nations concede to my prowess. After all, what can a mere child truly accomplish? Chapter 55. How could it be so complicated? With my intervention, the issue shall be resolved in no time. The ninja summoned by the Uchiha to lift the curse from Uchiha Junyi is named Uchiha Toriyu, appearing to be around 30 years of age. He dismissed the soul-controlling curse that Natsume had inflicted upon Uchiha Junyi, regarding him merely as a 10-year-old child, incapable of wielding formidable seals. Throughout his life, he had encountered many formidable curses and had never met one he could not resolve. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Please ensure you unravel the seal upon him, so that I may take my time tormenting that little brat. How dare he employ such tactics to threaten me? When has Uchiha ever been subjected to such intimidation? This indignation shall not go unavenged. He cannot perceive me as a mere plaything. Uchiha believed wholeheartedly in Uchiha Toryu's abilities, since he claimed he could dispel the curse. Uchiha felt reassured. Little did he consider the possibility that Uchiha Toryu might fail to lift the soul-controlling curse, potentially exacerbating its effects, leaving him to beg Natsume for mercy. Merely a child, yet he has managed to ensnare you in such a predicament, truly a testament to the pride of the Uchiha clan. Were it not for our shared lineage, I would never lend you my aid. Uchiha Tsuyu let out a cold laugh in his heart. then devoted himself entirely to the task of unraveling the cursed seal on Uchiha Junyi. He took pride in his ability to dispel such seals. However, when his mental energy penetrated into Uchiha Junyi's mind, he was instantly taken aback. In the past, every sealing technique he had unraveled followed a discernible pattern, allowing him to locate the source and dispel it. Yet, the soul-controlling curse within Uchiha Junyi's mind resembled a tangled ball of yarn, chaotic and convoluted, making the true source utterly elusive. Moreover, it shifted and morphed continuously, far exceeding his imagination. Sweat began to beat on Uchiha Tsuyu's forehead. He had never anticipated that the seemingly insignificant Natsumu possessed such remarkable proficiency in curse techniques. I refused to believe that a mere child-esque curse could thwart me. Nevertheless, as a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Tsuyu was not one to easily concede defeat. He had just assured Uchiha Dairen of his capabilities. To admit failure now would be akin to a slap in the face, jeopardizing his standing in the future. An hour passed. Uchiha Tsuyu was drenched in sweat, yet still had not made any progress. Observing this, Uchiha Dairen, possessing at least a modicum of intelligence, understood the situation. Any progress? Yet. As he had a request to make, he remained courteous despite his suspicions. Please, grant me a little more time to study this further. Trust in my abilities. Uchiha Tsuyu exhaled deeply, glanced at Uchiha Dairen, and closed his eyes once more. This young boy, Natsumu, was indeed a prodigy. Such a curse technique could leave all sealing masters of the ninja world scratching their heads in confusion, although it was difficult to accept. He had to acknowledge that this was a curse beyond his current capabilities to unravel. Another hour elapsed, and Uchiha Tsuyu sighed despondently, his body soaked through, as if he had just emerged from water, utterly disheveled. Chapter 56. It seems I must compromise Uchiha Dairen. I regret to inform you that I am unable to dispel this curse. If you truly wish to unravel its effects, you must seek out the one who cast it. There is no need to consult other sealing masters. Believe me, they too would be powerless, for this is not a challenge for ordinary individuals. My expertise in sealing techniques is profound, yet I remain incapable of addressing this curse. In all of Kenoha, the only person who surpassed me in sealing arts was the late Lord Uzumaki Mido. With that, I take my leave. TCH. What a farce this so-called Uchiha's foremost sealing master is. In the end, he is merely a fool, incapable of accomplishing even this simple task. I refuse to believe that. Apart from that little imp, no one else can lift this curse. The Uchiha clan continues their search, yet how could their movements possibly go unnoticed by Uchiha Fugaku? Natsumu Haru, immersed in his training, could scarcely anticipate that he would soon encounter Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. From the moment Natsumu Yang cast the soul-binding curse upon Uchiha Junyi, he realized that a conversation with Uchiha Fugaku was inevitable. One cannot traverse the riverbank without getting one's feet wet. However, he did not anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Natsumu Yang, indeed. Uchiha Fugaku approached alone, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light reminiscent of Ashura in the night, instilling a sense of dread. Release the curses binding both of you, and your enmity with the Uchiha will be resolved, he declared. Conversely, should you attempt to leverage the curse for intimidation or negotiation, I invite you to test your mettle against me. In the presence of my Sharingan, we shall see whose speed prevails. Should you fall under its control, all your secrets shall be laid bare before me, and you will become a slave to the Uchiha, forever bearing our name and enduring the scorn of all in Konohagakure. Naturally, your dear little girlfriend will also become a casualty, forever unable to lift her head in shame, just like you. It must be said that compared to the others, Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor and methods were far more formidable, and Natsumu Yang felt an overwhelming pressure. Thus it appears I have no alternative but to release the curses and restore their freedom. Natsumu Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow and chuckled softly. You may perceive it this way. This is not a threat, merely a negotiation. You are an astute individual, and you should be aware of the appropriate course of action. Provoking the Uchiha clan without cause will surely lead to difficulties in your future. Uchiha Fugaku crossed his arms, his tone devoid of the essence of negotiation, resembling more of a command directed at Natsumu Yang. Yet, curiously, Natsumu Yang found himself swayed by this approach. While Uchiha and his companions represented only their personal interests, Uchiha Fugaku stood as the embodiment of the entire Uchiha clan. Natsumu Yang was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with the entirety of the Uchiha. Furthermore, the Uchiha Fugaku before him was a user of the three-tomo Sharingan, possessing the strength of an elite jonin. Natsumu Yang had no means to mount a resistance. It seems I have no choice but to acquiesce. But how will you guarantee that Uchiha and his associates, as well as Uchiha Yusuke, will not seek retribution against me? Natsum gazed intently at Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 57. You had better behave yourselves. Rest assured, I, Uchiha Fugaku, would never jest with my own credibility. Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku turned and departed. At last, a matter has been resolved. Natsum couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the prospect of unraveling the cursed seals upon them is far from simple. Uchiha Fugaku may guarantee that he will not retaliate against me, but what of the others? Who can assure me of that? Fortunately, within the system lies a method to conceal the soul control curse. Uchiha Junichi and Uchiha Yusuke. You had better ensure that you do not play tricks on me after this. Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with the very essence of the fear of death. Natsum was certainly not naive enough to fully trust the words of Uchiha Fugaku. However, as a person of limited strength within the village, lacking any substantial backing, temporarily reconciling with the Uchiha clan was his best course of action to mitigate his losses. As for why he did not seek the Hokage's assistance, how could he? Would he dare approach the third Hokage and confess that he had used a soul-controlling jutsu on Uchiha Yosuke and Uchiha Junichi, and that the Uchiha were now intent on eliminating him? Such a notion was ludicrous. Had he done so, Natsum might have already met his demise. Possessing a jutsu capable of subduing the Uchiha, which they could not unravel, would undoubtedly provoke the third Hokage to act, if not openly, then surely in secret, as Danzo would not be as amenable as the Uchiha clan. Thus, it was destined to be a matter confined solely between the Uchiha and Natsum, one that must not escalate to the attention of the Hokage. The following day, Natsum strode confidently into the Uchiha territory, where he was graciously welcomed by a Uchiha guard. Within the Uchiha hall, Uchiha Fugaku and a congregation of Uchiha elders were seated, composed and solemn. Present were also Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Junichi, the latter two having fallen victim to Natsum soul-controlling jutsu. As they beheld Natsum approaching, both men involuntarily shivered, their eyes wide with fear. Natsum, you are an astute individual. Let us commence. From this moment forth, let all grievances between you and the Uchiha be laid to rest. Uchiha Fugaku stated with a slight narrowing of his eyes, his tone commanding. I trust your words hold weight. Natsum feigned a demeanor of caution and concern as he extended his hands toward the heads of the two men. For this encounter, he had taken ample precautions to shield himself from any genjutsu. System conceal, he instructed, closing his eyes. Subsequently, Natsum felt a chilling power coursing through his hands, penetrating the minds of the two Uchiha. Instantly, they experienced a lightness in their heads, the sensation of bondage dissipating entirely, prompting involuntary sighs of relief from both. Very well. The curse mark has been lifted. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. As Natsum prepared to take his leave, just as he was about to step out of the Uchiha hall, a sudden voice called out to him. Hold on. It was a voice imbued with an air of authority, yet marked by age. Upon turning, Natsum saw it was one of the Uchiha elders. What is it? Esteemed elder? Natsum turned around, his hands tucked within his sleeves, and with a beaming smile, he inquired, Chapter 58, You may depart. You possess quite the audacity to scheme against a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe that we, the Uchihas, can be trifled with so easily? Shouldn't you leave something as a token of apology? The speaker bore a striking resemblance to those of the Uchiha clan, yet his demeanor was even more shadowy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Toriyu was placing his hands upon the heads of Uchiha Juni and Uchiha Yusuke, probing whether Natsum had indeed lifted the curse he had placed upon them. They initiated the bullying. I merely retaliated in self-defense. Why is it that the Uchiha clan can set ablaze while I, Natsum, cannot even light a candle? It appears that such regulations do not exist in the land of fire, or perhaps the Uchiha clan believes itself to be above such laws. Despite Natsum cheerful demeanor, his words caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. They were piercing and cutting. The elder who had spoken earlier pointed at Natsum, yet found himself at a loss for words, his eyes wide in disbelief, embodying a sense of bluster hiding cowardice. No problem. At that moment, Uchiha Toriyu withdrew his hands, nodded towards Uchiha Fugaku, and spoke. Upon closer inspection, one could perceive profound astonishment within his eyes. Very well, Natsum, you may take your leave. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Natsum before closing his eyes once more to meditate. The sequence of events unfolded seamlessly. One can only imagine that had it not been for Uchiha Toriyu's statement, would Natsum have been able to exit the Uchiha estate? It was utterly inconceivable. Farewell. Natsum Yang bowed respectfully to Uchiha Fugaku before swiftly turning and departing. Shall we simply allow this young man to leave like that? Protested the elder who had just spoken, casting a resentful glance at Uchiha Fugaku. Enough. This matter is hereby resolved. If anyone dares to pursue it further, let it be known that I shall not tolerate it. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was stern, his gaze sharp as it swept across all those before him. Uchiha Akainu lowered his head slightly, a flicker of understanding evident in his eyes. Different individuals possess varied interpretations. Uchiha Fugaku's earlier words would serve as the guiding principles for their subsequent actions towards Natsum Yang. A week later, Natsum was in a state of discontent, and if one were to inquire as to the cause, it stemmed from yet another heated quarrel with Chiba Watanabe. A conflict arising from a rather trivial matter, namely, the Uchiha clan. Watanabe expressed her belief that Natsum was too prone to instigating trouble and had begun to display a certain arrogance, which rendered her feeling insecure in their relationship. However, Natsum insisted that it was not his intention to provoke discord. Rather, it was the Uchiha and Hyuga clans that persistently sought to engage him. He could not simply retreat and allow others to take advantage of him. Moreover, he had temporarily resolved the issues with the Uchiha clan. As for the matters concerning the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage had already intervened on his behalf. As long as he continued to enhance his abilities and prove himself useful to the third, he would naturally be spared from any threats to his security. Yet, Natsum found himself increasingly vexed by the realization that no matter how humbly he attempted to explain his position, the moment he mentioned having resolved matters with the Uchiha, Watanabe would dismiss him as arrogant. This attitude from Watanabe only served to heighten Natsum's impatience. If she was unwilling to place her trust in him, then so be it. In a secluded corner of the Kenoha forest, the sound of rustling echoed. Swish, swish, swish. Natsum is diligently practicing the Sword of Wind, for it is only through immersion in his training that he can momentarily escape the myriad troubles of life. In Chapter 59, Shadow Clone. He hones his skills with remarkable speed. The short blade in his hand glimmers with a chilling light, and the sound of the wind howls around him as he moves in a rhythmic cadence across the barren training ground. A frigid aura envelopes the space within a few meters of him, sharp and biting. This coldness shifts and changes with Natsum's movements. His swordplay may appear slow and somewhat haphazard, yet when viewed as a whole, it exudes a fluid grace, akin to water flowing effortlessly. While Natsum practices his swordsmanship, not far from him, another version of Natsum is engaged in the art of ninjutsu. The practitioner of the sword is a shadow clone, while the one performing ninjutsu is the original. Water release, great water arm technique. Upon completing the hand signs, a torrent of water erupts from his body, coiling around his arm to form a solid water wrist. He then strides forward, crashing against a massive 9-meter boulder before him. With a resounding thud, the boulder shatters, the debris raining down towards Natsum. In an instant, he forms hand signs to conjure a fan-shaped water barrier, shielding himself from the falling rubble. The force of the rocks descend is immense, yet for Natsum at this moment, it serves to refine his control over ninjutsu, empowering him further. Once the fragments settle, he leaps into the air, seizing a puppet from the ground with his legs, and unleashes a series of lion's barrage strikes, sending the puppet crashing into the earth. However, Natsum cannot allow the puppet to be destroyed so easily. He rapidly forms hand signs in midair and conjures another water barrier to catch it, for it will be needed in future practice, an environmentally conscious act of reusability. Leaf Hurricane. Upon landing, Natsum springs forth, delivering a powerful leaf hurricane kick to a sturdy tree. The sound of an explosion resonates as a deep dent appears in the trunk, splintering wood flying in all directions. Water release, great water arm technique. Natsum once again formed a series of hand seals, directing his energy towards the towering tree before him. In a flurry of splintering wood, the grand tree slowly succumbed to gravity. Swordsmanship of the wind. At the very moment the tree began to topple, his shadow clone, which had been diligently practicing sword techniques, rushed forth in an instant. With a few swift flashes of cold light, the majestic tree transformed into 5 colossal wooden stumps, crashing down to the ground. Technique of shadow clones. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Natsum's eyes. After forming a series of intricate hand seals, 5 shadow clones materialized behind him and charged toward the descending wooden pillar. The air was rent with the sharp, roaring sound of wind and thunder as turbulent wind chakra coalesced in their hands. Subsequently, they transformed this energy into 5 spherical orbs, each the size of a lead ball, manifesting as wind release, Rasengan, which they hurled with unyielding ferocity at the colossal wooden structure. The wind release, Rasengan, was a technique he had recently mastered. His current prowess had only just reached the threshold necessary for its acquisition. With the mastery of this technique, his strength surged significantly, yielding a direct increase of 100 experience points. Furthermore, he completed the water clone technique, albeit with a modest gain of merely 10 experience points. Nevertheless, his experience had now approached the zenith of a jonin, with a mere 50 points remaining to transcend into that esteemed rank. With a resounding crash, the area transformed into chaos as the fallen wooden pillar shattered upon impact with the wind release, Rasengan, disintegrating into a flurry of wooden splinters. It was as though countless blades were relentlessly slicing through the timber, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Chapter 60. Little Demon, be my experiment subject. Upon completing this display, Natsum exhaled deeply and dispelled the shadow clones. The abrupt disappearance of the 6 clones was marked by a series of explosive sounds, and Natsum found himself abruptly seated on the ground, a torrent of overwhelming memories flooding into his mind, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Training with shadow clones was indeed not an endeavor for the ordinary individual. Natsum Yang's audacity in undertaking such actions stemmed from his experience of undergoing the system's indoctrination twice, allowing him to acclimatize to the sensations of discomfort and pressure. Furthermore, his substantial chakra reserves, particularly among his peers, enabled him to endure the strain. Were it an ordinary individual, such a feat would indeed be unattainable. However, unbeknownst to Natsum Yang, a chilling figure lurked less than 100 meters behind him. Having witnessed the entirety of his recent practice, ding, malevolent intent detected, Orochimaru. The host is on the brink of crisis. Task issued. Please ensure the host successfully escapes the clutches of poison. Rewards, experience points 50, gold 100, and 1 chance at the lottery in the shop. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Natsum's mind, but the nature of the task caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Almost immediately, a magnetic yet chilling voice emerged from behind him. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Startled, he turned to see Orochimaru approaching with a sinister smile. His long black hair danced in the wind, golden snake-like eyes glimmered, and the purple eyeshadow extending to the bridge of his nose, along with his pallid complexion and aquamarine Magatama earrings, perfectly embodied the image of Orochimaru that resided in Natsum's mind. Little one, you are quite impressive. It is rare to find someone with such strength at your age within the vast realm of shinobi. Thus, you would make an excellent subject for my experiments. At this moment, Orochimaru had already commenced his human experimentation. Although his obsession had not yet reached its later extremes, it was only a matter of time. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Orochimaru offered Natsum no opportunity to react, swiftly forming hand seals and channeling chakra, causing the ground beneath Natsum's feet to transform instantaneously into a swamp. At this moment, Natsum found himself utterly depleted of chakra, with no strength left to evade. He was thus consumed, exchanged for the holy healing potion. Yet, Natsum was not one to surrender so easily. He hurriedly redeemed the potion to restore his chakra. Wind Blade Technique. The holy healing potion instantaneously revitalized a portion of his chakra. With a fierce shout, he hurled a short blade that embedded itself into a nearby tree. The blade ensnared by steel wire. With a vigorous tug, he extricated himself from the mire. Shadow Snake Hand. However, before Natsum could catch his breath, Orochimaru had already closed in, 5 venomous black serpents bearing their foul jaws towards him, sending shivers down his spine. Bang! Natsum skillfully evaded the attack with his stand technique, reappearing behind Orochimaru, utilizing the wind instantaneous body technique in conjunction with the sword technique of wind. He struck with a blade that flashed like lightning, leaving no time for a response. With a piercing sound, Orochimaru made no attempt to dodge and was impaled by the strike, only to dissolve into a puddle of mud, his signature mud clone technique. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Orochimaru emerged from the earth nearby, having completed his hand seals, unleashing a linear torrent of flames that tore through the air with astonishing speed, granting Natsum scarcely a moment to react. Wind Instantaneous Body Technique. Natsum Yang gritted his teeth, vanishing before the impending strike of the flame. Chapter 61. Unsightly Growth. A hasty retreat. The disparity in strength between Natsum Yang and Orochimaru is insurmountable. Even with identical ninjutsu, he could never hope to match Orochimaru's prowess. The flames surged into the forest with a razor-like precision, sweeping through and severing any object that dared to stand in their path. Had Natsum Yang not evaded moments ago, he would likely have met a gruesome fate. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. But as Natsum Yang revealed himself, 5 serpent heads loomed larger before his eyes, their venomous fangs instilling a chilling dread within him. Wind sword technique. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the 5 snake heads struck simultaneously. In an instant, he vanished from Orochimaru's sight, only to reappear behind him, thrusting his short blade downward. However, Orochimaru, a master of taijutsu, effortlessly blocked the attack with a kunai. In the blink of an eye, his left hand reached toward Natsum Yang, 10 venomous snakes shooting forth from his sleeve, advancing menacingly under Natsum Yang's watchful gaze. Hiss. Natsum Yang was unable to evade in time and was bitten, yet it was merely a decoy, which instantaneously transformed into a wooden substitute with a resounding thud. Whoosh. Natsum Yang emerged from behind Orochimaru, poised to strike, only to be detected by the latter. Instantly, Natsum withdrew. Yet his reluctance prompted him to retrieve 2 shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and launch them forth. Clang! Clang! Orochimaru effortlessly deflected the shurikens with a flick of his hand and retaliated by hurling a shuriken back at Natsum, leaving him with no avenue of escape. However, Orochimaru was taken aback when he noticed a hint of a smile on Natsum's face. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a loud explosion resonated behind him. Following that, a fierce gust of wind surged past his ears, causing even him to feel a prickling sensation at his scalp. Wind release, Rasengan, Serpent's Wrath. Yet, Orochimaru, being the formidable ninja he is, summoned a gigantic serpent to shield himself just as the wind release, Rasengan approached, creating a barrier between him and the attack. The serpent's flesh was no match for the ferocious slicing power of the wind release, Rasengan. In an instant, blood and gore were scattered. And as the serpent's head was obliterated, Natsum's shadow clone swiftly sliced it open and charged again towards Orochimaru. But Orochimaru had ample time to recover. How could he possibly be hit? Evading with the soft body technique, he seized Natsum's shadow clone and hurled it away. The clone crashed against a tree with a resounding thud and vanished. Yet, when Orochimaru turned to face the front again, he found that Natsum had long since eluded him. The attack from the shadow clone's wind release, Rasengan, was merely a diversion. Natsum was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Orochimaru. Engaging in combat was futile. He had to create an opportunity to escape. His current offensive capabilities were entirely inadequate to contend with Orochimaru. The fleeting moment of relief he felt after resolving the Uchiha clan issue dissipated completely. Faced with the might of this world's powerful adversaries, he realized he was still too weak. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Experience points 50, gold 100, and 1 lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surpassing the rank of Jonin. You have surpassed Uchiha Shisui and achieved the title of Little Genius. Rewards include 1 Jonin Elite Experience Scroll and 1 Attribute Ninjutsu Enhancement Scroll. Upon returning home, Natsum Yang remained shaken, to the extent that he scarcely paid attention to the substantial rewards accompanying his promotion to Jonin. Chapter 62. The Battle of Kaiki Mountain concludes. It seems he would need to seek out a secluded place, one that would not attract Orochimaru's attention. Otherwise, while he had managed to escape this time, there were no guarantees for the next. Yet, this concern of Natsum's was swiftly addressed by the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru was summoned to partake in the war between the Hidden Leaf and the Sand Village. The sudden reassignment of Orochimaru was prompted by the tragic loss of Tsunade's beloved Dan Kato, who perished on the battlefield, leading to Tsunade, the frontline commander, succumbing to hemophobia and departing from the Hidden Leaf, with the command at the front now vacant. The 3rd Hokage made a decisive move to dispatch Orochimaru to the fray. Did Orochimaru indeed join the battlefield? It appears that the victory at the Battle of Kaiki Mountain is drawing near. While his recollections of this conflict are scant, Natsum vaguely remembers that it was under Orochimaru's leadership that triumph was achieved. Subsequently, the 3rd Hokage began to contemplate retirement and sought to select the 4th Hokage. Natsum Yohara had anticipated the imminent onset of the Kaiki Mountain battle, yet he had underestimated both the weight of history and the enduring resilience between Kenoha and Sunagakure. It was now October of the 47th year of Kenoha. A full 10 months had elapsed since Natsum-yo's encounter with Orochimaru. During this period, with Orochimaru's threat dissipated in the village, Natsum dedicated nearly all his time outside of missions to rigorous training. Of course, a small portion of his time was also devoted to navigating the complexities of his relationship with Hitaki Chiba. Their Cold War had persisted for approximately 2 months. However, due to the demanding nature of his missions, Natsum found little opportunity to spend time with her. The orders from the Anbu were absolute. Failure to comply could indeed spell disaster. Nevertheless, Natsum tenaciously sought reconciliation with Hitaki Chiba, yet, whether he acknowledged it or not, the bond they shared had undeniably shifted from its former closeness. Throughout these 10 months, the atmosphere in Kenoha had been relatively somber, with perhaps the sole bright spot being the conclusion of the war with Sunagakure, culminating in Kenoha's resounding victory. The Kaiki Mountain battle had gained worldwide renown. In the interim, the demise of the Third Reikage during the conflict with the Wagakure necessitated the heir to the Reikage's withdrawal from the Third Shinobi World War to stabilize governance, thereby alleviating significant pressure on Kenoha. Unbeknownst to him, it was already October of the 47th year of Kenoha. How swiftly time passed. It had been 11 months since he arrived in this world. Natsum Yang sat atop a rooftop opposite the Hokage building, gazing at the structure in a contemplative trance. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the impending battle at the Kamikaze Bridge, following the fierce conflict at Kaiki Mountain. The higher echelons of Kenoha had scarcely paused for breath, while a Wagakure, having concluded its skirmish with Kumogakure, was once again mobilizing its forces towards Kenoha. Truly, the renowned and aggressive Tsuchikage Noki possessed an astute strategic vision and unwavering resolve. However, it is regrettable that Kenoha is brimming with talent, and the third Hokage is far from a timid or inept leader. Your expedition may very well end in futility. Upon learning of a Wagakure's imminent assault, Natsum Yang, having completed his assignment, approached she with a request to partake in the Third Great Ninja War. Given the dire circumstances, she could hardly refuse. Kenoha was in urgent need of personnel, with the front lines stretched thin and resources woefully inadequate. The relentless years of warfare had inflicted significant losses, not merely upon Kenoha but also upon Suna, Iwa, and Kumo, all bearing their share of wounds, save for the isolated Kirigakure. The fact that Kenoha had endured thus far was indeed commendable. Yet, had it not been for the pressing demands at the front and the shortage of manpower, the elevation of Kakashi to the rank of Jonin might not have occurred. Chapter 63. The Chunin exams. However, Natsum Yang's motivation to engage in the Third Great Ninja War was not solely driven by a desire to support the front lines. Rather, it stemmed from a task assigned by the system to participate in the war and witness its triumph, for failure would result in the erasure of the host's existence. The failure of the mission would mark the day of Natsum Yang's demise. Natsum Yang did not wish to perish in such a suffocating manner. Thus, he resolved to make a bold move. Over the past 10 months, he had undertaken a mere 2 missions, consuming nearly 8.5 months of his time, both resulting in severe injuries. Each mission was rated A-class, nearing the S-class threshold, with challenges that greatly exceeded Natsum Yang's capabilities. Were it not for the system, he would have surely met his demise. However, the rewards were substantial. Alongside a surge in experience, he acquired a powerful long-range water-style ninjutsu, the water-severing wave. This technique, employed by Shinji Tobarama to sever the branches of the god tree, possessed formidable strength. His status had transformed from a previous 1,010,000 to an impressive 1,810,000. Yet, what piqued Natsum Yang's curiosity was the absence of a notification regarding the completion of his distinguished side quest, despite having ascended to the rank of Jonin. Could it be due to Kakashi? Natsum Yang pondered, stroking his chin. If he were to discover that the reason for the quest's incompletion was merely a 10-point experience gap with Kakashi, would he not be tempted to take it out on the system? Host, Natsum Yang Dimension, Naruto World Age, 11 Skills, Water Severing Wave, Water Clone Technique, Great Water Arm Technique, Water Barrier, Wind Swordsmanship, Wind Body Flicker Technique, Wind Release, Rasengan. Shadow Clone Technique Status, 1,810,000 coins, 5680 level, Jonin Weapon, Anbu Standard Short Blade. Natsum Yang, your request has been approved. Here is your participation certificate for the chunin exams, granted by Lord Third Hokage. However, you must first become a chunin before engaging in war. Shuriing appeared behind Natsum Yang, presenting him with the exam permit. Thank you. I shall return after the war. Natsum Yang sighed with relief, tucking the permit into his clothing and expressing his gratitude to Shuriing. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The chunin exams are approaching, and I need to review my studies. It would be rather embarrassing if I were to fail. With that, Natsum Yang rose and vanished in an instant. Others hailed Hitaki Kakashi as a genius, but who could fathom that you were an equally brilliant ninja, without any inferiority to Kakashi? In just 1 year, you transformed from a mere graduate into an elite Anbu capable of independently undertaking challenging A-class missions. Natsum Yang, had I not encountered you, I would hardly believe that such a genius exists in this world. Shuri sighed softly before disappearing from the rooftop. Natsume participated in the Third Ninja World War, while Watachiba, as a medical ninja, also stepped onto the battlefield. The scarcity of medical ninjas at the front lines left no choice for the third Hokage but to send Watachiba, a mere months out of graduation medical genin, to the front lines. The chunin exams were fast approaching, and alongside Natsume were his peers, including Tsukikage Shippu, Uchiha Yusuke, and Hyuga Tenshin. However, without Natsume's involvement. The original timeline dictated that Tsukikage Shippu and others would have to wait several more years before graduating, let alone participating in the chunin exams. Yet, everything changed after Natsume publicly defeated Uchiha Yusuke a year ago. Although Tsukikage Shippu and the others maintained a facade of disdain towards Natsume in their hearts, they had already begun to regard him as their rival, striving diligently to keep pace with him, resulting in commendable achievements. None wished to lag behind their peers. They were all prodigies, and if others could accomplish it, why should they not? Chapter 64. Kenoha abounds with talents. Though this chunin exam was held during wartime, it still attracted participants from other villages. Naturally, these were from allied ninja villages, such as Sunagakure, which had recently signed a peace treaty with Kenoha. The neutral village of Amigakure, and the long-standing allies of Kusagakure and Iwagakure. Their participation in the chunin exams held in Kenoha bore a significant advantage, the prestige associated with Kenoha. The foremost ninja village was not unfounded and had long been ingrained in the minds of many, unlike the previous exams held during the Wind Era. This chunin exam featured no final confrontations, consisting solely of written tests and survival examinations. The written test took place on the third floor, devoid of the ninjutsu assessments found in the past, lacking the boy who firmly believed that hard work can surpass genius, and certainly missing the breathtaking spectacle of that one kick. It was rather mundane and tinged with a hint of melancholy. Natsume entered the classroom like an unremarkable passerby, drawing no attention from anyone. Indeed, seated among his peers, he blended seamlessly into the crowd. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be his attire, distinct from those around him. He donned a loose, cream-colored robe over a fitted black outfit, his slightly long hair neatly tied back, exuding a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. Yet, this failed to captivate anyone's interest. Perhaps the surrounding grass and leaf ninjas regarded him merely as a pawn. Look, there's Hinata Tenki, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. It is said that he mastered the clan's ultimate technique, the Byakugan, at the tender age of 11 and excels in their gentle fist technique, having already achieved 64 palms. And beside him stands Hinata Sukuna, who graduated early and reportedly defeated his examiner during the genin evaluation, earning him the title of one of the Hyuga's twin stars alongside Tenki. So impressive. A formidable rival indeed. We must devise a strategy to counter the Byakugan. The comments sparked a flurry of admiration and serious contemplation among the onlookers. Look, it's Uchiha Yusuke, whose prowess is said to be nearing that of the legendary Uchiha Shisui. And there's Tsukikage Kaze, who has mastered the assassination technique Mizukage no Mai from the second Hokage, truly a force to be reckoned with. Not to forget no Hinakawa Jinkan, who recently sparred with Tsukikage Kaze and held his own. The emergence of these talents caused quite a stir. Participants from Sunagakure, Kusagakure, Konohagakure, and Amigakure were well informed about them and had been advised to tread carefully, as engaging with such individuals could jeopardize their chances in the exam. Unbeknownst to Natsume, the examiner overseeing the exam was observing him through a monitor. Is this Natsume, the one that Lion Eagle insisted I pay attention to? He appears rather ordinary, calm and quiet, hardly resembling the cold and powerful Tenki he described. Suddenly, while resting his head on the desk, Natsume seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze toward the monitor. At that moment, the examiner, who had previously deemed Natsume unremarkable, felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, instinctively gasping in surprise. In that fleeting exchange of glances, he perceived only indifference in Natsume's eyes, akin to a fearsome creature devoid of any emotion. Chapter 65. This is the true prodigy. Such keen insight. He detected my presence so swiftly. This is the true essence of genius, exhibiting such humility in one's demeanor. In comparison, Hinata Tianshin and the others still have a considerable distance to cover. The examiner, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, finally comprehended why Shuri held Natsume in such high regard. It is because Natsume is exceptionally remarkable. The examiner pondered what kind of mindset one must possess to remain so composed despite wielding such formidable power. He attempted to place himself in Natsume's shoes. imagining himself with the same achievements, only to realize that it would be utterly impossible for him to maintain such modesty. Were he in that position, he would undoubtedly be preoccupied with showcasing his prowess, ensuring others recognized his greatness. Yet, Natsum appeared almost indifferent to his own accomplishments, exuding an air of unflappable serenity, which left the examiner genuinely in awe. Ah, how intriguing it is to discover that someone is paying attention to me. Natsum smiled faintly before withdrawing her gaze, resting her head on the table, lazily glancing towards the door, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Natsum remained oblivious to the presence of a tranquil girl a mere 2 positions behind him, who was secretly observing him with eyes that seemed to radiate light. However, as if recalling something profound, her gaze dimmed abruptly. This girl, known as Kanketsuchika, was a year older than Natsum yet graduated alongside him, achieving the top theoretical score in the entire school and placing 3rd in ninjutsu. She had entered the Kenoha medical clinic and was now a competent medical ninja. As for her reasons for participating in the chunin exams, she was uncertain. However, upon learning that Natsum would also be competing, an inexplicable urge compelled her to join. Unlike typical medical ninjas, Kanketsuchika possessed offensive capabilities, transcending the limitations of mere healing techniques. Yet, she harbored no fondness for combat. Rather, she preferred to remain within the clinic, dedicating herself to saving lives. How enviable it was, how deeply she admired them, for it was a truth universally acknowledged. Natsum rested his head upon the table, squinting at the moonlight that surrounded Jifeng and the others, resembling a constellation gathered around a luminary. He feigned a tone of envy. Yet, what good is envy, my dear brother? Such treatment is reserved for geniuses. Individuals like you and me, mere commoners, are destined to play the supporting roles, merely providing a backdrop for their brilliance. Indeed, the fruits of our lifelong endeavors may be effortlessly grasped by others with a mere wave of their hand. The disparity is simply too vast. Upon Natsum utterance, 2 voices resounded behind him, embodying a sense of resignation. Perhaps it was true. After all, they were prodigies, with a promising future and a stage that belonged to them. In response, Natsum nodded, wearing an expression that indeed reflected such sentiments, feigning a countenance of despondency as he sighed audibly. Humph. At least they possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing their own limitations. As Natsum's words faded, a somewhat jarring voice pierced through from the front row. It belonged to a ninja from the Sand Village, whose expression exuded arrogance. Satisfaction etched across his face. He seemed quite pleased with his apparent insight into Natsum's abilities. However, I have always believed that diligence can surpass innate talent. Natsum unexpectedly declared with unwavering resolve. How naive, scoffed the Sand Ninja, his voice dripping with contempt as he cast a disdainful glance at Natsum, his eyes filled with scorn. Chapter 66. How awkward. While it is commendable to harbor such thoughts, alas, they remain mere fantasies. Do not indulge in illusions. Talent is talent, and no amount of hard work can bridge that gap. The harshness of reality is undeniable. 2 Leaf Village chunin, both around 20 years of age, sighed in unison, urging Natsum to abandon his illusions. But what if I too were a genius, and had even defeated Uchiha sick? Would you still speak in such a manner? Natsum lifted his head, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the Sand Shinobi and the 2 Leaf chunin. Young man. You seem utterly lost in your own dreams. If you truly consider yourself a genius, pigs might as well fly, he declared, a note of mockery in his voice. Enough of this self-deception. It is time to awaken from your slumber. However, neither the Leaf chunin nor the Sand Shinobi believed that Natsum possessed any extraordinary talent. After all, prior to this moment, none had even known of his existence. You must believe in miracles. Those who have faith in the extraordinary are, in essence, as magnificent as the miracles themselves. Natsum spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Yet, to the eyes of the Sand Shinobi and the 2 Leaf chunin, his expression of exasperation was interpreted as a sign of faltering confidence, as if he could no longer maintain his bravado. Enough already. Stop pretending. It's clear you lack conviction. The 2 Leaf chunin regarded him with an air of condescension, as if they could see through his facade. Boasting without substantiation ultimately leads to self-deprecation. You claim to be a genius. What evidence do you possess? Merely asserting your genius does not render it a reality. It is laughable to think you reside in such a fantasy. You boast of defeating Uchiha Yosuke. Why not also claim victories over Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi? The disdain on the Sand Shinobi's face deepened, nearly leading him to label Natsume a fool. Natsume, mark my words, if I do not see you begging for mercy this time, I shall no longer be known as Uchiha Yosuke. Yet, a sudden voice interrupted, leaving the sand shinobi and the two-leaf chunin with a profound sense of having been soundly rebuked. Heh, then let us await the outcome. Natsume raised his head to gaze at Uchiha Yusuke before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. And I am Natsume. I shall make you aware that in the presence of true genius, you are nothing. Last time, you were fortunate enough to emerge victorious, but this time, do not presume that luck will be on your side. Hinata Sukuna also approached, a hostile tone in his voice as he issued a challenge to Natsume. Very well. Let me witness just how much you have grown in this past year. Natsume maintained his indifferent demeanor, casting a fleeting glance at Hinata Setsuna before stifling a yawn. Utterly disregarding the presence of the two. I hope you can remain so unfazed when the time comes. Uchiha Yusuke and Hinata Setsuna exchanged cold glances with Natsume before departing together. Who is that person? How have I never heard of him before? To think he could provoke a challenge from both Uchiha Yusuke and Hinata Tenshin. What an extraordinary individual. Once an inconspicuous figure, Natsume suddenly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Well, how about it? Do you now believe my words? Natsume cast a glance at the sand-hidden village's genin and then at the two-leaf village genin, chuckling softly to himself. What is there to be so proud of? He is inherently a genius yet pretends to strive for sympathy from others. How tedious. The words of the sand genin remained sarcastic, clearly attempting to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, the two-leaf genin awkwardly touched their noses, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Chapter 67. We are all actors within the examination hall. The attention drawn by Natsume began to escalate in fervor. Surrounding him, some individuals unearthed information about him, which sparked a chorus of gasps throughout the room. He is remarkably formidable. Even Uchiha Yusuke has fallen before him. Astonishingly, he graduated early, effortlessly defeating Hyuga Sakana in just a few exchanges. How impressive. Truly humble. A throng of admirers gazed at Natsume with reverence. Everyone, return to your seats. The examination is about to commence. The sudden appearance of the proctor abruptly curtailed the lively atmosphere, plunging the hall back into silence. Nonetheless, numerous eyes continued to scrutinize Natsume, who had already been regarded as the dark horse of the competition. The written examination assessed the ninja's capacity to gather intelligence, a test that was originally not intended to take place. However, the third Hokage wished to utilize this examination to identify capable genin worthy of advancing to chunin status, thereby eliminating those unfit for the rank and minimizing losses for the Leaf Village. Given this intent, the questions were naturally quite challenging. At present, Natsume had yet to witness anyone fully complete the exam. Now, let us observe the prowess of our information-gathering capabilities. Natsume propped his chin on his hand, his gaze somewhat distant. The word examination felt so familiar. In his previous life, he had endured countless trials associated with such a term. It was indeed a nostalgic experience. While Natsume was lost in thought, candidates were continuously disqualified for cheating. Yet, he understood that this was merely a tactic to instill fear among the examinees, prompting them to maintain composure in the face of pressure. Oh, there is indeed someone who can answer the questions through their own merit. Impressive. Suddenly, Natsume appeared to perceive something, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since that is the case, let us begin. He was not among these fledgling chunin. Having executed numerous A-rank missions, these questions posed no challenge for him. The individual answering based on their own abilities was none other than the observant Sakazuki Chika, standing behind Natsume. As the examination progressed, candidates displayed their diverse talents, each more dazzling than the last, leaving the spectators in awe. Natsume believed that those who could serve as proctors must be exceptionally skilled actors. Faced with the blatant attempts of candidates to cheat, one could only imagine that those lacking in acting prowess would have found the situation amusing. Yet, there remained individuals who continually forfeited their examination qualifications due to dishonesty, leading to a gradual decrease in the number of examinees present. As 40 minutes passed, Natsume completed his answers and, feeling somewhat bored, cast a glance around the room. Those who had finished their responses, like him, comprised the majority of the candidates. Unlike the original narrative of the CHNIN exams, this iteration featured little teamwork, with most participants competing alone. At last, the time drew near for the conclusion of the examination. Approximately 30 candidates lingered in the examination hall. All candidates, follow me. I am the examiner responsible for your second test, the survival battle. Following the end of the first examination, the examiner for the second phase arrived, a J-nin whom Natsum Yang did not recognize. As anticipated, the venue for the second survival exam was once again the perilous Forest of Death, mirroring the original storyline. The rules for this phase were straightforward. The examiner possessed 2 scrolls, representing heaven and earth. Each candidate would receive 1 scroll, but to pass the examination, they must acquire both scrolls within a span of 7 days. Chapter 68. The Chaotic Forest of Death. I must remind you that in the Forest of Death, you must remain vigilant not only against your opponents but also against the treacherous natural environment and the ferocious creatures that inhabit it. The examiner then instructed the candidates intending to participate in the Forest of Death examination to sign a death waiver. Those who refused would be deemed as having relinquished their opportunity. The examiner produced a stack of death waivers, distributing them one by one to the candidates, alongside the scrolls. Naturally, no one chose to abandon the test. All signed the waivers. Well then, I wish you all good fortune. I shall await your arrival at the exit of the Forest of Death in 7 days. With that, the examiner opened the entrance to the Forest of Death, and the candidates filed in. Among them was Natsum Yang, a target of the examination orchestrated by Lord Kagaya, who had instructed that his life be spared. Yet he must learn a lesson. From the outset, members of the Uchiha clan had set their sights on Natsum Yang, or rather, their participation in the chen exam was solely to assist Uchiha Y-Suk in teaching Natsum a lesson. They trailed closely behind him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Regrettably, their clumsy tracking skills were swiftly discerned by Natsum Yang, who managed to evade them. Damn it, they muttered in frustration, witnessing their quarry slip from their grasp. With 7 days to navigate, the time felt rather lengthy. In that case, let us leave a day to seize the Earth Scroll. Passing this examination is all that matters. As for the remaining time, it shall be devoted to comprehending the newly acquired water release technique, the water-severing wave, which will also serve to further familiarize oneself with the wind release, Spiral Sphere. Natsum Haru sought out a secluded location, where he constructed a concealed resting place within the trees. He then created a shadow clone and commenced his training. For him, the chunin exam was merely a procedural formality, rendering it unnecessary to squander his time in such endeavors. In stark contrast to Natsum Haru's solitary decision, the other candidates began to form teams, pairing up to confront the challenges of the chunin exam together. Naturally, the initial 3 days were devoid of significant conflict, as they spent their time acclimating to the forest environment. However, from the 4th day onward, intense battles erupted within the Death Forest, prompting Uchiha Yusuke and his group to resume their search for Natsum Haru. On the first day of the skirmishes, figures such as Tsukikage Hate and Hyuga Shizuka, leveraging their formidable abilities, managed to gather the necessary heaven and earth scrolls to secure their passage. Those who had their scrolls stolen began to target others possessing scrolls, resulting in a chaotic atmosphere within the Death Forest due to the relentless exploitation. As time passed amidst this turmoil, 2 days slipped away, leaving only one final day before the conclusion of the exam. Natsum Yang finally awakened from his cultivation, exhaling a long breath before annihilating the place where he had been for 6 days. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that Natsum Yang would establish a training ground merely 100 meters from the entrance of the examination hall. Now, the next step is to seek out the Scroll of Earth. Natsum Yang exhaled softly, holding a chicken leg in his hand, a reward he had exchanged from the system, specifically intended to replenish his stamina. Suddenly, a notification sounded, detected that the host is participating in the chen examination. Task issued. Successfully passed the chen examination. Rewards. Experience points 50, gold 100, title, Rising Star. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Natsum Yang's mind. Chapter 69. You are even inferior to a dog. Success. Just as Natsum Yang stepped into a particular area, a triumphant voice resonated in his ears. A large net materialized beneath him, ensnaring Natsum Yang before he could react. Bang. Unfortunately, before the individual could revel in his triumph for even a moment, the ensnared Natsum Yang abruptly transformed into a wooden substitute, and a chilling sensation surged through his neck. Is it the heavenly scroll or the earthly scroll? Natsum Yang stated with indifference, devoid of any emotion. It is the heavenly scroll. The man, held hostage by a shuriken, replied with a look of despair. Ah, the heavenly scroll, what a pity. It is not what I desired. Natsum Haru retrieved the scroll from the man's embrace. It was indeed the heaven scroll, but not the one he sought. With a swift motion, he returned the heaven scroll to the man's ninja tool pouch and vanished in an instant. Young master, I have tracked down that individual. A member of the Uchiha clan suddenly appeared before Uchiha Yusuke, addressing him earnestly. Where? Uchiha Yusuke immediately perked up, inquiring with urgency. Young master, follow me. The man rose and hastened into the depths of the forest. Another heaven scroll. Why is it so difficult to find a land scroll? Natsum-yo once again vanquished a ninja attempting to seize his scroll. Upon retrieving the scroll from his defeated foe, he could not suppress a sigh of disappointment. This marked the 5th celestial scroll he had sought. Was it truly so arduous to obtain an earthly scroll? Natsum-yo pondered within the confines of his mind. Your fortunate days are numbered, Natsum-yo. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, a voice, laced with fury and trembling, pierced the air beside him. Suddenly, 6 figures materialized before him, 5 of which encircled him, while the 6th remained stationary, allowing Natsum to discern his identity. It was you, Uchiha Yosuke. What? Seeking retribution? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Natsum cast him a dispassionate glance, feeling no semblance of anxiety despite the encirclement. Natsum-yo, today you shall learn the consequences of provoking me. Uchiha Yosuke, I will have you grovel at my feet like a dog, stripped of all dignity, begging for mercy. And that wretched Hatake Chiba, I will make you witness how I defile her. The sight of her serving me at my feet will be utterly exquisite, won't it? The hatred emanating from Uchiha Yosuke's eyes was palpable, sending shivers down one's spine. Hee. Today you will learn the fate that befalls those who dare to challenge the Uchiha clan. You think your minor abilities grant you the right to be so brazen? Rest assured, we will methodically shatter your dignity, turning today into an everlasting nightmare. The 5 Uchiha guards wore expressions of savage excitement, believing that 5 against 1 afforded them an overwhelming advantage. Natsum-yo, they surmised, stood no chance of turning the tide. Uchiha Yosuke, it seems my previous lesson was insufficient. I miscalculated. But tell me, who was it that once whimpered before me, desperately pleading for mercy? Were it not for my compassion, do you think you would still be standing here, howling at me? A truly ferocious dog never barks. Look at your lamentable state now. Less than a dog. In terms of verbal sparring, Natsum-yo prided himself on being unmatched. Onward, all of you. Break his legs, tear his mouth apart. I want him to forever remember the humiliation of this day. Enraged, Uchiha Yosuke trembled with fury as he issued the command to attack. Before Natsum-yo, he had entirely lost his composure. Only the sight of Natsum's supplication could alleviate the torment and humiliation that consumed him. With a swift motion, the 5 Uchiha guards charged forth to assail Natsum-yo. What a grand spectacle it was! 5 Uchiha Ch-nin. Disguising themselves as students to partake in the Ch-nin exams, merely to teach me a lesson, how exceedingly fortunate I am. Natsum-haru swiftly turned and vanished from the encirclement of 5, reappearing over 100 meters away from Uchiha Yusuke. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. An Uchiha chunin swiftly advanced, forming hand seals and unleashing 5 fireballs that tore through the air towards Natsum-haru. As Natsum-haru retreated to evade, 2 Uchiha chunins materialized behind him, blocking his escape. They had already completed their hand seals, launching 2 massive fireballs that bore down on him, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. The simultaneous assault from both fronts was indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha clan's chunins. However, it was regrettable that this was insufficient. Water style, water barrier. Natsum-yo completed a series of hand seals, conjuring a fan-shaped water barrier that stood defiantly behind him, effectively intercepting the 2 incoming fireballs with a resounding clash. He then surged forward with an uncanny gait, gliding past the fiery assault like a whispering breeze. Under the astonished gaze of the Ch-nin, he unleashed a powerful punch upon his opponent's face, shattering his nasal bones and sending him hurtling away. Water release, great water arm technique. After propelling the Uchiha Ch-nin away, Natsum-yo swiftly formed hand seals once more, his chakra boiling within him. Suddenly, 2 rapidly spinning torrents of water manifested behind the 2 Uchiha Ch-nin who had launched the fireballs, striking them with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as they were thrust through the air like mere sandbags, crashing deep into the death forest with overwhelming momentum. Now, it is your turn. In a mere 5 seconds, Natsum-yo had dispatched 3 Uchiha Ch-nin, and his gaze shifted toward the 2 Uchiha Ch-nin hovering above him. Prepare to meet your demise. They roared fiercely, their resolve unyielding. This strike, they believed, would be their last chance. Wind instantaneous technique. Just as the 2 Uchiha Ch-nin were about to lay hands on him, Natsum-yo vanished from their sight, reappearing behind them. Windsword technique. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and the two Uchiha Nin's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. Then, torrents of crimson erupted as they fell heavily to the ground. How was this possible? Uchiha Yusuf gazed in horror at the five Uchiha Nin who had been so swiftly vanquished, his eyes bulging and his mouth agape in utter disbelief. These were his five Nin guards. How had they become so feeble, so easily annihilated by Natsum-yo? Uft, uft, uft. Natsum-yo moved like a specter, his kunai swiftly slicing through the throats of five Uchiha Chunin guards, extinguishing their lives. Chapter 71. Experience the terror. Having already signed the death waiver. The moment he entered the death forest, it became a battle for survival. The loss of a few lives was inconsequential. Even if the Uchiha clan were unwilling to accept this and sought to uncover the murderer through the wounds inflicted, what of it? Natsum-yo did not employ his usual wind blade technique, but rather executed a simple sword technique. Moreover, he wielded standard Kenoha kunai, eschewing any distinctive weapons, thus rendering any investigation by Kenoha's elite teams futile in finding sufficient evidence to identify the perpetrator. Furthermore, as a member of the Anbu, Natsum-yo had no habit of leaving traces behind. What? Do you find it hard to believe? Natsum-yo approached Uchiha Yusuf, observing his astonished expression with a smile. I do not believe it. Uchiha Yusuf suddenly erupted, as if on the brink of collapse, then swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply, his belly swelling dramatically. As a colossal fireball, over 8 meters in diameter, erupted forth. The surroundings of Natsum-Haru and Uchiha Yusuf were suddenly engulfed in a fiery crimson hue, the air temperature soaring to an oppressive height, suffocating waves of heat assailing them. Yet, in the face of this formidable fireball, Natsum-Haru merely uttered, "Sword technique of the wind." He swiftly drew a short blade from behind, upon which a delicate layer of wind blade swirled, and he cleaved directly toward the blazing sphere. Boom. It was an extraordinarily striking spectacle. The enormous fireball, approximately 8 meters in diameter, was effortlessly sliced apart by Natsum-Haru's stroke. Uchiha Yusuf's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. His gaze towards Natsum-Haru filled with trepidation. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Natsum-Haru's strength, capable of countering ninjutsu with mere taijutsu. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Yusuf, unwilling to concede, formed another hand seal and unleashed a torrent of flames imbued with formidable cutting power and impact, surging toward Natsum-Haru. Yet, Natsum-Haru remained resolute, meeting the assault with his blade, tearing it apart as he advanced. With every step Natsum-Haru took, Uchiha Yusuf felt as if his heart was being trampled, the terrifying aura suffocating him. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. He bellowed, his voice a snarl as he formed seals once more, sending 5 orbs of orange flames hurtling towards Natsum-Haru, the air trembling in response. Boom, boom, boom. Yet again, the outcome remained unchanged. The 5 flames were shattered in Natsum-Haru's grasp, vanishing into nothingness. Are you a demon? This cannot be real. No one has ever achieved such a feat. I must be trapped in an illusion. Sharingan, release. Free me. Uchiha Yusuf was now utterly ensnared in terror, forced to retreat until he collapsed to the ground. But why would he delude himself? He possessed the double Tomo Sharingan. How could he be so easily ensnared by an illusion? The lingering heat in the air was a testament to reality. If Uchiha Yusuf had not been afflicted by the soul control curse, his prowess might have allowed him to contend with Natsum-Haru for a few minutes. However, the after effects of the curse had instilled a profound fear of Natsum-Haru within him. Faced with Natsum-Haru, even performing at half his capacity was commendable. How could he possibly hope to rival him? Uchiha Yusuf, since you refuse to heed the lessons of defeat and persist in seeking trouble, allow me to impart to you the essence of eternal dread. Chapter 72. Then you shall perish. Natsum-yo appeared like a devil, halting before Uchiha Yusuf, then extending his somewhat pallid right hand towards Yusuf's face. In an astonishing display of fear, Uchiha Yusuf trembled without any resistance, his eyes wide open, pupils constricted to pinpoints. A look of sheer terror etched upon his countenance. Kneel. Bark like a dog. Natsum-y, with a face full of mockery, activated the soul control spell. Instantly, Uchiha Yusuf found himself submissively kneeling before Natsum, completely unable to exert control over his own body, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. Subsequently, he began to bark like a dog, imitating the sound with utter degradation. In that moment, all his confidence and dignity were utterly shattered before Natsum. 3 minutes later. How I truly wish to end your life, but alas, Fate has favored you. Born into the Uchiha clan, you possess an inherent height that others can only dream of reaching. Sigh, I suppose I must teach you a lesson and then allow you to continue living. Natsum, with a sigh, found the earth scroll he desired among his belongings and vanished in an instant. But did Natsum truly do nothing? No, it was impossible. He had eliminated those 5 guards. How could he possibly leave behind a threat like Uchiha Yusuke? However, granting Uchiha Yusuke a flicker of hope before plunging him into utter despair could indeed be an intriguing endeavor. Natsum, wait for me. I, Uchiha Yusuke, vow not to live as a man until I avenge this humiliation. Approximately 3 minutes after Natsum departed, Uchiha Yusuke trembled as he rose from the ground. His face contorted with malice, glaring in the direction of Natsum's exit. Speaking ill of me behind my back is not a wise choice. In that case, you shall perish. At a distance of over 1,000 meters, Natsum suddenly halted, a detached smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as Uchiha Yusuke was lost in thoughts of how to exploit his identity to make Natsum pay. He felt as if molten lava had been poured into his skull, causing him to collapse to the ground. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire body, driving him to smash his head against the earth, blood pouring forth. His teeth ground together, and his hands clawed at the ground, frantically scraping until they were a gruesome mess. Yet, Uchiha Yusuke seemed oblivious to the agony, his fingers digging into the earth with relentless force. Bang, bang, bang. Uchiha Yusuke repeatedly bashed his head against the ground, hoping to alleviate his suffering, but to no avail, even if he battered his head until it was bloodied and bruised. The overwhelming pain that threatened to suffocate him remained unrelenting. Natsum. Finally, after enduring such torment, Uchiha Yusuke, his head drenched in blood and fingers a horrific sight, succumbed to unconsciousness, liberated from the suffocating agony. To think he lasted this long before losing consciousness. It appears that being a genius of the Uchiha clan indeed signifies exceptional talent, contrary to my assumptions of him being inept. Once Uchiha Yusuke fell unconscious, Natsum ceased his torment and strolled leisurely towards the exit. Meanwhile, at the spot where Uchiha Yusuke lay, Natsum's shadow clone approached him, brandishing a kunai, and plunged it directly into his heart. Ugh! Uchiha Yusuke jolted awake, his eyes wide with terror, unwillingness, and longing, before his gaze gradually dimmed. Subsequently, the shadow clone erased all traces and obliterated the corpse before dissipating back to its original form. Chapter 73. What can you do to me? Natsum had never ventured into the forest of death before. This was his inaugural visit. It must be said that although certain areas were shrouded in darkness due to the dense foliage, casting an eerie and somewhat foreboding atmosphere that would deter most individuals, there existed an extraordinary tranquility and serenity that evoked an irresistible inclination to relax. Natsum found himself particularly enamored with this sensation. Furthermore, owing to the rarity of human presence, the forest boasted a pristine ecosystem, and the scenery was quite splendid. Of course, one should exercise caution, for a careless encounter with the venomous insects and serpents lurking within could lead to dire consequences, remedies for which even the Kenoha Medical Institute might prove insufficient. Be wise and relinquish the scrolls upon your person, and I shall spare your life, allowing you to depart. With Natsum striding boldly along the path. How could he possibly escape the gaze of those who would see him as prey? It is worth noting that many candidates had found themselves bereft of their scrolls. Oh, is that so? If I surrender my scrolls, you will spare my life and permit my departure. But what if I assert that I possess no scrolls? Will you allow me to leave then? Or perhaps I do possess a scroll, yet I refuse to yield it. What then can you possibly do to me? Natsum extracted an apple from his ninja tool pouch and took a hearty bite, squinting with a grin as he inquired, "So, you are seeking your own demise? If you possess any sense, you should swiftly surrender. I do not hold back in my actions. Do not compel me to take your life." The obstruction in his path was a lower-ranking ninja from the Rain Ninja Village, armed with the village's distinctive weapon, a steel umbrella brimming with countless hidden projectiles. Then by all means, do give it a try. Let us see in the end whether it is you who perishes or I. Natsum provocatively gestured with his index finger towards the assailant. Since you are courting death, do not blame me for what follows. The Rain Ninja bellowed, swiftly drawing the steel umbrella from his back and thrusting it forward like a rapier. Clang! Shimuyang brandished his kunai to block the attack. However, the Rain Ninja suddenly lifted his head, revealing a triumphant smile that sent a chill down Shimuyang's spine. At that moment, sharp Samban erupted from the iron umbrella, glimmering ominously with a greenish hue, clearly laced with poison. Intriguing, indeed, This was a tactic that caught one off guard. The Rain Ninja Village truly possessed formidable strength. Natsum Yang stepped outside, gazing at the Rain Ninja. He extended his index finger once more, beckoning him. Rain Needle 1000. The Rain Ninja bellowed in fury as he unfurled the iron umbrella, rapidly spinning it. A multitude of sharp 1,000 needles surged forth. Water release. Water barrier. As Natsum Y conjured a seal, a colossal wall of water emerged before him, effectively blocking all the countless projectiles aimed in his direction. It seems rather unimpressive. Do you possess any other techniques? If not, I kindly ask you to step aside. As Natsum Yang withdrew the water barrier, he leisurely observed the Rain Ninja, beckoning him with a casual gesture. Water release. Mouth of evil. The Rain Ninja was genuinely incensed by Natsum Yang's provocation. Suddenly, a torrent of water surged beneath his feet, transforming into the head of a monstrous creature, accompanied by a turbulent deluge that compressed the very air around it, roaring menacingly as it surged towards Natsum Yang. Bang! Natsum Yu deftly retreated, narrowly evading the impending assault as he landed gracefully upon the water's surface. Water release. Water Fong bullet. Just as he emerged above the water, the voice of the Rain Ninja resonated in his ears. In an instant, two powerful strikes erupted from beneath the water, hurtling towards him with such swiftness that it left him scarcely any time to react. Natsum Yang swiftly retreated, yet just as he found himself suspended in midair, Rain Shinobi unexpectedly materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick. Chapter 74. You have such confidence in me. Bang! Natsum Yang was effortlessly sent flying, crashing heavily against the trunk of a tree. Haha! Upon witnessing this, yearn could not help but laugh triumphantly, but his mirth was abruptly cut short. The figure that had been hurled away transformed with a resounding thud into a shattered wooden decoy. Yearn's pupils dilated in shock, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and spun around to strike. Alas, he found nothing behind him. No need to search. I am right here. Just as yearn was preparing to seek Natsum Yang's whereabouts, a chilling sensation unexpectedly coursed through his neck. Natsum Yang stood there, one hand holding an apple and the other brandishing a shuriken against his throat. Mr. Yearn, shall I kill you now, or shall I kill you later? Natsum Yang feigned a chilling demeanor, his voice laced with icy intent. Damn it! Yearn gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless. His life was in Natsum Yang's hands. A mere thought from him could determine his fate, leaving him too intimidated to act recklessly. Well, perhaps it's best to refrain from senseless killing. With a sigh, Natsum Yo, in the fleeting moment of retracting his shuriken, suddenly changed his expression and kicked the Rain Ninja away. Thud, thud. Just as Natsum Yo propelled the Rain Ninja into the air, two shurikens pierced through his chest. To think he would slay even those from his own village. Truly, the Rain Ninja village is as ruthless as it is notorious. Before Natsum Yo stood two lower-ranked ninjas from the Rain village, their expressions devoid of any sorrow as they glanced at the fallen comrade. Instead, they mirrored Natsum Yo's indifference, accompanied by a palpable aura of menace. If you desire my scroll, I advise you to abandon that notion, he began, but before the words could fully escape his lips, he vanished from sight. In an instant, he materialized behind the two Rain ninjas, and a cold kunai pierced through their chests. With your capabilities, aspiring to claim my scroll is rather presumptuous. Natsum Yang absent-mindedly clapped his hands, discarding the uneaten apple onto the lifeless body of the Rain Ninja. He murmured to himself, why can't I suppress the latent bloodlust within me? It seems I require a period of introspection to temper this seething anger. Otherwise, if this persists, I may indeed become unrecognizable to myself. The reason for his recent mockery of the Rain Ninja eluded him. Yet he felt an inexplicable thrill akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Natsum Yang was aware that this sensation was deeply unsettling. Yet he found himself powerless to resist it. Just then, a timid female voice emerged from behind him, asking, excuse me, may I join your team? Natsum Yang turned to look, and there stood a girl of similar age, her eyes filled with inquiry as she regarded him, though she appeared somewhat disheveled. The clarity of her eyes, reminiscent of a pristine spring, imparted upon Natsum an inexplicable sense of purification. Even the recently stirred aura of menace seemed to dissipate under her gaze. Why did you choose to team up with me? Aren't you afraid I might knock you unconscious and seize your scroll? Natsum inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. I believe you won't. Her response elicited a bemused reaction from him. What does she mean by that? Such a reason seems rather juvenile. Chapter 75. You are truly unique, what's the matter? Not welcome? The girl asked once more. Haha, of course, you are welcome. Natsum replied with hearty laughter. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from the girl's stomach, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ha! Natsum paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. He promptly sat down on the ground, retrieving some food and fresh water from his supplies, and offered them to her, saying, "Since you wish to team up with me, let's first satisfy your hunger. I cannot assist you if you become a burden." "All right then." The girl gazed at the bountiful spread before her, swallowing hard as she glanced at the smiling Natsum, before awkwardly settling down. "Take your time eating, don't choke. Here is some water." The girl, perhaps truly famished, choked several times while eating, prompting Natsum to dutifully offer her water each time. 5 minutes later, she asked, "What kind of scroll do you possess, the scroll of heaven or the scroll of earth?" Natsum Haru did not recognize the girl before him, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that this very girl was acquainted with him. The girl in question was none other than Kanazuki Chika. "I am the celestial scroll, but I have yet to complete my collection. Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing?" Kanazuki Chika inquired tentatively, clearly concerned about Natsum Haru's opinion of her. "What is there to be embarrassed about? If you haven't completed your collection, simply continue gathering it. After all, there is still a day left, so there is no need to rush." Xiaomu Yang shrugged and tossed a piece of jerky into his mouth. "Well then, let's go." Guan Yuqian Xia sighed in relief, and then rose to her feet. "You are a medical ninja, aren't you?" At that moment, Xiaomu Yang suddenly spoke up. What is it?" Upon hearing this, Guan Yuqian Xia's body tensed momentarily, and she feigned nonchalance as she inquired. "It's nothing. I merely find it quite intriguing. There are not many with combat prowess among medical ninjas." Natsumyo scratched his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort emanating from Kanazuki Chika. "Higi, of course. I graduated with the 3rd highest score in our class. Although I have a preference for becoming a medical ninja, I have not neglected my training in combat prowess. I firmly believe that even as a medical ninja, one must possess the ability for self-defense, much like Lady Tsunade, who not only heals, but also participates in battles and has carved out a remarkable reputation." As Kanazuki Chika spoke of Tsunade, her face lit up with admiration, and she instinctively clenched her delicate fist. "You truly are the most extraordinary ninja I have encountered thus far. What makes me special?" Kanazuki Chika inquired eagerly. "Well, I perceive that you possess a remarkably clear vision for your life and an understanding of the path you wish to pursue in the future. This clarity is quite rare at our age. Many individuals in their 30s remain uncertain about the direction of their lives, drifting aimlessly." Natsum Haru gently pinched his chin, lost in contemplation for a considerable time, before articulating his thoughts. "Is that so? Higi, that's truly splendid. And what about you? What aspirations do you hold for your future?" Mizuki Chika gazed intently at Natsum Haru. "As for me, I yearn to grow ever stronger, to safeguard those I cherish, and to roam freely in this world without constraints." Perhaps it sounds rather unambitious, especially since others dream of becoming Hokage or protecting their villages. Upon finishing, Natsum Haru chuckled at his own jest. Chapter 76. Such impoliteness. Is it not? No, not at all. I believe that is quite admirable. There is no necessity to compel oneself to aspire solely to become Hokage. Having alternative dreams is perfectly normal, and I find that much more intriguing." Mizuki Chika countered. "Is that so? Thank you. It is the first time someone has deemed my perspective valid." Natsum Haru responded. "All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to seek the passage scroll." With a shake of his head, he dismissed the superfluous thoughts and proceeded towards the exit of the Death Forest. Natsum Haru was, unbeknownst to himself, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation during his conversation with Mizuki Chika. "Were we not supposed to search for the scrolls? Why are you heading towards the exit of the Death Forest?" Observing this, Mizuki Chika voiced her confusion. "Trust me, searching aimlessly at this juncture will yield nothing. However, heading towards the exit may very well lead you to the scroll you seek. We are all intelligent individuals, after all. And laying an ambush near the exit of the Death Forest, waiting for opportunities, is a strategy worth considering. It is the simplest, most effective, and safest approach." "Oh, I see now. You are truly remarkable." Mizuki Chika gazed at Natsum Haru with admiration, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. "Ah, is that not Natsum Haru? What is this? Have you not yet gathered the necessary scrolls to pass?" As the two made their way towards the exit, a voice tinged with mockery suddenly emerged from behind them, accompanied by 3 formidable presences approaching. "It's you too, Hinata Satsuki. What is the matter? Are you feeling a bit restless again?" Natsum Yo halted his steps upon hearing a voice, turning to discover it was Hinata Setsuna, accompanied by Hinata Tengsin and Tsukikage Jifing. Initially, he assumed that Hinata Setsuna sought to provoke him, especially considering the challenge issued prior to the commencement of the examination. Humph, such bravado, yet regrettably. It is not us who seek you out, but rather him. Hinata Setsuna appeared more mature than he had a week ago. Even in the face of Natsumyo's deliberate provocation, he merely scoffed quietly, refraining from any rash actions. He gestured with his right hand towards Tsukikage Jifing, indicating that the latter was the main challenger. Natsumyo, let us engage in a contest. I wish to ascertain the extent of your current abilities. Tsukikage Jifing stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Natsumyo, issuing a cold command. I have neither the time nor the inclination for this. I shall take my leave. Natsumyo rolled his eyes at the authoritative tone of Tsukikage Jifing and turned to depart. Stop right there, Natsumyo. You must acquiesce to my request, otherwise I shall not permit you to leave. Tsukikage Jifing paid no heed to Natsumyo's indifference, swiftly positioning himself in front of him. His expression as frigid as though someone owed him a fortune. Tsukikage Jifing, as a scion of the Kenoha clan, do you not possess even a modicum of politeness? Are you not aware that coercing others into actions they wish to avoid is exceedingly rude? Natsumyo rolled his eyes once more and lamented to Moonlight Gale. Engage in a duel with me. Otherwise, you shall not depart. Moonlight Gale maintained his usual impassive demeanor, reiterating his earlier demand for Natsumyo to compete against him, which left Natsumyo feeling utterly exasperated. He bore no grudge against Moonlight Gale, neither in the past nor the present, and it was inconceivable for him to eliminate him as he had with Uchiha Yusuke. However, to intentionally lose to someone like Moonlight Gale would lead him to underestimate himself, thus diminishing his own authority in future encounters. Conversely, should he triumph over Gale, the latter would undoubtedly continue to challenge him. Truly, he found himself in a predicament, caught between two unsatisfactory options. Chapter 77. Who do you look down upon? Thus, the only recourse was to settle for a draw, ensuring he would not be belittled by Gale, nor would Gale persist in pushing him further, since neither winning nor losing to Moonlight Gale was the outcome Natsumyo desired. A compromise was in order, aiming for a stalemate. Given Moonlight Gale's inherent disposition, he would certainly believe that, with his exceptional talents, it would not be long before he surpassed Natsumyo, a seemingly mediocre commoner. Very well, it seems I must acquiesce to your request. Natsumyo gestured with his hands and turned to face Moonlight Gale. Excellent, let us commence. Upon hearing Natsumyo's agreement, Moonlight Gale adopted an air of superiority, as if it were a privilege for Natsumyo to contest with him. You shall not regret your choice today. Come forth and showcase your abilities. Moonlight Gale displayed an arrogant demeanor, intending to allow Natsumyo to strike first. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Natsumyo exclaimed with a smile, and in an instant, he vanished from Moonlight Gale's sight. A glimmer of cold steel appeared before Gale, as Natsumyo unceremoniously brought down his blade. With a clash, Moonlight Gale raised his sword to parry, unleashing a powerful surge of sword energy that sent Natsumyo flying. You think you can strike me with such speed? Who do you underestimate? Unlike ordinary ninjas, Moonlight Gale's fighting style was reminiscent of the samurai from the Warring States period. His renowned technique was the swordsmanship known as the leaf style, said to have been developed by the second Hokage, the Dance of the Crescent Moon. Leaf style swordsmanship, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Moonlight Gale shouted, and with a resounding boom, two shadow clones emerged behind him, their movements tracing the arc of a crescent moon, swift and unyielding, rendering any defense nearly impossible. The sheer velocity of the three Moonlight Gales made it an extraordinary feat for Natsumyo to contend with even one of them, let alone the other two shadow clones. Boom. However, Natsumyo's countermeasures surpassed the expectations of Tsukikage Shippu. As Natsum faced the three approaching shadow clones, he decisively launched two kunai. One clone deftly evaded, while the other was struck and dissipated into thin air. Yet, Natsum's complete focus on the shadow clones allowed Tsukikage Shippu to land a blow on his shoulder. However, before Shippu could revel in his success, the struck Natsum transformed into a substitute wooden figure, while the real Natsum appeared behind Shippu. His short blade glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at Shippu's back. With a swift motion, Shippu retreated and turned to intercept the advancing Natsum, resulting in a shower of sparks as metal clashed against metal, resonating through the air. The two engaged once more, unleashing a fierce exchange of swordplay, the arena illuminated by flashing blades and the intensity of their combat. Such displays of swordsmanship are rare in the world of Naruto, particularly exhibited by a youth like Natsum. whose swordsmanship is remarkably formidable. Both combatants withdrew momentarily, their eyes reflecting a fervent battle spirit. Though Natsum was reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged Shippu's exceptional sword skills. Even without ninjutsu, it would be challenging to overcome him. "Come again!" Tsukikage Shippu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement as he charged toward Natsum once more. The sounds of clashing metal echoed, and both let out grunts of exertion. Seizing the moment, Natsum swiftly retrieved 3 kunai from his pouch, launching them at Shippu, who was compelled to withdraw his sword in defense. Natsum took advantage of this opportunity, closing the distance with his short blade, leaving Shippu no chance to react. Startled, Shippa hastily retreated to evade, prompting a glint of determination in Natsum's eyes as he murmured, "Wind instantaneous body technique." He then vanished from Shippu's sight, reappearing behind him with his blade poised like a venomous serpent, pressing dangerously close. Secret sword, moon shadow. Tsukikage Shippu's form became indistinct, exuding a chilling aura of sword energy, before he suddenly vanished from Natsum's view, transforming into a phantom that brushed past him. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed, causing Natsum Yang's pupils to involuntarily constrict. A surge of blood splattered from his shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Yet, Tsukikage Jifeng dared not move. In the instant they brushed past each other, Natsum Yang swiftly turned, pressing his short blade against the delicate skin of Tsukikage Jifeng's neck, just a breath away from extinguishing his life. "Tsukikage Jifeng, it appears we are at an impasse. Let us conclude this here," Natsum Yang declared, retreating a step. "Humph, I once thought you to be formidable. Yet it seems you were rather ordinary after all. I had such high hopes for you," Tsukikage Jifeng retorted coldly, sheathing his blade. "However, this is where your journey ends. The one who once triumphed over Uchiha Yusuker now finds himself merely equal to me, and injured at that. Humph. This reflects the disparity between you and those of my lineage. Natsum Yang, strive harder in your training. Perhaps in a few years, you might still catch a glimpse of my back as I move ahead of you." Tsukikage Jifeng cast a scornful glance at Natsum Yang, his tone dripping with disdain. "Rest assured, that is of no concern to you, Tsukikage Jifeng. I concede that you possess an inherent advantage over me. Yet I firmly believe that relentless effort can transcend innate talent. With my fervor, I shall become a ninja greater than you. Humph. Continue to rely on your passion and see if you can truly become the great ninja you proclaim yourself to be." Tsukikage Jifeng scoffed dismissively before turning to leave. Hinata Shana and Hinata Tanksen exchanged a glance with Natsum Yang before departing together. "Given your capabilities, you should not have ended in a stalemate with him. You ought to have easily triumphed. Why did you deliberately choose to equalize the outcome and sustain an injury?" The ever-observant Kanketsu Chika, who had been standing behind Natsum Yang, broke the silence. She had witnessed Natsum Yang's true strength and could not fathom his intent to feign weakness. In life, one should always retain a few trump cards. Complete transparency can lead to a swift downfall. Lacking the depth of individuals like Tsukikage Jifeng and Hinata Tanksen, I cannot afford to live as ostentatiously as they do. Chapter 79. Keep going. You are the best. This is a sentiment I reserve solely for you. I hope you will keep it a secret. Upon hearing this, Natsum Yang scratched his head, squinting as he smiled. He was unsure why he felt compelled to answer Kanketsu Chika's inquiry, for even if Tadachibo were to ask, he might not respond. "All right then, this shall remain our little secret. No one else must know." Kanketsu Chika nodded obediently, and if one looked closely, they would notice a glimmer of happiness in her eyes. "Let us proceed. Our time to find the scrolls is limited." "Indeed." Kenzuki Chika replied with a single word before following Natsum Haruki towards the exit of the Forest of Death. A mere 10 minutes later, the demand was made: surrender the scroll or forfeit your life. Natsum Yo gazed impassively at the sand ninja before him, his tone as frigid as the icy depths of the netherworld, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. This encounter transpired approximately 700 meters from the exit of the Forest of Death. The sand ninja lay in wait atop a tree, poised to ambush Natsum Yo and Kanketsu Chika, hoping to seize the scrolls in their possession to secure his passage. However, he was unexpectedly countered by Natsum Yo, who demanded the surrender of his own scroll to preserve his life. How infuriating. It is worth mentioning that this very sand ninja, now bested by Natsum Yo, was the one who had mocked him prior to the written examination. Irony begets irony. Who would have anticipated that the tides of fortune would turn, leading you to ultimately fall at my hands? Natsum Yo retrieved the scroll from the shinobi's tool pouch, the very scroll that Mizuki Chika so desperately required. With the earth and sky scrolls in her possession, she had secured her qualification for advancement. How infuriating. The sand shinobi, upon witnessing the triumphant expression on Natsum Yo's face, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. However, his life was entirely at the mercy of Natsume at that moment, rendering him unable to act recklessly. Now, may fortune favor you. After Natsume finished speaking, he offered the sand ninja no opportunity to respond, delivering a swift palm strike to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Let us depart. Perhaps we may become comrades on the battlefield in the future. Natsume Haru handed the documents to Kanazuki Chinatsu and proceeded towards the exit without a backward glance. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to ask. May I inquire about your name? Suddenly, Natsume Haru seemed to recall something and turned around to ask. My name is Kanazuki Chinatsu. It should be quite easy to remember. Kanazuki Chinatsu beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, her hands gracefully positioned behind her back. A gentle breeze playfully tousled her hair, causing it to dance freely. Like a fairy of the wind, the surrounding light appeared to dim as she captivated all attention. This scene was forever etched in Natsume Haru's memory. Strictly speaking, Kanazuki Chinatsu's features were not exceptionally striking. Among the girls Natsume Haru had encountered, she could only be considered average. Yet, for reasons unknown, she possessed a unique aura that made interactions with her feel remarkably soothing, compelling one to steal glances at her repeatedly. Understood. Natsume Haru waved his hand dismissively before turning away, vanishing almost as if in flight from Tsukimi Chinatsu's presence. How I wish that moment could last forever, yet alas, it remains but a fleeting thought. Tsukimi Chinatsu, persevere, you are exceptional, and you shall undoubtedly rise to become a ninja of great renown, akin to Lady Tsunade, making your mark in the realm of shinobi. With a sigh, Tsukimi Chinatsu rallied herself once more. Chapter 80. One can only imagine how vivid your expression must be. At the exit of the Death Forest, the third Hokage and several clan leaders had been awaiting atop a platform for quite some time, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Please present your scroll, commanded a shinobi, who appeared to be an examiner, as he approached Natsume Haru, holding a lacquered wooden box. Here's my passage scroll. Kindly verify it. Natsume retrieved his scroll of heaven and earth from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to the jonin. The jonin nodded, accepted Natsume scroll, and departed. A chime echoed, congratulating the host on completing the task. Experience points 50, gold 100, and the title Rising Star was bestowed upon him. Natsume silently endured the overwhelming surge of exhilarating heat coursing through his body, then surveyed his surroundings. As anticipated, Hinata Shizuka, Noera Jinkan, and others successfully passed. While even those unfamiliar to Natsume, such as Yuzuki Uyuki and Mitachi Anko, had also succeeded. Among the 13 who passed, Kenoha Village secured 7 spots, Sunagakure 3, Amigakure 2, and Kusagakure 1. Subsequently, Kanazuki Chika emerged, casting a glance at Natsume amidst the crowd before presenting his scroll to the jonin holding the box. Then took his place in the lineup. Uchiha Kankei has also arrived, but alas, those whom you wish to see shall neither pass nor be witnessed by you. Natsume inadvertently caught sight of the Uchiha clan atop the high platform, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. If Natsume's conjecture was accurate, Kanketsu Chika should be one of the last few ninjas to pass this chunin exam, with the rest either deceased or injured. It was unlikely that more than 3 individuals would successfully complete the exam within the stipulated time. The first written test had seen 39 pass. While in the second survival exam, each successful candidate eliminated one opponent, leading to a maximum of 19 who could ultimately succeed. Natsume had personally eliminated 6. Excluding himself and those he had defeated, only 32 remained. Each of those eliminated one opponent, resulting in 16. After removing the 13 still in the arena, at most, only 3 could pass the exam. Natsume mused that when the truth was revealed, Uchiha Kainu's expression would surely be quite intriguing. Was that individual truly the Natsume of whom the third Hokage spoke? Indeed, he was a remarkable young man. While Natsume stood with his hands tucked into his sleeves, eyes closed in meditation, Hyuga Hizashi scrutinized him carefully, inwardly admiring him. Among all the successful candidates, none besides Natsume maintained such tranquil composure. Although Hyuga Shizuka had previously experienced an unpleasant encounter with him, it did not diminish Hizashi's appreciation for Natsume. Half an hour passed, with only 10 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the chunin exam. 2 Kenoha chunin supported each other as they emerged from the exit of the Forest of Death, followed by a bedraggled ninja from the Leaf Village. As expected from the foremost ninja village, Kenoha had 9 successful candidates, easily surpassing the other 4 villages. The final 10 minutes passed slowly under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The exam is over. The examiner bellowed, declaring the end of the battles. A large contingent of Anbu swiftly entered the forest of death, tasked with retrieving everyone, be they corpses or the living. Chapter 81. Wishing you prosperous martial achievements, damn it. Until the very end, Uchiha Kenoha had yet to catch sight of Uchiha Yosuke and his companions, causing his countenance to darken ominously. He glared fiercely at Natsume amidst the throng, then furiously swept away. If this matter had no connection to Natsume, Kenoha would find it hard to believe. However, without concrete evidence, he could not confront Natsume in front of the third Hokage. It would be utterly foolish. Congratulations on successfully passing the chunin exam. From this day forth, you shall bear greater responsibilities. I hope you all continue to advance courageously and strive diligently to create a life that satisfies you. The third Hokage, breaking from his usual demeanor, delivered this brief message before departing. Disperse. The examiner spoke aloud indeed. Natsume and the others exchanged greetings before departing in their own directions. Natsume Haru scanned the crowd but failed to spot his girlfriend, Chiba Chika. A twinge of disappointment washed over him. They had clearly made plans prior to the examination, with her promising to be there to witness her success. Had she cancelled yet again out of some petty whim? Sighing, he mused that girls could indeed be rather troublesome. Natsume, troubled, scratched his head, and then shook it as he made his way toward the staircase leading to the exit. I eagerly anticipate your outstanding performance on the battlefield. As Moonlight Gale passed by Natsume, it was uncertain whether intentional or not, but his tone remained laced with mockery. Rest assured, I would do anything to survive. Natsume glanced at the moonlight and the swift wind, feeling inexplicably irritated by their presence at that moment. This is not how one seeks superiority. I shall await the outcome. The moonlight and swift wind held their heads high, departing with the demeanor of a triumphant monarch. Natsume, you truly are something. As Hinata Tenshin passed by Natsume, he spoke with a hint of insinuation. Upon hearing this, Natsume couldn't help but look up at him, catching a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. He chuckled. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Natsume squinted, smiling like a fox, and departed under the watchful gaze of Hinata Tenshin. Is that so? Hinata Tenshin lowered his head, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. In 2 days. Surely you are aware of the challenges that lie ahead, yet you possess no choice. Kenoha is currently in dire need of talent, and the forces on the front lines are stretched thin. For the sake of Kenoha, you must charge forward, even at the cost of your lives. I understand that none of you present have set foot on the battlefield, and few have witnessed bloodshed or taken a life. But that is of little consequence. We shall not send you to your demise. Seasoned veterans will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. After this, each of you will emerge as heroes on the battlefield, as heroes of Kenoha. In that moment, the Hokage, all ninjas, and the residents of Kenoha will take pride in you, and our village will be honored to possess such exceptional ninjas. Kenoha needs your strength. Carry forth your indomitable spirit and unwavering confidence, and shatter every obstacle that stands in your path. Let us strive together. May martial fortune be with you. Having passed the chunin exams, Hinata Tenshin, Natsume, and others are now receiving a morale boost alongside a host of ninjas preparing for battle. Chapter 82. You are about to embark on a new life, it must be said, even though one realizes the ninja's words are filled with grandiose rhetoric. In such an atmosphere, Natsume cannot help but feel a surge of passion. Martial fortune be with you. The crowd followed suit, shouting fervently, each one ablaze with fervor, eager to rush to the front lines and engage the enemy in a fierce confrontation. Natsume gazed at the moonlight and the swift wind, observing the excitement etched on the faces of Hino Kagura and others, their eyes brimming with the fervor of battle. He could not help but shake his head, pondering, at this moment, revel in your excitement, delight in your joy, envision a future filled with hope. Yet, once you step onto the battlefield, you shall discover that war is not as splendid as you imagine. War has always been a brutal meat grinder, shattering countless families and leaving many hearts heavy with sorrow. However, Natsume understood this reality, though it did not imply that others shared his awareness. Onward, with a command. All the ninjas embarked on their journey to the front lines, uncertain if even half of them would survive to return once the war concluded. Leading the support troops for Kenoha was the strategist Nara Shikaku and Hinata Hizashi of the Hyuga clan. Lord Jiraiya, when will Kenoha's reinforcements arrive? Our brothers have suffered grievous losses and are on the brink of collapse. Without further support, we can hold out for no more than 3 days before total defeat. A shinobi knelt before the front-line commander, Jiraiya, his visage etched with deep concern. The support forces departed 4 days ago. I have just received word from strategist Shikaku that they are nearing our location. You should go and meet them. Jiraiya laid down the scroll in his hand and cast a glance at the shinobi, whose expression mirrored his own, laden with worry. War is fought with resources and manpower. After enduring conflicts with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Sand, Kenoha was nearly in tatters, and their ability to endure thus far was largely due to the efforts of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, and the esteemed shinobi. Understood, the shinobi replied, then exited the tent. Natsum-yang, quite intriguing. Jiraiya murmured softly, glancing at the crimson name inscribed in the scroll on the table. A flicker of interest sparkling in his eyes. Half an hour later, Lord Jiraiya, the Kenoha reinforcements have arrived. Please allocate them swiftly. The aforementioned shinobi re-entered the tent, kneeling once more before Jiraiya to report. Summon Minato and Akimichi Choza for a council. Jiraiya nodded in response, issuing his command. Understood. The shinobi exited once more, seeking out Minato and the others. The third great ninja war has commenced, and I, Natsum-yang, have arrived. Natsumu and others were gathered on a plain, approximately a mile away from Jiraiya's encampment. The air still lingered with a faint metallic scent of blood, and a palpable atmosphere of battlefield tension enveloped them. I wonder which unit I will be assigned to. It truly evokes a sense of anticipation. Natsum-yang is among the few who have endured the most life-and-death battles. Thus, in contrast to the excitement, anxiety, and restlessness of others, he appears remarkably composed. It is as if the impending war bears no relevance to him. He seems to be a mere bystander. Consequently, Narashikaku and Hinata Hizashi immediately noticed Natsum-yang amidst the crowd, as his calmness was strikingly excessive. Greetings to all. Without making the gathered crowd wait too long, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Akimichi Choza, among others, arrived in succession. Chapter 83. My apologies. I shall not indulge you at the outset. Jiraiya appeared just as Natsum-yang remembered him, the legendary Sannin, the eccentric Jiraiya. However, his expression quickly transformed into one of solemnity and authority, his gaze sharp and piercing. What brings you here? I believe everyone is already aware. So I shall refrain from unnecessary words and announce your team assignments. The first team, led by Minato Namikaze, comprises Uchiha Shisui, Hinata Tenkai, Kakashi, and Narashikaku. The second team, under Hinata Hayashi, includes Hinata Sakana, Narashikaku, Asuma Saratobi, and Yamanaka Ino. The third team, led by Hinata Hizashi, consists of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito. The 20th team, under Uchiha Kankaku, includes Uchiha Tsukurai, Uchiha Fuyue, Natsum-yang, and Tsukikid Shippu. The 21st team, led by Uchiha Fuyue, comprises Inazuka Hana and Yuhi Kurenai. Over 100 individuals brought by Narashikaku and Hinata Hizashi were divided into 21 teams, each consisting of 5 members, facilitating personnel management and task execution. Once the teams were established, 21 groups stood ready on the plain. The captains promptly communicated with their teams, preparing to familiarize themselves with the battlefield tomorrow and commence their wartime missions immediately. Please ensure effective internal coordination and allocation of personnel. This operation is of utmost significance, so I implore you to take it seriously. Jiraiya's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly before he commanded the dissolution of the gathering and departed. To my surprise, I have been assigned to Uchiha Kankaku's team. Hopefully, he will not make things difficult for me. However, why is Tsukikid Shippu also in my team? Alas, this is troublesome. Casting a glance at his teammates, Natsum-yang could not help but place a hand on his forehead, letting out a faint sigh. Indeed. Tsukikid Shippu immediately turned to face him, adopting a condescendingly proud demeanor. What a coincidence, Natsum-yang. Let me see how you strive to surpass genius. However, I will ensure you understand that genius remains genius, an insurmountable peak for you. To be honest, Natsum-yang felt a twinge of aversion towards the current Tsukikid Shippu. In his memories, the peaceful and serene Tsukikid Shippu was the true essence of the individual. Nevertheless, he recognized several familiar faces among the gathered. For instance, the 4 esteemed elite J-nin of Konohagakure, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Asuma Saratobi, and Kurenai Yuhi. Additionally, there is Irika Yumino, the first to wholeheartedly accept Naruto Uzumaki, who regards him as a father figure. Moreover, we have Ibiki Marino, renowned as the foremost interrogator of the Hidden Leaf. Not to forget the fondness for Dango exhibited by Anko Mitarashi and the romantic partner of the Swift Moonlight, Yuhi Yuzuki. Truly, you exhibit a bias. For the rich legacy of Kenoha is crafted so profoundly for you. How could the other shinobi villages refrain from waging war? Natsum-yang couldn't help but silently scoff, pondering that perhaps when he first conceived this world, His mindset mirrored that of the Sage of Six Paths when he created the Nine Tails. Move aside. You are obstructing my path. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Natsum Yang's ear. Natsum Yo regained his senses, only to find himself gazing into a pair of indifferent eyes devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of ice that has remained unmelted for a millennium, evoking an inexplicable sense of aversion within him. What if I were to refuse? Natsum Yang cast a similarly indifferent glance at Kakashi, his eyes reflecting a chill that was in no way inferior to Kakashi's. What of Kakashi? He would not indulge him in front of him. Chapter 84. This is the battlefield. Kakashi, how do you converse with others? Yet, before Natsum Yang could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind Kakashi. Natsum Yang turned his head and beheld a youth clad in the attire of the Uchiha clan rushing toward him. The boy sported a pair of goggles atop his head and was chewing on a lollipop, his gaze remarkably clear. Mind your own business. In response, Kakashi cast a fleeting glance at the boy and dismissively retorted before departing from Natsum Yang. I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. He is just like that. But he is actually quite a good person. Observing Kakashi's inexplicable rebuttal followed by his abrupt exit, the boy couldn't help but stomp his feet in frustration. Muttering a few curses before regaining his composure, Natsum Yang gazed at the cheerful, sunlit youth before him, his eyes narrowing slightly as he discerned a faint resemblance to Naruto. It was truly difficult for him to fathom what kind of anguish and despair this vivacious and kind-hearted boy had endured to transform into the callous, life-despising figure of Akatsuki in the future tale of the Wind S Requiem. Haha, it's nothing. I'm delighted to meet you. My name is Natsum Yang. Natsum Yohei beamed a radiant smile and extended his hand toward Uchiha Obito. Haha, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Uchiha Obito. You may call me Obito. Upon seeing Natsum Yohei reaching out with his right hand, Uchiha Obito momentarily paused before firmly grasping Natsum's hand, introducing himself with an air of familiarity. Throughout his life, Natsum was only the second person to take the initiative to extend a hand to him. The first was the girl he secretly adored, No Error Rin. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Natsum expressed to Uchiha Obito. Haha, certainly. Uchiha Obito replied, bashfully scratching his head and laughing heartily. He had never felt such joy as he did today, his smile stretching wide. Well, I shall take my leave for now. Let us gather together sometime, and I shall treat you. Natsum Yang waved his hand at Uchiha Obito, following closely behind his captain, Uchiha Kanketsu, as they departed. The following day, 21 teams reconvened upon the plain, flanked by approximately 300 ninjas whose aura exuded a chilling murderous intent, oppressive enough to render figures such as Tsukage's and Shifeng somewhat breathless. Jiraiya cast a glance at the assembly before charging ahead, prompting the 300 to surge forth in unison, followed by the 21 teams. Upon reaching the battlefield, the ninjas from Iwagakure and Konohagakure, sworn enemies, met with a fervent animosity that required no words. They plunged directly into their respective formations. In an instant, blood splattered, and the cacophony of screams rose like a symphony, undulating in pitch, while ninjutsu clashed in a dazzling display of might, resonating with thunderous roars. The entire battlefield transformed into a relentless meat grinder, perpetually roaring. Some individuals, unable to withstand the gruesome scene before them, turned pale, their bodies trembling, as they felt their stomachs churn violently. They fought desperately to suppress the urge to vomit. Yet, how could a ninja possibly contain such turmoil? As the scent of blood wafted in with the breeze, it triggered a domino effect of retching that enveloped the entire squad. Tsukage's Shifeng was particularly affected. He had never envisioned the battlefield to be such a harrowing sight, starkly contrasting with his expectations. Hinata's twin stars fared no better, trembling and as pale as specters. At that moment, the ever-impassive Kakashi stood out conspicuously among them. Trash, worthless. He disdainfully surveyed the young peers bent over in retching. However, when his gaze fell upon Natsum Yang and Uchiha Shisui, he paused in mild astonishment. Kakashi was certain that the calm demeanor on the faces of Natsum Yang and Uchiha Shisui was genuine, not a mere fade, having faced life and death battles. He recognized it as the numbness born from witnessing blood and corpses. Among the more than 100 individuals present, no more than 5 maintained their composure. Kakashi was one. Uchiha Shisui was another, and Natsum Yang was also counted among them. Jiraiya and Narashikaku exchanged glances at the retching crowd, each finding a hint of amusement reflected in the other's eyes. They recalled their own initial foray onto the battlefield, which had scarcely been better than the state of Tsukage's and his companions. As you can see, this is the battlefield, a stark reality differing vastly from your imaginations. You have 5 days to recuperate. Should you present yourselves in this condition next time, the enemy will show no mercy simply because you are deemed geniuses. To present yourselves in such a state as reinforcements, claiming to be the elite of Kenoha, is truly disheartening. Jiraiya did not disguise the contemptuous sarcasm in his tone, causing the prodigies before him to clench their fists, their expressions dark and brooding. What, are you dissatisfied? Very well. Show me your true capabilities, so I may regard you with esteem. Jiraiya waved his hand impatiently, and at once, Naruto stepped forward. If there are no objections, let us return to the camp to rest. In 5 days, your first battle awaits, so prepare yourselves. Here, human life is the least valuable commodity. Indeed, although the talented individuals were unwilling to concede, they found themselves unable to refute Jiraiya's words. You are quite remarkable. Would you be interested in a duel? Kakashi remarked indifferently as he passed in front of Natsume. Time and place. Natsume had no reason to decline Kakashi's invitation. Ding. Challenge from Kakashi detected. Mission issued. Defeat Kakashi to complete the side quest. Stand out from the crowd. Mission rewards. Experience 300, gold 700, intermediate windsword technique, and 1 spirit cleaver. Behind the camp. In an abandoned glade, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. After stating the time and location, Kakashi brushed past Natsume with a nonchalant air. How intriguing. Natsume gazed at Kakashi's departing figure, a faint smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his lips. Natsume glanced at the information, realizing that upon completing this side quest, his experience points would increase by an impressive 300, while his gold would surge by 700. Most importantly, he would acquire the intermediate version of the windsword technique. The windsword technique was of great significance to Natsume. The basic version had already proven immensely beneficial to him. He was eager to discover what new avenues the intermediate version would unveil for him. Natsume brimmed with anticipation. How intriguing that these two individuals have chosen to duel. It would be an occasion not to be missed, a perfect opportunity to witness Natsume prowess. Natsume was unaware that his recent conversation with Kakashi had been overheard by Yamancha Kaichi, who stood a short distance away. Lord Jiraiya, that person must be Natsume. As mentioned by the Hokage, right? Yamancha Kaichi inquired as he approached Jiraiya. Chapter 86. Natsume versus Kakashi. Yes, indeed, Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. The third Hokage has high hopes for him. He even specifically assigned him to a team from the Uchiha clan to refine his edges. Yamancha Kaichi continued. I just heard them discussing a duel set for tomorrow. Should we go witness it? At this, Jiraiya's brow furrowed slightly, intrigued. Oh, how fascinating. That would indeed be worth observing, as it would provide a comprehensive understanding of his abilities and strength. If there are no discrepancies in his capabilities, we might consider allowing him to join Minato's team for the mission to disrupt the supply lines of Iwagakure. Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Yamancha Kaichi exchanged glances with Jiraiya and Naruto, and a subtle smile of anticipation graced their lips. Natsume felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Yet he could not discern the source of this coldness. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon of the following day had arrived. In a full set of combat attire, Natsume arrived at the designated meeting place with Kakashi, who had already arrived ahead of him. Since that was the case, let us commence. Allow me to witness the prowess of Kakashi, the son of the legendary Kenoha White Fang, revered as the once-in-a-century genius of the Hidden Leaf Village. Just how formidable is he? Natsume drew the short blade from his back, a weapon he had exchanged for 150 gold coins from the system. This blade was far more agile and sharper than the standard short blades used by the Anbu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. Kakashi, displaying no modesty, swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his hands against the ground to unleash his assault. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted beneath Natsume's feet as a multitude of sharp earthen spears shot forth with remarkable speed. Ah, has it already begun? There is certainly no delay. By the time Jiraiya, Naruto, and Yamanaka Inoichi arrived, Kakashi and Natsume had already engaged in combat. Wind Blade Technique. Natsume was well aware of Kakashi's battle tendencies. He preferred to first ascertain the enemy's capabilities before devising targeted tactics tailored to their specific strengths and weaknesses. Thus, he endeavored to create the illusion that he excelled in swordsmanship while lacking proficiency in ninjutsu, hoping to catch Kakashi off guard when the moment arose. With a swift motion, the earthen spear that lunged toward Natsume was cleaved in two beneath his blade. He then stepped forward decisively, closing the distance. Adept in swordplay? Intriguing, reminiscent of Lord Shikomo. Naruto observed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. However, Natsum did not engage Kakashi in a direct clash of swordsmanship. Instead, he vanished in an instant. Seemingly aware that spectators might perceive his sword skills, yet he deviated entirely from their expectations. In a flash, he appeared beneath Kakashi. His short blade poised like a venomous serpent, glinting ominously in the light, instilling a chilling dread. Yet, Kakashi was not one to be caught off guard by such an assault. He swiftly countered, gripping his sword to deflect Natsum's strike. With a rapid pivot, he unleashed a powerful thrust of his arms, pushing aside Natsum's blade, and suddenly, lightning surged from his white fang, arcing toward Natsum. Confronted with the electrified white fang, Natsum did not retreat as Kakashi anticipated. Instead, he met the attack head-on, employing his wind-based swordsmanship to dissipate the electricity. The clash resonated with a thunderous metallic sound, the echoes piercing the air, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Kakashi had originally intended to utilize the electrified white fang to force Natsum back, subsequently employing ninjutsu to corner him. In doing so, he hoped that Natsum would reveal more of his capabilities under pressure, allowing him to formulate an appropriate response. However, he never anticipated that Natsum possessed wind attributes. What do you think? Does it evoke a sense of astonishment, perhaps even surprise? Natsum Haru lifted his head and broke into a wide grin, only to vanish in an instant before Kakashi. Now, allow you to truly experience the lethal force of speed, echoed Natsum's voice through the air. Faced with this situation, Kakashi remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down for even a moment. Suddenly, Natsum materialized behind him, prompting an immediate reaction from Kakashi. However, Natsum vanished once more, reappearing beneath his ribs. A swift stroke of his blade resulted in a spray of crimson. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi bore 3 gruesome wounds, eliciting a pained gasp from him. Yet, just as Natsum intended to exploit his elusive speed to inflict further injury, a surge of tumultuous lightning erupted around Kakashi, striking anyone who dared approach. At the moment Natsum was caught in the electric grasp, his form abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Natsum flying. Earth Release, Earth Spear. Kakashi was determined to afford Natsum no chance of resistance. A formidable earthen spear erupted from beneath him. Something felt amiss, according to the third Hokage's assessment. Natsum should not resort to such rudimentary tactics. He clearly recognized Kakashi as a lightning-style ninja, yet chose to engage in high-speed close combat. Was he courting death? Could it be that he harbored some ulterior motive? Nearby, Jiraiya furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the unfolding events. Indeed, Narashikaku contemplatively concurred. Water release, water barrier. Observing the rapidly approaching formidable spear, Natsum clenched his teeth, forming seals to conjure a wall of water beneath him. Nevertheless, the overwhelming force of the earthen spear sent him hurtling away. Such a significant vulnerability, was it a mere oversight or a deliberate ploy? Jiraiya's frown deepened. It is over. At the moment Natsum was thrust into the air by the earthen spear, Kakashi had already vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before Natsum, having completed his seals with remarkable speed. Water release, great water arm technique. Subsequently, a majestic water arm coiled around his right limb, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar, crashing forcefully against Natsum's chest. Natsum Haru crashed into the earth like a projectile, creating a fissure over 5 meters wide upon impact. Kakashi followed closely, landing within the crater as the glint of white fang pierced through the dust and haze. However, the sight before Kakashi caused his pupils to constrict in alarm, prompting him to retreat hastily. For Natsum Haru was nowhere to be found within the gaping chasm. Where is he? Kakashi remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Chapter 88. You have lost Kakashi, I am here. A voice suddenly resonated beneath Kakashi's feet, in an instant. The ground erupted as Natsum Haru surged forth like a phantom, striking Kakashi's chin with a handstand kick, sending him flying. Lion's roar. Natsum Yang pursued relentlessly, delivering a series of kicks to Kakashi's right hand, left hand, chest, back, left leg, and right leg, culminating in a powerful strike that sent him crashing into the earth. Bam! Alas, despite Natsum Yang's fervent efforts, the Kakashi he struck was merely a clay clone. It was evident that at the moment Natsum's foot connected with his chin, Kakashi had employed the earth clone technique to substitute himself. Truly, Kakashi exemplified caution and wisdom. Just as Natsum Yang touched down, a swift sound of air slicing through the atmosphere approached with great urgency. As Natsum's gaze shifted, he beheld a whip-like leg rapidly magnifying in his line of sight. Prompting an involuntary gasp, he instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, only to be propelled backward like a mere sandbag through the air. Nevertheless, he managed to forcibly twist his waist and regain his footing mid-flight. Yet, his attention was abruptly captured by the faint smile gracing Kakashi's lips, causing a surge of alarm within him. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. In an instant, the ground beneath Natsum transformed into a viscous, rolling mass, morphing into a mire capable of devouring all. He felt his body sink, half of one leg already engulfed. As if that were not sufficient, Kakashi formed another set of hand seals and pressed down upon the earth, invoking earth release, hardening technique. Natsum Yo found himself ensnared within the very earth, rendered immobile. You have lost, Kakashi declared, materializing before Natsum, his kunai poised against Natsum's throat, his tone indifferent. Oh, is that so? Have you truly emerged victorious? Natsum murmured softly, lowering his head. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Natsum that Kakashi had trapped transformed into a cascade of water, revealing itself to be merely a water clone. This is bad, Kakashi thought, a sense of alarm surging within him. Yet, before he could react, Natsum appeared behind him like a specter, delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling. Water release, water severing wave. Natsum's hands moved with incredible speed, forming intricate seals as chakra surged powerfully from his body. His cheeks swelled, and a slender torrent of water, resembling a white ribbon, sliced through the air, piercing directly through Kakashi's left leg. Kakashi involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Before he could react, the water wave rushed forth again, this time penetrating his right leg. Thud. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Natsum Yoshido materialized behind Kakashi, mirroring the earlier maneuver he had executed against Natsum, with a kunai poised at Kakashi's throat. He spoke coolly, Kakashi, you have lost. No, it is you who has truly lost. To be candid, Natsum was exceedingly reluctant to hear these words. However, before he could fully process the statement, Kakashi before him abruptly transformed into a surge of lightning that radiated outward. There was no time for Natsum to evade. He was ensnared by the electric tempest. An excruciating sensation coursed through his body, as though millions of iron needles were piercing his cells, inflicting unbearable pain. The searing heat was utterly intolerable, akin to being cooked alive, prompting Natsum to cry out in agony. Chapter 89. A most ingenious calculation wind release. Great breakthrough. Kakashi materialized approximately 30 meters away from Natsum. Upon completing the hand seals, a violent gale erupted, sweeping Natsum away. Cough, cough. Truly formidable. No wonder you were Kakashi. Yet, I refuse to concede so easily. Natsum wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and vanished before Kakashi like a specter. How infuriating. Kakashi muttered under his breath, yet he quickly heightened his vigilance. Since the moment of his birth, Kakashi had never encountered an adversary as formidable and elusive as Natsum. It was as if he had encountered a mirror image of himself, equally cautious, equally adept at concealing his true abilities. On several occasions, Kakashi believed he had triumphed, only to find that it was merely Natsum-yo's clone. Much like himself, Natsum excelled in the art of creating diversions. His chakra reserves were dwindling. This fellow had deceived him with his swordsmanship, leading him to believe that he excelled in that domain while being relatively weak in ninjutsu. Yet, just as Kakashi began to solidify this assumption, Natsum-yo swiftly overturned his expectations with a sudden display of ninjutsu, leaving him caught off guard and wounded. Just as Kakashi was about to reassess the situation, Natsum intentionally drew closer, using himself as bait, making Kakashi feel as though he had an opportunity to employ his lightning release clone technique. Although Natsum would sustain injuries, his position was comparatively advantageous. From the very beginning, his primary objective had been Kakashi's chakra. He had willingly acted as bait multiple times, leading Kakashi to expend an abundance of ninjutsu in pursuit of victory. Indeed, you have succeeded, Natsum-yo. My chakra is now sufficient for only a single ninjutsu, while you remain brimming with chakra. If you play the long game, I will inevitably fall into your hands. Truly a clever strategy. Kakashi's expression darkened as he gazed at the smiling Natsum-yo in the distance, feeling a sense of defeat for the first time. It seems you have deduced my thoughts. Indeed, when it comes to strength, we stand on equal footing. Whether in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, or the speed of technique execution, we are alike. At this moment, if I were to confront you head-on, employing every tactic at my disposal, we would merely reach a stalemate, which is not my desire. Thus, the contest now hinges on intelligence. Kakashi, you are cleverer than I, but your reputation precedes you. A little inquiry would reveal much about you. Unlike you, however, few are acquainted with my identity. Consequently, I am well aware of your secrets. Yet you know nothing of me, and I shall not allow you to uncover my vulnerabilities amidst battle. So come, Kakashi, employ your wisdom. Or reveal your trump card to defeat me. Wind instantaneous body technique. With that, Natsume vanished before Kakashi, as ephemeral as the wind itself. What an astute young man. He had laid a trap for Kakashi from the very beginning, and with Kakashi's remarkable intellect, it took him a moment to realize he was being led into a snare. By the time Kakashi comprehended the situation, it was already too late. After listening to Natsume's analysis, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Natsume was truly a tactical genius. Even the highly intelligent Kakashi had fallen into his trap. Chapter 90. Is he that kind of person? Do you think that what he told Kakashi was intentional? He shouldn't be the type to become complacent after achieving a small victory, right? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. No way, if that were the case, he would be far too formidable, having controlled the entire battle from the very beginning. Nara Shikaku involuntarily gasped, a look of astonishment rising in his eyes. Although he tried to convince himself that Natsume, you couldn't possibly consider such intricate details, for some reason. A voice in his heart insisted that Natsume you might indeed do so, and that it was genuinely within his capabilities. Unfortunately, Nara Shikaku was once again correct in his conjecture. Natsume Haru conveyed that remark to Kakashi because it was imbued with profound implications. Upon hearing it, Kakashi could only make one choice, to employ his ultimate technique in a decisive contest with Natsume Haru. Among all my opponents, you are the most formidable and challenging. I must concede that without resorting to my final move, I cannot hope to defeat you. However, it is time to bring this to a close, before this technique. All your resistance is in vain. Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently on Natsume Haru as he swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, a surge of intense lightning erupted from his hands, emitting a piercing shriek and radiating a chilling brilliance. Raikiri, is it? How intriguing. Natsume Haru couldn't help but narrow his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed a curious twist of fate. Kakashi wields Raikiri, while he possesses the wind release, Rasengan. Both are extraordinarily formidable jutsu, exhibiting tremendous power. Yet, while Raikiri is classified as an S-rank technique, the wind release, Rasengan, is merely an A-rank. Nevertheless, in terms of destructive capability, the Rasengan does not fall significantly short of Raikiri. Truly, as you have stated, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi is entirely at the mercy of Natsume Haru, who commands the entire battle with ease. It is terrifying to contemplate. Is this boy truly only 11 years old? His mental acuity surpasses that of many middle-aged individuals. Could it be that such a prodigy exists in this world? Jiraiya has encountered numerous geniuses throughout his life, yet none possess the extraordinary intelligence of Natsume Haru. Kakashi is destined to lose. Yamashiro, I sighed. Since Natsume Haru revealed his plan to Kakashi, he had already secured absolute advantage. However, how will you counter Kakashi's Raikiri? Nara Shikaku displayed a hint of intrigue, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. With this move, do ensure you do not perish. Kakashi's lightning flared brilliantly once more, the shrill wail piercing through the air, evoking a spine-chilling sensation. The radiance transformed the surrounding area into a sea of blue, emanating a powerful penetrating force that made the air recoil in dismay. Kakashi surged forward like a bolt of lightning, brandishing Raikiri with astonishing speed that left no room for response. Raikiri. Kakashi held unwavering confidence in this technique, believing that even Natsume Haru could not withstand its might. This fearsome maneuver is capable of severing heavenly thunder. How could Natsume Haru possibly contend with it? Chapter 91. I have lost. Raikiri, you say? Alas, you have yet to master it fully. If you truly had command over this technique, I would indeed have to exert considerable effort to counter it. However, it is regrettable that you have clearly not reached that level yet. Before the onslaught of Kakashi and Raikiri, Natsume displayed no hint of panic, only an air of tranquility. The greatest flaw of Kakashi's Raikiri lies in its difficulty to strike a target without the aid of the Sharingan. A technique that cannot hit its mark, no matter how formidable, is ultimately futile. In a moment when Kakashi's Raikiri was about to collide with him, Natsume suddenly executed an exquisitely light step, deftly evading Kakashi. He then extended his hand, grasping Kakashi's electrified right hand, and with a swift motion, he pulled outward while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Kakashi's chest, sending him hurtling away. It was reminiscent of Itachi Uchiha catching Sasuke's Chidori with his bare hands in Naruto, Shippuden. However, the intensity of the lightning was indeed formidable. Emulating Itachi's prowess was beyond his reach. After propelling Kakashi away, Natsum couldn't help but shake his right hand, catching a whiff of singed flesh. As his skin bore slight burns, contrasting with the unblemished surface of his left hand. Alas, Kakashi, you have been defeated. Natsum turned around and gazed at Kakashi, who was struggling to rise from the ground, a broad smile gracing his face. I find myself somewhat perplexed. I hardly recall employing Raikiri more than a few times. How is it that you surmise I have yet to fully master this technique? Kakashi, now on his feet, grasped his left hand with his right, regarding Natsum with a look of bewilderment. Haha, is it not rather obvious? If you had truly mastered this technique, would you have been swept away by the lightning? Upon hearing this, Natsum could not help but erupt into laughter, casually offering a seemingly reasonable, yet somewhat flippant response. You are quite formidable, Natsum. I concede defeat. Kakashi sighed in resignation, openly acknowledging his loss. Perhaps this was the first time in his life that he had admitted defeat to an opponent, especially one younger than himself. Haha, in that case, until we meet again. Natsum let out a chuckle, and whether intentional or not, as he departed. He suddenly turned his head to glance in the direction of Jiraiya and the others, startling Yamamoto Kaichi in the process. This little fellow possesses a remarkably keen sense of perception. How could he have noticed that? Yamamoto's eyes widened in astonishment, and indeed, he was not alone. Nara Shikaku and Jiraiya shared the same sentiment. This child is truly intriguing. After a battle, Yoda had gleaned nearly all of Kakashi's intelligence. Yet Kakashi knew very little about him. Even we, the onlookers, were only aware that he wielded exceptional swordsmanship and could perform both water and wind techniques. But whether he has any hidden trump cards remains a complete mystery to us, were it not for the fact that he is merely 11 years old. I might have been led to believe he was of our generation, for his thoughts far exceed those of his peers. Jiraiya's face was awash with surprise. He had thought that the third Hokage's assessment of Natsum was already quite high, yet it appears that the third's evaluation was indeed understated. I find myself increasingly eager to witness his future performances. So powerful yet so unassuming, this lad seems to have his own ideas. Nara Shikaku stroked his little mustache thoughtfully. Chapter 92, The 11-Year-Old Jonin. Let us await the unfolding of events. Yamamoto Kaichi exchanged a glance with the other two, each reflecting a profound sense of anticipation in their eyes. Such an exceptional individual, previously so discreet, surely harbors some ulterior motives. After all, unusual circumstances often signal something amiss. How fascinating. I hadn't anticipated that Jiraiya and the others were also observing from the shadows. However, intelligence is indeed a valuable asset, in the absence of overwhelming power. The difference between possessing intelligence and lacking it is stark. Just like my encounter with Kakashi today, had I been unaware of his background, I could not have secured victory so effortlessly. It seems I must be diligent in gathering intelligence from now on. As Natsum hastened back to the camp, thoughts raced through his mind. The side quest A Crane among chickens had been completed, granting him 300 experience points and 700 gold coins, along with the reward of an intermediate-level wind sword technique and a spirit-slaying sword. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, accompanied by that intoxicating sensation of power surging within him, a warm current flowing from his consciousness to every part of his body. The feeling of empowerment was palpable. Suddenly, Natsum attention was drawn to another task reward, a cold sword resting in the system's space. The spirit-slaying sword, enhanced with a 10% increase in wind attribute power, would synergize beautifully with the wind sword technique. This unexpected boon was a delightful surprise. The enhancement of the wind sword technique implied that the short blade he had previously wielded could no longer accommodate his newfound strength. He had been contemplating acquiring a superior forged dagger post-battle, but the system had graciously provided him with an unforeseen gift. As soon as he returned, he would eagerly study the intermediate wind sword technique. A sense of anticipation tinged with excitement for the impending battle began to swell within him. At the age of 11, possessing the strength of a high-ranking ninja certainly marked him as a prodigious talent. Upon reaching the camp, each team had its own designated quarters. Once Natsum entered his room, he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, biting down on a towel, and activated the intermediate wind sword technique. In an instant, a torrent of complex, amalgamated memories inundated his mind, causing him to grasp the bed sheets tightly and collapse onto the mattress, convulsing in agony. If there was one thing that Natsum would never forget about leveling up, it was this overwhelming method of learning. Although he had slowly begun to acclimate to such suffering, each wave of pain continued to test his endurance. After a prolonged bout of convulsions, he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, do not misconstrue this. His fainting marked the true beginning of his educational journey. This realization had only dawned upon him in recent months. Time passed slowly, and a day slipped by. Completing the study of the intermediate wind sword technique bestowed upon Natsum-yo an impressive 450 experience points. His attributes now stood as follows. Host, Natsum-yo Dimension, Naruto World Age, 11 skills, Water Break Wave, Water Clone, Grand Water Arm Technique, Water Barrier, Intermediate Wind Sword Technique, Wind Body Flicker Technique, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken. Shadow Clone Technique Status, 2,510,000 gold coins, 7890 level, high-ranking ninja weapon, Spirit Slaying Sword with 3 days remaining until the battle commenced. Chapter 93. How could I dare to disregard your prestige? Natsum-yo awoke, his entire body damp and sticky, emanating an odor that was difficult to bear. Natsum-yo nearly succumbed to dizziness and hastily opened a window to let in some fresh air. He then retrieved a few garments, draped a coat over himself, and hurried into the communal bathroom of the camp. Bathing truly is a delightful experience. After 30 minutes, Natsum-yo emerged from the bathroom, carrying his soiled clothes, which he tossed into the laundry basin to begin washing. Isn't that Natsum-yo? What a coincidence! At that moment, the voice of Tsukigawa Jifeng reached his ears once more. Natsum-yo rolled his eyes, having no desire to engage with the self-satisfied fool. How tiresome. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that in a couple of days, I will be competing against the legendary genius, Hatake Kakashi. Don't forget to come and watch. It might be beneficial for you. Tsukigawa Jifeng proclaimed with an air of pride, as if competing with Kakashi were an extraordinary honor. Very well, I shall attend. I wouldn't dare dismiss your request, Tsukigawa Jifeng. Natsum-yo responded nonchalantly and returned to her diligent task of washing clothes. At least you know your place. Upon hearing this, Tsukigawa Ship finally walked contentedly into the bathroom. The battle between Tsukigawa Ship and Kakashi, you say? How intriguing. I can only hope that when the moment comes, you won't be reduced to tears, Tsukigawa Ship. A faint smile involuntarily grazed the corners of Natsum-yo's lips, as if some inexplicable thoughts were surfacing in his mind. A day later, the battle between Kakashi and Tsukigawa Ship commenced under the watchful eyes of many. Initially, due to the psychological pressure stemming from Natsum-yo's previous stalemate with Tsukigawa Ship, Kakashi was unable to fully unleash his true potential. However, as the battle progressed, Kakashi adeptly analyzed Tsukigawa Ship's genuine strength according to the circumstances, regaining his composure and ultimately achieving a resounding victory with overwhelming prowess. Although this victory had no direct connection to Natsum-yo, his presence caught the attention of Minato Namikaze, who sought him out for a conversation after the battle, leading to a mutually beneficial agreement. In exchange for the wind release, Rasengan, he traded for the 8 trigrams sealing technique, temporarily attributing the credit for the development of the wind release, Rasengan, to Minato Namikaze. 2 days passed, and the day had arrived for Natsum-yo and his companions to enter the battlefield. Your mission today is to escort the medical ninjas to the rear battlefield, ensuring their safety at all costs. Uchiha Kankaku announced the day's task, glancing at Natsum-yo and the other 3 team members. Understood, the 4 replied, with the 2 Uchiha ninjas displaying an air of haughty confidence. Yet, Natsum-yo hoped that their confidence was not blind. Otherwise, the entire team would pay the price for their arrogance. Let us depart. Uchiha Kankaku shot a disdainful look at Natsum-yo before charging ahead, followed closely by the other 2 Uchiha clan members, with Tsukigawa Ship trailing behind. Observing this, Natsum-yo couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Silently sighing to himself, it seems this mission will not be as straightforward as anticipated. Their destination was a defensive stronghold located 50 kilometers away. Chapter 94. Why the heart races among the medical ninjas being escorted. Natsum-yo recognized only one person, Kankaku Chika. To his surprise, Kankaku Chika held a significant position among the medical ninjas, seemingly serving as a squad leader, overseeing nearly half of them, while another squad leader appeared to be a middle-aged chunin in his 30s, despite deliberately slowing their pace due to the presence of the medical ninjas. The distance was not too great, allowing them to reach their destination within the allotted time. However, unbeknownst to Natsum-yo, Uchiha Kankaku had already devised a lethal trap specifically targeting him. Just as he had contemplated earlier, it was not unusual for a few to perish on the battlefield. Although Natsume had completely obliterated the bodies of Uchiha Yusuke and his companions, this only further validated Uchiha Kankaku's dark intentions. Apart from the adept Natsume, hailing from the shadows, who else possesses such mastery in the art of obliterating evidence? Natsume, grant Yusuke his due recompense. Uchiha Kankaku slightly lowered his head, a chilling glint suddenly flashing in his eyes, before swiftly reverting to normalcy. Subsequently, Natsume and his companions were poised to face the encirclement of a Wagakure, leading to their imminent demise along the path. Aside from the three Uchiha, none were privy to the challenges they were destined to confront. As they journeyed, an unsettling premonition stirred within Natsume. Since earlier, his heart had been racing incessantly, as if heralding an impending event. Yet, upon scrutinizing his surroundings, he discerned nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to him, approximately a kilometer ahead, 100 IWA shinobi lay in ambush along the cliffs, awaiting Natsume and his party to unwittingly fall into their trap. One IWA shinobi sidled up to his captain, whispering, "Captain, do you truly believe Uchiha Kankaku will arrive? Could this not be a ruse? The Leaf villagers are notorious for their cunning schemes. Rest assured, Uchiha Kankaku will come." During our conversation that day, his eyes were ablaze with madness. Such a man is capable of anything. After all, it is a matter of vengeance. Natsume has slain his son. Do you truly think Uchiha Kankaku would allow Natsume to escape? The captain responded with unwavering confidence, his gaze a mixture of anticipation and lethal intent. Once we have dispatched Natsume, shall we truly retreat just like that? It seems rather regrettable. The shinobi inquired again. In response, the captain delivered a sharp rap on the man's head, revealing a cold smile. We have traveled far and prepared meticulously for so long. How could we settle for merely eliminating Natsume? We shall take everything in our reach. This is our merit. And who would be foolish enough to adhere to rules that spare others? Hiki, I knew you would say that. I shall prepare at once. The IWA shinobi chuckled and swiftly darted to join his comrades. Alert the brethren. Uchiha Kankaku and his party are on their way. Remain concealed and do not reveal yourselves. The captain commanded a nearby shinobi. Understood. The IWA shinobi replied with a grin, taking extra care to suppress his presence. 10 minutes later, they're here. The captain, concealed upon the cliff, observed a group approaching at the end of the path, and he quietly commanded the assembled IWA shinobi. In an instant, all IWA shinobi entered a state of combat readiness, revealing only their eyes to gauge the situation. Chapter 95, The danger approaches so suddenly on the Kenoha side. A nagging sensation lingered that something was amiss with this path, though he could not pinpoint what exactly felt wrong. Was it merely my imagination? Could it be that I am overthinking it? From the moment Natsume entered the canyon, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped him. He could not quite articulate the reason. Yet he felt that something was amiss within this gorge. However, the expressions of the others revealed no signs of unease, leading Natsume to suspect he might be overthinking the situation. Natsume, today marks your demise, and with so many medical ninjas accompanying you to the grave, you should feel content. Upon entering the canyon, Uchiha Kanga casually glanced upward, revealing a cruel smile. This scene went unnoticed by Natsume, who would not have given it much thought even if he had. After all, was it not entirely normal to glance at the sky? As the group gradually approached the heart of the canyon, Natsume's ominous premonition intensified. He abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the area with meticulous scrutiny. Yet everything appeared normal, devoid of any irregularities. Natsume, why have you suddenly ceased your march without reason? Are you aware of the consequences of such an abrupt stop? Uchiha Kanga was taken aback, yet he feigned a stern demeanor to question him. I have a foreboding feeling, so I paused to ascertain if there was anything amiss. Natsume replied, disregarding Uchiha Kanga's expression. Did you uncover anything? If Natsume were to discern something that jeopardized their plans, Uchiha Kanga's scheming over the past days would be rendered futile. Nothing. Natsume's response immediately alleviated Uchiha Kanga's concerns. Seeking attention after a hearty meal, Uchiha Kanga turned away, instructing the rock ninjas above with a discreet signal before resuming his forward march. Upon receiving Uchiha Kanga's signal, the rock ninja captain slowly raised his arm, performing a somersault and then forming seals as he forcefully struck the ground. Earth release. Rock collapse. Earth release. Earth flow spear. The moment the rock ninja captain initiated the attack, the other rock ninjas swiftly joined in. Instantly, the entire canyon trembled. Boulders the size of millstones plummeted like cannonballs, while a multitude of terrifyingly sharp earth spears erupted from the ground, leaving no escape for Natsume and his companions. Be careful. The nearest to Natsum was Konatsuki Chika, who, upon witnessing a massive boulder descending toward her, found herself unable to react in time. Natsum could not help but shout, employing the wind instantaneous technique to appear behind Konatsuki Chika, lifting her and vanishing from the spot. Wind sword technique. Natsum Young wielded his sword with one hand, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that severed all the earth flow spears hurtling towards them. Are you all right? Natsum Yo gently set aside Kwangetsu Chinatsu, only to observe the latter's fair visage drained of color, completely unprepared for the sudden onslaught of peril. Fear not, your swift reaction has proven fortuitous. Kwangetsu Chinatsu gazed at Natsum-yo with admiration before bowing her head, murmuring softly, though she was unharmed thanks to Natsum-yo's timely intervention. The fate of the other medical ninjas was far more grim. Alas, the remaining medical ninjas could scarcely fathom the unexpected assault. Most had no time to react, and they were swiftly impaled by sharp earthen spears strung together in a gruesome display. Chapter 96. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. Subsequently, those unfortunate ninjas, now grotesquely linked, were crushed into a bloody pulp by the descending boulders, leaving behind a macabre scene of crimson. Nonetheless, the moonlight gale displayed remarkable agility, rescuing a few medical ninjas from the chaos. The canyon, already narrow, had its exits completely obstructed by the fallen boulders, severing any hope of escape for Natsum-yo and his companions. To make matters worse, they found themselves isolated from one another, vulnerable to annihilation. And the situation was dire indeed. Ha ha ha. Did you ever imagine, ninjas of Kenoha, that you would encounter an ambush here? The captain of the rock ninjas stood, surveying the carnage below, his countenance radiating the triumph of a victor. Damn it. How did the rock ninjas ascertain our whereabouts and set this ambush in such a strategic location? Do not dare suggest this is merely a coincidence. I would never believe it, even if you were to strike me down. Natsum Young cast a grim glance at the group of rock ninjas above him, articulating each word with deliberate intensity. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in his mind. Ding. Escape mission initiated. Please lead your team to successfully break through. Reward. Experience points 500. Gold 800. The system's voice, as anticipated, caused a weight to settle in Natsum's heart. Based on his experience, a greater accumulation of experience points invariably indicated a heightened level of difficulty. 500 experience points implied that he would likely confront at least 5 Jonin-level rock ninjas. This was far from a trivial challenge for Natsum at this juncture. Ha ha ha, brothers. Let us kill. The captain of the rock ninjas bellowed with laughter before forming hand seals once more. They held an undeniable advantage, their number of 100 instilling confidence that they could easily overpower Natsum and his mere 5 companions. Yes, the rock ninjas responded in unison, proceeding to form their seals again. There's no way I will allow you to succeed. Natsum roared in defiance. Seizing the opportunity before the rock ninjas could complete their seals, he unleashed a swift and formidable torrent of water, piercing through the chests of 3 or 4 rock ninjas. With a mere thought, the water wave altered its trajectory, hurtling towards the startled rock ninjas, who scrambled to evade it. Yet, several were caught off guard, their limbs severed as they fell to the ground, wailing in agony. But was that the end? No. Natsum Young lowered his head as the surging waters cleaved through the rock face where the rock ninja captain stood, causing a multitude of rock ninjas to plummet down, significantly diminishing their advantage. Come to me and perish, roared the rock ninja captain, charging forward like a ferocious dinosaur, his massive fist crashing toward Natsum Yang's visage. Whoosh. Natsum Yo could hardly dare to confront the captain of the rock ninja team. The force behind that punch was beyond his capacity to withstand. Employing the wind body flicker technique, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear behind the rock ninja captain, bringing down his spirit cleaver with a mighty strike. Earth release, earth spear. Yet, the rock ninja captain demonstrated remarkable reflexes. The moment Natsum Yo materialized, he utilized the earth release, hardened technique to envelop himself in a layer of armor. With a resounding clash, the spirit cleaver struck his back, sending sparks flying in all directions. The recoil was so intense that Natsum Yo felt a jolt of pain coursing through his hand, almost causing him to lose grip on the spirit cleaver. You think you can withstand this? Prepare to meet your demise. The rock ninja captain bellowed, his voice a menacing growl. Earth release, heavy rock technique. His right fist swept through the air with a thunderous sound, hurtling towards Natsum Yo, who stood mere feet away. Chapter 97. Only a fool would make a choice. Humph. Natsum Yo felt as though his body had been suddenly immobilized, The overwhelming force of gravity caused his bones to creak and groan, making even the slightest movement of his fingers an arduous task. No. As Natsumi remained ensnared in place, on the verge of being struck and sent flying by Captain Iwanin's fist, Mizuki Chika could not help but let out a desperate cry. Yet, what good was such a cry of despair? It served no purpose. But did Natsumi truly lack the strength to resist? No, that was inconceivable. Wind release, Rasengan, Natsumi bellowed. Being unable to move does not preclude the release of ninjutsu. A formidable wind sphere, as large as a basketball, materialized before him. With a fierce glare, he propelled it towards the rock ninja captain with sheer willpower. Die. The rock ninja captain's eyes were filled with a sinister murderous intent, as if he envisioned Natsumi shattered and grievously wounded by a single blow. He could not fathom that anyone could confront such an attack merely with physical strength. The enhanced rock technique, its might is unparalleled. However, in that instant of confrontation, the expression on the rock ninja captain's face shifted dramatically. The proud earth release hardening technique, which he relied upon, was rendered utterly ineffective against the wind release spiraling sphere. His arm was visibly stripped away at an alarming rate, flesh and bones separating entirely. With a determined shout, the effects of the enhanced rock technique dissipated, allowing Natsumi to regain his mobility. With a forceful thrust of his right arm, the wind release spiraling sphere breached the defenses of the rock ninja captain, pressing directly against his chest. A muffled thud resonated as his chest caved inward, contorting into a vortex shape, and the agony etched upon the captain's twisted visage spoke volumes of his suffering. Perish, Natsumi exclaimed, and in an instant, the wind release, Rasengan swelled to 4 or 5 times its original size, enveloping the rock ninja captain as if he were a dumpling. Thus, it propelled itself through the earth, crashing into the cliffside and leaving behind a spiraling cavity approximately 10 meters in diameter. Natsumi swiftly moved forward, his blade slicing through the throat of the rock ninja captain, extinguishing his life. Follow me. Sukiku's ship cannot handle so many rock ninjas. After addressing Kankatsuki Chika, Natsumi leaped into action to assist Sukiku's ship and his comrades. At Uchiha Kankai's location, he furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this mean? This scene was not part of our planned discussion. He gazed at the rock ninja elite blocking their path, his expression darkening. Since you have already surmised the reason, why feign ignorance? A rock ninja chuckled, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. From the onset, they had no intention of sparing Uchiha Kankai. The intelligence had been delivered to them on a silver platter. Why not seize it? If Uchiha Kankai could lose his wits over the grief of a slain child, why could they not exploit that to their advantage? So, you intend to go back on your word. Uchiha Kankai clenched his fists, his visage turning ominously grim. Ha. To go back on one's word. Uchiha Kankai, such harsh words you speak. Let me be candid. Our initial plan was to annihilate you all. The intelligence and accolades that have come to us so conveniently are not to be dismissed. Only a fool would let such an opportunity slip away. Chapter 98. This is war. Moreover, in this era of conflict, who would rigidly adhere to rules? Just observe the fate of those who do. And as for you, having merely attained the rank of a team leader, do you truly consider yourself significant? A glance in the mirror would reveal the truth of your worth. You dare negotiate with us? It is laughable. A person of your stature, upon death, would find no place in the halls of Amaterasu. The rock ninja's taunts made Uchiha Kankai tremble with rage. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, he had never endured such humiliation. You will pay for this, he bellowed, launching himself toward the rock ninja with incredible speed. Care to engage in taijutsu? I am more than willing, the rock ninja retorted, invoking the technique-hardened technique as he prepared to clash with Uchiha Kankai. With a resounding crash, their fists met, sending sparks flying. Uchiha Kankai grunted, taken aback by the surprising strength of the rock ninja before him. Realizing he could not match the brute force, he quickly retreated. Doton, Yellow Spring Marsh. The rock ninja swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath Uchiha Kankai transformed into a mire. Fortunately, Kankai reacted swiftly, performing the body replacement technique to evade the impending doom. Katon, Dragon Fire Technique. As soon as Uchiha Kwanyu made his appearance, he inhaled deeply and exhaled a torrent of crimson flames that surged towards the rock ninja before him. The surrounding air was instantly scorched, distorting and rendering vision somewhat hazy. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Faced with the searing flames that had suddenly assailed him, the rock ninja performed a series of hand seals, channeling chakra into the ground. A massive rock fist erupted from the earth, colliding directly with the flames, creating an intense standoff. Earth release, groundquake core. The rock ninja executed another set of hand seals. And the ground beneath Uchiha Kwanyu rumbled ominously before caving in, forming a 2-meter-wide pit that left him without a foothold. Before he could react, he plummeted downwards. Earth release, rock collapse. The rock ninja, his expression one of ferocity, struck the ground forcefully, causing the walls of the pit to shatter into a rain of colossal boulders that cascaded down upon Uchiha Kwanyu. Feeling a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, he hastily formed seals to defend himself. If struck, even 10 lives would not suffice to endure such a blow. Fire release, great fireball technique. He inhaled deeply, his abdomen swelling significantly, before unleashing a stream of flames that coalesced into a massive, nearly 10-meter-wide crimson fireball, igniting and shattering the descending rocks. Earth release, earth spike. The rock ninja once again formed hand seals, and sharp earthen spikes erupted from beneath Uchiha Kwanyu's feet, rapidly expanding in his horrified gaze. This is bad, Uchiha Kwanyu shouted, swiftly performing a substitution technique to evade the impending attack. The sound of piercing echoed sharply. Uchiha Kwanyu possessed sufficient strength to contend with the rock ninja. However, his 2 guards were no match for the rock ninjas and soon fell, their eyes wide in shock as they lay in pools of blood. How about it, Uchiha Kwanyu? Will you continue to resist? Surrender. You have no chance. The rock ninja addressed the air before him, his tone brimming with confidence. Chapter 99. Why resist? Die. Uchiha Kwanyu appeared behind the rock ninja, his long blade slicing through the air with a sharpness that sent a chill down the spine. Do you think such an attack could harm me? Who do you underestimate? The rock ninja raised his hand to block the strike, a derisive smile on his lips. Oh, really? Who granted you the audacity to gaze into the eyes of the Uchiha clan during battle? Uchiha Kwanyu suddenly lifted his head, his double Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, fixating on the rock ninja before him as he unleashed his genjutsu. The rock ninja's eyes widened in shock, only to lose their focus as he succumbed to the illusion. A fleeting glimmer of cold light flickered, and the eyes of the rock ninja widened in shock. Grasping his neck with blood-soaked hands, he could not staunch the rapid flow of crimson, and with a face of bitter resignation, he collapsed onto the ground. This place is not suitable for lingering. Retreat is the best strategy. Uchiha Kanwei cast a glance at the 2 Uchiha ninjas lying in a pool of blood, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, he unleashed a torrent of searing flames, compelling the pursuing rock ninjas to retreat. However, once the flames extinguished, both Uchiha ninjas and Uchiha Kanwei had vanished without a trace. Pursue. The rock ninjas wasted no time and immediately gave chase, returning to Natsumyo. Aside from the rock ninja captain that Natsumyo had dispatched, there were 2 additional jonin among those who ambushed them. Yet, even against a single jonin, the formidable prowess of Tsukikage Hate was severely tested. Had this rock ninja been entirely earnest in his assault, he would have met his demise long ago. Heh. Boy, surrender. Your companions are likely already dead. I must admit, your tenacity is commendable, but alas, how long can you shield them? The rock ninja jonin, named Diamond, fought with a mocking demeanor. This cat-and-mouse game was genuinely entertaining. Watching Tsukikage Hate gradually succumb to despair filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Dream on. Tsukikage Hate roared defiantly, quickening the pace of his blade, yet he still struggled to inflict harm upon Diamond. If that is the case, I shall simply demonstrate to you the extent of your weakness with absolute power. At these words, Diamond scoffed derisively, repelling Tsukikage Hate with a forceful strike. He then rapidly formed hand seals, and as Tsukikage Hate charged towards him, he slammed his hands upon the ground, exclaiming, "Earth release, rock pillar prison technique." In an instant, 18 sturdy stone pillars erupted from the earth, ensnaring Tsukikage Hate without affording him any chance to react. With a swift motion, Tsukikage Hate swung his sword against the pillars, but inflicted no damage whatsoever, aside from a few sparks that flew upon impact. Instead, he felt a jolt of pain in his hand, as the immense recoil caused his entire right arm to tremble. Do you still believe you have a chance? Do not delude yourself. You consider yourself a genius. Yet in comparison to true talent, you are nothing. Diamond gazed at Tsukikage Hate, trapped within the rock pillars, as he slowly formed hand seals, his face a mixture of anticipation and mockery. Meanwhile, 4 or 5 other rock ninjas surged forth, subduing all the medical ninjas. Chapter 100. Enough. You are no match for him. I ask you once more, will you surrender or continue to resist? Certainly, from this moment forth, Each second you hesitate may result in the loss of a life due to your indecision. Earth release. Just as David was preparing to strike at the medical ninjas, a sudden sound of air being sliced behind him interrupted his thoughts. He swiftly evaded to the side, his gaze shifting to the newcomer. Moonlight Gale, are you all right? The arrival was none other than Natsumyo. I'll survive, but why did it take you so long to arrive? I recall you should have remained unscathed. Moonlight Gale expressed his frustration, prompting an eye roll from Natsumyo. What do you mean by unscathed? That rock ninja captain was exceptionally formidable. If I hadn't dealt with him, I wouldn't be standing here now. Enough. Even if you did encounter an adversary, they couldn't have been too formidable. Just hold this guy off. While I devise a plan to extricate myself quickly, you cannot handle him alone. Moonlight Gale commanded with an air of authority, instructing Natsumyo. Let me release you first. Natsumyo gently touched his nose, and with a swift flash of the spirit-slaying blade, he darted past the rocky prison. Futile. Even I cannot contend with this stone confinement. The Moonlight Gale harbored no belief that Natsumyo could accomplish the impossible. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the rocky prison abruptly fractured, causing his unfinished words to vanish into silence. Not too shabby. Natsum gazed at the moonlight, and with a swift smile, he vanished before the rushing wind. In an instant, he materialized before a group of captive medical ninjas. A glint of cold light flashed, and one of the rock ninjas fell to the ground, clutching his neck. You scoundrel! Upon witnessing this, the remaining rock ninjas roared in fury and charged toward Natsum, their faces etched with murderous intent. Windblade technique. Natsumyo glided through the throng of rock shinobi with an ethereal grace, before sheathing his sword and coming to a halt. In a striking display, all the approaching rock shinobi collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with shock, clutching their throats as blood poured forth. This fellow, Moonlight Swiftwind, glared at Natsumyo, gritting his teeth in frustration, and charged towards Davemon. He had not anticipated that Natsumyo would suddenly display such formidable prowess, forcing him to swallow his previous scornful remarks. That guy. Davemon also cast a glance at Natsumyo. Indeed, their original target proved to be extraordinary. With a swift motion, Moonlight Swiftwind's longsword came crashing down upon Davemon's forearm. But Davemon steadfastly parried the blow, then, with a surge of strength in his right arm, he sent Moonlight Swiftwind reeling backwards. Following this, he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick, prompting Moonlight Swiftwind to raise his sword defensively, yet he was once again thrust back. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Davemon swiftly formed seals, encasing his right arm in a layer of rock, transforming it into a formidable fist that soared toward Moonlight Swiftwind. Secret technique. Moon shadow. Moonlight Swiftwind retreated several steps, and suddenly, the long sword in his hand shimmered with an enchanting illusion. In that instant, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and he surged toward Davemon like a phantom. Whoosh! Davemon and Moonlight Swiftwind brushed past each other. In the next moment, a torrent of blood erupted from Davemon's chest, causing him to kneel on the ground, clutching the wound in agony. Chapter 101. The snake not killed will surely cause disturbance, haha. Under my secret sword technique, you are but a mere shadow. Observing Davemon kneeling on the ground, Moonlight Swiftwind triumphantly directed his sword at Davemon's head, laughing with arrogance. He believed he had dealt with Davemon once and for all. Is it truly that amusing? Suddenly, Davemon lifted his head, and with a movement akin to a dragon's claw, his right hand reached out toward Moonlight Swiftwind. Caught off guard, Moonlight Swiftwind was seized by Davemon's grip. Heavy rock technique, Davemon declared, and Moonlight Swiftwind's eyes widened in terror as every bone in his body creaked under the immense pressure. His face flushed with a visible hue of crimson, etched with pain. Curse be it! Moonlight Swiftwind felt as though he were suffocating, a tremendous force constraining him, making him feel as though he might be crushed. Am I to perish? Moonlight Swiftwind struggled to breathe, his vision blurring, and his body growing weak. Suddenly, a streak of cold light flashed past, and in his dazed state, Moonlight Swiftwind thought he heard a cry of anguish. Then, he crashed heavily to the ground, instinctively gasping for the air around him, which revitalized him once more. The resounding clash of metal reverberated, capturing the attention of the moonlit night and the swift wind. There stood Natsumyo, resembling a deity, surrounded by waves of energy, clashing fiercely with David Min, neither yielding an inch. David Min grimaced in agony, clutching his right arm, as he was relentlessly pushed back by Natsumyo, who inflicted wounds upon him with alarming frequency. Damn it! David Min bellowed in fury, yet his injured arm hindered his ability to form seals. forcing him to retreat further under Natsum Yo's relentless assault. Bang! Natsum Yo soared forward with a powerful kick, unleashing an immense force that sent David Min staggering backward for several paces. With remarkable swiftness, he formed hand seals and proclaimed, "Water release. Water-severing wave." A white ribbon of chakra surged forth from Natsum's lips, slicing through the air and rapidly approaching David Min under his watchful gaze. "Earth release. Earth spear." David Min roared ferociously, stamping his foot firmly as he raised his left fist and struck out with tremendous force, meeting the oncoming white ribbon in a climactic clash. Bang! The sound reverberated with a dull thud, causing the very air to tremble. Moonlight and the swift wind carried a rush of moisture, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. The white ribbon had vanished, leaving David Min with his arms hanging limply, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Uft! Natsum Yuichi plunged his sword into David's throat, ending his life. "You bastard!" Upon witnessing this, the remaining rock shinobi and another jonin from the Iwagakure village charged towards Natsum Yuichi. Natsum Y swiftly retreated, positioning himself before the medical ninjas, who relentlessly pressed him backwards. Despite his seemingly effortless defeat of David Gate, this was primarily due to the exhaustion inflicted upon David by Tsukikid ship, coupled with the element of surprise that had left David's right arm injured and unable to form seals. His success hinged entirely on that unexpected advantage. Were he to face the ninjas from Iwagakure alone, he could methodically eliminate them one by one. However, the presence of so many medical ninjas significantly complicated matters. Tsukikid ship, "Can you still fight? Hurry and lead them away. I will hold them off." Natsum Y called back, casting a glance at Tsukikid ship without pausing to turn around. Chapter 102. Rest assured, I shall not perish. Rest assured, as long as you remain standing, how could I possibly fall? Tsukikid ship rose from the ground, regarding Natsum Y with concern. "There's no problem. You go on ahead. I'm far too young to die just yet." Natsum Y gripped his spirit-slaying blade, his gaze sharpening with determination. "Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy." Ritar, a jonin from Iwagakure, narrowed his eyes and prepared to launch an assault against Natsum Y. Just then, a loud bang echoed as two shadow clones of Natsum Y emerged behind him. In an instant, the original Natsum Y vanished from sight, leaving Ritar momentarily startled, prompting him to remain vigilant and scan his surroundings. Right here, Natsum Y's voice resonated from behind him. He swiftly turned, launching a kunai that collided forcefully with the spirit-slaying blade, resulting in a brilliant shower of sparks. "Attack!" Ritar commanded, rallying the remaining 70-odd chunin present to charge towards the medical ninjas. Water release, great water arm technique. Water release, water-severing wave. Both shadow clones swiftly formed their seals, unleashing a torrent of high-velocity, white water that effortlessly sliced through the massive boulders obstructing their path. Subsequently, another shadow clone summoned a condensed water arm, delivering a powerful punch to the already cleaved boulder. With a resounding explosion, the boulder shattered, clearing a passage for Tsukikid ship and the others. Die. A chunin was the first to reach the two shadow clones, swiftly forming hand seals, and then unleashed a barrage of stone projectiles from his mouth, resembling bullets, that hurtled forth in dense waves. As each shadow clone formed seals, a white ribbon surged forth like a crescent moon, shattering all stones in an instant, then piercing through the rushing nin. A crimson wave erupted from the nin's body, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The water surged forth, weaving through the ranks of nin, who, upon witnessing this, hurriedly retreated. Yet, to their astonishment, they realized they had lost sight of another shadow clone. "I'm right here." The voice of another shadow clone of Natsum Y rang out in the ears of the fleeing rock ninjas as he wielded a long blade, passing by them like the wind. The nin, bewildered, suddenly felt a sharp pain at their necks, and in an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, draining their vitality. "Everyone follow me." Moonlight Gale, unfazed, glanced at the medical ninjas and then dashed towards the path opened by Natsum Y. The medical ninjas exchanged glances with the nearby rock ninjas and then with Natsum Y, gritting their teeth before following behind Moonlight Gale, ready to depart. The rock ninjas attempted to pursue, but could not breach Natsum Y's defenses. Each one that tried to break through ultimately fell to the blade of his shadow clone. "Damn it, you." Ritaro seethed with frustration, but Natsum Y's true form proved equally formidable. He could not break through to assist the nin, forced to watch helplessly as the medical ninjas and Moonlight Gale escaped. Wind blade technique. Natsum Yo advanced gracefully, his steps light as a feather, and struck down upon Ryutaro's kunai with a swift blow. Ryutaro felt a wave of sword energy surge toward him, causing an involuntary shiver as he was compelled to retreat several paces. Chapter 103. You are impressive. In the blink of an eye, Natsume appeared beside Ryutaro like a wraith. The long blade swept through the air, and Ryutaro felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, prompting him to swiftly withdraw. Before he could formulate any response, the spirit-slaying sword loomed larger in his vision, its icy blade evoking profound discomfort. With a swift motion, Ryutaro lifted his kunai to defend himself, only to see Natsume merely graze the attack before vanishing like a gentle breeze to his rear. The spirit-slaying sword aimed directly at him. A chill ran down Ryutaro's spine, and without a moment's thought, he instinctively dodged forward. Yet, in that fleeting instant, a whip-like leg suddenly expanded before his eyes. Before he could comprehend the swiftness of Natsume's maneuver, he was struck forcefully against the cliff wall by a powerful kick. Of the 70 chunin, only 54 remained, while Natsume's 2 shadow clones began to dim. Earth Style, Earth Spike. Just as Natsume was about to charge toward the flying Ryutaro, a voice echoed from above, and the ground beneath him trembled violently. Sharp, robust earth spikes erupted from the ground with astonishing speed, leaving Natsume no choice but to retreat continuously, daring not to face the onslaught. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The voice resonated once more, and a vividly lifelike earth dragon materialized before Natsume, bearing its fearsome maw as it lunged toward him. Even the air seemed poised to explode from the force of its bite, emitting a tortured wail. Boom! Natsume was struck with an inexplicable terror, as if he beheld a true earth dragon surging towards him, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, rendering his movements sluggish. In a moment of urgency, he swiftly employed the wind instantaneous technique, vanishing just as the earth dragon's jaws were about to collide with him. Whoosh! However, as soon as Natsume reappeared, a sharp sound of air being sliced through reached his ears from behind. He abruptly turned, only to witness the powerful tail of the earth dragon crashing towards him, leaving him no opportunity for a reaction whatsoever. Thud! Natsume's reflexes were too slow to react. He instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, only to feel as though he had been struck by a mountainous force, crashing into the cliffside like a mere sandbag. His entire being quaked violently, and he found himself spewing forth blood incessantly. Earth Release. Weighted rock technique. Natsume, heedless of the pain coursing through his body and the tumult of his blood, gritted his teeth and extricated himself from the cliffside. Yet, before he could make any further move, the voice of the J-nin echoed in his ears. He beheld a multitude of sharp earth spears erupting from the wall behind him, plunging him into a chilling abyss of dread. In a desperate bid for survival, he swiftly formed a replacement technique seal, evading the onslaught of earthen projectiles just moments before they could pierce him. Whoosh! Natsume emerged not far away, his 2 shadow clones having vanished. Beside the jonin of a Wagakure stood a strikingly youthful man in his 30s. Lord Du. The surrounding Awagakure Nin and Ryutaro bowed respectfully to this young man, who was indeed Du, one of the trusted aides of the 3rd Suchikage, Noki. You possess considerable strength, but ultimately, you will meet your demise at my hands. All of you attack. Without a trace of pleasantry, Du commanded, slamming his hands forcefully onto the ground, exclaiming, Doton, flying stone bullets. In the next moment, the earth beneath Natsume's feet seemed to erupt, transforming into fist-sized stones that hurtled toward him. Wind blade technique. Natsume immediately wielded his longsword, transforming it into an impenetrable wall of defense, his very being seemingly merging with the blade as he advanced amidst the barrage of stone projectiles. The surrounding chunin were unable to approach him, forced to maintain their distance while encircling Natsume, biding their time for an opportunity to strike. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Ryutaro stepped forward, forcefully slamming his hand onto the ground, causing the earth beneath Natsume's feet to tremble violently, as a multitude of earthen spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards him. Swoosh! Natsume, in a flash, leaped into the air, his spirit-cutting blade slicing swiftly through the earthen spikes, as if it were a beam of cold light, vanishing from sight and shattering a large section of the spikes. Subsequently, Natsume reappeared outside the range of the earthen attack, rapidly vibrating the spirit-cutting blade twice, unleashing 2 dazzling beams of sword energy that tore through any obstructions, pressing toward the duo of Keidu and Ryutaro. Both were momentarily taken aback, hastily retreating to avoid the onslaught. Seizing this opportunity, Natsume sheathed his blade and vanished from the spot. Be cautious, Lord Keidu. That fellow excels in body flicker techniques. Ryutaro promptly warned Keidu. No sooner had he spoken than Natsum-yo materialized behind them, launching two torrents of water-like force. Boom. Keidu and Ryutaro were sent hurtling away, only to transform mid-air into a mass of rocks. This was the rock clone technique, a unique ninjutsu of the Iwagakure. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Behind Natsum-yo, Keidu and Ryutaro emerged, advancing towards him from two directions in a coordinated assault. In the blink of an eye, they reached Natsum-yo, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Wind Release, Rasengan. With a thunderous shout, Natsum-yo summoned forth a swirling tempest around him, shaping it into two colossal wind-based Rasengan, each the size of a basin. He propelled them directly toward the advancing Earth Dragon Bullet and the charging Ryutaro. Upon collision, Ryutaro's expression shifted instantaneously. His rocky fist crumbled before the might of the Rasengan, as if it were mere tofu, disintegrating upon contact. Helplessly, he watched as the wind spirals engulfed his arm, inexorably advancing toward his chest. In an instant, Ryutaro found himself completely ensnared, the once pale blue Rasengan transforming into a vivid crimson hue, while he fell silent. Propelled into the cliffside by the force of the attack, a resounding crack echoed as a 5-meter deep spiral cavity was carved into the rock face. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon Bullet fared little better, succumbing to the devastating slicing power of the Rasengan, which fractured it inch by inch. The earth beneath felt a tingling sensation, as this was the first time he had witnessed someone as young as Natsum-yo confront the Earth Dragon Bullet head-on, effortlessly overpowering it. With Ryutaro dispatched, Natsum-yo bellowed once more, channeling all his strength into the Rasengan, accelerating it toward the Earth Dragon Bullet and charging at the earth itself. Die. Behind Natsum-yo, a throng of chunin finally seized their opportunity, charging forth like famished tigers pouncing on their prey. To them, it appeared as though Natsum-yo was embroiled in a fierce clash with the Earth Dragon Ball, rendering him incapable of extricating himself. Chapter 105. If only you were not so feeble. Confronted by the multitude of chunin that emerged from behind him, Natsum-yo displayed no emotion upon his face. He extended his left hand, unleashing yet another wind release, spiraling sphere, which swiftly engulfed them amidst their astonished gazes. The howling of the wind release, spiraling sphere was intermingled with a cacophony of anguished cries, quickly transforming the scene into a crimson tableau, with a nauseating stench of blood permeating the air. Having witnessed the formidable power of the wind release, spiraling sphere, the Earth Ninja dared not withstand its force and promptly retreated to devise a new strategy. Once he had withdrawn, Natsum-yo instantly dissipated the spiraling sphere and made his way toward the direction in which Tsukikage and the others were fleeing. Prolonging the confrontation would yield no advantage. After all, Tsukikage and his companions found themselves in perilous circumstances, and the accompanying medical ninja were invaluable, warranting minimal losses. This fellow. When did Kenoha acquire such a formidable individual? How had I never heard of him before? The Earth Ninja squinted his eyes, his heart swelling with murderous intent. Natsum-yo could not be allowed to escape. Since Natsum-haru has already been injured, it is only natural to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Such a prodigious youth, if not extinguished in his prime, could undoubtedly become a formidable threat to Iwagakure. You all must inform the Iwagakure camp, urging Lord Tsukikage to dispatch reinforcements. That boy must not be allowed to escape. He could spell disaster for us in the future. Huang to cast a glance at the nearby chunin, instructing them to seek aid from the Tsukikage's encampment. After speaking, he exchanged a knowing look with the other chunin before pursuing the chase. He reminded himself that if Natsum-haru was not dealt with, he would inevitably rise as a dazzling star in the ninja world. Just like the golden flash of Kenoha that now eclipsed all, so young yet capable of standing alone and boasting impressive achievements. One golden flash from Kenoha suffices. There is no need for another prodigious talent to emerge. Meanwhile, at the side of Tsukigae's Kaze and others, a sense of urgency loomed. Where was Natsum-haru? Was he in trouble? For the sake of their escape, how could he face so many Iwanin alone? During their flight, Kanketsuchika would voice her worries every 10 minutes. Her demeanor almost frantic, deeply concerned for Natsum-haru's safety. You must not come to harm, please. She silently prayed, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Could he truly be in danger? She had lost count of how many times she had asked Tsukigae's Kaze. Stop asking, it's driving me mad. If he dared to stay behind, he must have confidence in his ability to escape. Instead of fretting over these uncertainties, we should focus on how to safely return to the Kenoha camp. What good is your praying if it cannot genuinely invoke divine favor to protect him? Tsukage's Kaze snapped irritably, his tone tinged with frustration and suppressed anger. Who else should I ask? If not for your lack of strength. Natsum Haru would not have had to remain behind, and he certainly wouldn't have found himself in such peril. I swear, if anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable for a lifetime, even in death. However, Tsukage's Kaze's words ignited a powder keg within King Ketsuchika, her cold gaze piercing and teeth clenched, wishing she could devour him whole. Chapter 106. Why him? Upon hearing her outburst, Tsukage's Kaze's temper flared, and he retaliated without reservation. Is this solely my fault? I too wish to stay behind, but what would happen to you all if I did? Should I allow you to be hunted by IWNE, leading to your demise? If I were to do that, would you not blame me for complicating matters further? As the clamor persisted, it became evident that their presence would be compromised. Thus, an elder medical ninja interjected, urging tranquility. Pray, cease your noise. We remain within the pursuit range of a Wagakure. Such boisterousness may only serve to unveil our position. Humph. Both Tsukakage Shippu and Ken Ketsuchika exchanged pointed glances, disdainfully snorting before resuming their hurried journey. Consequently, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Whoosh. A mere 2 minutes later, a shadowy figure landed heavily before the group, obstructing their path. Who goes there? The assembly exclaimed in unison, their vigilance heightened. It is I, emerged Natsumyo. Weariness etched upon his visage as he stepped forth from the mist, prompting the tension-laden group to collectively exhale in relief. Hold on a moment, you must pause. I have a query for you, which you shall answer before proceeding, cautioned King Ketsuchika, her demeanor laced with suspicion as she scrutinized the unexpectedly appearing Natsumyo. Inquire away. He replied. Natsum Haru could only manage a resigned smile as he shrugged his shoulders. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to commend Mizuki Chika for her astute approach. Where on earth did my pass for the chunin exams come from? In which location? Mizuki Chika's captivating gaze was fixated on Natsum Haru, as if she could penetrate the very depths of his soul, causing him to awkwardly wipe the sweat from his brow. This question was deceptively simple, yet it was indeed fitting for a test. Sand Ninja, the exit of the Forest of Death. Natsum Haru offered a faint smile, aware that only he and Captain Mizuki Chika knew the correct answer. So, Captain Mizuki Chika, is my answer correct? May I proceed? Natsum Haru squinted playfully at her, a teasing glint in his eyes. Captain Mizuki Chika shyly lowered her head, replying almost inaudibly. Let us not linger on idle chatter. We must hasten our journey. The IWA shinobi are in pursuit, and if we are surrounded once more, our escape will be impossible. Natsumyo had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Kanetsuki Chika. This was not a time for frivolous conversation. Turning away, he swiftly took flight. Observing this, the other medical ninjas immediately followed in his wake, continuing their retreat. This fellow. Only Tsukakage Shippu wore a dissatisfied expression as he cast a glance at Natsumyo's departing figure, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yet he still fell in line at the rear of the group. His discontent, or rather the annoyance of having his glory usurped, left him. Accustomed to standing on the pedestal of admiration, feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. The very one who basked in the envy he desired and garnered the spotlight he craved was none other than the commoner he held in low esteem, Natsumyo. If it were anyone else who had stolen my limelight, I could accept it, but why must it be him? What qualifications does Natsumyo possess to overshadow me? He is merely lucky. If I were in his place, I could accomplish the same. Tsukakage Shippa felt an overwhelming jealousy toward Natsumyo. Yet he found himself unable to attain the feats accomplished by him. Chapter 107. Natsumyo. You must be eliminated, however. Tsukakage Shippu could hardly fathom when Natsumyo had become so formidable, capable of defeating those he could not and escaping from the encirclement of numerous rock ninjas. Tsukakage Shippu considered it beyond his own capabilities. The journey ahead initially proceeded smoothly, as they found no traces of pursuing rock ninjas, providing Natsumyo with a measure of reassurance. Yet, he underestimated the deadly intent of the earth. The reason they had not encountered the rock ninjas along the way was that the latter lay in wait at the path Natsum and his companions were bound to traverse, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Therefore, as Natsum and his group approached the forest, they were once again surrounded by the rock ninjas. Underestimating the situation, they had believed their speed and stealth would keep them from being pursued, only to discover they had been ensnared in a trap set by their enemies. Facing this predicament, Natsume and Tsukikage Shippu exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Once again, Natsume took up the rear, while Tsukikage Shippu and Kanatsuki Chika led the medical ninjas into the forest to seek refuge, engaging in guerrilla tactics while seeking support from Kenoha. In his relentless pursuit of Natsume, the Earth had truly made an effort. Among the chasing team, excluding himself, there were 5 elite jonin. Such a formidable lineup made even Natsume feel a prickling unease. This was no longer a situation he could turn around. He needed to seek assistance from Kenoha. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face total annihilation. Natsume, a talent like you must be eliminated. Otherwise, you will inevitably become a grave threat to the entire ninja world. The Earth's face was a mask of murderous intent, wishing fervently to consume Natsume at that very moment. Ha ha ha, too bad you cannot, while I, Natsume, may fear death. I have no intention of departing this world without cause. Therefore, prepare to be disappointed, Earth. Natsume Haruki gripped his spirit-slaying sword and let out a breath. Humph, how naive. Now that I have summoned 5 elite ninjas, do you truly believe you have any chance of escape? I must concede. Were it not for the encumbrance of your companions, your speed could indeed facilitate your flight. However, with their presence weighing you down, do you honestly think you can succeed in fleeing? I recall that the Hidden Leaf Village values camaraderie above all. Oh, I almost forgot. Was it not Kenoha White Fang who perished at the hands of his own for saving 2 ungrateful wretches? With a face brimming with arrogance and provocation, Keidu turned his gaze towards Tsukikage Ship, only to be met with a change in expression. The disdain in his eyes caused Ship's countenance to darken instantly. What's this, boy? Do you find my words disagreeable? Yet, am I not speaking the truth? Were it not for your burdens, he would not have fallen to such a fate. He could vanquish even elite ninjas, and you? What can you do? At best, you might barely contend with a nin. Were it not for Natsume Haruki, do you really believe someone of your ineptitude could have survived this long? Wake up, young one. Tsukikage Ship, having never been so belittled throughout his life, felt the flames of anger rise within him despite knowing that Keidu was deliberately attempting to provoke him. He was determined to demonstrate that he was no mere burden to Natsume Haruki. Ship, do not fall for his trickery. Our utmost priority is to escape. Everything else is irrelevant. Seeing the darkened expression on Ship's face, Natsume Haruki felt a surge of alarm and quickly stepped forward to obstruct the continued exchange of glances between Ship and Keidu. Chapter 108. I will hold the rear if Keidu continued to speak. Natsume Haruki feared that Ship would inevitably lose control and charge at Keidu. Yet, with Ship's capabilities, how could he possibly match Keidu? Should he be gravely injured, the situation would become even more dire. Fortunately, Ship's reaction relieved Natsume Haruki somewhat. Humph. Ship merely snorted and chose not to further engage with Keidu. Kanketsu Chika, follow my orders when the time comes. I entrust the medical ninjas to you. Natsume Haruki commanded without looking back. Understood. Kanketsu Chika replied with concern, recognizing that remaining with the group would serve no purpose and would only become a liability for Natsume Haruki and the others. It was better to escape swiftly, allowing them to proceed without worry. Then let us commence. Natsume bellowed a command, swiftly forming seals to summon 3 shadow clones. Subsequently, each of the 4, including the original, surged in different directions. With his right hand raised, the air around him roared violently as 4 wind release. Rasengan materialized in Natsume's grasp, expanding ominously. This is bad. It's the rock shinobi. Retreat immediately and do not let that sphere touch you. Upon witnessing Natsume recklessly unleashing such a terrifying assault, the expression of the Earth Commander, Tsuchi, shifted dramatically. He hastily ordered his fellow rock shinobi to retreat. Having recently clashed with Natsume, he was acutely aware of the devastating power of the wind release, Rasengan. Alas, not all of the rock shinobi could respond in time to Tsuchi's warning. A significant number of chunin failed to react swiftly and were drawn into the spiraling wind attack, creating a massive breach in their encirclement. Run! With a sudden roar, Natsume commanded, and without the slightest hesitation, Kanketsu Chika led a contingent of medical ninjas to swiftly escape through the breach. Kaze no Tsukikage, ensure their safety. I entrust everything to you. Natsume glared fiercely. Upon hearing this, Kaze no Tsukikage momentarily displayed a flicker of hesitation, yet soon dashed out behind Kanketsu Chika and her companions. Do not let them flee. Pursue them at once. Yellow Earth bellowed. But the rock ninjas remained in a state of shock, with only a handful managing to evade the wind release, Rasengan, and give chase. Do not let their efforts succeed. The wind release, Rasengan suddenly swelled like a balloon, expanding from the size of a water jar to towering above Natsum Yo in an instant, continually enlarging. The rock ninjas who had just rushed out were caught completely off guard, engulfed by the spiraling wind, only able to emit a chorus of anguished cries before being torn apart, staining the Rasengan crimson. Explode. In a sudden flash of ferocity, a fierce glint ignited in Natsum's eyes. Following that, the wind release. Rasengan emitted a piercing, shrill sound, and then, as if it were uncontrollable, it detonated before the astonished gaze of Tsuchikage. Bang! In the instant after the wind release, Rasengan exploded. Natsum's 3 shadow clones vanished with a resounding pop. Having been touched by the chakra, while Natsum activated the wind body flicker technique, disappearing from his original position. Even he dared not confront this explosion. It was a lethal force, comparable to Naruto Uzumaki's Rasen Shuriken from the 4th Great Ninja War. No. Tsuchikage roared in frustration, yet he too recoiled from the impending explosion, retreating hastily alongside his fellow IWA ninjas. Boom. As Tsukikage Chika and her companions fled, they suddenly felt the very air tremble violently around them. Turning to look, they beheld a blinding white gale rising from the ground, swiftly expanding outward like a burst of light. Forests and earth alike crumbled before this tempest, utterly powerless against its might, turning to mere dust. Chapter 109. Even the protagonist can be struck down. How could this individual possess such terrifying ninjutsu? The Moonlight Gale was equally startled by the sudden eruption of the wind, her sense of indignation intensifying. Do not look back. Do not halt. Flee swiftly. Just then, Natsum charged towards the group, shouting fervently. He moved with incredible speed, showing no intention of stopping, and dashed right through the crowd, leading the way. In the next moment, the group understood why Natsum dared not pause for even a heartbeat. The speed of the gale was astounding, rushing towards them with alarming swiftness. Almost upon them in the blink of an eye, a chill ran down their spines, their hair standing on end, and their faces paled in terror. In an instant, they fled as if their very lives depended on it, desperate and frantic. The tempest wreaked havoc for nearly 10 seconds before finally relenting. Within an 80-meter radius, everything lay desolate, and chaos reigned within 200 meters of the swirling crater, which still exuded a sharp, menacing aura. Natsum, you cannot escape. Your path is already surrounded by our IWA ninja. You are trapped like fish in a barrel. I shall see if you truly possess wings to flee from this dire predicament. Perhaps you will soon discover that there are no avenues of escape, neither in the heavens nor on the earth. Tsuchikage seethed, clenching his fists in frustration as he watched Natsum and his companions vanish into the forest, utterly lost to sight. Chase them. Natsum and his group cannot evade us. Tsuchikage signaled to the IWA ninjas behind him and plunged into the forest, with the remaining ninjas swiftly following in pursuit. I cannot run any longer. Natsum, we must take a moment to rest. As Natsum and others were running, a medical ninja suddenly halted, bending over with hands on knees. Gasping for breath, Natsum Yang came to a halt, surveying his surroundings, only to find a group of medical ninjas gazing at him with expressions of longing, clearly yearning for a moment of respite. We cannot afford to pause now. If the rock ninjas catch up with us, it would spell our doom. Do you all wish for death? Natsum Yang admonished, his voice sharp with urgency. If I possessed your stamina, I wouldn't stop either. It's easy for you to speak from a position of comfort. One of the medical ninjas retorted, sarcasm dripping from his words, completely devoid of the intention to rise. They remained oblivious to the grave consequences that a sudden halt during their escape could entail. To them, being medical ninjas meant that Natsum Yang should accommodate and safeguard them. Their demands were not to be dismissed. Moreover, we have fled quite a distance. The rock ninjas are long gone. Surely, we can afford a moment of rest. You're being overly cautious, don't you think, Natsum Yang? Another medical ninja chimed in, his face a mask of displeasure at Natsum Yang's stringent demeanor. This is a battlefield, not your medical facility. Do not presume to make reckless analyses. The lives of so many depend on your decisions. Natsum Yang shot a frigid glance at the two instigators, his icy gaze sending a shiver down their spines. I am inclined to believe them. They are correct. Taking a brief respite won't lead to our demise. Another voice emerged. Indeed, Natsum Yang, you are being excessively harsh, not permitting even a moment as pause. Do you truly see yourself as the captain? Surely, you lack the courage to proceed alone. What a slap in the face. Today Natsum Yang truly understood the meaning of that phrase, yet would he indulge these individuals? Absolutely not. Chapter 110. Are you all fools? Since you have so willingly relinquished your own lives, I am under no obligation to continue protecting you. Farewell, Natsum Yang declared, turning his back without a second thought. The medical ninjas were taken aback, their faces paling at the realization. They understood all too well that without Natsum-yang, they were doomed. The Moonlight Gale could not offer them protection. Natsum-yang, let them rest for a moment. They are genuinely fatigued. Just 2 minutes, please. Akatsuki Chika interjected, causing Natsum-yang to halt in his tracks. Just 2 minutes, truly just 2 minutes, all right? The others echoed, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. They needed to placate Natsum-yang first. Everything else could be negotiated later, especially since they were currently dependent on him. Very well, we shall rest for 2 minutes. I will scout ahead during that time. However, it must be strictly 2 minutes. We must depart immediately after, without delay. Do you understand? I will follow the markers you leave behind to find you. Our situation remains perilous. Yes, understood. A group of medical ninjas nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a sense of ease. As for Natsum-yo's request for them to rest for just 2 minutes before departing, it was largely disregarded. The Moonlight Gale. We entrust you with this task. After addressing the Moonlight Gale, Natsum-yo swiftly darted away. What's so impressive about saving them once? What is there to be proud of? The Moonlight Gale expressed his displeasure after receiving Natsum-yo's instructions. I shall see how long you can bask in your glory. One day, I will make you aware that before true genius, you are nothing. 10 minutes later, Natsum-yo returned, his expression darkening as he observed the group of ninjas still rooted in place. Did we not agree to retreat after 2 minutes? Why are you still here? He glared at the medical ninjas and then turned his gaze to Kanetsuki Chika, his tone devoid of emotion. I told them to leave, but they refused. Kanetsuki Chika stood before Natsum-yo, her head bowed, wearing an expression of remorse as she quietly explained. Natsum-yo, do you not think you are being overly apprehensive? Indeed. We have rested for quite a while and have not seen any IWA ninjas pursuing us. Exactly, 2 minutes is hardly sufficient for a break. We are fine. Are we not? The medical ninjas exhibited an air of indifference, their words delivered with conviction, yet they dismissed Natsum-yo's concerns. In their eyes, the mere 11-year-old Natsum-yo lacked the authority to command them. He was merely their protector, and any thoughts of him rising to a position of superiority were fanciful. What if I told you that we are surrounded by IWA ninjas? Natsum-yo gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with intensity. What? How is that possible? Haven't the IWA ninjas always been behind us? Panic ensued among the medical ninjas, all eyes turning to Natsum-yo. So, now you seek my guidance, but alas, I have no solutions. Natsum-yo spread his hands, a cold mockery etched across his face. What shall we do then? Are we doomed to perish at the hands of IWA ninjas? The medical ninjas were on the verge of tears. The only course of action now is to send a distress signal to Kenoha. However, given our current capabilities, accomplishing that is exceedingly difficult. The IWA ninjas have surrounded the forest so tightly that even a fly would struggle to escape. Natsum-yang's preceding words instilled hope among the crowd. Yet his subsequent statement plunged them into utter despair. Chapter 111. You should trust him. Amusing. Who claims that achieving this is a formidable task? I can accomplish it with ease. Suddenly, Tsukikage Hade interjected, redirecting everyone's attention towards him. He cast a self-satisfied glance at Natsum-yang and proclaimed, I possess a secret technique that allows me to become invisible, thereby enabling a silent escape from the encirclement of the rock ninjas to deliver a distress signal. Natsum-yang, I concede that you are indeed formidable, but what gives you the authority to presume that what you deem impossible for yourself is beyond the capabilities of others? This world is replete with exceptional talents, and to make decisions without even inquiring is truly irresponsible. Might I implore you to refrain from such pettiness and not let your emotions cloud your professional judgment? You must understand that this could lead to numerous erroneous decisions, endangering countless innocents. Tsukikage Hade reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention, finding further satisfaction in Natsum-yang's silence, which suggested he was rendered speechless by Hade's assertions. Have I ever done such a thing? Does fabricating non-existent scenarios provide you with a sense of accomplishment? Tsukikage Hade? Natsum-yang shot a cold glance at him, feeling increasingly disillusioned. Now you refuse to acknowledge it. Did you seek my counsel before making that decision? If you had, would it have posed an insurmountable challenge? Tsukikage Hade snorted, his face brimming with arrogance. After hearing Hade's words, the medical ninjas nearby immediately spoke up. Natsum-yang, since you are unable to act, and Tsukikage Hade has a solution, let him take the lead while you assist him. And together we shall navigate our way out of this perilous situation, shall we not? From their perspective, with Natsum providing cover and Tsukikage Hayate's invisibility, escape was surely within reach. No, this proposal is untenable. Natsum firmly rejected their suggestion. Why? Is this plan inadequate? Or do you possess a superior alternative? The medical ninjas regarded him, their tone becoming somewhat impolite. Indeed, you have seen the hope that Tsukikage Hayate's ability to become invisible offers. But who can guarantee that he will remain undetected? Where do you place the reconnaissance ninjas of Awagakure? Are they mere phantoms? Theory is one matter, and practice is another. They are entirely different realms. It is precisely because I am concerned for your safety that I must proceed with caution. Each of you is an elite in the Kenoha medical field. Losing even one is a detriment to Kenoha. How could he be unaware of Tsukikage Hayate's invisibility? However, the efficacy of that ability was exceedingly poor, incapable of eluding the rock ninjas. We have reached a critical juncture. There is no time to deliberate further. We must fight with all our might. Even with a mere probability of success at 1%, we ought to make the attempt. How could we ascertain the possibility of success without trying? Natsum, you should place your faith in the Moonlight Gale's potential for triumph rather than harboring doubts. You possess neither the capability to lead us to safety nor the means to dispatch a distress signal to Kenoha. What right do you have to undermine the abilities of the Moonlight Gale? You ought to thoroughly understand the Moonlight Gale and believe in miracles instead of casting doubt. A few medical ninjas, adorned with an air of righteous indignation, seemed to imply that everything was Natsum-yo's fault. Chapter 112. I will succeed. Natsum-yo, on what grounds do you presume I will fail? If you lack experience, it would be prudent to refrain from speaking so hastily. Even the esteemed Hokage has lauded my stealth technique. Do you truly believe those rock ninjas surpass the Hokage's prowess? Spare me the jest. In essence, you are simply fearful and unwilling to strive. To delve deeper, you lack the courage to bear responsibility. Since you doubt my success, I shall demonstrate through action how I can successfully dispatch a distress signal and summon aid from Kenoha. The Moonlight Gale regarded Natsum with a sense of pride, buoyed by the unwavering support of the crowd, which filled him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. But what of your ability to conceal your presence? While the stealth technique is indeed formidable, if your skills in masking your aura are lacking, everything would be in vain. Natsum retaliated fiercely. How amusing. What right do you, an outsider, have to critique me? Do you not wish for everyone to escape this predicament sooner? Must we wait until the most perilous moment to fight for our survival? Moonlight Gale promptly countered with equal fervor, and his words resonated with undeniable logic. Having finally found an opportunity to reclaim his sense of presence, Moonlight Gale was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, he held great confidence in his ability to evade. Enough, Natsum, silence yourself. With every passing second, our situation grows increasingly perilous. Are you truly intent on attracting the rock ninjas? The medical ninja who had previously defended Moonlight Gale spoke again, this time with words that cut to the heart of the matter. Natsum felt a sudden chill in his heart. What was the purpose of his quarrel with Tsukikage and Ship? Was it not for their safe escape? Were it not for them, he could have simply allowed Tsukikage and Ship to proceed on their own. Yet, instead of showing gratitude, they chose to stab him in the back. In other words, you have all chosen to place your trust in Tsukikage and Ship, allowing him to utilize his stealth technique to traverse the encirclement of the rock ninja and send a distress signal to Kenoha, have you not? Natsum let out a despondent sigh, then surveyed the surroundings before speaking. Indeed, we all choose to place our faith in Moonlight Gale. Thus, even if you disagree, it does not alter the collective decision. The medical ninja who had previously defended Moonlight Gale spoke again, appearing steadfastly loyal to him. I may disagree, but I reckon it will not influence the overall resolution. At that moment, Kanatsuki Chika, who had remained silent until now, self-deprecatingly uttered a remark that caused Moonlight Gale to cast her a displeased glance. Very well, since everyone holds me in such high regard and chooses to believe in me, I shall not betray your expectations. Do await my good news. And to that one who doubts me, do take heed, should I succeed. I do not wish to see your sour expression. Moonlight Gale cast a triumphant glance at Natsum before dashing off in a particular direction. Let us relocate. This place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. We must find a temporary refuge. This time, no one opposed. As for Moonlight Gale, he scoffed, Natsum. Today I shall demonstrate the prowess of Moonlight Gale. I will show you that in comparison to me, you are not. How dare you underestimate my phasing technique? Even Lord Hokage has praised my ability. What grounds do you have to dismiss my capabilities? Moonlight Gale was unwaveringly confident in his phasing technique, refusing to allow anyone to belittle his skills. In Chapter 113, Unseen by Me, he believed that Natsum Yang's rejection stemmed from envy of his abilities. In his arrogant mind, he never contemplated the consequences of failure. He was convinced that he could not falter, that the rock ninjas could never detect him. He was certain he would summon help from the Leaf Village, accomplish the mission, and emerge as the greatest contributor to this operation. As he approached the rock ninjas, Moonlight Gale decisively activated his phasing technique, rendering himself invisible. His confidence in this ability was unshakable. Thus, he strode boldly past the rock ninjas without a hint of trepidation. Unfortunately, Natsum Yang could not witness this scene. Otherwise, I would have relished in seeing the expression on your face. Do you see? The rock ninjas remain utterly oblivious to my presence. Striding through the gaps among the rock ninjas, Moonlight Gale was filled with elation, just as he had anticipated. No one noticed him. There was not even a flicker of suspicion. Lord Luss, it seems we have just encountered a rather intriguing individual who possesses the ability to become invisible. If only his aura were concealed a touch better, it would be utterly flawless. As Moonlight Gale passed through a formation of rock ninjas, a genin beside Luss suddenly glimmered with keen insight. If that is the case, let us swiftly apprehend him and extract information about his companion's whereabouts. The Luss was about to rush out to capture the Moonlight Gale when the jonin hastily restrained him. No, there is absolutely no need to apprehend him. If I am not mistaken, he is the one who sent the distress signal to Kenoha. He will return shortly. At that time, we merely need our men to discreetly follow in his wake, and we will be able to trace the whereabouts of Natsumyo and his companions. Look at how arrogant he is. He surely believes his stealth remains undetected. This is fortuitous, as his vigilance will consequently diminish. Then, it will be effortless to ensnare him completely. Subsequently, we shall intercept this boy's distress signal, setting a trap to lure Kenoha's reinforcements into our snare. I refuse to believe Kenoha will escape this without suffering casualties. The jonin clenched his fists, a fierce expression adorning his face. Very well, let us proceed as planned. You handle the arrangements. Yes, the jonin replied, feigning ignorance of Moonlight Gale's presence as he walked past him. Natsumyo, just wait and see. My success is imminent. Moonlight Gale felt an overwhelming sense of hope beckoning him, causing his breath to quicken as he hastened his pace. However, his joy would soon turn to despair. Crack. In an unfortunate misstep, he kicked a stone, the sound echoing abruptly, causing the surrounding rock shinobi to glance in his direction, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Moonlight Gale felt his body tense up, promptly calming himself to avoid any further noise, while internally berating his own carelessness. This was indeed a predicament. What should he do? Once the rock shinobi surrounded him, even if he could remain concealed, escape would be futile. Damn it, must I truly expose myself? Victory was so close at hand. Moonlight Gale, unwilling to accept defeat, clenched his teeth in frustration. Having come so close to success, it was disheartening to falter due to his own negligence, leaving him with little courage to return. Chapter 114. C. Natsumyo? He had boasted before departure, only to return empty-handed. Undoubtedly facing Natsum Yo's harsh ridicule, a scenario Moonlight Gale wished to avoid at all costs. It's nothing, continue your patrol. A rolling stone poses no threat. But a voice brought Moonlight Gale a wave of relief. He glanced at the jonin who had just brushed past him, thinking, I shall deal with you last. How could someone like him ascend to the rank of jonin in a Wagakure? Perhaps they truly have no capable individuals left. In such circumstances, how could you possibly contend with us from Kenoha? Under the moonlight, the swift wind within Yagami had already deemed the rock ninja as a fool, convinced that only a final strike would not dampen his spirits. To him, even kicking a stone seemed unremarkable, and failing to investigate was certainly an act befitting a typical simpleton. Following the words of the rock ninja leader, the surrounding rock ninjas promptly dispersed, returning to their patrols. Under the deliberate indulgence of this elite, Yagami successfully broke through their encirclement. Upon finding a secluded spot, he swiftly unfurled a scroll, inscribing the circumstances and location of his team, and summoned his spirit beast, a white bird. Deliver this scroll to Lord Jiraiya at the Kenoha camp. After a brief exhortation, Yagami resumed his state of invisibility and retraced his steps. Upon re-entering the rock ninja's perimeter, the aforementioned leader silently acknowledged his return, signaling to two nearby comrades to follow Yagami. Unbeknownst to him, two shadows trailed behind. Emerging from the encirclement, he dispelled his invisibility without a second thought, proceeding along the marked path towards Natsum and his companions. This young fool, seemingly brimming with arrogance, had no understanding of the dangers that lurked. How blissfully ignorant he was to reveal himself so soon. Yet, I find a certain pleasure in pursuing those who are blindly confident, for they are often the easiest to track. The two rock ninjas exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound disdain in their eyes. Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of anxiety, as if my heart were racing? Just as Yagami hastened towards them, Natsum, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, sensing an inexplicable unease. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? I can only hope that I am overthinking it. Natsum Yang surveyed his surroundings, but detected no anomalies. Under the watchful eyes of numerous medical ninjas, he shook his head and resumed his seat. 10 minutes later, Tsukikage Hate found Natsum Yang and his companions by following the markers along the road. Natsum Yang, you might be disappointed. The rock ninjas failed to notice me. And everything is proceeding smoothly. In no time, the leaf reinforcements will arrive. At that moment, we will sandwich them between us and the leaf forces, and the crisis will be swiftly resolved. Tsukikage Hate stood before Natsum Yang, brimming with pride, exuding an air of triumph. His face seemed to bear the unspoken words. Praise me. I knew you could succeed. See, Natsum Yang, actions speak louder than words. Your caution was unwarranted. In times like these, one must be bold. Chapter 115. How did you follow us here? Now you must be convinced, right? Tsukikage Hate has delivered an exceptionally satisfactory report, surely. You can no longer claim he is incapable. The medical ninjas, with obsequious expressions, lavished praise upon Tsukikage Hate, who appeared almost to tilt his head skyward in response. Let us hope so. Perhaps I truly underestimated the situation this time. However, did you take note of your surroundings on your way back? Did you check if anyone was following you? Natsum Yo raised his gaze towards Tsukikage Shippu, his expression serious and intent. This was of utmost importance, and one could not afford to be careless. No, Natsum Yo, I understand your discontent. You've concocted yet another excuse to undermine me. However, if the rock shinobi have failed to detect my presence, how could they possibly track me? Why would I engage in such unnecessary actions? It would only squander our time. Natsum Yo, might I implore you to be less rigid? This is a battlefield, not a classroom. You must learn to adapt, knowing full well that tracking me is implausible. Why insist on complicating matters? Tsukikage Shippu naturally perceived this as Natsum Yo's jealousy over his successful mission, feeling slighted and compelled to retaliate. With a haughty demeanor, he rebuffed the criticism. Alas, I can only hope you truly remain undetected by the rock shinobi. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences that follow. Natsum Yoko let out a deep sigh, contemplating the current situation where the Moonlight Gale had returned victorious, bolstered by the flattery of several medical ninjas. He knew that anything he said would likely be dismissed, perceived as merely nitpicking. Natsum Yoko thought, rest assured. If the rock ninjas could truly discover my whereabouts and pursue me, I would gladly reverse the name of Moonlight Gale. Even the third Hokage praised me. And a mere rock ninja thinks they can find me? Perhaps in their next life. Indeed, Moonlight Gale was excessively proud, possibly fueled by the presence of Natsum Yoko, as he sought to reclaim his lost confidence. However, excessive self-assurance and the belittling of others could lead to a harsh confrontation with reality. How utterly absurd is this notion that a mere rock ninja could not detect him? I say, young Moonlight Gale, do you truly believe your stealth technique is so formidable that none of us could perceive you? Just as Moonlight Gale confidently asserted his invincibility, two rock ninjas suddenly materialized before the crowd, causing his expression to shift dramatically. In truth, aside from Natsum Yoko, the others were equally taken aback, struggling to maintain their composure. The appearance of these two rock ninjas signified their complete exposure. The remaining rock ninjas could swiftly converge upon them, ensnaring them entirely. How could this be? How did you track us? How could you possibly uncover my concealed form? Moonlight Gale gazed at the two rock ninjas in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had been revealed. How could his stealth technique, once lauded by the third Hokage as exceptionally potent, fail so easily? Was the third Hokage deceiving him? Moonlight Gale refused to believe that such a thing was possible. Young one, do you think that possessing a stealth technique makes you remarkable? There are many in the rock village far more capable than you. Chapter 116. Thank you so much. What use is your light concealment if you cannot even master the most basic skill of hiding your presence? You shine like a beacon. Do you truly believe we are blind to your existence? The only reason we allowed you to break through our encirclement and signal for help was to ensure our plan could proceed smoothly and lead us to your accomplices. Enough idle chatter. Natsum Yoko, your time of reckoning has arrived. With that, a throng of rock ninjas appeared behind the two, encircling them completely, with Huang Tu making a dramatic entrance. How fortuitous, Natsum Yoko, we meet again. Huang Tu stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Natsum Yoko. His expression one of certainty that this time escape was impossible. Previously, you managed to evade capture, but I anticipated the effort required to ensure you would be caught, eradicating any future threats. However, who could have anticipated that we would meet again so soon? That impudent rascal named Moonlight Gale, I truly owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for your audacious arrogance, capturing you all would indeed prove to be quite a challenge. With a mocking glance cast towards Moonlight Gale, Huang Tu's face was suffused with disdain. How infuriating. Moonlight Gale could not help but clench his fists, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The fragile confidence he had just begun to build crumbled once more in that very instant. Heh, Huang Tu, are you so certain that you can ensnare us all? Do you truly believe I would be unprepared? Natsum Yang stepped forward, arms crossed, gazing at the yellow earth, devoid of any semblance of panic or gravity, regardless of preparation. It was imperative not to appear weaker than the opponent. Otherwise, the predicament for himself and his companions would only worsen. In the chronicles of Natsum Yang's previous life, the illustrious Zhuge Liang, during a time of crisis, remained unfazed atop the city walls, serenely playing his lute in the face of a formidable army numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Ultimately, through his exceptional prowess, he successfully repelled the invading forces. Even if you are prepared, what difference does it make? With so many rock shinobi here, do you truly believe you can lead them to safety? Yet, the yellow earth seemed to sense Natsum Yang's uncertainty, remaining entirely unperturbed by his bluster. This was troublesome, surrounded by 5 elite shinobi, with countless rock shinobi lurking menacingly. If it were only him, he might have managed a narrow escape. But now, with Tsukikage Chika and the others present, the situation had become dire. Seeing that the earth was not swayed by his deception, Natsum Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart, instinctively tensing his body. The circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for them. Attack. The yellow earth provided no opportunity for Natsum Yang and his companions to react or strategize. With that command, he took a powerful step forward, charging towards them. Earth release. Ground shatter. One of the elite shinobi formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground, causing the earth beneath Natsum Yang and his companions to rumble ominously, creating a vast pit. Caught off guard, they all plummeted into the chasm. Earth release. Rock collapse. Earth release. Earth spear. The yellow earth struck the ground again, and the walls of the pit shattered into massive boulders, which came crashing down. The medical ninjas stared wide-eyed in horror, instantly thrown into a state of panic, their screams echoing in the air. Yet, the despair only deepened. The ground trembled violently, and sharp earthen spears began to erupt from below, rendering the faces of the gathered individuals pale with terror. There is no way I will let you succeed. With a resounding shout, Natsum Haruto performed a series of hand seals, conjuring 2 shadow clones, each of which executed their own seals. Water release. Great water arm technique. Water release. Water severing wave. A colossal water arm crashed violently into the earth, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power. The ground beneath the feet of the crowd erupted instantaneously, with fissures as thick as arms spreading throughout the pit, transforming it into a desolate wasteland. The earth spike technique was obliterated in an instant, causing many to lose their footing and tumble in a chaotic heap. Chapter 117. Quickly engage in battle. Why are you in a daze? Simultaneously, as massive stones plummeted from above, the water-severing wave shattered them into countless small fragments, minimizing the damage to the utmost degree. Wind blade technique. Natsum Harahan, wielding the soul-cutting blade, advanced towards the oncoming rock ninjas, emanating a chilling aura of sword energy, as if he had become one with the blade itself. With a swift motion, the soul-cutting blade, incredibly sharp, cleaved through the weapons of the charging ninjas upon impact, transforming into a streak of cold light that swiftly dispatched several rock ninjas, who collapsed to the ground, clutching their throats. As more rock ninjas descended, Natsum Harahan raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of piercing sword energy. The ninjas stood no chance. With a sound akin to dumplings falling into water, they fell in droves. Natsumyo fought fiercely ahead, managing to withstand the majority of Awagakure's forces alongside his 2 shadow clones. Yet, he inadvertently glanced back, only to find Tsukikage Shippu staring blankly, utterly motionless. Tsukikage Shippu, what are you dawdling for? Do you wish to witness the medical ninjas being slaughtered? Eliminate those few stragglers at once. Natsumyo shouted, observing that 4 or 5 IWNIN had already breached Shippu's defenses. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. Such an opportune moment could not be squandered. The earth beneath him trembled as chakra erupted violently from his being, his hands striving to transform into mere phantoms as they struck the ground with immense force. Suddenly, a colossal, menacing dragon head surged forth from the depths of the earth, roaring as it split the air, charging directly towards Natsumyo, leaving him no avenue for escape. Wind release, Rasengan. But did Natsumyo need to evade? Absolutely not. A massive wind release Rasengan materialized in his hands, which he then propelled forward with determination, the raging wind blades instantly obliterating the dragon. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. Seizing the moment, an Awagakure Jainin emerged, delivering a powerful strike to the ground before Natsumyo could even catch his breath, unleashing his jutsu. In an instant, the earth beneath them seemed to tear apart, collapsing in all directions. The medical ninjas had no time to react, being swept into the chasms like mere pebbles. Yet, beneath the feet of the Iwanin and the trio of Natsumyo, Huangtu, and Tsukikid Shippu, the ground remained intact. Die, all of you. The Awagakure Jainin clasped his hands together, chakra surging forth, billowing his garments, just as he prepared to unleash his jutsu to annihilate everyone. A swift white streak interrupted him. Curse it! The Jainin glared at Natsumyo, grinding his teeth in frustration. How could Natsumyo allow him to succeed? There was no need for contemplation. Following the earth-shattering maneuver, it was undoubtedly a technique of convergence. This tactic proved remarkably effective for clearing minor adversaries, as it harnessed the formidable power of the earth, something that mere physical strength could not contend with. However, the most infuriating part was that throughout it all, Tsukikid Shippu remained aloof, entirely oblivious to the chaos around him, trembling in a state of anger and stupor. Despite being a crucial force in battle, he refrained from participating, merely watching as Kanketsu Chika and the others fell into the chasm, facing the threats posed by the chunin of Awagakure. Had it not been for the swift reaction of his shadow clones, those individuals would have surely met their demise by now. Chapter 118, You Are Worthless Earth Release, and Hell Technique. Another Awagakure Jonin had entered the fray, and the entire shattered battlefield suddenly became malleable, beginning to rotate slowly. The medical ninjas, who had just narrowly escaped calamity, felt their bodies sinking, consumed by the earth as it began to whirl beneath them. One could only imagine the fate that awaited them if they were entirely engulfed by this ant hell. The crushing force from the earth would undoubtedly flatten them. Do not even think about intervening to save them. You will not be afforded that opportunity. As Natsumyo prepared to rush to the aid of the medical ninjas, the figure of the earth ninja, Huangtu, flashed a sinister smile, blocking his path and preventing his advance. How infuriating! Moreover, Natsumyo's two shadow clones were entangled by two other IWA ninjas who had also joined the battle, leaving them unable to break free. They could only watch helplessly as Kanketsu Chika and the others were gradually drawn into the earth. Tsukikid Shippu, who was perilously close to them, possessed the greatest chance to extend a helping hand, yet he remained frozen, seemingly in a daze. Tsukikid Shippu, you fool, awaken. In this dire moment, how can you remain so oblivious? Hurry and save them. Natsumyo, filled with fury, bellowed at the swift moonlight gale. His disappointment was palpable. How could one be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Why choose this moment to be lost in thought? Did he not realize that with every second of distraction, lives were at stake? Stop your shouting. I am perfectly capable of handling things myself. You need not instruct me. Just focus on your own responsibilities. However, Moonlight Gale showed no sign of remorse as he retorted angrily at Natsumyo before charging towards the Jonin who had unleashed the ant hell. How naive. As Moonlight Gale rushed forward, the Jonin, Inoue Tomohiro, scoffed dismissively, completely underestimating him. You wretched rock ninja, do you have any idea who stands before you? I am the prodigious ninja of Konohagakure, Moonlight Gale. Inoue Tomohiro's contempt only served to further ignite Moonlight Gale's fury, prompting him to accelerate towards his opponent. The cold glint of his long blade shone ominously as he vanished into a state of invisibility, suppressing his presence. You shall learn the consequences of your disdain. Emerging behind Inoue Tomohiro, Moonlight Gale swung his blade downwards, confident that no one would notice him. Yet, was he truly undetectable? Was his secret technique of invisibility as remarkable as he believed? The answer, of course, was no. With a swift motion, Inoue Tomohiro raised his sword to parry Moonlight Gale's strike, sparks flying as metal clashed against metal, the sound ringing painfully in the ears. How is this possible? I masked my presence. How did you detect me? Moonlight Gale exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the worth of his proud technique of invisibility. Kid, do you really think yourself a genius? Stop daydreaming. Without the protection of Natsume from your team, you are nothing. If I had to label you, you would be nothing but an arrogant piece of refuse. In fact, calling you refuse would be an insult to the term. Inoue Tomohiro sneered, smirking disdainfully before forming hand seals and pressing his palms to the ground, shouting, "Rock coffin." With that, the earth trembled violently, and 5 massive, dense stone slabs erupted from below, forming a solid prison. Then, as if pushed by an unseen force, they began to descend upon Moonlight Gale, converging towards him. "How dare you underestimate me?" Moonlight Gale roared, charging headlong into the descending slabs, his eyes ablaze with madness. But to his dismay, the hardness of the stone far exceeded his expectations. His blade merely sparked against it, barely chipping the edges. The recoil, however, was beyond his anticipation, sending him crashing heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater beneath him. Curse it! The Moonlight Gale, in a fit of rage, let out a furious roar and then compelled himself to regain his composure. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be consumed by anger. If he wished to avoid being crushed to a pulp, he needed to extricate himself from the 5 stone slabs immediately. Thus, he activated his body flicker technique, darting forth from the confines of the stone slabs, refusing to lose his life in such a nonsensical manner. "Hey, kid, do you truly believe you can escape so effortlessly? Do not underestimate humanity." Just as the Moonlight Gale burst forth from the cave's mouth, he heard the languid voice of Ishigami Tomohiro. A wave of dread washed over him, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as Ishigami delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the closing stone slabs. No. The Moonlight Gale screamed in defiance, yet he was powerless to halt his backward momentum, crashing heavily into the ground once more. He could only watch in despair as the 5 stone slabs enveloped him, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope. Water release, great water arm technique. Just as the Moonlight Gale resigned himself to despair and shut his eyes, a commanding voice sliced through the air. Suddenly, a dull explosion reverberated, causing the earth within a 50-meter radius to crack and deform, affecting even the 5 stone slabs that crashed down upon the shattered ground. In this perilous moment, the Moonlight Gale barely managed to preserve his life. What terrifying power! Even my aunt Hell has been impacted. The words of Lord Huangtu ring true. This individual must be eliminated, no exceptions. Otherwise, within a few years, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to the ninja realm. Huangtu squinted at Natsume Uchiha in the distance, a flicker of intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Compared to the Moonlight Gale, Natsume Uchiha was not merely a notch stronger. He was on an entirely different plane of existence. Natsume Uchiha, you have revealed a vulnerability in your defense. Huangtu's eyes suddenly sparkled with fierce determination, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar as he shouted, "Earth release, rock fist technique." Under ordinary circumstances, Natsume Uchiha would have evaded this attack effortlessly, but this time, he was unable to escape, for in his attempt to save the Moonlight Gale, he had fully exposed his back to Huangtu. Boom! Natsume endured the forceful blow, and amidst the commotion, the faint sound of shattering bones seemed to echo as he crashed heavily into the forest, splinters flying in all directions, and blood scattering into the air. "Natsume, you are finished," exclaimed Huangtu, his eyes gleaming with a ferocious light as he advanced once more. He was utterly confident that, having received such a devastating strike, Natsume would undoubtedly lack the strength to continue fighting. Victory was assured for them. However, had Natsume truly succumbed to the loss of combat capability as he anticipated? Chapter 120, could it be so? But how could this be possible? While an ordinary individual might indeed become incapacitated, Natsume was no ordinary man. He was a man endowed with a system. How could he so easily lose his fighting spirit? In the moment, he was struck by Huangtu. He quickly exchanged a bottle of holy healing potion from the system and consumed it, causing his body to rapidly recover. Within mere seconds, Natsume felt his ability to move restored, fully capable of continuing the battle. Water release, water severing wave. Natsume, with decisive action, instantaneously shattered Huangtu's delusions, leaving him utterly astonished, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Yet, he was compelled to confront the white streak swiftly approaching him. Earth release, earth spear. Faced with this inexorable high-speed torrent, Huangtu's body bristled with tension, and he immediately fortified his defensive capabilities, only to be violently propelled away. Do not even think of launching a surprise attack. Earth release, rock pillar prison. While airborne, Huangtu still formed hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu against Natsume. Suddenly, the earth erupted, raising 6 pillars that sought to coalesce into a stone prison to ensnare Natsum-Y, reminiscent of how Moonlight Gale had been trapped before. However, Natsum-Y was no Moonlight Gale. With a flash of the wind body technique, he evaded just before the stone prison could materialize. Then, he closed the distance to Huang Tu, causing Huang Tu's pupils to constrict in surprise. Natsum-Y's blade, the spirit-cutting sword, transformed into a gleaming arc of cold light, rushing past him, producing a sharp, rasping sound against his chest. Haha, Natsum-Y, do not harbor foolish hopes. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive. But do you truly believe you can penetrate my hardened earth release? Is that not a dreamer's folly? As Natsum-Y's attack inflicted no harm upon him, Huang Tu could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. Oh, is that so? Natsum-Yang smiled confidently, leaving no room for doubt. Suddenly, a torrent of blood erupted from his chest, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Overwhelmed by an icy chill that surged from his soles to the crown of his head. Water release, great water arm technique. How could Natsum possibly let slip such a golden opportunity while his opponent was incapacitated? After forming the necessary seals, the ground beneath him surged forth, unleashing a colossal wave of water that surged toward him with tremendous force. How dare you underestimate me? Bellowed Huang Tu, his voice filled with indignation, as he slammed his hands into the earth, conjuring a wall of soil that rose up like a fortress, intending to resist the oncoming torrent. Yet, there were no rules dictating that the water could only advance in a straight line. It could easily change direction. Impossible. He gasped in horror as the watery appendage curved and approached him once more. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Huang Tu was sent crashing into the forest like a mere sack of sand. The technique of the great water arm possessed such formidable strength that it could cleave through iron and stone, rivaling even the might of the rock fist technique. Huang Tu-sama, how could this happen? The other 5 elite shinobi were taken aback by the scene, and in an instant, they surrounded Natsum, encircling him with a strategic formation. Charge! Shouted one of the shinobi, dubbed Shinobi 1, while the others were referred to as Shinobi 2, 3, and 4. Chapter 121. Striking with the element of surprise. After forming the seals, Shinobi 1 swiftly pressed his hands against the ground, causing 5 thick stone slabs to rise abruptly and crash down toward Natsum with breathtaking speed, leaving him no chance to evade. Wind blade technique. Yet, Natsum did not need to evade. The rock coffin technique was powerless against the moonlight gale. A brilliant flash sliced through the air, and the 5 stone slabs fell in a clamor, only to be met by a basketball-sized wind release spiral sphere hurtling toward them. Get back. We cannot withstand this. Upon seeing the wind release spiral sphere, Shinobi 1 shouted in alarm, retreating in haste. You've fallen for my trick. However, as the shinobi withdrew, a sly smile crept across Natsum's face. The wind release spiral sphere in his hands vanished, and he clasped his hands together, taking a deep breath before unleashing a barrage of high-speed water jets, akin to a Gatling gun. This was yet another application of the water-severing wave. Beyond its capacity for cutting, it could also be divided into multiple segments to serve as rapid-fire projectiles. Oh no! Seeing this, the 4 shinobi cried out in dismay. But in midair, they could hardly maneuver to evade. They could only shield their heads with their hands and activate the earth spear technique to harden their defenses, only to be struck by a wave of sharp force that sent them flying. Boom! The 4 figures soared in different directions, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Shadow clone technique. Yet this was not the end. Natsum Haru once again formed hand seals, conjuring 2 shadow clones, which, alongside the 2 previously undamaged clones, pursued in separate directions, each unleashing the wind release, Rasengan. Faced with the formidable Rasengan, the 4 elite shinobi's expressions turned to horror, prompting them to retreat hastily to evade the imminent threat. However, the 4 shadow clones suddenly wore a peculiar grin, and to their astonishment, they managed to capture the massive Rasengan, swiftly forming seals once more, causing their chests and abdomens to swell dramatically. Water release, water severing wave. In unison, the 4 shadow clones opened their mouths, each unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp water, which pierced through the chests of the 4 elite shinobi before their horrified eyes. It is likely that these shinobi would never have anticipated that Natsum Haru would employ such a physically taxing stratagem as a diversion to seize the opportunity to eliminate them in an instant. The ambush was entirely unexpected, and had Natsum Haru been compelled to confront them directly, he would surely have been outmatched. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 shadow clones vanished. Their mission accomplished. Cough, cough. However, upon recalling the clones, Natsum Haru suddenly fell to one knee, coughing fiercely. A closer inspection would reveal beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. The abrupt disappearance of the Rasengan had inflicted significant strain on his body. Had he not been driven to desperation, he would not have resorted to such a method. Moreover, the holy healing potion merely restored physical stamina, offering no relief for the mental exhaustion he had endured, which was considerable. Body flicker technique. Yet, Natsum Haru dared not rest. In a blink, he vanished from his position, reappearing behind Inoue Tomohiro, ready to strike down with a single blow. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. However, at the very moment his blade descended, a life-threatening voice echoed from behind him, accompanied by the thunderous sound of something slicing through the air. Natsum Haru clenched his teeth, his face betraying his unwillingness to accept the dire situation. Chapter 122. Perish, Natsum Haru. Whoosh. Without a moment's thought, Natsum Yo vanished using the body flicker technique, as the earthen dragon projectile whistled past the very spot he had just occupied. Had it not been for Natsum Yo's swift evasion, he would have undoubtedly been struck violently by the earthen dragon. However, the initial target of the earthen projectile was not Natsum Yo, but rather the Moonlight Gale, who was locked in fierce combat with Inoue Tomohiro. What a jest! Inoue Tomohiro instantaneously dodged, leaving Moonlight Gale exposed before the earthen dragon projectile. A chill coursed through him, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. This was undeniably an attack beyond his capacity to withstand. Wind release, Spiraling Sphere. Natsum Yoko stood before Tsukikage Shippu, brandishing the colossal wind release, Rasengan, which collided fiercely with the Earth Dragon Bullet, thereby averting a crisis for Tsukikage Shippu. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the head of the Earth Dragon Bullet erupted violently, its remnants splattering as it was cleaved open, ultimately reaching the feet of the astonished H-Do. Just as H-Do attempted to retreat, he found it was too late. Natsum Yoko pressed the wind release, Rasengan firmly against his chest. With a sickening crunch, H-Do's chest contorted and shattered. Yet, Natsum Yoko's expression shifted dramatically. For the figure he had struck transformed into a pile of rocks, it was merely an earth clone. Earth-style, heavy rock technique. Behind Natsum Yo, the yellow earth surged forth from the ground, ensnaring his ankle and unleashing a formidable ninjutsu that was both offensive and defensive. With a resounding crash, Natsum felt as though his body had suddenly gained an unbearable weight, the ground beneath him fracturing violently, rendering any attempt to move an arduous task. Furthermore, from the point of his ankle, a mass of rock rapidly enveloped him, threatening to transform Natsum into a mere stone statue. Die, Natsum Yo. Without you, nothing will stand in my way. The earth, brimming with excitement, formed seals, and from his right arm emerged hardened stones, coalescing into a fearsome rock fist that roared forth. The very air around him seemed to tear apart, emitting anguished howls. Wind release, Rasengan. There was no time for superfluous movements. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsum unleashed a wind release, Rasengan, which collided with the rock fist in a thunderous clash. The wind release, Rasengan, was surprisingly unable to overcome the rock fist, resulting in a stalemate, but Inoue Tomohiro would not let such an opportunity slip by. Earth release, Ant Hell. Inoue formed seals and pressed down onto the ground. In an instant, the earth beneath Natsum softened and began to swirl, forming a circular pit approximately 1 meter wide. As Natsum bent down, he was swiftly engulfed. The rate of absorption in this ant hell was not typically so rapid, yet under the clash of the wind release, Rasengan, and the rock fist, his descent reached unprecedented speeds. Within merely 2 seconds, he was already submerged up to his thigh, and in 3 more seconds, he would be completely consumed and crushed into a pulp by the earth's relentless force. Natsum, it's over for you. A gleam of exhilaration sparkled in Huang Tu's eyes. The sense of accomplishment in personally extinguishing a genius was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Mizuki Chika and her companions had long been encircled by the Iwagakure ninjas, equally perilous in their plight. Chapter 123. I will not be inferior to you, damn it, you contemptible rock ninja. Who do you underestimate? A furious roar erupted from behind Inoue Tomohiro, as the figure of Tsukikage Kaze blurred and transformed into a phantom, launching forward. Earth release, Earth Spear. Inoue dismissed Tsukikage Kaze entirely, believing him incapable of overcoming his hardened earth technique. However, underestimating an opponent in the midst of battle is seldom a wise course of action. Such folly often leads to a swift demise. Secret technique, Moon Shadow. The moonlight surged like a swift wind, and as the gleam of the long blade flickered in hand, It brushed past Shinobu Inoue, who stood still, sword sheathed. "Ha! Moonlight Gale, do not waste your efforts. You, who cannot even sever a stone slab. Think you can breach my hardened technique? Have you yet to awaken from your daydream?" Inoue's taunts were abruptly cut short as a gash suddenly opened upon his back and chest, crimson blood gushing forth, causing his eyes to widen in horror. He felt his legs weaken and collapsed onto the ground. How is this possible? A similar wound materialized on his neck, blood spraying forth like a fountain. And despite his futile attempts to staunch it, he found no respite. His body grew cold rapidly, his eyes dull and lifeless. Thus, Inoue perished due to his own overconfidence. "Natsum, why? I shall prove to you that I, Moonlight Gale, am not inferior to you. Just wait, you common ninja." Moonlight Gale suddenly shouted at Natsum why before launching an attack towards the back of Keidu. He could not fathom that a genius like himself could be overshadowed by a mere commoner. Why should it be so? Both he and Natsum were striving diligently. Moreover, his resources far exceeded those of Natsum. He refused to believe that his efforts would go unrewarded. Damn it! With the recent example of Inoue lingering in his mind, Keidu dared not underestimate the situation. He cast a resentful glance at Natsum and quickly retreated. However, the initial target of Moonlight Gale was never Keidu. That was merely a ruse to facilitate Natsum's escape. His true objective lay in the medical ninjas nearby, held captive by a hidden rock ninja. As Keidu withdrew, the oppressive force of the earth technique dissipated, granting Natsum his freedom. The blade of wind surged forth, shattering the rock fragments encasing his body. Wind instant technique. Natsum Haruya vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Huangtu exclaimed in alarm and swiftly called out to the nearby rock ninjas, "Beware of Natsum Haruya." He then dashed forward without hesitation. What? The group of rock ninjas could only see the moonlit gale rushing towards them, perplexed as to why they should be wary of Natsum Haruya. However, in the next moment, the reason became painfully clear. Just as the moonlit gale was mere meters away from them, and they were poised to charge and encircle it for a collective assault, Natsum Haruya appeared like a specter behind them. What? The group of chunin were taken aback, unable to react in time. And all they could perceive was a fleeting cold gleam before losing consciousness. Chapter 124. I demand a price from you, Natsum Haruya. Huangtu roared in fury, promptly unleashing his ninjutsu. A massive earthen dragon erupted from the ground, thundering through the air towards Natsum Haruya. Huangtu feared that if he delayed even a second longer, more rock ninjas would perish beneath his blade. Natsum Yang's speed was simply astonishing, leaving these chunin utterly incapable of responding. In truth, had Natsum Yang not relied on his swiftness, a mere 7 or 8 chunin would have sufficed to contend with him for a considerable duration. Yet, alas, how could Natsum Yang ever relinquish the advantage of speed? After all, it would not be long before they grasped the true horror of his velocity. A man was destined to achieve the terrifying feat of annihilating hundreds of rock ninjas in an instant. The speed he exhibited now was but child's play in comparison to that individual. Nevertheless, the rock ninjas had never witnessed such rapidity. They were utterly unable to react, falling like wheat before the scythe in the hands of Natsum Yang. Boom! As the Earth Dragon bullet approached, Natsum Yang showed no sign of restraint. He moved as lightly as the wind, the Earth Dragon bullet unable to keep pace with his rhythm. Each attempt to strike him thwarted as he deftly evaded the attacks. Instead, the rock ninjas continued to be mercilessly slaughtered, blood flowing like a river. On another front, Moonlight Gale, though not as formidable as Natsum Yang, engaged 2 or 3 rock ninjas, thereby diverting a portion of their forces. Infuriated, if that is the case, do not compel me further. I shall make you experience the anguish of losing a comrade. Earth Release, Earth Spike. The yellow earth struggled to pinpoint Natsum Yang's exact location, gritting his teeth in determination. He slammed his hand onto the ground, unleashing the Earth Spike technique. Natsum Yang was utterly taken aback as 3 or 4 medical ninjas were instantly pierced through the chest, losing their lives in an instant. The situation was no different for the rock ninjas. No, the medical ninjas, who had believed they would be safe and sound, were suddenly thrown into a state of panic, their terrified voices rising as they scattered in all directions. Some even shouted desperately at Natsum Yang, "Natsum Yang, why are you just standing there? Hurry and save us. We are invaluable assets, and if anything happens to us, how will you account for it?" Such words could only be uttered in sheer fright, and Natsum Yang dismissed them without a second thought. After all, he could not expect everyone to possess the formidable strength he had, which allowed him to remain unperturbed. However, the speed of the Earth technique was simply too swift. Despite exerting all his might, he could only manage to save 3 individuals, while the rest perished under the onslaught of the Earth technique. You bastard, Earth. Natsume's eyes turned crimson as he beheld the grim scene before him. Among the three he had rescued was not Kanetsuki Chika. Kanetsuki Chika had been impaled directly through the chest by a soil spike, blood gushing forth, her complexion turning ashen, her lips trembling as she tried to utter something. Natsume gazed at her lips, and if he was not mistaken, the words softly murmured by Mizuki Chika should be farewell. Water release, water severing wave. Natsume inhaled deeply, his mouth puffing up instantly, and then, amidst the astonished gaze of Huang Tu, he unleashed a swift, white streak that pierced through his chest. However, Huang Tu, quick on his feet, managed to evade the fatal blow. Yet, despite this narrow escape, he found himself unable to inflict any harm on Natsume, for being pierced through the chest was no trivial matter. Chapter 125, Resurrection Cough. After delivering a heavy blow to Huang Tu, it was the opportune moment to pursue his advantage. Yet, Natsume suddenly knelt, gasping for breath, even coughing up blood. However, it would be a misunderstanding to attribute this entirely to the aftereffects of rescuing Kanetsuki Chika. A significant portion of his distress stemmed from the severe depletion of his chakra, which left his body on the verge of collapse. After all, the water-severing wave was a technique that demanded considerable chakra, and when the body cannot keep pace with the output, such situations inevitably arise. System, is there a potion that can save someone on the brink of death? At this point, Natsume could only place his hopes in the system. Among those present, only Kanetsuki Chika still had a faint breath, potentially salvageable. Yes, but it requires 2,000 gold coins. The system's response prompted a sigh of relief from Natsume, a flicker of joy coursing through him. With a determined stride, he rushed forward, severing the earthen spike that had impaled Kanetsuki Chika. Her delicate body still radiated a hint of warmth, and Natsume hastily exchanged for the resurrection potion from the system. As long as there was a breath left, this miraculous potion could bring her back to life. Don't speak. It's all right. You will definitely survive. If you die like this, I want to forgive you when I learn the reincarnation technique in the future. Seeing the resistance in Kanetsuki Chika's eyes, Natsume commanded firmly, leaving her no room for refusal. Gulp. After urging Kanetsuki Chika to drink the potion, Natsume felt her body, which had been on the brink of death, suddenly emanate a robust vitality, and even the gruesome wound on her chest began to heal. It worked, thank goodness. Even Natsume himself was unaware of why he felt such intense anxiety over Kanetsuki Chika's injury, bordering on madness. Fortunately, she was safe now. In truth, the ability to revive the dead was not entirely unheard of in the world of Naruto. A considerable number of individuals, given sufficient chakra, could perform such miraculous feats. For instance, the tailless beast Kisame Hashigaki, the sage body of Jiraiya, and the future medical sage Tsunade Senju were capable of such wonders. Huang Tu, you may perish. Once assured that Kanetsuki Chika was indeed out of danger, Natsume gently set her down. He then swiftly formed hand seals and launched an attack on Huang Tu, who was rising unsteadily while clutching his chest, his face ashen. Water release. Puff. However, when Natsume sought to unleash the water disruption wave once more, his vision suddenly blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to kneel on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Whoosh. Observing this, Du did not hesitate. He swiftly dashed out. For not far away lay his rock ninja encampment. Given the current state of Natsume and his companions, escape was not an option. Do not even think of fleeing. Du, the Moonlight Gale, not one to merely spectate, immediately pursued. What do you think you are? Get out of my way. While Du needed to exercise caution with Natsume, he held no such reservations towards Moonlight Gale. Although his strength was not significantly superior to that of Moonlight Gale, he regarded him with disdain. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Du gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra, as a colossal and majestic dragon head burst forth from the ground, charging towards the pursuing Moonlight Gale. Lacking the speed of Natsume, Moonlight Gale was compelled to retreat, but the Earth Dragon Bullet relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to evade once more, allowing Du to make his escape. Chapter 126, I Will Not Die, Damn It. As the Earth Dragon Bullet dissipated, Moonlight Gale found himself bereft of Du's trace, his frustration manifesting as he stomped his foot in anger, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face. Natsume, since you possess the potion capable of reviving Kankitsu Chika, why do you turn a blind eye to those in need? Is it simply because they once defied you? Do you not think your heart is too narrow? Yet, just as the danger had subsided, the three medical ninjas whom Natsume had rescued began to turn their ire towards him. Of course I would save you if I could. But they were already devoid of breath. How could I possibly help? Are you not all medical ninjas? You can shout here all you want. But why not try to save them yourselves? Who knows, perhaps you might succeed in reviving a few. Natsum raised his head and retorted without reservation, expressing his utter disappointment in these individuals. The moonlight and the brisk wind beckon us to move forward. The final challenge has yet to arrive. Whether we can survive depends on our ability to navigate through the impending ordeal. Natsum carried Kanzuki Chika on his back, addressing Tsukiakuri Keisuke briefly before setting forth towards the final challenge, the domain of the IWA shinobi. If they wish to escape, they must confront the formidable IWA encampment that loomed at the forest's edge. TCH. Tsukiakuri Keisuke cast a glance at the three medical ninjas before swiftly darting away, prompting the trio to exchange glances and hastily follow suit. The restorative potion proved effective. Natsum could sense the steadying breath of Kanzuki Chika, her heartbeat gradually returning to a normal rhythm, indicating that she had likely evaded peril. Having broken free from the encirclement of 5 IWA J-nin and numerous CH-nin, Natsum could only attribute his survival to sheer luck. Perhaps the IWA J-nin underestimated their adversaries, viewing them merely as two children, which led to their complacency. While the earthbound restraints hindered Natsum and Tsukiakuri Keisuke struggled against Inoue Tomohiro, their adversaries chose to remain passive rather than launching a collaborative assault. This granted Natsum a moment to breathe, allowing him to employ techniques previously unseen, ultimately achieving a counterattack. However, what lay ahead was bound to be a grueling battle. Having endured the earlier confrontation, the Earth Shinobi would certainly no longer harbor any underestimation of him. Faced with such a multitude of pursuers, their situation appeared increasingly dire. Natsum did not believe that with his current strength, he could simultaneously confront two jonin. His previous success in defeating 4 jonin had largely been due to the wind release, Rasengan. As he approached the rock ninja's stronghold, Natsum suddenly halted. How much chakra do you have left, Tsukikid Shippu? Can you continue to fight? He inquired, casting a detached glance at his companion. Rest assured, I will fight for as long as you do, Tsukikid Shippu replied, unwavering in his resolve. The relentless assaults from the rock ninjas had finally opened his eyes to the harsh reality, leading him to cease comparing himself to Natsum and to acknowledge his formidable prowess. Take care of Kanketsu and the others, Natsum instructed. I will draw their attention. At my signal, make your escape as swiftly as possible. Just reach the Leaf Village encampment safely. As for me, do not worry. I assure you, I will not perish. Natsum offered no opportunity for Tsukikid Shippu to retort. He gently placed Kanketsu Chika on the ground before allowing Tsukikid Shippu to carry her. Subsequently, he formed hand seals, unleashing 4 shadow clones, and charged directly into the rock ninja's encampment. Chapter 127. Escape. The Sword Techniques of the Wind. Natsum exhibited no mercy. His blade, the soul-cutting sword, sliced through the rock ninjas like an ethereal specter, transforming into a cold instrument of death. Bring me slaughter. In response to the turmoil caused by Natsum, the rock ninjas had but one reaction, to eliminate him entirely. Do not underestimate him. He is exceedingly dangerous. Huang Tu, his complexion ashen, appeared upon the battlefield, bellowing at the rock ninjas around him. Moreover, since this individual has come alone, he must be deliberately drawing our attention to facilitate the escape of his comrades. Heighten the vigilance in our surroundings. We must not allow his allies to slip away. Huang Tu's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. He could hardly believe that a mere Natsum could act so brazenly. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bomb. A high-ranking ninja entered the fray, summoning a fearsome earth dragon that erupted from the ground, surging with formidable might towards Natsum. Whoosh. As Natsum maneuvered through the throng of chunin, he suddenly leapt into the air, executing a deft flip to evade the oncoming earth dragon. Water Release. Water Severing Wave. After Natsum formed seals in the air, he took a deep breath and exhaled a vast expanse of continuous white mist, causing the shinobi who had just launched an assault on him to change his expression dramatically and hastily retreat to evade. However, despite his timely escape, he was still grazed, resulting in several wounds from which blood immediately gushed forth. Earth Release. Flying Rock Bullet. Another shinobi attacked Natsum, and suddenly the ground seemed to come alive, unleashing a barrage of stone projectiles that resembled bullets, all aimed at Natsum, who remained suspended in the air, leaving him with no opportunity to evade. Wind Release. Rasengan. Yet, Natsum did not need to dodge. With his right hand open, he grasped the air, and the Wind Release. Rasengan materialized. propelling forward and shattering the rock bullets into a cloud of dust. Boom. Natsum flashed a dangerously mischievous smile before he detonated the wind-release spiraling sphere in his grasp. Oh no. Upon witnessing this, Huang Tu could not help but exclaim in alarm. He had anticipated numerous outcomes, yet this was not one of them. He could only watch as the tempest unleashed chaos throughout the entire rock-hidden camp. With a resounding explosion, even Natsum himself was not spared from the devastation of the wind-release spiraling sphere. Despite his efforts to shield himself with a water barrier, his body was still torn apart in a gruesome display, and the excruciating pain nearly sent him into unconsciousness. Natsum vowed that he would never again be harmed by the wind release. Rasengan. He must flee. Natsum suddenly let out a fierce shout in a certain direction. And immediately, four phantoms surged forth, breaking through the defenses of the rock-hidden village and escaping, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Natsum followed closely behind the four phantoms, fleeing alongside them. After them, we must not let them escape. Huang Tu, seeing that Natsum had also taken flight, became anxious and, disregarding his own injuries, pursued them as well. The group of rock ninjas, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, leaving only a few echelons to guard the main camp. Thus began an intense pursuit. Water release, water severing wave. During the chase, Natsum formed hand seals and unleashed an attack, spitting out a torrent of high-speed water projectiles. The pursuing rock ninjas were entirely unprepared for Natsum counterattack, with barely a few managing to react in time. Those fortunate enough only suffered injuries to their arms and thighs, while the unfortunate were pierced through the chest, collapsing on the spot and severely hindering the rock ninjas' pursuit. Chapter 128. The Pig Teammate. No negotiation. Natsum, you have triumphed. You are a ninja worthy of respect. Tsukiyakari Kaze and his companions remained motionless in the woods, realizing that the phantoms which had dashed out were merely Natsum-yo's shadow clones, intended to divert the attention of the rock ninjas. This pursuit battle left Tsukiyakari Kaze thoroughly impressed, his heart filled with profound respect for Natsum. Facing such a multitude of rock ninjas was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor, yet, understanding the grave danger, he still chose to set aside previous grievances for the sake of his comrades. Such a perspective was indeed indicative of true vision, and Tsukiyakari Kaze felt humbled in comparison. Let us go. The ninjas in the rock-hidden camp have mostly departed. Tsukiyakari Kaze sighed deeply before stepping forward. His mind was somewhat chaotic. When Kanketsu Chika awakened and inquired about Natsum-yo's whereabouts, how would he respond? He feared that any lie would be easily uncovered by Kanketsu Chika. Crack. Just as Tsukiyakari Kaze was about to silently step beyond the defenses of the rock-hidden village, a particularly jarring sound echoed from behind him. He turned with a darkened expression to find three medical ninjas gazing at him innocently, appearing completely detached from any danger. Oblivious to how the sound of the branch he had broken could place them in jeopardy, they continued to step on branches, producing more noise. What's the matter? Tsukiyakari Kaze? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Yet this individual remained utterly oblivious to his own transgressions, casting an irritable gaze upon Moonlight Gale as he inquired, as if Moonlight Gale ought not to regard him with such an expression. If the earlier sound was merely the snapping of a branch, the rock ninja could dismiss it as mere coincidence. However, now, even the most oblivious would recognize that they were not alone. Who are these individuals? Two rock-hidden echelons bellowed, suddenly materializing before Moonlight Gale and his companions. Upon discerning the situation, their faces brightened with surprise, and they were about to call for reinforcements. Yet, Moonlight Gale was not inclined to grant them that opportunity. He swiftly conjured two shadow clones, rendering them invisible, and promptly silenced them. What are you still doing? Flee! Moonlight Gale roared at the trio, harboring an intense desire to eliminate them. They were nothing short of incompetent allies, the kind that could lead one to ruin without recompense. TCH. The three of them disdainfully clicked their tongues, now acutely aware of the folly of their earlier actions. Nevertheless, confronted with Moonlight Gale's hostile tone, they felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. What right did Moonlight Gale have to chastise them? Do not even think of escaping. Pursue them. Just as Moonlight Gale and his companions had stirred some of the rock ninjas, those stationed at the rock-hidden camp immediately set off in pursuit as soon as the trio departed. Of course, given the capabilities of these echelons, how could they possibly catch up with Moonlight Gale and his group? They barely managed to cover any distance before losing sight of them, only to be systematically eliminated one by Moonlight Gale. Natsum here. Heaving a sigh, he found himself truly grasping the meaning of the phrase "everywhere you look, there are enemies." Today, he was cornered by a throng of rock shinobi into a proverbial dead end, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Initially, there was no dead end. However, the ninjas of Awagakure excelled in earth techniques, making the creation of an obstacle a trivial task. Thus, Natsum Yang's chance for survival was utterly severed. Chapter 129, The Unreliable Natsum Yang. Today, I shall witness your desperate bid for survival. The mere thought of extinguishing a talent such as yours filled me with an inexplicable exhilaration. Huang Tu regarded Natsum Yang with an expression that conveyed his certainty of impending doom, unable to fathom any means by which Natsum could escape. At least, Huang Tu could not conceive of one. With a dozen elite shinobi present, Natsum Yang's escape seemed as improbable as sprouting wings. Huang Tu confidently asserted that not just Natsum Yang, even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, would find it impossible to emerge unscathed from such a predicament. In terms of both strength and numbers, the Awagakure forces held an undeniable advantage. Meanwhile, far away in the Kenoha camp, Narashikaka pondered aloud. Do you believe the contents of this distress letter to be entirely truthful? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. In response, Jiraiya, holding the altered plea for help, furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Narashikaku replied, the contents of this letter are not entirely accurate. Certain portions have been tampered with. It is indeed true that Tsukiki's ship has encountered a crisis, but the subsequent details likely do not reflect his true intentions. Having recently graduated, he should lack such logical reasoning. Only someone around 20 years of age would possess that level of reasoning. Jiraiya asserted, as I suspected. The letter has an odd quality. Your insight confirms my thoughts. The initial portion of the plea aligns well with Tsukiki's ship's usual style and tone. However, the latter part abruptly shifts, exhibiting a maturity in expression, clarity in structure, and logical coherence that is entirely uncharacteristic for someone of his age. In the face of danger, how could Tsukiki's ship maintain such composure? When something deviates from the norm, it invariably signals trouble. Narashikaku gazed at the letter, murmuring to himself. Yet, they could not afford to ignore the plight of Tsukiki's ship and his companions. However, with their precise location unknown, how could they execute a rescue operation? Jiraiya, troubled, stroked his chin, feeling at a loss. Indeed, while the letter provided a location, it may not reflect the true whereabouts of Tsukiki's ship and his team, and instead, the rock shinobi could very well be lying in wait, eager for them to take the bait. Narashikaka sighed deeply. Although he was renowned as the intellectual backbone of Kenoha, he found himself unable to devise an impeccable strategy on the spot. Each second of delay increased the peril faced by the likes of Moonlight Breeze. Time was of the essence. These individuals represented the future pillars of Kenoha, and it was imperative to devise a means to rescue them safely, ensuring they did not perish on the battlefield. Presently, it seemed that the best course of action was to have the rescue team simultaneously gather intelligence on the situation in Awagakure while executing their rescue mission. The reconnaissance area would be established near the address mentioned in the letter, which was undoubtedly close to the Awagakure encampment. With skilled tactics, they might be able to ascertain the whereabouts of Moonlight Breeze and his companions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Narashikaku proposed this plan. Very well. Let us proceed with your suggestion. It appears to be the most viable option at this juncture. Jiraiya affirmed the final decision, stating, let Minato handle it. His speed is advantageous for reconnaissance. Narashikaku raised no objections to this arrangement. Chapter 130. You are finished returning the focus to Natsum Yo. He initiated the technique, water release, water severing wave. Natsum's cheeks swelled, and he unleashed a torrent of water that sliced through the massive rock fist hurtling towards him. With a decisive step, he brandished his spirit-cutting blade, its cold gleam flashing as it grazed past the formidable Jonin. A sudden spray of crimson erupted from the Jonin's shoulder, leaving a grotesque gash. However, before Natsum could catch his breath, the ground trembled beneath him, and a barrage of sharp earth spikes surged forward. He swiftly leapt back, but behind him, another Jonin seized the opportunity, forming seals to summon a roaring earth dragon in his direction. Wind release, wind spiral sphere. The earth dragon approached with alarming speed, leaving Natsum no time to form seals for a counterattack. He concentrated fiercely and unleashed the wind spiral sphere, shattering the dragon's menacing head in an instant. The subsequent force propelled forth without resistance, completely obliterating the earth dragon. Earth release, hell swamp. Yet, as Natsum landed, he gasped in horror. For the ground beneath him had transformed into a mire, ensnaring his lower legs and rendering him immobile. Earth release, Rock Fist Technique. Earth Release. Earth Dango. The two jonin converged, taking advantage of Natsum's predicament, turning him into a target for their onslaught. The jonin on his left plunged his hands into the earth, utilizing earth release techniques to hoist a colossal boulder, which he hurled directly at Natsum. Simultaneously, the jonin on his right launched a massive rock fist aimed straight at Natsum's chest. Water Release. Grand Water Arm Technique. Yet, faced with this dual assault, Natsum did not resort to ninjutsu to counter them. Instead, he conjured a gigantic arm to grasp him, pulling him from the swamp just as the blows were about to land. The moment he escaped the hell swamp, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. With his hands clasped together, he formed seals and shouted, "Water Release. Water Disruption Wave." A formidable vapor emanated from Natsum Haruki, and in an instant, a thick jet of water, as robust as a human arm, surged forth. It collided violently with the earthen dragon bullet hurtling towards him from behind, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. Though the water stream appeared unassuming, its might was far from negligible. Upon impact with the colossal earth dragon, it caused the projectile to fracture, splintering into pieces. Subsequently, it surged directly towards the Jainin who had unleashed the earth dragon. "Natsum Haruki, you have been careless." A sudden, fierce shout resonated behind Natsum Yo, accompanied by a swift, piercing sound that tore through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsum instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, only to be violently thrust into the earth, creating a gaping pit approximately 10 meters wide. Yet this was not the end. The assailant showed no intention of granting Natsum even a fleeting moment of respite. After swiftly forming hand seals, he pressed his right hand firmly against Natsum's chest, exclaiming, "Earth Release. Heavy Stone Technique." Bang! Natsum Yang's body was forcefully driven into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. The terrifying gravity caused his bones to creak and groan under the immense pressure, leaving him struggling to withstand such overwhelming force. Natsum Haru now finds even the slightest movement of a finger to be an arduous task. Chapter 131. What on earth is happening? Earth Release. Earth Spike. Faced with such a golden opportunity, the vigilant jonin of a Wagakure would not let it slip away. Instantly, two jonin performed hand seals and pressed their palms to the ground, causing a barrage of earth spikes to erupt from beneath the surface, piercing straight through Natsum Haru's chest and lifting him into the air, blood cascading down the stone weapons. Finally, he is dead. Now I can breathe easy. Upon witnessing this, Keidu could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, convinced that Natsum Haru could not survive such a grievous wound. However, wait, what about his companions? This is strange. We have been pursuing them all along, and they have never left our sight, so why have they suddenly vanished? After eliminating Natsum Haru, Keidu's mind sharpened with realization. Where had Natsum Haru's companions gone? They had clearly not overlooked anyone during the chase. Both Natsum Haru and his companions had remained within their line of sight. Yet, upon Natsum Haru's demise, they all inexplicably disappeared. This defies logic. Unless, a thought suddenly flashed through Keidu's mind, causing him to clench his fists tightly, and he exclaimed, "Damn it. We have been deceived by Natsum Haru. The individuals we were pursuing were not his companions at all, but rather." At this point, Keidu abruptly paused and turned to the other jonin, only to find them all sharing a sudden realization, exclaiming in unison, "Shadow Clone. What a ruthless individual. To sacrifice himself for the sake of his comrades." Keidu's fists cracked ominously, his expression dark and foreboding. Nevertheless, it was too late to pursue now. At least they had eliminated this one. But wait, where is he? Just as Keidu's gaze returned, he found that the supposedly deceased Natsum Haru had inexplicably vanished into thin air. Damn it, what is happening? Keidu roared in fury, his anger forcing him to spit blood as he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. After him, he cannot have fled far with such severe injuries. We must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. With Keidu's command, the jonin immediately surged forth, scattering in various directions to continue the pursuit. Yet, Keidu failed to notice that upon the stone pillar that had pierced Natsum Haru, a trail of crimson blood remained after he departed. Where is Natsum Haru, pursued by the Iwane? In truth, he had not fled at all. He had merely exchanged for 2 items from the system. The invisible effect, lasting 3 minutes, is achieved through a gas that renders one unseen, complemented by a miraculous potion capable of rapidly healing fatal wounds. The reason Huangtu and others observed Xiaomu Yang's sudden disappearance was due to this cloaking gas concealing his form. Once it was confirmed that Huangtu had indeed departed, the barely conscious Xiaomu Yang immediately opened the divine healing potion and consumed it. Instantly, He felt an immense surge of warmth radiating from his heart, filled with a vibrant sense of vitality that almost made him feel as though he were ascending to the heavens, involuntarily letting out a groan. Ah, it truly hurts, he thought. He wondered about the fate of Yue Guang, Jifeng, and the others. Had they truly managed to escape? Alas, it would be best to focus on recovering from his injuries first. As Natsum Yo freed himself from the stone pillar, he observed with astonishment that the wound on his chest was healing at a visibly remarkable pace. In no time, his chest was entirely restored, leaving behind only a faint scar that was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Chapter 132. The Four-tailed Jinchuriki of Melting Release. It is time to return. Uchiha Kankaku, you should consider yourself fortunate that this sudden assault was not instigated by your actions. Otherwise, I would be most curious to see how you would account for it. Natsum Yo sheathed his spirit-slaying sword and glanced in the direction before dashing towards the great encampment of Kenoha. Although this mission carried a significant testing element, it marked the first failure in Natsum Yo's history, which would inevitably impact his future endeavors. If there were any foul play involved, he must clear his name. Moreover, had it not been for the system, he would have already met his demise. Thus, he would not let the culprit escape unscathed. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the escort mission. Experience points 500, received one mysterious fragment, an A-rank water release jutsu, the Great Waterfall Technique. Just as Natsum Yo had departed from the rock-hidden village, the familiar surge of energy began to circulate throughout his body, gradually enhancing his physical prowess. Natsum Yo found it necessary to pause and consolidate his abruptly acquired strength, lest it hinder his future development. The Great Waterfall Technique is intriguing. It precisely compensates for my deficiency in area of effect ninjutsu. Natsum's combat style had long been established, primarily focusing on close-quarters combat with supplementary mid to long-range attacks. However, it conspicuously lacked an area of effect skill. Now, with the advent of the Grand Waterfall Technique, this shortcoming in Natsum's fighting approach had finally been addressed. Nevertheless, breaking through the encirclement of the rock shinobi would inevitably leave one battered and on the brink of unconsciousness. My current state of robust health seemed rather conspicuous. The divine healing potion could only manifest once for the time being. Otherwise, the avaricious elders of the Leaf Village would certainly not let me off easily. They would undoubtedly coerce me into revealing the formula, and it was quite possible that the nefarious Danzo would resort to extracting memories through underhanded means. Having just managed to recuperate from my injuries, must I subject myself to further torment? Yet, I am not a masochist. Natsum Yo suddenly realized that recovering too swiftly with the divine healing potion was not necessarily a boon. You, little ninja from Kenoha, possess quite the audacity to venture alone into the territory of a Wagakure. At that moment, a resonant voice thundered from behind Natsum Yo, followed by an overwhelming aura of menace that enveloped him, rendering the very air around him palpably heavier. You are the four-tails Jinchuriki of a Wagakure, Old Purple. Natsum Yo turned around and beheld the middle-aged man standing before him, who was of comparable height. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A Jinchuriki. This was not someone to be trifled with. Even a formidable warrior like Jiraiya would likely avoid provoking a Jinchuriki. The title of human weapon was not bestowed lightly. Ding. The host has encountered the four-tails Jinchuriki. Please evacuate promptly and return to the Kenoha encampment. Rewards: experience points 200, gold 600, achievement unlocked, Lone Warrior. The voice of the system resonated in Natsum Yo's mind, issuing a task. Oh, I did not expect you to recognize me. How intriguing. The figure clad in purple, with hair to match, known as Old Purple, cast a surprised glance at Natsum Yo. This only adds to the amusement. Old Purple closed his eyes and transitioned directly into his tailed beast transformation. Lava release, lava armor. He transformed his entire being into molten magma, searingly hot and causing the ground to emit a deafening roar. The temperature of the air surged dramatically, distorting the very atmosphere, rendering Natsum Yo's vision a blur. Chapter 133. The Scorching Battle. Here it comes. With a mighty step, Old Purple charged forth like a god of fire, the wind from his fists creating a painful and searing gust. Natsum Yo instinctively inhaled sharply. This was a Jinchuriki, an adversary far beyond his current capabilities. Whoosh. Natsum Yo dared not confront Old Purple directly. The moment his fist approached, he swiftly employed the wind instantaneous technique to evade. His speed was commendable, yet still insufficient. As Natsum Yga emerged, he felt as though he were engulfed in a sea of flames, a searing molten fist rapidly magnifying before his eyes, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Bang! Natsum appeared to be caught off guard, struck directly by the blow. However, there was no trace of joy on the face of Old Purple. Instead, the Natsum that was hit suddenly transformed into a charred wooden substitute. The real Natsum materialized in the distance, hands forming seals, then unleashed a fierce, razor-sharp torrent of water, as thick as an arm, that struck Old Purple directly. The moment the water met the searing magma, a violent reaction ensued, producing a cacophony of hissing and sizzling, and a thick cloud of scalding mist enveloped the air, saturating it. It was a potent strike, yet regrettably, the force was insufficient. If this is all you can muster, you might as well perish. Old Purple, like a crimson apparition, instantaneously materialized before Natsum, his right arm slicing through the air with oppressive force, distorting the very atmosphere and creating a piercing, shrill sound. Yet, Natsum had no time to dwell on such matters. Evading Old Purple's fist was of utmost importance. Whoosh! Natsum once again evaded with the wind instant body technique, swiftly reappearing behind Old Purple. Before he could launch an attack, a fist rapidly magnified in his vision, piercing through his chest with the terrifying heat of molten lava. What a cunning little rascal! However, Old Purple's expression remained devoid of joy, as he realized that the Natsum with a pierced chest was merely a decoy. Where would he appear next? With a grave countenance, Old Purple scanned his surroundings, anticipating Natsum next emergence before launching his assault. Swordsmanship of the wind. In the next moment, Natsum materialized approximately 10 meters away from Old Purple, enveloped in a palpable aura of formidable sword energy that made the air quiver. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the sight of Natsum's appearance, Old Purple immediately leaped forward, akin to a charging leopard. Natsum, however, merely flicked his wrist, unleashing a fierce sword energy that soared 3 meters high, cleaving through the air and colliding forcefully with the oncoming Old Purple. You little rascal. That's quite an impressive move. In my lifetime, I have never encountered someone of your age wielding such power. Splendid. It would be all the more gratifying to slay you. Old Purple felt as though this sword energy bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. And even with his tailed beast transformation, he found it somewhat challenging to withstand, being forced back a step and leaving a 2-meter crater in his wake. Scatter! He suddenly bellowed, his aura intensifying as the temperature of the molten lava surged several degrees. With a resounding crack, the sword energy was abruptly repelled by Old Purple, exploding into a terrifying gust that surged outward. Chapter 134. Time to get serious. I wonder if this move suits your taste? Suddenly, a figure darted out from behind Old Purple, Natsum, who charged at him with great speed. Wind release, spiraling sphere. A brilliant light flickered behind Old Purple as the sound of wind roared violently, coalescing into a dazzling blue energy sphere in Natsum's right hand, exuding an extreme force. Boom! Old Purple was slammed to the ground by the wind release, spiraling sphere, creating a massive crater in the earth. Upon contact, the originally azure sphere transformed into a fiery red blaze, radiating a terrifying heat, reminiscent of a burning cloud descending from the heavens, a magnificent sight to behold. Surrender! Your attacks cannot breach my molten armor. Old Purple declared triumphantly, confident in his formidable armor. Is that so? Then watch closely as I shatter your pride. The light in Natsum's eyes intensified. In the wind release, spiraling sphere contracted dramatically, doubling its destructive power. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and the molten armor shattered under the appalled gaze of the elder, unable to withstand the pressure of the wind release, Rasengan. Subsequently, it surged violently against the elder's body. The destructive force of the Rasengan is not to be underestimated. Even a standard Rasengan, upon detonation, can disregard the defenses of a water barrier, leaving Natsum with grave injuries. What more can be said of this exquisitely refined version? The elder let out a cry of agony as his back was engulfed in a haze, drenched in blood. Yet, before he could react further, the Rasengan expanded instantaneously, morphing into a colossal sphere of energy that enveloped him entirely. What began as localized damage had now escalated to a full-body assault, and the disturbance of the molten temperature coursing through him felt akin to being incessantly sliced by searing blades, inflicting unbearable torment. In a mere 2 seconds, the elder transformed into a bloodied figure, his tendons torn, numerous bones shattered and exposed to the air, and still being ravaged at an alarming rate. Damn you, little brat. I shall have your life. The elder, who initially approached the battle with Natsum with a playful demeanor, suddenly grew earnest. Were it not for the formidable vitality inherent in Jinchuriki, he would likely be dead by now. Lava release. Wagwashan. Remarkably, he broke free from the Rasengan. Bracing himself against the ground, and an immense torrent of searing magma erupted from him, casting the entire forest in a crimson glow. With waves of heat that were nearly suffocating, his vision blurred, the air distorted to an overwhelming degree. This is not good. Natsum was undoubtedly aware of the formidable nature of this technique, and thus dared not confront it head-on. With a fierce roar, he swiftly performed a series of hand seals, exclaiming, "Water release, water barrier." This was the only ninjutsu at his disposal to counter such an assault. In a desperate bid to resist, he summoned half of his chakra, conjuring a vast, fan-shaped wall of water reminiscent of a torrential waterfall. The wall collided violently with the oncoming wave of magma. Sizzle! A cacophony of intense hissing resonated through the air, sharp and chaotic, as the entire forest was enveloped in a thick, humid steam, severely impairing visibility. Chapter 135. A completely unequal match. Did he believe that this was the end? Foolish child, how naive. Just as Natsum thought he had weathered the storm, a voice pierced through the fog, none other than Old Purple. Before he could comprehend the situation, several towering columns of crimson flame surged skyward, transforming into numerous lava fragments the size of wash basins, all homed in on him, raining down with relentless ferocity. Hiss. Natsum felt a tingling sensation at the scalp, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Truly, the title of Jinchuriki. A human weapon is utterly justified. It is precisely because of the Jinchuriki that such terrifying chakra exists, enabling the release of jutsu of this magnitude. Natsum found himself utterly incapable of resisting. He was simply powerless against this formidable attack. Bang, bang, bang. Confronted by an onslaught as terrifying as a meteor shower, Natsum had no recourse but to evade. The earth trembled and roared, erupting into a series of scorching, shattered craters, transforming the entire forest into a raging inferno. A sea of crimson, with acrid smoke choking the air. Although his agility was commendable, it was regrettably futile in the face of overwhelming power. Just as Natsum was desperately maneuvering using the wind instantaneous technique, he suddenly heard Lao Zi's voice by his side. He was taken aback, only to see Lao Zi materialize before him, one hand braced against the ground, the other cleaving through the air's resistance, delivering a heavy blow to his face. Natsum should feel fortunate that the current Old Purple does not possess the formidable strength displayed during his battle with Kakashi in the Storm Arc. Otherwise, escape would have been utterly impossible. With no protection, he was struck by the molten fist, and he could scarcely endure the impact. His face was instantly scorched, resulting in a piercing scream of agony, as he was sent hurtling away like a mere sandbag. Little demon, meet your demise. Wind sword technique. Old Purple lunged forward again, intent on mercilessly dispatching Natsum. Yet, with gritted teeth, Natsum brandished the spirit-slaying blade, engaging in a fierce clash with Old Purple's fist. However, the weight of Old Purple's blow was overwhelming, far beyond what Natsum could withstand. He was grievously injured, crashing through a tree large enough for 4 people to embrace, and continued to skid across the ground at an alarming speed. Damn it, I am still too weak. Natsum struggled to rise from the ground, gripping the spirit-cutting blade tightly as he gritted his teeth and unleashed the sword technique of the wind, fiercely colliding once more with the approaching Lao Zi. Crash! Natsum swung his sword fiercely, striking Old Purple's arm, yet his efforts proved futile, producing merely a resounding clang of metal. The overwhelming force emanating from Old Purple compelled him to stumble back several paces. Undeterred, Old Purple advanced once more, delivering a blow that sent Natsum staggering back 4 or 5 steps, utterly overpowered. In response to Old Purple's ferocious punch, Natsum refrained from enduring the impact and instead formed hand seals to unleash a ninjutsu technique. Boom. The water release, great water arm technique did not disappoint, matching Old Purple's might equally. Natsum dared not linger, swiftly vanishing from his original position, only to reappear behind Old Purple. The spirit-slashing blade gleamed with a cold light, rending the molten armor apart, creating a gash. However, regrettably, it inflicted no harm upon Old Purple. With a swift movement, Old Purple also disappeared from before Natsum, re-emerging at his side to deliver a powerful punch. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsum raised the Divine Annihilation blade before him, only to be sent flying once more, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 136. The sentry bird is shot first. I must flee. Continuing this battle will only lead me to certain doom. Natsum Haru rose from the ground and immediately took flight. Yet old Z would not allow him to escape so easily. At such a tender age, Haru had already demonstrated the capacity to inflict injury upon him, a harbinger of boundless potential that could one day culminate in a significant threat. However, when pitted against someone as formidable as old Z, a master of the Jinchuriki, how could Haru possibly stand a chance in terms of speed? He had scarcely made it a short distance before being overtaken. Lava release, scorching river of magma technique. In an instant, 5 perfectly spherical, deep crimson fireballs of molten lava erupted forth, encircling and hurtling toward Natsum Haru with astonishing velocity, leaving him no opportunity to evade. Hiss. Natsum Yang harbored a desire to evade completely, yet his body betrayed him. Despite employing his most formidable skills, he still bore the marks of burning, a charred testament to his efforts. As Natsum Yang attempted to dodge the molten fireball, Lao Zi seized the opportunity to close the distance, positioning himself directly in front of Natsum Yang, unleashing a devastating punch with unrelenting ferocity. Alas, Natsum Y felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him as he brandished the spirit-slaying blade before him. Once again, he hurtled into the depths of the forest like a cannonball, causing even the blade to bend under the force of impact. Shadow Clone Technique. In the course of his retreat, Natsum Yang formed a shadow clone seal, conjuring a shadow doppelganger to take his place. Continuing the battle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Natsum Haru did not dare to hesitate for even a moment. He scarcely had time to exchange for the sacred healing potion. Although he was merely 30 kilometers away from the Kenoha encampment, at that moment, it felt insurmountably distant. 30 kilometers was ample distance for the old purple-haired man to eliminate Natsum Haru. Curse that little brat. True to his expectations, the furious roar of the old man soon echoed in Natsum Haru's ears, while memories of his shadow clone surged in his mind, revealing that clone had been scorched away to nothingness. This grudge, I shall remember. Natsum Yang gritted his teeth and sprinted forward, daring not to exhibit even a hint of slackness. Perhaps the only solace he found lay in the visible wounds that clearly attested to his perilous encounters. 2 days later, he arrived at the entrance of the Kenoha camp, weary and breathless. Just as he intended to step inside, he was halted by the guards at the gate. Kenoha Ch Nin, Natsum Yang. Natsum Yang retrieved his ninja registration manual from his tool pouch and presented it to the 2 gatekeepers for identity verification before he was permitted entry. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Experience points 200, gold 600, achievement unlocked. Lone Warrior. The voice of the system resonated in Natsum Yang's mind. Bang. At the very moment he entered the Kenoha camp, Natsum Yang could not help but let out a long sigh of relief, only to suddenly find his vision blurring. He felt his consciousness rapidly fading, and with a dizzying sensation, he collapsed heavily to the ground, despite being gravely injured. Natsum Yo's ability to reach the Kenoha camp unscathed is nothing short of miraculous. Of course, Natsum had no other choice. If he were to utilize the holy healing potion, it would raise too many questions. While others lay unconscious, battered from fierce battles, Natsum appeared vigorous and unscathed, drawing inevitable envy and suspicion. It is acceptable to stand out, but being excessively conspicuous can lead to peril. As the saying goes, the bird that stands out gets shot. Natsum Yo certainly wished to avoid becoming a target for unseen threats. Chapter 137. The peril of Natsum Yo's injury. The return of Natsum Yo indeed took many by surprise, but there were those who felt an intense irritation. Chief among them was Uchiha Kenkai. The phrase "to lose the rice while attempting to steal the chicken" perfectly encapsulates his situation. He failed to eliminate Natsum Yo and instead lost 2 elite members of the Uchiha clan. However, now that Natsum has returned, it provides an excellent opportunity for him to devise another means to eliminate Natsum. As a seasoned adult, Uchiha Kenkai is well versed in the dark machinations that exist among grown-ups. It would be a simple matter for him to orchestrate Natsum's demise. He is eager to witness how many would dare to risk offending the Uchiha family in their efforts to rescue Natsum during Natsum's period of unconsciousness. Kenkai had ample time to plot a silent and discreet demise. Even if Natsum miraculously survives and is rescued, Kenkai remains confident in his myriad of methods to bring about Natsum's end. 3 days later, at the Kenoha camp, where Jiraiya was stationed, he inquired about Natsum's condition. How is Natsum Yo faring? Jiraiya finally found a moment to ask the deputy director of the medical department. The situation is dire, alas. There seems to be little hope unless Lady Tsunade can be summoned. But as you know, Lady Tsunade, the deputy director's eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light before he adopted a sorrowful expression. What? just a few days ago. It was reported that he was only severely injured and could be saved. How has it escalated to such a grave state today? What transpired? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya frowned. His piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk, imposing a heavy pressure on the deputy director. According to the reports from the Anbu, Natsum's injuries should not have been that severe, let alone beyond saving. A few days ago, we discovered that he had been afflicted by an unknown and potent poison. We promptly initiated rescue efforts, but unfortunately, his condition has deteriorated to an irretrievable state. Despite our utmost efforts, we find ourselves powerless. Damn it, I feel utterly useless. I possess extensive medical knowledge yet cannot save my own comrade. As he spoke, the deputy director displayed a heart-wrenching expression, lamenting dramatically as if to evoke genuine sympathy. Do you all feel the same? Jiraiya then turned to the other medical ninjas, only to find them bowing their heads slightly, nodding gently at his words. Seeing their demeanor, Jiraiya believed half of what he saw, assuming their bowed heads were a sign of guilt. Little did he know that their lowered heads were merely a manifestation of their fear of being scrutinized by Jiraiya, who was adept at detecting flaws. Eyes cannot lie, especially in the presence of someone as seasoned as Jiraiya. All right, I understand. You may all leave now. Jiraiya gestured for the medical ninjas to depart. How could it have suddenly worsened? I can't shake the feeling that someone is manipulating this situation from behind the scenes. According to the observations made by the Dark Faction that day, it should have been impossible for the situation to deteriorate to this extent. Although Jiraiya is not a medical ninja, one must not forget that his companion, Tsunade Senju, is a legendary medical expert, even if he did not master any medical ninjutsu. During the time spent in her company, he inevitably absorbed some medical knowledge through osmosis. The deterioration of Natsum Yo's condition came rather abruptly, defying all logic. Here in the moonlight and swift wind, he sought out the 3 medical ninjas rescued by Natsum Yo, their expressions filled with urgency, as they were precisely responsible for his treatment. Chapter 138. Do you think we don't care? What on earth has happened to Natsum Yo? How could his condition decline so suddenly? You must find a way to save him. Without him, where would you all find the will to stand here? Even the vice director is powerless. What can we possibly do? We, too, wish to understand why Natsum Yo's condition has worsened. Do you think we do not wish to save him? The poison he has endured runs too deep. It is beyond salvation. If it were within my power, how I long for his recovery. If one were to overlook the expressions of these 3 medical ninjas, it might seem they had exerted their utmost effort. However, observing their demeanor as they uttered these words dispelled any such notions. They wore expressions of arrogance and nonchalance, their heads held high in self-satisfaction, as if to say, "Now you seek our assistance, moonlight swift wind," exuding an air of haughty disdain. Are you certain that Natsum Yo is beyond saving? Be cautious not to repay kindness with malice. Beware the wrath of Amaterasu. Moonlight Swift Wind glared at the 3 medical ninjas with a darkened countenance. What nonsense are you spouting, Moonlight Swift Wind? Do refrain from making baseless accusations. Very well, if you believe our skills are lacking, why not take it upon yourself? If you manage to save Natsum Yo, we shall admit our faults on the spot, willingly resign from the medical facility, and never again serve as medical ninjas. How absurd. As if only Natsum Yo required medical attention within the facility, as if the lives of others held no value. You dare accuse us of ingratitude. What of your own conduct? Do you realize how many lives may suffer irreparable losses due to your delays? The trio exchanged barbs, leaving Moonlight Swift Wind speechless, his fists clenched in frustration. Yet, their words bore an unsettling truth, resonating with logic. It indeed sounded plausible, rendering Moonlight Swift Wind's actions akin to a futile distraction, deliberately hindering their precious time. Enough. I can't be bothered to argue with you further. We have lives to save. If you have no business with us, do not seek us out again, lest you accuse us of ingratitude once more. The 3 displayed a facade of magnanimity, then impatiently waved at Natsum Yo before retreating into the medical facility. Greetings, esteemed seniors. As they entered the medical facility, several individuals respectfully bowed to them. Having survived the battlefield, the 3 had become objects of admiration for many within the medical establishment. Very well, let us continue our work diligently. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, then lightly patted the shoulders of a few seemingly charming young women, caressing their delicate faces before departing with smiles. Initially, they were merely inconspicuous medical ninjas, likely destined to remain unnoticed throughout their lives. However, fate revealed to them the profound truth that those who survive great tribulations are often rewarded with unexpected fortunes. From the day they returned from the battle against the Rock Ninja, their destinies underwent a monumental transformation. Although their positions remained unchanged and their skills did not improve, They had ascended to the status of idols among the younger female medical ninjas. Even when they flirted with them, no one batted an eye, and their lives could be described as quite indulgent. As for the reason behind their newfound celebrity, it was, of course, due to their boastful claims. They asserted that it was their extraordinary skills that had aided Natsum-yo in recovering from his injuries, enabling him to fight for so long and ultimately escape the clutches of a Wagakure. Chapter 139, where conscience ranks below wealth. Their skills were not particularly lacking, and thus their fabrications went largely unchallenged. Most people accepted their stories as truth. Those who doubted were disinclined to expose them, as doing so offered no benefit to themselves. Natsum-yo, you truly seem to be inviting misfortune by daring to offend the Uchiha clan. Just look at your current state. It is truly lamentable. No matter how formidable you once were, now you lie here, vulnerable. Whether you live or die, or suffer lasting effects, rests entirely upon our whims. However, your survival is unlikely, as Uchiha Kanetsu's generous payment for your life ensures your fate is sealed. The three entered the room, seized the medical instruments on the table, and began injecting toxins into Natsum-yo's body, ensuring his condition deteriorated day by day. Natsum Haru's hospital room is situated at the end of the medical facility, accessible solely to the three of them and the vice president. No one else is permitted to enter, and any attempt to do so would be deemed an act of provocation, subjecting the intruder to the condemnation of all medical ninjas. From the moment Natsum-yo entered the hospital room, he received no medical attention whatsoever. The three individuals allowed his burns to worsen, festering and spreading, merely hastily wrapping his wounds with bandages, neglecting any proper treatment. Do not blame us for our cruelty, rather. Place the blame upon yourself for offending those you should not have, for accepting monetary compensation while serving others. As they watched Natsum-yo, who lay helpless in their grasp, a sense of perverse satisfaction filled their hearts. No matter how illustrious or formidable he once was, he was now reduced to struggling for survival under their control. The toxins they injected into his body would gradually sap his vitality and exacerbate his agony. Uchiha Kankaku had instructed them that Natsum-yo must endure relentless suffering. For each moment of his torment, they would receive their monthly remuneration from the medical facility. Tempted by greed, they had long forgotten Natsum-yo's kindness, neglecting the fact that without him, they would have perished long ago. Just 2 days remained. In 2 days, he would bid farewell to this world. After that, they would indulge in their opulence while he would live out his heroic life in another realm. In their observations, Natsum-yo's body had nearly reached a point of complete degradation. In 2 days, their mission would be accomplished. By then, not even the renowned medical expert Tsunade Senju could save him. He would be irrevocably rendered a shell of his former self, ultimately succumbing to his own bodily collapse. Once they had completed their daily tasks and erased all traces of their misdeeds, they departed. Yet, would no one ever expose the truth? Surely, it could not go unchallenged. Let us not forget the presence of Kanketsu Chika, a young woman who shared a close bond with Natsum-yo and whom he had rescued from the brink of death. Today, she learned of his dire condition. For the previous 2 days, she had been engaged in other critical surgeries, earning the admiration of many through her exceptional medical skills. She had believed Natsum-yo to be safe, for on the day of his return, when he had fallen into a coma, she had examined his condition and found it to be largely unremarkable. A simple disinfection and the application of healing techniques would suffice. In 2 or 3 days, he would be restored to health. However, to her shock, upon hearing the news of his peril, she disregarded the prohibitions and hurried to his hospital room. Pushing the door open. Chapter 140. Beast slower than animals, she extended her slender, alabaster fingers to press against Natsum-yo's chest, initiating her medical examination, only to furrow her brow in alarm. How could his condition have deteriorated to this extent? This was not merely the result of severe injury. This was something far more sinister. Kanketsu Chika's eyes widened in sudden realization, and her expression darkened. You three have done remarkably well. Natsum-yo saved your lives. And yet you dare to repay his kindness with malice. How could you call yourselves human, committing acts more abhorrent than those of beasts? However, who is the mastermind behind this? Who seeks to bring about the demise of Natsum-yo? Never mind, this question is not my immediate concern. Saving Natsum-yo is of utmost priority. Mizuki Chinatsu's delicate visage was frigid as she retracted her healing techniques, fully aware of the dire state of Natsum-yo's body at this moment. If treatment were to be delayed further, and the toxins spread to his heart and vital organs, even the most skilled healer would be powerless to intervene. Fortunately, I discovered this in time. Natsum-yo, wait for me. I shall devise a method to rescue you. With that, She exited the room. As for why she did not render aid immediately, it was because a complete recovery of Natsumu was not something that could be accomplished in a brief span of time. Moreover, Mizuki Chinatsu understood that there would undoubtedly be individuals who would obstruct her efforts to save him. Thus, in order to rescue Natsumu, she required external assistance to afford her the stable and prolonged time necessary for her efforts. Unbeknownst to her, from the moment she entered Natsumu's ward, she had been under the scrutiny of others. Attempting to alert someone was not as simple as it seemed. Lord Uchiha Kaneyama intends to see him dead, and you, little girl, cannot thwart that. In the shadows, unnoticed by Mizuki Chinatsu, a member of the Uchiha clan, tasked by Uchiha Kaneyama to monitor the ward, sneered. As soon as Mizuki Chinatsu stepped out of the medical facility and made her way towards Jiraiya's camp, he would strike without hesitation. Of course, he dared not eliminate Mizuki Chinatsu directly on the street. Instead, he would lure her to a secluded location before carrying out his deadly intention. Mizuki Chinatsu, you have entered Natsumu's ward without authorization. Come with us. Just as Mizuki Chinatsu exited Natsumu's room, she encountered a cold-faced medical ninja, flanked by a team of shinobi, blocking her path. Enough already, senior sister. There is no need for you to accompany me. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. When the vice director inquires why you did not apprehend me, simply tell him I escaped, all right? Mizuki Chinatsu, after a few words of exasperation directed at the person before her, strode past them. Captain, should we apprehend her? The group of shinobi behind her looked to their immobile captain for guidance. Apprehend? Did you not see how agile Mizuki Chinatsu is? She has already evaded us. The captain rolled her eyes and turned away. She was Mizuki Chinatsu's senior, the captain of the medical facilities patrol team, and shared a close bond with her. Thus, she turned a blind eye to Mizuki Chinatsu's recklessness, and it was unlikely that anyone from the patrol team would trouble her further. The patrol team operated under the direct authority of the covert division, not subject to the medical facilities management. Pursuing a boy as exceptional as Natsumu would not be an easy endeavor. This path is destined to be fraught with challenges. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, feeling quite helpless. The group of ninjas behind her exchanged glances, shrugged, and then followed her as she departed. Chapter 141. I will leave you without hope, ah? It seems someone is following me. The moment Mizuki Chika stepped out of the medical facility, she felt as if she were being watched from behind. She instinctively turned around, catching a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Mizuki Chika furrowed her brow in confusion and scanned her surroundings, yet nothing appeared amiss. I can only hope it was just my imagination. She sighed and turned to leave, for she had no time to waste. 3 minutes later. Humph, indeed someone is tailing me. It seems there are hidden machinations behind Natsumu's perilous situation. I had just exited his room when I was followed. Clearly, they intend to silence me and bury the truth forever. However, do not presume you can thwart me. The hidden leaf will not allow you to act with impunity. As a medical ninja, Mizuki Chika is often underestimated in terms of combat prowess, perceived as delicate and incapable of defending herself. Yet, this is a grave misconception. Let us not forget, she persevered until the final moment of the chunin exams entirely on her own. Her abilities are certainly on par with a chunin. Furthermore, her exceptional skill in medical ninjutsu grants her remarkable control over chakra. She had just discreetly sensed her surroundings, and soon enough, she identified the Uchiha clan member who was tailing her. An Uchiha clan member? Is this the collective will of the Uchiha clan, or merely the intent of a single individual? Regardless, pondering such matters is futile at present. The most pressing concern is to inform Jiraiya-sama of this situation without his intervention. Natsumu may not be saved. With this resolution in mind, I shall feign relaxation to lower this individual's guard and seek an opportunity to report to Jiraiya-sama. Mizuki Chika, having made up her mind, exited the medical facility under the watchful eyes of the Uchiha member, deliberately heading in the opposite direction of Jiraiya's camp, towards the location where medical supplies were stored. Do you wish to save Natsumu on your own? Unfortunately, I shan't grant you that opportunity. The Uchiha member chuckled inwardly, completely underestimating Mizuki Chika. At the office of the deputy director of the medical facility. What? Mizuki Chika has gone to Natsumu's room? When did this occur? How did she come to know? Upon receiving a report from a female medical ninja, his expression darkened in an instant. Does she not comprehend the grave consequences of this matter? How could she act so recklessly? Moreover, you cannot be telling me this was an inadvertent leak on your part. The deputy director narrowed his eyes at the female medical ninja, exuding an aura of authority. This young woman, unaccustomed to such pressure, trembled in fear, her face paling as she fell to her knees. I knew it. Sigh. Very well, you may go? Upon witnessing the scene, the Vice Dean couldn't help but let out a sigh, waving his hand to dismiss the female medical ninja, who promptly vanished as if liberated from a heavy burden. Once she departed, the Vice Dean's demeanor shifted dramatically. A cold glimmer flickered in his narrow eyes as he muttered icily, "Kanzuki Chika. Do you truly believe you can unveil the truth? Do not harbor such delusions. It would be prudent for you to refrain from thwarting my ambitions, lest you face my ruthless wrath. For the sake of power, I am willing to go to great lengths. However, to be cautious, I shall ensure that you are deprived of any opportunity to save Natsume. Chapter 142, Natsume. You must die. The Kenoha Medical Institute has a stipulation. Any medical ninja of Vice Dean rank or higher may, upon signing and obtaining approval from the upper echelons, terminate the life of a patient deemed beyond salvation, subsequently incinerating the body and returning the ashes for burial in Kenoha. Bring forth the matter. Natsume is beyond rescue. I hereby request the immediate execution of life termination measures, pending Lord Jiraiya's approval. A fierce glint flashed in the Vice Dean's eyes. This was a matter of his standing. And should the truth come to light, his days of comfort would be irrevocably over. If Natsume were to awaken, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the dark factions. The individual capable of reviving him must possess a profound understanding of why Natsume's condition continues to deteriorate. Should the plot to poison Natsume be uncovered, the collusion with Uchiha Kankei would also be exposed, leading to his utter ruin. Associating with the Uchiha clan is a grave accusation. If substantiated, it would condemn him to a lifetime of despair. Hence, Natsume must perish. Furthermore, summon Kanatsuki Chinatsu. Her involvement is imperative for a critical surgical procedure. The vice principal, meticulous in his actions, planned to eliminate Natsume's body while simultaneously calling upon Kanatsuki Chinatsu to participate in the treatment, ensuring she would be preoccupied and incapable of alerting anyone, thus preventing any potential leaks. In the vice principal's eyes, the only person who might possess the ability to save Natsume and unveil the truth was Kanatsuki Chinatsu. Meanwhile, within the confines of the storage room, a member of the Uchiha clan observed Kanatsuki Chinatsu as she entered. He promptly found a suitable vantage point to continue his surveillance. Why is she taking so long? Could it be? No, this is bad. I've been deceived. After waiting for over 10 minutes without sight of her, an ominous feeling crept over him. The thought of the severe consequences should Kanatsuki Chinatsu divulge information sent a chill down his spine, igniting a flicker of fear in his eyes. Just as he prepared to rush in search of her, he suddenly spotted Kanatsuki Chinatsu leisurely exiting, accompanied by two ninjas laden with numerous medicinal supplies. Phew, what a false alarm. You nearly frightened me to death. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but then he sensed something was amiss with this Kanatsuki Chinatsu. Activating his Sharingan, he was struck by a wave of dread upon realizing that this Kanatsuki was merely a shadow clone, an illusion within the Sharingan's gaze. Damn it, I've been outsmarted. I must report this to Lord Uchiha Kankei immediately. I cannot allow you to thwart his plans. At Jiraiya's camp, he despondently questioned, is there truly no hope left? Had it been any other ninja, Jiraiya would have signed without hesitation, yet Natsume's talent was remarkable. If possible, he wished to delay a little longer, hoping for a miracle. Indeed, this decision pains us, but in times of war, we have no choice. The one presenting the request was a trusted aide of the vice principal, feigning an expression of sorrow. Very well, I understand. You may proceed. Jiraiya sighed deeply and affixed his signature. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The individual received the application qualification letter from Jiraiya. After obtaining Jiraiya's consent, he stood up and exited. Chapter 143. Do not blame my heart for being ruthless. What a pity. Otherwise, once you mature, you will undoubtedly become the pillar of Kenoha's future. Jiraiya lamented softly, feeling the loss of Natsume was truly regrettable. At that moment, just as the individual stepped outside, a youthful female voice echoed from beyond the tent, followed by a cacophony of arguments. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiraiya's face as he rose and exited the tent. Upon stepping out, he observed a female medical ninja obstructing the departing representative of the medical facility, her face etched with cold fury. The female medical ninja was none other than the hastily arrived Kanketsu Chika. Witnessing the scene, his brows furrowed instantly, and he inquired in a grave tone, "What is happening here?" Reporting to Lord Jiraiya, I believe Natsume, but before Kanketsu Chika could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. What do you think you are? This is a sacred area, not a place for you to tread. Hurry back. The one reprimanding Kanketsu Chika was none other than Uchiha Kanetsu. Upon hearing his words, Kanketsuchika suddenly smiled. Heh, Captain Kanetsu. Are you so afraid of me completing my statement? Since when did the Uchiha clan possess such authority, capable of wielding Lord Jiraiya's power in front of him? With that, Jiraiya cast a disapproving glance at him, causing Kanetsu to instinctively retract his neck. Kanketsuchika, do you understand the implications of a medical ninja leaving their post without permission? Moreover, you are currently trespassing in a restricted area. If there is no significant reason for your presence, do not blame me for military repercussions. Fortunately, Jiraiya was in a relatively good mood. Had it been someone else, Kanketsuchika might have been subjected to military discipline before she could even speak. I believe Natsum-yo can still be saved, which is why I intercepted him, Kanketsuchika declared earnestly, her face brimming with confidence. Though her words caused Jiraiya's breath to quicken. Are you certain Natsum-yo can still be saved? Be cautious. A misjudgment will lead to severe consequences. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Kanketsuchika and asked sternly. I am certain. If you do not believe me, I am willing to take an oath. Kanketsuchika nodded confidently. Her expression resolute, reminiscent of Tsunade, Senju in her prime. Jiraiya scrutinized Kanketsuchika for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Let us proceed to the medical facility. His voice was imbued with profound joy as he spoke and then proceeded directly towards the Kenoha Medical Institute. Unbeknownst to whether it was a deliberate act by Jiraiya, he shielded Kanketsuchika with his own body, placing her apart from Uchiha Kanketsu, who was behind him. At the medical institute, the vice director suddenly received news from his confidant. Upon realizing Jiraiya and his entourage were approaching, he hastily peered out the window, only to see they were less than 500 meters away. Damn Kanketsuchika, why do you flaunt your strength when there is no need? He thought. If that is the case, I shall not be merciful. I will increase the toxicity for Natsum-yo by 5-fold. Let us see how you intend to save him and how this will ultimately conclude. With a grim determination, he charged towards Natsum-yo's hospital room. Knowing that his treacherous plot against him must remain concealed, for failure would spell his doom. Thus, Natsum-yo could not afford to awaken. Natsum-yo, do not blame me. If there is blame to be laid, it lies with you for offending those you ought not to have crossed. The Uchiha clan is not a force I can contend with. For my own standing, I must bid you farewell. The vice director's countenance darkened as he administered a 5-fold dosage of poison, slowly injecting it into Natsum-yo's body. Chapter 144. Do you believe you can create miracles? Suddenly, the face of the unconscious Natsum-yo contorted in pain, writhing as if in agony. Now, even if Senju Tsunade were to return, she would be unable to save him. Kanketsuchika, let us see how you will revive him. The vice director erased all traces of his deed, feigning to prepare for Natsum-yo's eventualities. In the next moment, the door burst open, a blinding light forcing him to squint, and an irate voice pierced the air. Vice director, what do you intend to do to Natsum-yo? Kanketsuchika glared at him with fury, rushing forward. After assessing Natsum-yo's condition, she pointed an accusatory finger at the vice director, exclaiming in rage. How could Natsum-yo have suddenly changed like this? You better provide me with an explanation. He was fine just moments ago. Kanketsuchika, I would like to inquire of you. The treatment of Natsum-yo does not seem to fall within your purview, does it? You are well aware of the repercussions of meddling in matters beyond your responsibility. He continued, and who granted you the authority to question your superior? Do you dare to raise your voice in this medical institute? Furthermore, you have recklessly left the medical institute and intruded upon a restricted area. With such a multitude of charges, are you seeking your own demise? The vice director assumed a stern demeanor, preemptively branding Kanketsuchika with a host of accusations to exert his dominance. You need not concern yourself with these matters, after all, with such a plethora of charges. I am indifferent. But what of you, vice director? Do you not find your actions somewhat unbecoming? The urgency to address Natsum-yo strikes me as somewhat misplaced. He still appears to have a glimmer of hope. Mizuki Chika, unfazed by the vice principal's intimidation, wore a sardonic smile. Her penetrating gaze seemingly capable of unearthing the depths of one's soul, which left the vice principal inexplicably flustered. How laughable. I am at my wit's end with Natsum-yo. Do you truly believe you possess the power to resurrect him and perform miracles? If you depart now, I might consider your recklessness as mere folly and refrain from holding it against you. But should you persist with this absurdity, do not expect me to show you any mercy. The vice principal's tone faltered, yet he stubbornly maintained a facade of bravado, attempting one last effort to intimidate Mizuki Chika. What harm could it do to let her try? After all, preparations for the final rites were already underway. What if she truly accomplished a miracle? Just then, Jiraiya entered, his imposing presence immediately diminishing the vice principal's bravado, rendering him speechless. Well, let her give it a shot, though I suspect it will only be a fruitless endeavor, impossible unless Lady Tsunade herself were to arrive. A bead of cold sweat formed on the vice principal's brow. Before Jiraiya, he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Behind Jiraiya, Uchiha Kenoha wore a grim expression, his face almost dripping with foreboding. Accompanying him, Minato Namikaze and Nara Shikaku watched Mizuki Chika with eyes brimming with anticipation, while Jiraiya's gaze held an even deeper expectation. He had always believed Natsume to be an exceptional talent. If nurtured properly, he could undoubtedly become a vital pillar for Kenoha, even surpassing Kakashi. With only Minato capable of overshadowing him. Then I shall commence. Mizuki Chika glanced at Jiraiya and the others before casting a wary look at the vice principal, prompting him to retreat a few steps. She retrieved a basin of clear water from the infirmary, a verdant glow emanating from her hands as she placed it upon Natsume's chest. Chapter 145, Truly Underestimating Oneself. Ha! I thought you might possess some remarkable technique. If this is your plan, I advise against it. I have attempted this many times before, to no avail. The vice principal scoffed, his earlier anxiety dissipating instantly. He was well aware of Mizuki Chika's methods, yet he deemed them futile. In his view, the only way to eliminate the toxins within Natsume was through intricate surgical procedures, a feat even he could not achieve. He found it utterly preposterous to believe that this young girl could succeed. Of course, surgery was not the only option. If she could concoct an antidote for the toxins akin to what Tsunade could provide, it might still save Natsume. Beyond that, there was no other method to remedy his condition. Why the haste, vice principal? We haven't even begun. Mizuki Chika maintained her chakra, her voice steady. Is there any need for me to observe what follows? Absolutely not. The essence of your technique merely lies in infusing chakra into each cell, thereby extracting toxins. I must admit, your concept is indeed commendable. However, you must understand that it is impossible to precisely target each individual cell to completely eliminate its toxins. As long as you cannot entirely purge the toxins from every cell, Natsume shall remain in a state of unconsciousness, and the toxins will continue to proliferate. All your efforts would be in vain. Do you comprehend? This is what one might call hubris. Do you truly believe that others are unaware of this ninjutsu? Many are proficient in this technique, yet none exhibit such arrogance as you do. Jiraiya, if she is placing her hopes on this ninjutsu, then I believe it is futile to continue your expectations, for no miracles will transpire. The vice-director resumed in normal demeanor, chastising with an authoritative tone. Had this medical ninjutsu the capability to restore Natsume, we would have acted long ago, and he would not have descended into an irretrievable condition. Such recklessness is irresponsible towards other patients. As he spoke, a pained expression enveloped his visage. Is it truly unfeasible? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya glanced at the unconscious Kanketsu Chika, and he couldn't help but partially concede to the vice-director's sentiment, furrowing his brow and inquiring. Indeed, unless Lady Tsunade appears to lend her aid, anyone else would be of no consequence. The vice-director raised his head with a sense of triumph, finally able to hold his ground before Jiraiya. Oh, is that so? If memory serves me correctly, Kanketsu Chika mentioned just moments ago that Natsume's condition was not as it presently stands. How do you explain this? You wouldn't suggest that she misjudged the situation, would you? Jiraiya suddenly smiled, his gaze fixed on the vice-director, yet the smile imbued the vice-director with an icy apprehension. Perhaps she simply misinterpreted. She has never taken responsibility for this matter. How could she possibly know the specifics? Moreover, she intruded into the intensive care unit. A serious affront to authority. I recommend she be met with severe consequences to instill an understanding of protocol. The vice-director forced a smile, deflecting the conversation back to Kanketsu Chika. Oh, really? Then I shall await the outcome. Should she fail, I shall certainly impose the appropriate penalties. So you need not concern yourself with that. However, if she succeeds, then I shall indeed seek a conversation with you. Jiraiya replied with undeniable amusement, redirecting his attention back to Kanketsu Chika, yet his previous remarks caused the vice-director's countenance to shift dramatically. Desist, Kanketsu Chika, it is futile. You need not continue this charade. For what is destined to occur will inevitably unfold. The vice-director suppressed his inner turmoil and reiterated his discouragement, praying fervently that Kanketsu Chika would not conjure a miracle. Chapter 146. Do not rush to depart, vice-director. Do not be so hasty in dismissing my assertions. Moreover, do not merely perceive the surface of matters and hastily draw conclusions. I am acutely aware that this ninjutsu cannot possibly save Natsume. However, Knowing that this technique is ineffective, why not strive for innovation? Kanetsuki Chika declared resolutely, without turning back. Innovation? What do you possess to innovate? Do you have the capability to innovate? Have you conducted any experiments? Is the ninjutsu stable? Are there any adverse reactions post-procedure? Could it potentially harm the patient's body? Have you tested any of these? Only a few months post-graduation, and already you exude such arrogance. Even if you were the top of your class, what does it matter? If knowledge equaled capability, then surely everyone would be a master healer. What nonsense. Upon hearing this, the vice director could not help but emit a cold snort, wholly doubting Kanetsuki Chika's ability to innovate with ninjutsu. If I possess such capability, then please observe. Hark! Kanetsuki Chika suddenly exclaimed. And a stream of flowing gray liquid was seen being manipulated by her, gently extracted from Natsumeo's body. Everyone present could feel, in that instant, that a newfound vitality seemed to surge within Natsumeo. Although his condition appeared unchanged, the oppressive aura that had previously enveloped him had indeed vanished. How was this possible? Witnessing this, the vice director looked as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes wide with disbelief. Vice director, what do you think? Kanetsuki Chika exhaled deeply, then opened her eyes, gazing mockingly at the vice director. Oh, by the way, I would like to pose a question to you, vice director. Where did the toxins in Natsumeo's body originate? If memory serves, this should be an experimental drug from the Kenoha Medical Institute that has yet to be successfully tested. Kanetsuki Chika pointed at the substance extracted from Natsumeo, her tone aggressive. It was only upon extraction that she recognized this drug, having seen it with the vice director before. I have no idea. You cannot slander me. The vice director's face paled significantly, his speech faltering. You cannot be unaware, vice director. If my recollection is accurate, this drug falls under the category of prohibited experimental substances within your jurisdiction, does it not? Do not tell me it was stolen and then injected into Natsumeo's body. Kanetsuki Chika pressed on, as if fully aware of everything, compelling the vice director until he collapsed weakly to the ground, his face drained of color. Lord Jiraiya, I believe I need not inquire further regarding the subsequent matters. Natsumeo requires further surgery, and I entrust this matter to you. Thank you. Kanetsuki Chika sincerely bowed towards Jiraiya, imploring him. Very well, I understand. I never anticipated that after Tsunade's departure, another master healer would emerge in Kenoha. Splendid work. Chika. Jiraiya erupted into hearty laughter, gently patting the shoulder of Kagaya Chika twice in a gesture of reassurance, before invoking the summoning technique to call forth the colossal toad that engulfed the vice principal. The toad then gradually diminished in size, leaping onto Jiraiya's shoulder. Uchiha Kanwei. Do not be in such haste to depart. Let us together scrutinize the matter at hand and uncover the secrets that the vice principal harbors. Jiraiya called out to Uchiha Kanwei, his face adorned with a broad smile. Yet, to Uchiha Kanwei, this smile resembled a death sentence, sending a shiver down his spine. Chapter 147. It is he. It is he. Indeed, it is he. Crucially, he was acutely aware that he must not accompany Jiraiya. Yet the prevailing circumstances left him no choice but to remain. Jiraiya, Nara Shikaku, and Minato Namikaze all turned their gazes towards him, even if he wished to flee. Escape was not an option. Very well, he exclaimed, his demeanor betraying extreme unease as he nodded despondently. Defeat was imminent. Everything had been lost. From the moment he failed to thwart Kagaya Chika's plans, his fate was sealed. He had never anticipated that he would ultimately be bested by a girl scarcely in her teens. Interrogation room. Come now, Vice Principal, let us have an earnest discussion. If your demeanor is sincere, perhaps we can mitigate your punishment. However, should you harbor any secrets, do not presume I will shy away from imposing penalties. Jiraiya proclaimed, confidently seated at the head of the table, flanked by Yamashiro Haichi and Uchiha Kanwei. He regarded the vice principal, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, the vice principal averted his gaze, staring downwards without daring to meet Jiraiya's eyes. Of course, if you prefer silence, that is also acceptable. We can simply render you unconscious and extract the truth from your memories. But be aware, should it come to that, the repercussions will be significant. We possess myriad methods to unveil the truth. Your obstinacy will only lead to greater suffering on your part. Jiraiya remained unperturbed by the vice principal's reticence, confident in the interrogation techniques employed by the Anbu. Now, enlighten us. Why did you seek to harm Natsumeo? There exists no animosity between you two, nor has he wronged you in any way. What could provoke such cruelty against him? Jiraiya observed the vice principal with a cool glance, signaling him to commence his explanation. The vice principal stammered, the words poised on the tip of his tongue, Yet he abruptly recalled something and swallowed his response back down. Remarkable. I did not foresee such resilience in you. Very well, since you refuse to speak, I shall leave it to you, Haichi, Jiraiya said, shaking his head in disappointment at the vice principal, then stepping aside. Haichi, who had been standing behind him, took a step forward. And two Anbu agents seized the vice principal, forcefully pressing his head onto the table. Had you voluntarily disclosed your secrets? Perhaps a few years of confinement would have sufficed for you to reintegrate into society. However, your resistance has now jeopardized everything. In 3 seconds, you shall be met with excruciating agony, a torment that will endure for several hours. I hope you do not come to regret this. In the mountains. Hai raised 3 fingers, counting down, 3, 2. For an ordinary ninja, such psychological pressure might be somewhat resistible, but for the vice principal, a medical ninja, it was akin to a fatal blow. I confess. It was him. Yes, it was Uchiha Guanyue. He incited me to harm Natsumyo. The vice principal finally shattered, pointing at Uchiha Guanyue and shouting, his breaths coming in ragged gasps, as if uttering those words had drained him of considerable strength. Then, Uchiha Guanyue, let us converse. The vice principal's response confirmed Jiraiya's suspicions. Predictably, this matter was indeed linked to Uchiha Guanyue. There is nothing to discuss. Yes, I intended for them to eliminate Natsumyo. So what? That wretch cruelly murdered my son. Am I not entitled to seek vengeance? Chapter 148. Tell me your story. Of course, I suspect you won't take any action against Natsumyo. Rather, you will turn a blind eye to this matter, as he holds sufficient value for your purposes. Uchiha Guanyue was far more candid than the vice principal, openly acknowledging his role in harming Natsumyo. Oh, I did not expect you to concede so readily. Have you considered the repercussions your personal actions might have on the entire Uchiha clan? Jiraiya questioned, arms crossed, his gaze piercing. Repercussions? How dare you even mention that? What repercussions could there be? You have never regarded us Uchihas with any semblance of respect. It matters not if there are consequences. Uchiha Guanyue scoffed, entirely indifferent to the potential grave outcomes of the situation. Then it seems the ambush against Natsumyo is also connected to you, is it not? And if it is? In the end, he still managed to escape. Uchiha Guanyue retorted, crossing his arms, an air of indifference etched upon his face. Those medical ninjas must despise you, after all. Those children, merely 14 or 15 years of age, perished due to your schemes, and you speak of it so nonchalantly. Truly impressive. Jiraiya glared at Uchiha Guanyue. His teeth clenched in barely contained rage, wishing nothing more than to slay him on the spot. To eliminate Natsumyo, I deem everything worthwhile. Enough, Jiraiya. You are not unfamiliar with such deeds, so why feign compassion? Uchiha Guanyue remarked with disdain. We will also investigate Natsumyo, if he truly did murder your son intentionally. Rest assured, we will not let him off lightly. The crime of killing a comrade carries a monumental weight. I believe you are well aware that such actions are absolutely intolerable in Kenoha. Upon finishing his words, 2 members of the Anbu swiftly apprehended Uchiha Guanyue, and Jiraiya's gaze returned to the vice principal. Speak. Do you have any accomplices? Jiraiya harbored doubts about the vice principal's solitary involvement. Considering his overwhelming responsibilities, there must be allies aiding him in his schemes against Natsumyo. Yes, there are those 3 valiant medical ninjas who returned. They are specifically tasked with matters concerning Natsumyo. The vice principal, realizing the futility of concealment, relented and divulged the truth, knowing that resistance would yield no benefit at this juncture. How splendid! The esteemed Kenoha Medical Institute has produced such scoundrels, who have learned to repay kindness with malice. Excellent. Excellent. Jiraiya's tone turned icy as he commanded the Anbu behind him, fetch those 3 individuals. In an instant, one Anbu leapt forth, vanishing from the interrogation room. Uchiha Guanyue would remain detained until a thorough investigation could be conducted, while you, vice principal, have likely reached the end of your rope. In the days to come, you shall spend your time within the confines of Kenoha prison. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiraiya departed, leaving the matter in the capable hands of Yamamoto Hachi. In Natsumyo's hospital room, Mizuki Chinatsu, who granted you the authority to enter this space. Depart immediately. This is not a place for you. Know your rightful position. The 3 individuals remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity that awaited them. As they prepared to inject poison into Natsumyo once more, they discovered Mizuki Chinatsu diligently attending to his wounds, having established a barrier that prevented them from intervening. Their exclamations soon drew a crowd. Chapter 149. Your good days are numbered. What is she doing? This does not appear to be her assigned case. a meddlesome interloper. Perhaps this is merely the burden of the capable. Who could disagree? Others have the backing of a supervisory sister, emboldening them to act with impunity. The onlookers offered sharp, derisive comments, likely stemming from jealousy. Did you hear that, Mizuki Chinatsu? I command you to cease at once. You must act within your capabilities. The trio gazed triumphantly at the still operating Mizuki Chinatsu, their voices dripping with authority and reprimand. How noisy! Yet the only response they received was a chilling retort. Mizuki Chinatsu, unfazed, prioritized saving Natsum Yang above all else. You. The three were rendered speechless with rage, trembling as they pointed at her, utterly powerless to counter her resolve. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not overstep your bounds. You are well aware of your performance on the battlefield. If you continue to disturb me during this procedure, do not blame me for exposing your secrets. I assure you, you will find yourselves loathed by all. If there is nothing further, be gone. My patience is limited, and I have no time to waste on you. Mizuki Chinatsu's icy tone transformed their expressions, compelling them to obediently close their mouths, silenced by her words. They had to concede that her remarks were a lethal blow to their pride. After all, only 3 individuals knew their true nature: the ailing Natsum Yang, the healing Mizuki Chinatsu, and the indifferent Tsukikage Jifeng. The surrounding crowd, intrigued, sensed that there were hidden truths behind Mizuki Chinatsu's words. At least you possess some self-awareness. Should you create further trouble, I will not be as accommodating. Carefully applying medicine to Natsum Yang and wrapping his wounds, she finally exhaled in relief. Turning to face the 3 who harbored animosity towards her, she smiled faintly, saying, Do not gaze at me in such a manner. Your days of ease are dwindling, so cherish them while you can. Kajitsuki Chika washed away the blood from her hands, yet her words sent a chill down the spines of the 3. What are you saying? We cannot comprehend. They stammered. I believe the Anbu should be arriving shortly to apprehend you. Kajitsuki Chika once again settled beside Natsum Haru, employing medical ninjutsu to hasten his recovery. Anbu? What are you talking about? We don't understand how we could be involved with the Anbu. The 3 simultaneously swallowed hard, their voices suddenly laced with panic as they feigned innocence. You will soon find out, for what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Especially for those who repay kindness with malice, retribution comes swiftly. Yet, Kajitsuki Chika refrained from revealing specifics, instead speaking in vague philosophical terms, which only intensified their dread of the unknown. You 3 come with me. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice echoed from behind them, causing their bodies to tremble violently, nearly rendering them incapable of standing. We mustn't. The trio attempted to maintain their facade of confusion, but the Anbu offered them no chance to feign ignorance. Their icy tone commanding, Come with us or be taken by force. We will go with you. The 3, fully aware of the implications of being taken by the Anbu, dared not resist and obediently followed. After the Anbu departed, questions swirled in the air. What had transpired? What had they done to warrant such an action? How much did Kajitsuki Chika truly know? The crowd erupted with speculation, striving to inch closer to the truth. Chapter 150. I don't know. Disperse. Do you have so much free time? Kajitsuki Chika glanced at the crowd, her demeanor authoritative, a stark contrast to her usual gentle persona. TCH. The gathered individuals reluctantly dispersed, leaving Natsum Haru's hospital room once again shrouded in silence. 3 days later, without causing any significant upheaval, the incident involving the deputy director of the medical facility harming Natsum Haru quietly passed, with the entirety of Kenoha Medical Center only missing 4 individuals, failing to create any substantial ripples. Natsum Yang awakened from his sickbed, only to receive a summons from the Dark Division. What could possibly necessitate my presence at this moment? Natsum Yang was utterly oblivious to the reason why the Anbu summoned him. Lord Jiraiya. Upon arriving at the destination with the Anbu, Natsum Yang realized that not only Jiraiya was present, but also the likes of Minato Namikaze and Shikako Nara. Natsum Yang. There is a matter I require your honest response to. You must answer truthfully. Jiraiya stated, his expression gravely serious as he regarded the recently recuperated Natsum Yang. Very well. Ask your question. As long as I possess the knowledge, I shall respond with utmost honesty. Upon observing the expression on Jiraiya's face, Natsum Yoichi felt an unsettling weight in his heart, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Is it true that someone witnessed your merciless slaying of Uchiha Yosuke? Jiraiya's gaze fixed intensely upon Natsum Yoichi, his penetrating eyes evoking a sense of dread. Natsum Yang felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, aware that any hint of unease would be readily discerned by Jiraiya. No. Yet, Natsum was convinced that Jiraiya was merely attempting to intimidate him. For when he had eliminated Uchiha Yusuke, he had ensured that no one was in the vicinity to witness his actions. Furthermore, if someone had indeed seen it, Jiraiya would have framed his inquiry differently. He would have asked if anyone had witnessed the demise of both Uchiha Yusuke and his guards. Rather than singularly focusing on Uchiha Yusuke, this was clearly an attempt by Jiraiya to frighten him. Naturally, it was Natsum's boldness and keen perception, coupled with Jiraiya's lack of caution, that allowed him to detect the flaw in Jiraiya's ruse. Had it been another person, they might not have been able to lie with such composure. Ah, I understand. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief before shifting the conversation back to the incident involving Natsum's ambush. Do you think the surprise attack by the rock shinobi could be attributed to an insider? Natsum nodded in agreement. Indeed, the timing of the rock shinobi's ambush was unusually sinister, as if they had foreknowledge of our route and had laid a trap in advance. However, this insider seems quite unfortunate. If my conjecture is correct, they likely intended to eliminate someone from our team and had coordinated with the rock shinobi. Yet, when the plan was executed, the rock shinobi included the insider in their scheme, aiming to silence us all. Thankfully, by divine providence, a few of us managed to return. Although Natsume spoke with a smile, Jiraiya perceived no mirth in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with sorrow. So, who do you think this traitor might be? Asked Minato Namikaze from the side. I cannot say for certain, but the only suspects are 7 individuals: myself, Tsukuya Mikaze, Ken Ketsuchika, the 3 medical ninjas, and our former captain, Uchiha Kenketsu. Natsum shrugged. In such circumstances, even if he possessed the answer, he had to feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would not leave a favorable impression on those in higher authority. Chapter 151. The task arrives. He could hardly believe that Jiraiya would be unaware of the answer. If he were, he would not have posed the question in the first place. You are indeed a clever young man. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. However, be more cautious in your endeavors. You have encountered a few setbacks this time. Remember this lesson. Jiraiya offered a knowing smile and waved his hand, signaling that Natsum could take his leave. Yes, I understand. Natsum, with a solemn expression, bowed to Jiraiya before turning and exiting. What a remarkably astute young lad. Not a word wasted, displaying great discretion. After Natsum departed, Narashikaka could not help but voice his thoughts. Haha, Minato, it's now your responsibility. Give it your all. Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh, giving a pat on Namikaze Minato's shoulder before stepping outside. I will do my best, Minato replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. He certainly understood the implication behind Jiraiya's words. Indeed, the human heart remains the most intricate enigma in this world, and the most unpredictable as well. I risked my life to save you, yet you seek to harm me. If you do not come to understand what true fear is, I shall not be called Natsum. Who gave you the audacity to plot against me? Natsum. Natsum sat cross-legged in his room, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. However, there was no need to rush. You shall soon comprehend the consequences of plotting against me, Natsum. Do you think that merely being confined in the Kenoha prison would suffice? How naive. Natsum yearned to showcase his formidable prowess, yet it was not an insurmountable challenge. Let us not forget that he is also a member of the Shadow Division. Although he has temporarily distanced himself from this clandestine organization, he shall reclaim his identity within it once this war reaches its conclusion. At that juncture, it is inevitable that these 3 individuals will fall into his grasp, and he harbors no doubt about his ability to vanquish them. Nevertheless, it is futile to dwell on such thoughts at present. It is far more prudent to focus on his cultivation. One can only wonder how significantly the Great Waterfall technique will enhance his strength. Natsum consciousness entered the system, and he subsequently activated the Great Waterfall technique. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic memories surged forth, causing Natsum to involuntarily gasp in shock. Gripping his head, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. When Natsum awoke once more, it was already the dead of night. He gently patted his somewhat foggy head, akin to a marionette, and prepared a bucket of hot water, immersing himself within. Indeed, it paled in comparison to the swordsmanship of the wind, yielding only 300 experience points. Yet, it sufficed. With a total of 3,400 experience points, he had transcended the realm of an ordinary jonin. The following day, early in the morning, Natsum received the urgent summons, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the main camp. The Iwagakure forces had once again breached our defenses, seizing our territory. With our front lines critically undermanned, you are to proceed immediately to provide assistance, commanded by the overall leader of the battle team, Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya's expression was grave as he succinctly articulated the dire situation. Those accursed rock ninjas. Annihilate them without a trace. Let them pay in blood for their transgressions. The surrounding ninjas from Konohagakure were filled with fervor, their eyes burning with intensity, eager to rush to the front lines to vanquish the enemy. Ding. Your comrades are in peril. Please proceed to their aid. Task issued. Rescue the ninjas at the Konohagakure front and repel the foes. Rewards. Experience points 400, gold 850. Title: Timely Rain. With Jiraiya's command, the crowd surged forth, urgency driving their every step. Chapter 152. The Advent of Lava Release. Old Purple appears. Natsumi once again spotted Konatsuki Chinatsu amidst the throng, and she, too, recognized him. This time, due to the urgent need for support. The ninjas advanced without the slightest deceleration, urgency palpable in their haste. However, this posed a significant challenge for the medical ninjas, who exerted every ounce of strength to keep pace with the main force, struggling considerably as they lacked the stamina of their combat counterparts. At the front lines of Kenoha, the brothers urged one another to hold firm, proclaiming that reinforcements would arrive imminently. They vowed to annihilate their foes, ensuring that the enemy would understand the full extent of their might. They were determined not to yield, resolute against any breaches in their defenses. The rock ninjas had launched a sudden assault, catching the Kenoha ninjas completely off guard, resulting in devastating losses and a near breach of their defenses. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of the Kenoha ninjas, the rock forces might have advanced perilously close to the Kenoha encampment. Such an outcome would be akin to driving a nail deep into Kenoha's territory, placing them in dire straits. Ha ha ha, Kenoha's fools, surrender. The taunts of the Iwagakure ninjas echoed, aimed at demoralizing their opponents. You dream if you think we will yield. The Kenoha ninjas, fueled by their fervor, would never concede. They were far too enmeshed in their bloodlust to even entertain the notion of surrender. In response to the mounting tension, the captain of the Iwagakure forces, with a chilling command, summoned forth a purple apparition that crashed down before them. Lava Release, Mount Huagua. The figure was none other than Ozai, the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Iwagakure. He pressed his hands to the earth, unleashing a torrent of scalding lava that surged forth, causing the temperature on the battlefield to skyrocket and rendering the air thick with haze. The Kenoha ninjas were struck with horror and instinctively retreated. Water Release Team, advance. Yet the captain overseeing the battle, displaying no signs of panic, commanded the water team to counter with their own techniques. Water Release, Water Surge Wave. A cadre of ninjas stepped forward, forming hand seals to conjure a vast ocean that surged forth to clash with Ozai's molten assault. The moment the water met the lava, a piercing shriek erupted, and thick, scalding steam enveloped the battlefield, obscuring vision to a mere arm's length, while the intense heat threatened to sear flesh. Byakugan. In an instant, the captain activated his bloodline limit, revealing his identity as Hyuga Hizashi. We must retreat at once. In the eyes of Hinata Hizashi, a vast expanse of molten magma, each fragment the size of a fist, surged forth with a deafening roar. What? Upon hearing this, the Kenoha ninjas were seized by astonishment. They had believed they had successfully countered this attack and had thus allowed themselves to relax. Now, suddenly alerted by Hinata Hizashi's warning, they found it too late to evade. Ah, so hot. Help. The anguished cries of the Kenoha ninjas echoed as those struck by the magma were instantly claimed by its terrifying heat, were grievously wounded and rendered immobile, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the incoming molten tide, their fates gruesomely tragic. The entire sky was painted crimson. Chapter 153, The Unassailable Form, Return to Heaven. Even Hinata Hizashi found it difficult to evade and was compelled to employ the technique of return to heaven for defense. Water Release, Water Barrier. Water Release, Water Shockwave. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Yet among the Jonin were many skilled practitioners, who swiftly unleashed their jutsu to resist and seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the old purple figure. Boom. The old purple figure deftly dodged the incoming water dragon bullet, opening his mouth to unleash a searing fireball of molten magma that shattered the water dragon. Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. Once more, the old purple figure advanced, spewing forth over a dozen immense, scalding fireballs of molten magma, hurtling towards Hinata Hizashi and the other Jonin with tremendous force. Water Release, Water Barrier. The ninjas of the Water Release team exchanged glances and promptly formed seals, conjuring a massive, fan-shaped water wall to shield themselves. Sizzle. The enormous water wall met the molten fireballs, creating a violent reaction akin to a fierce chemical explosion. Hissing and crackling incessantly, scalding steam billowed forth, prompting the water release team to retreat, yet suddenly, they heard Hinata Hazashi's alarmed voice. Be careful. The water release ninjas were startled, feeling an intense heat surge from behind them. They turned to see a tail enshrouded in blazing magma, whipping towards them at an alarming speed, their eyes widening in horror as they were utterly unprepared, sent flying through the air. In the instant the tail lashed out, the water release ninjas emitted anguished cries, their flesh seared and smoking, a pungent odor of charred flesh wafting through the air, before they crashed heavily into their own ranks. Die, all of you! Roared the old purple figure, his heavy steps echoing as he lunged forward, akin to a colossal force, exuding overwhelming visual impact. The old purple figure's 5 tails swept out once more, causing the Kenoha ninjas to hastily retreat. But before they could catch their breath, the tails abruptly veered in midair, rapidly enlarging in their sight, striking them down before they could react. Earth release, earth spike, earth release, ant hell. Suddenly, 2 rock-hidden village ninjas swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground fiercely, channeling an immense amount of chakra deep into the earth. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently with a resounding roar, and a multitude of sharp earth spikes erupted from below. The soil beneath these spikes abruptly softened and began to whirl, creating a massive 10-meter pit of flowing sand. Puff, puff, The Leaf Village ninjas who were thrown into the air either met their demise upon colliding with the earth spikes or were consumed alive by the abyss below. Puff. Hinata Hazashi proved no match for Old Purple. His attacks were of little consequence, and he was sent reeling backward, spitting blood from a single blow. He was far from the formidable strength he would later possess in the Shippuden era. Kill. Upon witnessing this, the leader of the Rock Ninjas issued a command and charged ahead like a wolf among sheep, plunging into the ranks of the Leaf Ninjas. This leader was none other than Akatsuchi, a loyal subordinate of Inoki, who appeared to be a kind-hearted, plump man. Once he breached the Leaf's front lines, he rampaged with wild abandon, encased in a layer of rock armor that rendered him impervious to harm, providing no opportunity for the Leaf Ninjas to form their own seals in defense. Damn it! With no time for ninjutsu, he resorted to taijutsu, although it was ill-advised to challenge a rock ninja in close combat. Chapter 154. The Grace of the Azure Sphere Boom. Akatsuchi's fist launched forward, unleashing a violent force that sent the chunin who had attacked him flying. He then struck the ground with ferocity, causing it to shatter, and a multitude of ninjas screamed as they fell, halting their advance towards Akatsuchi. Seizing the moment, Akatsuchi would not let the opportunity slip away. He formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground, invoking Earth Style, Earth Flow Spear. In the next instant, a wall of earth shot up at an angle from beneath, ensnaring the terrified ninjas in a grotesque display. Die. But in comparison to Old Purple, Akatsuchi's prowess seemed juvenile. His 5 whips and scorching fists had become the very nightmare of the Leaf Ninjas, causing continuous cries of anguish wherever he went. The Leaf Ninjas could not withstand the onslaught of the Rock Ninjas. Was it truly the case that they could not hold their ground? If so, the situation for the Leaf would be dire, and I could not bear to be the cause of their downfall. Gritting his teeth, Hinata Hazashi rose from the ground, ready to launch an attack against Old Purple, when suddenly he sensed an incoming attack from behind, forcing him to turn and respond. 8 trigrams air palm. Hazashi shouted angrily, unleashing an invisible wave of chakra that reverberated through the air, sending the Rock Ninja hurtling away like a sandbag. Die. The molten fireball unleashed by Lao Zi surged forth, causing the very air to tremble violently. Hinata Hayashi found himself in a moment of vulnerability, caught between the waning of old strength and the emergence of new power. With no opportunity to retaliate, despair gripped the hearts of the Kenoha ninjas as they cried out helplessly, unable to provide aid to Hinata Hayashi. Forced to watch as the fireball inexorably approached, the stark disparity in power loomed before them, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. Was this to be the end? Such reluctance surged within him. He had yet to revitalize his clan and fulfill the mission entrusted by the clan leader. And now he faced the prospect of becoming merely a name upon a memorial stone. Resigned, Hinata Hayashi closed his eyes, prepared to embrace death. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Just then, a voice, youthful and somewhat innocent, reached his ears. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten, and he landed gently on the ground. With a puzzled gaze, he opened his eyes to find Namikaze Minato smiling gently at him, in the very spot where he had stood moments before. A young boy held a massive azure energy sphere, colliding forcefully with the molten fireball. The newcomers were none other than Natsumiyo and Namikaze Minato. Get away from me. With a thunderous shout, Natsum Yoko witnessed the wind release. Spiraling sphere unexpectedly merged with the molten fireball, transforming into a colossal, rapidly spinning inferno, which he propelled towards the gathering rock ninja. The rock ninja could hardly fathom that reinforcements from Kenoha would arrive so abruptly, and that even the power of a Jinchuriki's assault could be countered. Caught completely off guard, they were consumed by the surging fireball, leaving behind charred corpses, their grotesque faces barely discernible. It is time for us, the predecessors of Kenoha, to strike back. Natsum Yang, without turning back, shouted fiercely as he drew the spirit-slaying blade from his back, dashing into the ranks of the rock ninjas like a specter. Damn little brat, die. The rock ninjas, their eyes bloodshot, lunged at Natsum Yang, each harboring a grim intent to kill. Chapter 155, The Golden Flash and the Kenoha Cold Light, Windsword Technique. However, they only caught a fleeting glimpse of a chilling light before collapsing helplessly to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting from their throats, claiming their lives. Earth Release, Earth Spike. A rock-hidden jonin slammed his hand onto the ground, causing the earth beneath Natsum Yang to tremble violently, followed by a barrage of sharp, dense earth spikes hurtling towards him. Be careful, the Kenoha ninjas cried out in alarm. Yet, Natsum Yang seemed to have no time to react, as he was pierced through his body. Is that all you've got? I thought you were formidable. The rock jonin laughed triumphantly, a tone of disdain lacing his words. But suddenly, boom, with a resounding thud, the Natsum Yang he had struck transformed into a shattered wooden substitute, while the real one vanished without a trace. His laughter abruptly silenced. Where is he? The rock jonin quickly scanned his surroundings, only to hear a sharp sound of slicing air behind him. Damn it. Don't even think about ambushing me. Being a jonin, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He retaliated with a punch, sending the unprepared Natsum Yang flying. Be careful. Before he could catch his breath, a chorus of gasps erupted from the surrounding rock ninjas. The jonin, caught entirely off guard, felt a sudden pain in his chest as a cold, long blade pierced through him. When did this happen? The rock jonin could not comprehend until his last breath where Natsum Yang had suddenly appeared from. However, the surrounding rock ninjas were keenly aware. They saw Natsum Yang being knocked away, only for another Natsum Yang to materialize behind him like a phantom, driving a blade through his chest. The one who had been sent flying was merely a shadow clone. What a formidable little brat, so willing to sacrifice for the swift defeat of a jonin. The Kenoha brat Huangtu spoke of must be him, Kenoha's cold light, Natsum Yang. Shidu, astonished, narrowed his eyes and spoke to the ninja beside him. It must be so. According to Lord Huangtu's description, with his black hair and long blade, adept in swordsmanship and astonishingly fast, it can only be Kenoha's cold light, Natsum Yang. The ninja replied, All right, Nichiri, it's my turn now. Otherwise, Natsum Yang will have no chance of dealing with so many rock ninjas. The Wave Wind Watergate retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and swiftly hurled them towards a group of rock ninjas, striking them with precision before vanishing from sight in an instant. Die. The rock ninjas, indifferent to the identity of their adversary, unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu towards him, regardless of the fact that he was Wave Wind Watergate. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Earth Release, Earth Spear. The ground trembled as powerful attacks surged forth, leaving Wave Wind Watergate with no opportunity to evade. Whoosh. Yet, in the face of these onslaughts, Wave Wind Watergate displayed no semblance of panic. Instead, a confident smile graced his face as he vanished from his original position. With the unparalleled speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, he had little to fear from being struck. It was a golden flash. Such a distinctive technique could hardly go unnoticed. A rock ninja immediately cried out in alarm, his voice laden with panic. Chapter 156, The Boy Who Suppresses Jonin Puffed. But soon, he would permanently silence his outcry, as the killer, Natsum Yang, made his move. Impressive. The Leaf Ninjas marveled at the prowess displayed by the two combatants. While Wave Wind Watergate had already gained renown for his abilities, Natsum Yang's performance was astonishing. Despite their comparable strengths, his combat prowess far exceeded theirs. Brothers, charge. It's our turn to retaliate. They had spotted the Leaf reinforcements racing towards them, their morale soaring as they surged towards the rock ninjas with renewed vigor. Swoosh. A rock jonin attempted to ambush Natsum Yang, but was swiftly met with his defense, which sent the assailant reeling back with a powerful kick. Following this, Natsum Yang leaped forward, akin to a cannonball propelled by sheer force, and struck the jonin's blade with his spirit blade, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Brat, do not be so arrogant. The jonin roared, pushing back against Natsum, then rapidly wielded his longsword, unleashing a flurry of glinting strikes directed at him. This was his most cherished sword technique, one that had never failed him. Opponents would invariably falter under its assault, allowing him to exploit their disarray and deliver the killing blow. He anticipated that Natsum would also be thrown into chaos. However, the latter effortlessly parried each of his moves. Then, with a confident smile, he vanished like the wind before reappearing and slamming forcefully against the Jonin's longsword, forcing him back nearly 4 meters. In the next moment, the Jonin could no longer perceive Natsum form, only to feel a sudden sting on his shoulder as blood began to flow. Damn it! The Jonin growled in fury, gripping his sword tightly and twisting to deliver a heavy slash, only to find Natsum materialize once more, colliding with him yet again. Swish, swish, swish. Natsum was akin to the wind, his blade transforming into a shimmering arc of cold light, wielding an unparalleled sharpness that rendered the upper ninja utterly defenseless. He felt as though Natsum was an embodiment of countless blades, instilling a sense of helplessness akin to fighting against multiple foes. Every 2 seconds, a new wound would appear on his body, completely overwhelmed by Natsum's relentless assault. Splatter! Blood erupted from the upper ninja's arm. Splatter! A gash was torn into his waist. Splatter! Blood gushed forth from his leg. The upper ninja was engulfed by a profound sense of frustration surging from within, yet he remained powerless to alter his dire predicament. The incessant agony coursing through him relentlessly tested his limits, but Natsum maintained his complete dominance. No matter how furious and agitated he became, it could not alter his disadvantage. Splatter! Ultimately, he received no opportunity to retaliate, as Natsum sword pierced through his chest, ending his life. Now, it is your turn. Natsum lifted his gaze, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, akin to a leaping cheetah charging towards the group of rock shinobi. He has arrived. The rock shinobi exclaimed in alarm. Having witnessed the recent prowess of that Jonin, none dared to underestimate him any longer. At that moment, a true prodigy emerged. Water release, great waterfall technique. However, just as they anticipated Natsum return to that terrifying swordsmanship, he unexpectedly sheathed his sword and formed hand seals, conjuring forth a torrent of fearsome water that surged forth. Boom! This waterfall seemed to possess an unimaginable, terrifying force, crashing violently and causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Countless rock shinobi were swept away before they even had a moment to react. Chapter 157. Golden Flash shakes the shinobi world. Earth release, earth wall. Yet, there were indeed numerous Jonin capable of countering this attack. One swiftly erected a sturdy earthen wall to withstand the onslaught of the waterfall. However, the Jonin who executed the hand seal suddenly widened his eyes. A sickening sound echoed as blood sprayed forth from his neck, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! The battle on the side of Minato Namikaze appeared rather uneventful, starkly contrasting with the grandeur of Natsum-yo's display, yet the rock shinobi were all visibly shaken. When engaged in combat with Minato, it was solely he who struck. None could even lay a hand upon him, and lives were lost in his wake. To him, the distinction between Jonin and chunin seemed negligible, merely a matter of a single strike. Ugh! 3 more Jonin fell, clutching their throats in despair, while another Jonin, filled with rage, lunged forward with a punch, only to find Minato had already evaded his grasp, disappearing entirely. Then, like a specter, Minato Namikaze materialized behind him, thrusting a specialized kunai directly at him. Do not attempt the same trick again. The Jonin reacted swiftly, turning to counterattack. Yet there was no trace of Minato left before him. A specialized kunai silently pierced through his chest from behind. Throughout the encounter, he had not even grazed Minato Namikaze. Were there simply too many adversaries? After dispatching yet another chunin, Minato scanned the battlefield and murmured softly, retrieving a substantial number of specialized kunai from his ninja tool pouch, launching them towards the scattering rock shinobi. Clang! Yet, ordinary kunai strikes seldom inflicted substantial damage, and the rock shinobi managed to deflect all of Minato's kunai to the ground. Kenoha shinobi, disperse. Natsum called out urgently, his tone brooking no dissent. The leaf shinobi glanced at him, seeing the gravity etched on his face, and after a brief hesitation, they began to scatter. Not good, run. The red soil also reacted, and his expression changed dramatically as he urgently shouted at the rock ninjas across the battlefield. However, it was regrettably too late. Minato Namikaze truly embodied the essence of golden brilliance. In an instant, a golden flash swept across the entire battlefield, and all the rock ninjas enveloped in that golden light met their demise in an instant. A collective gasp echoed among all present. their faces pale with shock as they fell into an eerie silence. Though they had heard of it for a long time, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly terrifying. Far beyond the realm of ordinary perception. In terms of speed, there truly was no one faster than him. Natsum swallowed hard, acknowledging that had he been the one facing that move moments ago, he would undoubtedly have been unable to counter it due to his sluggish reactions. Oh, Lord Minato Namikaze is magnificent. Lord Minato is indeed formidable. Victory for Kenoha. Victory. The Kenoha ninjas were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into raucous cheers, their voices brimming with excitement and exhilaration. It was truly a spectacle. Minato's recent display surpassed their understanding of the term speed. Chapter 158, The Turmoil of Battle. Damn brat. Perish. At that moment, a crimson blur surged toward Natsum with incredible velocity, the wind howling fiercely, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Yet he was utterly unable to react in time. Wind release, Rasengan. Minato Namikaze appeared before Natsum in an instant, conjuring a colossal and terrifying wind sphere the size of a water tank, launching it directly at the oncoming Aji. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled as both Aji and Minato were violently jolted, a massive crater forming beneath their feet. Subsequently, they both staggered back, Aji retreating 3 steps while Minato was pushed back 10. It was hardly surprising that Minato, not particularly skilled in direct confrontations, found himself at a disadvantage. However, Natsum was not one to simply stand by. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? Water release, water severing wave. After forming the necessary hand seals, Natsum chest expanded dramatically, and with a powerful exhalation, a sharp torrent of water shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. In the astonished gaze of Aji, he was sent flying like a ragdoll. Water release, great waterfall technique. Natsum did not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. He swiftly formed a series of seals and conjured a torrent of furious waterfalls that sent the old purple figure flying once more. Damn little brat, perish. As Natsum launched his assault on the old purple figure, another adversary had set their sights on him. A rock ninja, with a heavy stone fist, barreled towards him, the air around them crackling with a thunderous pressure that compelled him to retreat immediately. Swish. Just as he regained his footing, an icy chill crept up his back, and a colossal fist loomed closer, belonging to Chidu. In a moment of sheer terror, he shielded his head with both hands and curled his body, only to be violently propelled away. Crack. At the instant of impact, Natsum sternum could no longer withstand the onslaught of that terrifying force, producing a sharp, resonant snap. He felt the tumult of blood and energy surging within him, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which violently splattered against a massive boulder. Lord Chidu is magnificent. Damn little brat, meet your demise. Arrogance carries a price. The rock ninjas roared with triumphant fervor, immediately rushing to attack Natsum, seizing the opportunity to strike. Earth release, rising dragon bullet. Suddenly, 5 gargantuan dragon heads erupted from the earth surrounding Natsum, with their gaping, menacing maws. A barrage of high-speed stones, akin to bullets, soared toward him, leaving him no time to evade. Not good. The battling Minato Namikaze shouted a warning. Yet the technique could not reach Natsum in time, forcing him to witness his comrade's imminent peril. To everyone's astonishment, the target struck was not Natsum physical form, but rather his water clone, which splashed to the ground in a cascade. Where is he? The rock ninjas turned in unison, scanning their surroundings but finding no trace of Natsum. Above, one rock ninja suddenly felt a chill on his head and instinctively looked up, only to see Natsum wielding a basketball-sized wind release, Rasengan hurtling towards them, prompting him to shout a warning to his comrades. Boom. The surrounding rock ninjas scrambled in disarray as the wind release, Rasengan crashed into the ground, erupting into a cloud of swirling dust. Chapter 159. I lack nothing. Blue water release, water severing wave. Natsum inhaled deeply, a fierce mist of water emanating from his being, piercing through the chest of the astonished rock ninjas before him. The smaller the diameter of the water wave, the greater its penetrating power. Infuriated by Natsum swift dispatch of 5 rock ninjas, a chorus of enraged shouts erupted from the remaining foes, prompting more of them to rush towards him. Let us see how much chakra you can expend in unleashing your jutsu. When your chakra is depleted, that shall be your demise. The rock ninjas' thoughts were not without merit. It is a common belief that even the mightiest warriors eventually reach their limits of chakra. They could not fathom that Natsum might indeed defy the natural order, remaining immune to chakra exhaustion. If only they were aware of his thoughts, Natsum would have eagerly proclaimed, Alas, I truly do not lack chakra. Since his ascension to the rank of Jainin, he had not meticulously assessed the quantity of his chakra, but now he had gained a considerable understanding. If one were to quantify it, he possessed approximately 5 times the chakra of an ordinary Jainin. The jutsu he had unleashed thus far had utilized nearly the chakra equivalent to that of a Jainin. Yet he had only expended less than 20% of his total reserves. The shadow clone technique had indeed been a considerable expenditure, siphoning off half of his chakra in one go. Even with only about 30% of his chakra remaining, he was more than capable of executing numerous jutsu. Given the current situation, how much longer could the rock ninjas endure? Even when his chakra eventually ran dry, he had the holy healing elixirs at his disposal. There was no need for concern regarding his chakra levels. This was all a matter of experience points. After all, such opportunities must not be squandered. With each rock ninja he vanquished, his experience points increased, fueling his relentless drive. Wind blade technique. Natsumyo, like a shard of cold light, surged once more into the throng of rock shinobi, brushing past them with alarming swiftness. Subsequently, all the rock shinobi clutched their throats in horror and collapsed, blood splattering in every direction. Before the wind body flicker technique, even a jonin could fall victim to Natsum-yo's lethal prowess with a mere misstep. For a chunin, he posed little threat. With a swift motion, the combination of the wind body flicker technique and wind swordsmanship transformed Natsum-yo into a grim reaper, harvesting lives with chilling efficiency, instilling a palpable dread among the rock shinobi. He and Namikaze Minato, though vastly different in stature, one tall, the other short, shared an almost identical method of execution. Were it not for their strikingly dissimilar appearances, one might easily mistake them for father and son. Both exuded youthfulness and a mastery of speed, their sunny and benevolent visages offering a sense of reassurance. Curse that little brat. I will see you dead. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Oitsutsuki lunged once more, a flicker of illusion manifesting as he appeared before Natsum-yo, denying him even a moment to react. With a single palm strike, he sent Natsum-yo hurtling like a ball. Following this, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a tempest of violent chakra that coalesced into a brilliant beam. Hiss. This adversary must not be allowed to strike. Otherwise, it would indeed spell disaster. Natsum-yo felt an overwhelming sense of tension enveloping his entire being, a chilling aura of impending doom that caused him to shudder involuntarily. The Shikigami technique, a unique offensive move of the Jinchuriki, though not as potent as the tailed beast bomb, could only be countered by individuals of considerable strength, at least those of the caliber of Akage, such as Orochimaru. Such a person as Natsum-Haru would have no opportunity to evade, for his speed and retreat was simply too swift, rendering him incapable of employing the technique of instantaneous movement due to the overwhelming inertia. Chapter 160, How Dangerous? Die. Old Z roared, and a crimson and frenzied chakra cannon pierced through the confines of the air, hurtling directly towards Natsum-Haru. It was over. Natsum-yo uttered a desperate cry, his pupils constricting to the size of needles, for the first time feeling the chilling proximity of death. You shall not perish. Yet, just as Natsum-yo braced himself for the inevitable, Minato Namikaze materialized before him, wielding a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Though his shoulders were not broad, they exuded an unparalleled sense of security. With a swift motion, the air before Minato rippled, manifesting an expansive array of intricate jutsu. Subsequently, the very atmosphere twisted, devouring the ferocious tailed beast bomb. How could this be? The rock shinobi stood in disbelief, gazing at Minato as if he were a celestial being, their eyes brimming with astonishment. To them, this feat seemed entirely divine. Had someone suggested prior that a ninja could absorb a tailed beast bomb, they would have scoffed in incredulity, deeming it utterly impossible. They had never believed that such a miraculous event could occur, yet now, even their skepticism had to yield to the truth. For Minato, through his tangible actions, demonstrated that the tailed beast bomb could indeed be absorbed. What a false alarm this turned out to be. Natsum-yo sat directly on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. So, is it time to retreat now? Natsum-Haru lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of Namikaze Minato, breathlessly inquiring. Indeed, the residual force from the explosion would be formidable. Minato also caught his breath, casting a surprised glance at Natsum before commanding all the Leaf Ninjas, retreat. In the original narrative, Minato was capable of redirecting even the tailed beast bomb of the Ten Tails, so naturally, the Four Tails tailed beast bomb posed no challenge. Upon hearing this, the Leaf Ninjas hesitated not for a moment and promptly withdrew. The Rock Ninjas, eager to pursue, were suddenly confronted by a tumultuous waterfall conjured by Natsum. which violently obstructed their path. Could it be? Akatsuchi felt an unsettling shift behind him, and as he turned, his eyes widened in horror at the sight of a flying thunder god kunai firmly embedded behind them. The tailed beast bomb, previously absorbed, surged towards them with alarming speed. No! Akatsuchi shouted in despair, his eyes bloodshot, yet he was powerless to alter their fate. The tailed beast bomb swiftly pierced through the ranks of the rock ninjas, crashing into the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, and sending him hurtling away, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, and the entire battlefield trembled violently, the ferocious shockwave unleashing unparalleled devastation that tore the earth asunder. The elite rock ninjas dared not waste a moment, forming seals and erecting heavy earthen walls to defend against the onslaught. The skies roiled, and the winds howled. Truly, such a magnificent display of pyrotechnics. Natsum Haru shielded himself against the oncoming gust, narrowing his eyes. It would not be long before he possessed such power. Yet he would not be content with mere adequacy. He aspired to attain a strength akin to that of Senju Hashirama, rendering the tail beast as powerless as fledglings before him. With a single blast from his technique, the IWA shinobi's initial advantage evaporated, and should the battle continue, they would find themselves bereft of any leverage. Chapter 161. What is there to be proud of? Retreat. Once the dust settled, Akatsuchi cast a glance at Natsum Haru and Minato Namikaze in the distance, his expression darkening as he decisively issued the order to withdraw. What had initially appeared to be a certain victory was abruptly overturned by the arrival of Natsum Haru and Minato Namikaze. Even with the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails present, they found themselves at a disadvantage, as Natsum and Minato effectively contained the Four Tails, and with the reinforcements from Kenoha, a shinobi could not sustain the fight. Oh, we have triumphed. We have triumphed. Lord Minato is magnificent. Natsum Haru is formidable. As they witnessed the retreat of the IWA shinobi, the Kenoha forces could not help but exhale in relief, erupting into cheers, their excitement palpable. What they had once anticipated as a losing battle had turned into a resounding victory, with minimal losses sustained. Natsumio was completely taken aback as he was hoisted by a group of exuberant Konohagakure ninjas and tossed into the air. Quick, put me down. Don't be so excited. No. Natsumio found himself ill at ease in such an exuberant atmosphere, glancing sideways at Minato Namikaze, only to notice that his counterpart appeared equally bashful. After all, Minato, at the tender age of 23, had only recently stepped into adulthood. Just then, the system's notification chimed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, task completed. Experience points, 400, gold, 850. Title, Timely Rain. Yet, in this world, envy has always lingered, with those who cannot taste the grapes declaring them sour. What's so remarkable about it? Isn't it merely trailing behind Lord Minato, running errands? I could do it just as well." They scoffed. Indeed, what is there to be so proud of? If it weren't for my slower speed, he wouldn't have had the chance to shine. A commoner ninja, foolishly believing he could defy the heavens. How laughable. Let him bask in his glory for now. One day he will realize just how insignificant he truly is. Amidst the cheers, jealousy brewed. Most of those envious of Natsum were scions of noble families, born with silver spoons in their mouths, convinced that the world should revolve around them, that no one should eclipse their brilliance. In their eyes, Natsum was their equal. Given the opportunity, they too could command the battlefield and earn the admiration of the masses. With that mindset, they resolved to showcase their prowess against the rock ninjas. Exchanging glances, several noble youths steeled themselves and surged after the retreating enemies. They believed that with Kenoha's triumph, it was only natural to pursue the advantage. Why not take the lead and demonstrate their valor? Seeing this, Minato could not help but exclaim in alarm, urgently calling out, "Do not pursue." But his warning fell on deaf ears as they charged headlong into the formation of the rock ninjas. "Let us show you our might," the noble youths shouted, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Having battled on the field themselves, they were convinced they could not possibly fall short compared to a mere commoner ninja like Natsum. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Gentle Fist, 32 palms. In an instant, flames and lightning surged forth, dazzling the onlookers. Two ninjas from the Hyuga clan unleashed their Bagua palm, overwhelming the rock ninjas, who found themselves utterly defenseless, enduring the assault passively. Chapter 162. Do you wish to die? The two rock ninjas, caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught, let out horrified cries as flames consumed them, their bodies paralyzed by electricity before they were dispatched with a single strike. Is that all they amount to? I expected them to be much stronger. The Hyuga ninjas scoffed, pride radiating from their expressions. Is this what the rock ninjas are like? Pathetically weak. Another ninja from the Hyuga clan exhibited a similar demeanor, his eyes brimming with arrogance as he spoke, casting a provocative glance in the direction of Natsum Haru. What Natsum Yo can accomplish, they too are capable of achieving. Those impudent Leaf Village youngsters should temper their arrogance. And Owagakure Jonin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and resentment. Had no one provoked him, perhaps this incident would have passed without incident. However, the actions of these four individuals reignited the turmoil within him. Earth Style, Earth Splitter. After forming the necessary hand seals, he slammed his hand onto the ground, causing the earth beneath the four to tremble as if it had come alive, violently upheaving. They were struck as if by a heavy blow, their faces paling, and blood spilled from their lips. Yet, the Jonin had no intention of letting them off so easily. He formed seals once more and bellowed, Earth Style, Earth Spear. With a resounding crash, a barrage of sharp earthen spears erupted from the ground beneath the four, threatening their very lives, leaving them no time to evade. No. The four cried out in terror, realizing that notions of glory and pride were trivial in the face of death, just as they believed their end was nigh. Two phantoms darted past the earthen spikes, pulling them back from the brink of demise. It was Natsumyo and Minato Namikaze who intervened, aside from these two. Who else could possess such terrifying speed? To courageously confront the enemy is commendable, but recklessly charging into battle without assessing the situation is sheer folly. According to the laws of the battlefield, I could eliminate you now as a deterrent. Do you wish to test that? I assure you, there would be no pain. Minato Namikaze's cold gaze fixated on the two Hyuga clan ninjas, his overwhelming aura causing the four to swallow hard, trembling in fear. And no, please. They looked at Minato with sheer dread, experiencing the palpable terror of mortality. Hinata Hizashi stood nearby, his expression dark as he observed the two clan ninjas, unable to plead for their lives. The two Hyuga youths had erred, and he could not openly show favoritism. Unless someone interceded, he would remain silent. Lord Namikaze, please spare them this time. It is their first time on the battlefield, and they still have much to learn. After this experience, they will certainly be more cautious. Natsumyo implored earnestly. Natsum Haru was acutely aware that Minato Namikaze did not genuinely intend to eliminate them. Rather, he sought to issue a warning to these individuals. After all, he was not Orochimaru, devoid of any hesitation. Given this understanding, in order to spare Minato from losing face, he needed to provide him with a graceful exit. Reflecting Minato's benevolent disposition, a leader must wield authority, yet also embody compassion. Indeed, let us grant them this reprieve. Upon my return, I shall impose strict discipline. Hinata Hizashi cast a grateful glance at Natsum Haru and then voiced his agreement. Chapter 163. How could they be so foolish? Very well. Considering this is your inaugural experience on the battlefield, and that there are pleas from the two of them, along with the absence of significant losses, I shall temporarily overlook this incident. However, should there be a next time, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. This is a battlefield, not a playground. Minato Namikaze coldly regarded the group for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Upon hearing this, the four youths immediately collapsed to the ground, their faces as pale as if they had been pulled from the depths of water. Sigh. Natsumyo gazed at the two individuals he had rescued, shaking his head in exasperation. There was no need for such folly in their petty rivalry. They seemed utterly oblivious to the circumstances. At the very least, they should have assessed the situation before acting, lest they jeopardize their lives without achieving anything noteworthy. What is so remarkable about it? Yet, with their proud dispositions, how could they ever consider lowering themselves before Natsumyo? They merely scoffed, ungrateful, failing to utter even a word of thanks. Alas, the psyche of youth is indeed inscrutable. Is there truly such amusement in rivalry? Natsumyo could not help but ruefully touch his nose, utterly baffled by the nature of their contention. As the camp was restored, medical ninjas hurried to attend to the wounded, ensuring they were safeguarded from any sudden attacks by the rock ninjas. At the command of Minato Namikaze, the medical ninjas, who had been poised for action, promptly and efficiently commenced their rescue operations. Following the incident with the vice director, and after rigorous evaluations at the Kenoha Medical Institute, Chika Mizuki had ascended from the captain of the medical team to the chief of the medical division, overseeing 3 medical teams tasked with the rescue efforts across the battlefield, a position of considerable influence. However, as the saying goes, those capable must bear greater burdens. The patients under her care were among the most critically injured, requiring exceptionally advanced skills to treat. Had I gained an additional 400 experience points? Not too shabby. My current experience level has reached 3,600. Just 6,400 more points, and I would transcend to the level of a shadow. At that juncture, I would truly possess the means to establish myself in this world. Were it not for the overwhelming strength manifested in the Shippuden, my current abilities would suffice for survival within the ninja realm. Regrettably, in the face of those who effortlessly embody shadow or S-rank rogue ninjas in Shippuden, my current prowess pales, rendering me no match for them. If I genuinely seek to find my footing, attaining shadow level is imperative. In the imminent Shippuden, the strength of a shadow is merely the threshold of entry. Without shadow level strength, one cannot hope to survive in Shippuden. Any adversary could easily prove insurmountable for me. Yet, such considerations are not for me to dwell upon at present. My focus must be on how to elevate myself to shadow level swiftly. After all, the Ninetales incident is not far off. Minato Namikaze hopes to save as many as possible. If there is a chance, he will seize it. But if not, then so be it. Natsum has never considered himself a true inhabitant of this world, for he has yet to fully embrace it. Consequently, he has never completely opened his heart to anyone. His stance regarding the impending tragedy depicted in the original work is unequivocal. If it pertains to him and serves the interests of Kenoha, he will exert every possible effort to alter its course. However, should his utmost endeavors prove futile, unable to withstand the inexorable march of fate, he will simply accept it. Natsum is not here to be a savior. He is merely a transient, destined to depart from this world eventually. He harbors little emotional attachment to it, for the one capable of evoking such feelings within him has yet to appear. Chapter 164. Farewell, Natsum. Following the successful completion of the rescue mission, Minato Namikaze and his companions took a day to recuperate. After reinforcing their ranks with a portion of their team, the remainder returned to the front lines of Kenoha. In the Kenoha encampment, within Jiraiya's tent, he remarked, "Kenoha's Cold Light, is it? What a splendid name. The achievements are indeed remarkable. A single individual has vanquished 5 jonin and over 20 chunin. Such a record will likely remain unparalleled for decades to come." With a smile of satisfaction, Jiraiya put away the report from Minato Namikaze. If Natsum were to be 17 or 18, Jiraiya would not be surprised by his accomplishments. However, the crucial point is that Natsum is merely 11 years old. At such a tender age, he has achieved feats that even seasoned jonin find challenging. Remarkably, Natsum has transformed from an obscure student to possessing such formidable strength in just a year. One can only imagine the heights he might reach with an additional 2 years of growth. Jiraiya dares not speculate further. At present, he can only identify Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui as possessing such potential, yet even they fall short of Natsum current achievements. The mere thought is exhilarating. Jiraiya beams with delight, for with someone like Natsum and Kenoha, there is little concern regarding invasions from other ninja villages. Natsum was unaware of the high regard in which Jiraiya held him. Even if he had known, it would not have brought him any joy. However, upon returning to the tent, he was unexpectedly greeted by an uninvited guest. It had been some time since he last saw this person, and he still harbored certain feelings for them. Yet, for reasons unknown, ever since the incident involving Uchiha Yusuke, he had gradually drifted apart from this individual. This person was none other than his girlfriend, Hatake Chiha. "Chiha, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "I happen to know a lovely spot nearby with breathtaking scenery. Would you care to join me?" Upon seeing Hatake Chiha, Natsum face lit up with joy, and he eagerly moved to take her hand, only to have her pull away. "What's wrong?" he asked, a frown creasing his brow at her demeanor. "Natsum," she began, her expression devoid of warmth. "I have given this considerable thought, and I believe we are no longer suited for one another. Let us part ways. From this moment forth, we shall have no ties. Moreover, I have a new boyfriend now. Farewell." With that, Hatake Chiha turned on her heel and walked away, leaving no trace of longing behind. Natsum was suddenly struck as if by lightning, stumbling backward, weighed down by an overwhelming sense of dread in his chest. Why? He inhaled deeply, feeling the world around him blur into double vision. His fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Yet, he compelled himself to regain composure, articulating each word deliberately. "You cannot provide me with the sense of security I crave. Your identity and strength cannot shield me. Being with you is perilous." Katachiba replied without turning back. But her words pierced through Natsum-young's heart like a dagger. "Who is your new boyfriend? What capabilities does he possess to protect you?" Fully aware that this inquiry would only deepen his wounds, Natsum could not restrain himself from asking. Hinata Tankson. He is superior to you in every regard and holds a higher status. In this conflict, he has outperformed you. He is already capable of eliminating ninja of equal rank, whereas you might struggle against even a mid-level ninja. Chapter 165. I hope you won't regret it. At such a young age, he has already distinguished himself. And with the esteemed lineage of the Hyuga clan, he is more than capable of safeguarding me. After all, he is a presence you can never hope to reach. Thus, farewell, Natsum. With that, Katachiba prepared to exit Natsum tent. However, at that moment, her ears caught his voice, weak yet resolute from behind her. Very well. I respect your choice, but I can only hope that you do not come to regret it. Natsum leaned against the table, appearing utterly breathless. Rest assured, I shall not harbor regrets. Watachiba scoffed, entirely dismissing Natsum declaration. During the period of discord between them, she encountered Hinata Tenshin, who bestowed upon Watachiba an unprecedented sense of security, gradually ensnaring her in the allure of this feeling until she was utterly captivated. Hinata Tenshin hailed from a prestigious lineage, possessed formidable strength, a commendable temperament, and was strikingly handsome, with a limitless future ahead. In stark contrast, Natsum was merely a commoner. Although not unpleasant in appearance, he had offended the Uchiha clan, condemning him to a life akin to that of an ordinary jonin. With no hope of rising above his station, faced with such a glaring disparity, Watachiba naturally gravitated towards the more distinguished Hinata Tenshin. Watachiba departed, feeling unburdened. Yet, had she been aware of Natsum previous two triumphs, would she have reconsidered? Alas, having just returned from the front lines with Hinata Tenshin, she had not inquired about Natsum current circumstances, but instead had come directly to inform him of this development, as her impatience had become overwhelming. Natsum could no longer endure, and with a spurt of vital essence, he collapsed to the ground, his vision darkening. The blow he had just endured was insufferably overwhelming. Watanabe Chiba was the only girl he had ever truly cherished in the world of Naruto. He had once envisioned a future where they would traverse realms together. Yet, it now appeared that he would be destined for a solitary existence. Love, he felt unworthy of such a sentiment. Lacking strength and status, no one would engage him in matters of the heart. How painfully realistic. Just before losing consciousness, Natsum reflected upon this in his heart. When Natsum awoke once more, he found himself in the medical facility. The first person his eyes fell upon was Mizuki Chinatsu. What happened to you? How could you suddenly faint? Given your physical constitution, such an occurrence seems improbable. Mizuki gazed at him with a hint of perplexity, noticing that Natsum's complexion appeared rather poor. His eyes devoid of warmth, as though he had transformed into a different person entirely. I am fine. You need not worry. Natsum, with a sense of indifference, reclined and closed his eyes, harboring the expectation of nurturing an emotional connection. Yet, it appears that the world of ninjas is no different from that of my previous life. People are invariably pragmatic. Slowly, he clenched his fists, seething with resentment within. Meanwhile, Hinata Tankson inquired with a smile at the girl before him. Did he say anything? He told me not to regret anything. What is there for me to regret? Kawatachiba scoffed, a hint of disdain etched upon her features. Well, that's reassuring. It seems Natsum possesses some self-awareness, refraining from being overly persistent. Otherwise, I would not have held back, Hinata Tankson remarked, enveloping Kawatachiba in his embrace. Disregarding Natsum entirely. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of Natsum recent exploits, naively believing that Natsum remained at the same level he had months prior. Barely comparable to the likes of the swift moonlight, Kawatachiba nestled contentedly against Hinata Tankson, dreaming of the future. Chapter 166, Surely. It must be a fortunate bargain. Unbeknownst to her, the Hyuga clan generally refrains from intermarriage with outsiders, a fact that Hinata Tankson had chosen not to disclose. After all, his acceptance of her was merely a fleeting whim. Unless she proved exceptionally remarkable, akin to Naruto Uzumaki from the Shippuden, there was no way Hinata Tankson would genuinely consider a future with her, for her lineage was far too ordinary. Regrettably, Kawatachiba had become enchanted by the status of the Hyuga clan, entirely oblivious to their prohibitions, naively believing that she would be united with Hinata Tankson, basking in opulence. A day later, Natsum was discharged from the hospital, and news of his achievements spread rapidly, leaving everyone astonished, especially Kawatachiba. She could hardly fathom that Natsum had become so formidable. How is this possible? She gazed at the intelligence report in her hands, her voice quivering. unable to believe that these were indeed Natsum Yang's accomplishments. After all, he had defeated a jonin, not something one could dismiss lightly. When did Natsum Yo become so formidable? Those prodigies who are contemporaries of Natsum Yo have begun to harbor doubts regarding his prowess, questioning whether he truly possesses such strength or has merely benefited from the legacy of Minato Namikaze. After all, how else could one explain it? It's preposterous. While they are still grappling with the chunin level, Natsum Yo has already dispatched jonin, and they simply cannot fathom how he could achieve such feats. Indeed, if this were true, it would be a resounding slap in the face to the younger generation, leaving those who pride themselves on their talent in a precarious position. Thus, the only way to salvage their fragile sense of pride is to confront Natsum Yo directly and decisively defeat him. Only then would they find solace, convincing themselves that his achievements were mere strokes of luck. However, despite the talk, only one, Hinata Tenkin, truly set aside his pride to seek out Natsum Yo. On the same day, Kakashi's promotion to jonin stirred a wave of excitement. Yet, most agreed it was well-deserved, for Kakashi had been a prodigy since childhood. Kakashi's ascension signifies that the battle at the Kanabi Bridge is imminent, does it not? Natsum Haru received news from Uchiha Obito and exchanged a bottle of holy healing potion from the system, a gift intended for Kakashi. He also acquired a sharp short blade, a present meant to assist Uchiha Obito. Thank you. I shall certainly repay you in the future. Uchiha Obito joyfully accepted the gift from Natsum Haru and departed. I must strive to enhance my strength. Without power, everything is but a void. Natsum Haru closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra. In the afternoon, he opened his eyes, rose from his bed, and felt hunger pangs. However, upon lifting the tent, he was confronted by three individuals who had evidently been waiting for some time. Natsum Haru, I wish to challenge you to a duel to gauge the distance between us, spoke the first, Tsukikid Ship, who seemed to muster great courage to utter those words without once meeting Natsum Haru's gaze. Are you two as well? Uchiha Shisui, Hyuga Tanksen. Natsum Haru cast a dispassionate glance at the other two, his tone asserting. Indeed. Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Tanksen replied in unison. Chapter 167. Very well. I shall grant you this favor. I have no time, seek another. Natsum Yang replied without turning back, expressing that he harbored no intention of engaging in battle whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the three individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared astonishment in the other's eyes. Perhaps in their growth, they had never encountered such an unequivocal rejection. It is noteworthy that their presence here was a considerable gesture, reflecting their respect for Natsum Yang, as they typically employed their family retainers to summon him. Don't you wish to see the expression of regret on her face? At that moment, Hinata Tianshin remarked with a confident smile, unshaken in his belief that a recently spurned young man would not dismiss such a request. He was certain that no one could so swiftly move on. Hearing this, Natsum Yang's body quivered slightly, indeed pausing momentarily. Observing this, Hinata Tianshin's smile blossomed even more radiantly. He was convinced that Natsum Yang could not possibly refuse. However, the response from Natsum Yang caused the smile on his face to freeze abruptly. I'm not interested. You may seek someone else. Natsum Yang irritably waved his hand and continued to stride forward. I genuinely wish to engage in combat with you. I yearn to understand the disparity between us. Please. Natsum Yang. Uchiha Shisui sincerely bowed, his expression earnest, clearly demonstrating his desire to face Natsum Yang in battle. Please leave. I have no interest. Natsum Yang waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Lord Jiraiya will also be present. Do you not wish for everyone to recognize you? Moonlight Gale gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted towards Natsum Yang's tent. Yet, the only response was a profound silence. Damn it! Moonlight Gale clenched his fists in anger. He had mustered great resolve to arrive here, only to be met with such disregard from Natsum Yang. Natsum Yang, please do me a favor. A competition won't take too long. Uchiha Shisui interjected earnestly. Hinata Tianshin initially believed there was little hope, as Natsum Yang had previously dismissed numerous reasons. And Uchiha Shisui's rationale seemed even less compelling. How could Natsum Yang possibly agree? However, to his surprise, Natsum Yang's response felt like a slap to his face. Suddenly halting, Natsum Yang spoke. Very well, Uchiha Shisui, I shall grant you this favor. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui could not contain his joy and promptly expressed his gratitude, proceeding towards the location they had previously designated. Natsum Yang's sudden acceptance of Uchiha Shisui's challenge was not merely a reflection of his stature, but rather a manifestation of a voice echoing within his mind. Ding. A challenge has been detected for the host. Please engage. Task issued. Defeat the challenger to prove oneself. Rewards: experience points 100, gold 300. And one chance for a complimentary draw in the shop. At last, the moment has arrived. Let us proceed and witness this spectacle. I refuse to believe you possess the capability. On the surface, it appeared to be merely the trio of Tsukuyami, but the number of onlookers lurking in the shadows was far greater. As Natsum Yang consented, a multitude hastily gathered to follow in their wake. On a small plain in front of the Kenoha encampment, when Natsum Yang arrived, a considerable crowd had already assembled, including figures like Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya, along with Chiba Kenta and Ken Kitsuchika. Who shall step forth first? Do not squander my time. Once the three were in position, Natsum Yang casually inquired. Chapter 168. I shall go first. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the other two, noting their complete lack of intent to participate, and smiled faintly as he stepped forward. The reason for the reluctance of Tsukuyami was quite simple. The first to enter the fray is invariably underestimated. Yet, rather inconveniently, among these three, Uchiha Shisui happened to be the strongest. Come forth. As he observed Uchiha Shisui prepare for battle, Natsum Yang unsheathed his spirit-slaying blade and nonchalantly indicated that Shisui may commence. Whoosh. As Natsum Yoko finished speaking, the figure of Uchiha Shisui vanished from sight. The instantaneous movement of Shisui was not merely a name. However, when it came to speed, Natsum Yoko never believed he would be outmatched among his peers. In an instant, he too disappeared from his original position. And then a spark erupted at the edge of the battlefield, where the figures of Natsum Yoko and Uchiha Shisui flashed past one another. What astonishing speed! The onlookers gasped internally, their eyes wide with astonishment. Clang, clang, clang. The arena resonated with the sound of metal clashing, sparks flying in every direction, creating the illusion that the entire battlefield was filled with their silhouettes, the wind howling with unprecedented intensity. Was this truly a battle between mere chunin? It was utterly terrifying. The gathered ninjas could not help but think. Such a combat speed had far surpassed the reaction capability of chunin, rendering them unable to contend. Truly a genius, indeed exceptional. Some expressed their envy, unable to find adequate words, resorting to a simple phrase to convey their feelings. Suddenly, two tearing sounds pierced the air, followed by sprays of blood. One figure's movement momentarily faltered, allowing another to glide past him. A gasp escaped as Uchiha Shisui felt a fresh wound open on his shoulder, blood gushing forth, while behind him, Natsum Yoko bore a similar injury. Could it be that Natsum Yoko held the upper hand? Surely, I am not mistaken. The spectators collectively inhaled sharply, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Words paled in comparison to witnessing the event firsthand. Water release, water break wave. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Both combatants simultaneously sheathed their blades, swiftly forming hand seals, and unleashed a searing line of flames and a chilling stream of water that collided violently. The moment water and fire met, a fierce reaction ensued. Hissing and crackling as mist enveloped the entire battlefield. Amidst this haze, a stone appeared on the ground, unnoticed by anyone. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shisui summoned a colossal fireball that surged forth, its intense heat dispersing the mist, yet Natsum Yoko was already upon him. His pupils constricted as he instinctively dodged Natsum Yoko's attack. However, the moment he revealed himself, he had no time to react before Natsum's fist loomed larger in his vision. Boom. He inwardly marveled at the skill, only to be sent flying by Natsum Yoko's punch, who then closed in once more, delivering another powerful blow. Chapter 169. I lost. Sharingan Genjutsu. At this critical juncture, Uchiha Shisui's eyes transformed into the double tomo, casting an illusion that momentarily halted Natsum Yo's movement. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Uchiha Shisui lunged forward with a powerful kick aimed at Natsum. However, Natsum suddenly broke free from the illusion, swiftly crouched down, and reached out with his right hand to grasp Uchiha Shisui's legs, swinging him directly toward the ground. To the astonishment of onlookers, this was merely a shadow clone of Uchiha Shisui, which upon impact with the ground dissipated into a flock of crows that soared into the sky. The real Uchiha Shisui then appeared behind Natsum, pressing a kunai against his neck. You have lost, he declared, exhaling a sigh of relief. Truly, a genius of the Uchiha clan, the swift Shisui was indeed formidable. In response, Natsum raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Is this how it ends? I expected far more. It appears you are not as impressive as I believed. I knew it was all luck. The surrounding youths began to mock him, reveling in their jeers. Yet, the one who had truly lost was Uchiha Shisui. Suddenly, The Natsum being held captive transformed into a puddle of water that splashed onto the ground, leaving Uchiha Shisui in shock as he found himself immobilized. The genuine Natsum then emerged from behind a nearby stone, his blade poised against Shisui's neck. You have lost. Impressive. I did not anticipate your level of caution. I concede. Uchiha Shisui lamented with a wry smile, acknowledging his defeat. He had thought himself sufficiently cautious, only to discover that Natsum was even more so. Of course. Had they been engaged in a real battlefield scenario, Uchiha Shisui believed that their conflict would not have concluded so easily. Both still possessed hidden techniques. And if they were to truly unleash their full abilities, the outcome remained uncertain. The shadow clones and illusions of Uchiha Shisui were indeed a formidable challenge. The fact that Natsum emerged victorious caught everyone off guard. It wasn't until Uchiha Shisui verbally admitted defeat that the gathered crowd began to comprehend the situation, their astonishment palpable. Next, Natsum Yang cast a glance at the other two, his tone indifferent. Allow me to take my turn. The moonlight and swift wind surged forward as he stepped ahead, drawing the long blade from his back. Let the battle commence. Natsum Haru cast a fleeting glance at Tsukikage Hate, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. I shall unleash it. The dance of the crescent moon. This was none other than the signature ninjutsu of Tsukikage Hate. In an instant, two shadow clones materialized behind him, cutting through the air like crescent moons, as the three figures converged from three distinct directions, leaving no room for counteraction. Oh, the dance of the crescent moon from the second Hokage. This is indeed intriguing. The onlooking ninjas expressed their eager anticipation, wondering how Natsum Haru would respond. Surely, even he would find this challenging, wouldn't he? Among the spectators, a palpable excitement filled the air as they awaited to witness the extent of Tsukikage Hate's prowess with this technique. Is it this move once again? If so, prepare to witness the absolute disparity in strength. With that declaration, Natsum Haru transformed into a mere phantom, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, two glimmers of cold light flashed, and the shadow clones dissipated with a resounding thud. Then, like a venomous serpent, his blade struck forth, aiming for Tsukikage Hate's side, causing him to gasp in shock. Chapter 170. It's your turn. With a sudden burst, sparks flew as Tsukikage Hate was forced back several paces. Before he could react, Natsum Haru executed a swift spinning kick, launching him further away with a powerful leaf whirlwind. Cough, cough. Natsum Haru, why did you hold back in the chunin exams? Tsukikage Hate muttered, rising from the ground with a dark expression, feeling deeply insulted. In the heat of battle, I couldn't possibly shatter your confidence. What if I pushed you too hard and you perished in the war? I certainly do not wish to bear that responsibility. Natsum Yang helplessly shrugged, suddenly amused by the earnest demeanor of Moonlight Gale. I knew it would be like this. In that case, let me unveil my final move. I hope you do not underestimate it and suffer for it. Secret technique, Moon Shadow. Moonlight Gale's expression hardened, and his form became ethereal, conjuring 4 or 5 apparitions of himself, yet it seemed as though only Moonlight Gale stood before Natsum Yang. Then, with a swift flash of cold light, Moonlight Gale appeared behind Natsum Yang, his blade sheathed. Poof! Suddenly, a wound burst open on Natsum Yang's chest with a sharp sound, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. Such a swift strike, imbued with an illusionary effect, caught him completely off guard. Fortunately, the Moonlight Gale bore no intent to kill. Otherwise, Natsum Yang might have already fallen. It is likely that he will never again underestimate the Moonlight Gale. The surrounding ninjas voiced their support for the Moonlight Gale, a reaction that is not surprising given human nature's inclination to protect the weak and vulnerable. The Moonlight Gale clearly represented the underdog, eliciting sympathy from the crowd. However, to hastily draw conclusions before witnessing the final outcome can lead to a harsh reality check. Natsum Yang, do you see? This is the consequence of your underestimation. The Moonlight Gale turned to examine his own unharmed form, casting a glance at the wound on Natsum Yang's chest, and a look of triumph emerged on his face. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a small wound, barely the length of a thumb and approximately the depth of a fingernail, appeared. A deeper cut would have certainly grazed his blood vessels, evidently. This was a result of Natsum Yang holding back. How could this be? The Moonlight Gale trembled as he faced Natsum Yang, disbelief etched in his tone, for he had not even seen how Natsum Yang had made his move. I knew it. How could this guy be so easily wounded? Among the spectators, only Tsukumori Chika clenched her fist in delight, her face aglow with joy. She herself could not comprehend the source of her happiness. She simply felt elated at the thought of Natsum Yang's victory. Shall we continue? If so, I would gladly oblige. No, I concede. The Moonlight Gale decisively surrendered, realizing that to continue would only be folly. Thus, let it be so. Hinata Tankson, it is your turn. Natsum Y turned around to gaze at the only one who had not taken the field, Hinata Sabaki, raising his blade and addressing him. Truly impressive, Natsum Y, indeed formidable. Unlike the previous two, I shall not be so easily swayed. Be cautious. Hinata Tsubaki halted a mere 10 meters away from Natsum Y, a proud expression adorning his face as he declared, Chapter 171, merely this. If your skill lies solely in idle chatter, then I shall reluctantly concede to that. Natsum Haru could sense the gaze of Hinata Chiba from the stands, which suddenly focused intently on the two of them. You must have come because you heard I would be here, and now you are likely contemplating how to defeat Hinata Tenshin, making me regret my presence and seeking revenge on me. Hinata Chiba arrogantly thought to herself. Having prematurely concluded that Natsum Haru's agreement to come here was indeed influenced by her own attendance. Byakugan, activate. In an instant, Hinata Tenshin glared with fury, charging forward with a torrent of chakra swirling around his hands, aiming to strike at Natsum Haru. Go. Teach him a lesson. Let him understand the weight of a great family. Let him grasp the might of the Hyuga clan. The young members of the Hyuga clan shouted excitedly. For just moments ago, Uchiha Shisui had faced defeat. If Hinata Tenshin were to triumph, it would undeniably affirm the strength of their clan, allowing them to hold their heads high in the future. Natsum Yang raised his blade to confront Hinata Tenshin's strike. Yet he was met with an overwhelming force that struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he was forcefully repelled. Haha, Natsum Yang. Is it true that you cannot withstand even a single blow from me? It seems you can only boast without substance, incapable of withstanding a true test of skill. Upon witnessing this, Hinata Tenshin couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter, laced with mockery. Accumulating chakra in his hand, he unleashed it in a sudden explosion of force. Indeed, it was a clever concept. Although it did not compare to Tsunade's monstrous strength, it was nonetheless quite impressive. Natsum Yo glanced at his still slightly trembling right arm, narrowing his eyes. After repelling Natsum Yo, Hinata Tenshin charged forward once more, both palms thrusting out with fierce intensity, generating a cacophony of wind that howled relentlessly. Swish, swish, swish. Natsum Yo could only wield his blade in defense, yet amidst the clamor of clashing metal, he was relentlessly pushed back. Haha, what is the matter, Natsum Yo? Where has your earlier prowess disappeared? Have you suddenly become incapable? Is this all the skill you possess? How utterly disappointing. Hinata Tenshin taunted, as under his fierce onslaught, Natsum Yo had completely lost his offensive capabilities and could only respond in a passive manner. Moreover, the cold sweat glistening on Natsum Yo's forehead clearly indicated his struggle to cope. Humph, with such meager abilities, you dare to challenge a jonin? You're nothing but a feeble opponent. A sudden glint flashed in Hinata Tenshin's eyes, and with a swift motion, he sent Natsum Yo flying with a single strike. Immediately, he pivoted sharply, unleashing a tempestuous surge of chakra that coalesced in his right hand, piercing through the air. Behold, it was Hinata Tenshin's Bagua Void Palm. It was said that this technique had effortlessly dispatched 3 chunin. We have yet to earn the right to witness it, yet he has already comprehended it on his own. Is this the hallmark of a genius? The members of the Hyuga clan gazed at Hinata Tenshin with admiration. Natsum Yo, I am eager to see how you will counter this move. Once struck, your defeat is assured. Watanabe Chiba's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with excitement. To have comprehended the Bagua Void Palm independently truly impressive. Hinata Hazashi nodded in satisfaction, feeling a deep sense of pride. Natsum Yo, your defeat is inevitable. Hinata Tenshin, brimming with exhilaration, imagined the scene of Natsum Yo being sent flying, bloodied, and beaten. Chapter 172, Apologies, but you are inadequate. Bang. Natsum Yo had no opportunity to react or evade. He was propelled by an invisible force, crashing heavily against the arena wall, with debris scattering around him. Victory! Watanabe Chiba exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his fist clenched in joy. Lord Jiraiya, I have triumphed. Hinata Tenshin immediately turned to Jiraiya, pride radiating from him as he spoke. Oh, is that so? Perhaps you should take a closer look before drawing your conclusion. Jiraiya replied with a smile, addressing Hinata Tenshin within the arena. What? Upon hearing this, Hinata Tenshin turned back, only to see the Natsum Yo he had just sent flying dissolve into a puddle of water on the ground. The real Natsum Yo stood nearby, merely observing, without seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If this were a battlefield, you would already be dead. I do not require your lessons. Hinata Tianshin shouted in fury, leaping towards Natsumyo. With a languid demeanor, Natsumyo began forming hand seals for the water release, great water arm technique. A swirling torrent of water materialized before him, coalescing into a solid water arm that tore through the air with a thunderous roar, colliding fiercely with Hinata Tianshin. Boom! The entire arena trembled violently as Hinata Tianshin's expression drastically altered, losing control of his body as he was forcefully sent flying. How is this possible? Gasped the onlooking youths of the Hinata clan. They could scarcely believe that the previously dominant Hinata Tianshin had been so suddenly overwhelmed. In terms of strength, I am not lacking. Moreover, you are not guaranteed to surpass me. Natsumyo refrained from seizing the opportunity to launch an attack. Instead, he addressed Hinata Tianshin with a tone that, though soft, resonated with clarity for all present. The audacity of his words was nothing short of a blatant affront. How infuriating. You scoundrel! Hinata Tianshin bellowed as he broke free from the confines of the arena wall, charging once more towards Natsumyo. Water release. I shall not permit you to form any more seals. With renewed vigor, Hinata Tianshin accelerated, appearing instantaneously before Natsumyo, executing a palm strike of the 8 trigrams to thwart his sealing attempt. Yet, Natsumyo had anticipated this assault. He deftly evaded before reappearing behind Hinata Tianshin, delivering a powerful leaf whirlwind kick that sent Hinata crashing against the arena wall. My apologies, but in terms of speed, you are no match for me. Natsumyo remained unmoved, his expression as indifferent as ever, presenting a calmness as if recounting the most mundane of events. Although he refrained from displaying any overt contempt or uttering derisive words, those surrounding him sensed an unmistakable air of disdain emanating from him. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. This was not the demeanor one would typically associate with him. It felt as though some conflict had arisen between him and Hinata Tianshin, and his sudden flamboyance was perplexing. Jiraiya observed Natsumyo within the arena, finding it quite strange. For the Natsumyo he knew was far from this. This behavior was undoubtedly intentional. Watachiba clenched the railing tightly, his face a mask of fury as he watched Natsumyo. But what could he do, knowing that Natsumyo's actions were deliberate? This was a blatant display of his intentions, and none could thwart him. Chapter 173. Hinata Tianshin is nothing extraordinary. She understood all too well that Natsumyo was performing for her benefit. Otherwise, the usually affable Natsumyo would never have become so arrogant. You must be regretting your choices now, anticipating that Hinata Tianshin might perform a miracle, but regrettably, your understanding of Natsumyo is merely superficial. How could Hinata Tianshin possibly be his rival? On the side, Mizuki Chika glanced at the sullen Watachiba, thinking to herself, You scoundrel! 8 trigrams palm, 128 strikes. Hinata Tianshin roared in fury, unleashing the 8 trigrams domain. Natsumyo suddenly felt himself ensnared. As Hinata Tianshin's words dripped with lethal intent, die. A relentless barrage of strikes ensued, leaving Natsumyo no opportunity to evade. Each palm landed on his vital points, driving him back until he crashed heavily into the arena wall. Natsumyo, that lad, truly, sigh. Hinata Hayasu's expression was a mix of oddity, disappointment, and slight displeasure. Now you understand my prowess, do you? The chasm between us is one you shall never bridge. Hinata Tianshin stood, slightly breathless, casting a glance at Natsumyo, now embedded in the wall, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Regardless of the circumstances, he had emerged victorious. Had he truly won? One would presume so. Under such ferocious assault, it seemed implausible for anyone to emerge unscathed. The gathered shinobi pondered this, unable to conceive of anyone enduring such a terrifying onslaught. Minato, what are your thoughts? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Namikaze Minato, who wore a faint smile. Curiosity piqued, Jiraiya asked, Aren't you the least bit concerned about his injuries? Sensei, if you were aware of what he just did, you would harbor no worries for him at all. The wave-wind Minato shook his head in exasperation, then slightly turned his body and whispered into Jiraiya's ear. He just evaded all of Hinata Tianshin's attacks, then collided heavily against the arena wall, leading Hinata to mistakenly believe he had struck him. How was that possible? Jiraiya could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Minato wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but it is indeed true. His speed is astonishing, creating afterimages that misled everyone into thinking he was hit. In reality, aside from a slight expenditure of chakra, he bears no injuries. This young man. As Hinata Tianshin turned around again, was met with a voice from behind that compelled him to pivot sharply. Cough, quite an impressive move. It possesses a certain degree of power. There stood Natsum Haruka, nonchalantly emerging from the wall, appearing no worse for wear save for a bit of dust. How is that possible? Hinata Tankson gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Do you find it hard to accept? If this is all you are capable of, then it is truly disappointing. The so-called genius of the Hyuga clan is nothing more than this. Natsumi raised his head and cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Tankson before vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Hinata Tankson promptly activated his Byakugan to probe the area, only to perceive a surge of chakra emanating from his right rear. He immediately pivoted and unleashed a powerful strike. Chapter 174, Dazed from the Pressure. Bang! Natsumi was abruptly sent flying, his face etched with shock, prompting Hinata Tankson to pursue him without hesitation. Bang! Yet, Natsumi suddenly transformed into a wooden dummy, causing Hinata Tankson to exclaim in alarm. In an instant, Natsumi reappeared beneath him, delivering a powerful kick that propelled him skyward. The lion's barrage? Hinata Tankson found himself utterly defenseless, akin to a target, as the illusory Natsumi relentlessly struck him in midair. Each blow resounded with a heavy force, echoing through the air, and one could almost hear the ominous crack of bones. Whoosh! Natsumi suddenly appeared above Hinata Tankson, channeling all his strength into his right leg. With a fierce whip-like kick, he struck Hinata with tremendous force, sending him plummeting like a cannonball. Bang! The ground erupted with a deafening roar, creating a 5-meter-wide crater, within which Hinata lay, bloodied and in utter disarray. My apologies, but when it comes to martial arts, you are no match for me. Natsumi spoke once more, this time laced with profound disdain. How infuriating! Do not be so arrogant. Hinata Tankson could scarcely bear such contempt. With a furious roar, he surged forth from the pit once again, charging directly at Natsumi. Bang! What awaited him was a colossal water fist that reverberated through the air. Hinata Tankson expelled a mouthful of blood, the sound of his ribcage cracking resonating sharply as he crashed heavily into the arena's wall, causing even the onlookers to teeter unsteadily. Fully aware of the tremendous force behind that blow, I have stated it before, in terms of strength and speed, you are no match for me. How is it that a prodigy of the Hinata clan cannot even admit defeat? The capacity for greatness in the Hinata clan's genius appears rather limited. There is no need to struggle, it is futile. No matter how much you resist, you cannot stand against me. This delineates the chasm between us. Surrender. Prodigy of the Hinata clan, conceding will not cost you your life, nor will it diminish you in any way. If one were to encapsulate Natsumi's expression at this moment, the phrase a petty man reveling in his triumph would be most fitting. You wretch! Hinata Tankson, consumed by rage, charged at Natsumi once more, only to be sent flying yet again, continuously spitting blood. You! Bang! You! Bang! Regardless of how fiercely Hinata Tankson struggled, he could not alter his fate, akin to a mere punching bag, suffering blow after blow without any change to his circumstances. I have told you. You are not my opponent. Why persist in this reckless endeavor? Natsumi cast a scornful glance at Hinata Tankson, deriding him with his words. For such a self-important genius as Hinata Tankson, the true blow lay in the erosion of his confidence. How despicable! Hinata Tankson bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, grinding his teeth in frustration, his wide eyes full of unyielding resentment, yet he found himself utterly unable to move. He could only gaze up at Natsumi, who appeared as a victor, casting a detached and contemptuous look upon him, having entered this world as a genius. Hinata Tankson had never encountered such a setback, particularly from someone he deemed a commoner. It was a humiliation he could scarcely endure, with a surge of emotions overwhelming him. A wave of indignation surged within, culminating in another spurt of blood, leading him into unconsciousness. This is unbearable. How fragile. Natsumi let out a sigh, shrugged his shoulders, and departed. Chapter 175. Just how strong is he? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Experience points 100, gold coins 300, and a free lottery draw opportunity. A familiar warmth coursed through Natsumi's body, enhancing and transforming him. How is this possible? Watanabe Chiba collapsed onto the ground. Disbelief etched across her face. He truly possesses such formidable strength. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. She shook her head, repeatedly telling herself in her mind, unwilling to accept the reality before her, for it was too difficult to bear. Had she known earlier of Natsumi immense power, she would never have chosen to be with Hinata Tankson. Natsumi treated her with exceptional kindness. In due time, wealth and prosperity would have been his. Yet, she single-handedly obliterated it all. Ha ha ha, it's over now, let us disperse. Jiraiya clapped his hands, awakening the crowd from their astonishment. The consecutive 3 victories left many in disbelief, yet they could not deny the reality before their eyes. How mundane. Kakashi cast a deep glance at Natsum before departing. Kakashi, why didn't you step in earlier? If it were you, you would have undoubtedly triumphed over him. Might Guy questioned, perplexed. It's pointless, and besides, I am not his match. Kakashi replied dismissively, casting a fleeting look at Might Guy. Yet, his response left Might Guy wide-eyed with incredulity. Is he truly that formidable? He could hardly fathom the extent of Natsum Yang's prowess, particularly that even the genius Kakashi was no match for him. Once you face him, you shall comprehend his true might. Kakashi spoke more about Natsum Yang than he usually would, before departing alone. What if Kakashi had taken the stage earlier? The astonished onlookers suddenly contemplated him, speculating in their minds. Commoners could never surpass noble clans. This had been their unwavering belief for decades. However, Natsum Yang's performance today delivered a staggering blow to their worldview, creating a profound impact. They desperately needed someone to emerge and reaffirm their belief in this truth. Damn it. My bones are shattered beyond recognition. How dare that fellow insult our Hyuga clan? How can we possibly swallow this humiliation? One member of the Hyuga clan glared at Hyuga Tenkai in his hand, gritting his teeth. Enough. If you are outmatched, can you blame others? Don't bring disgrace upon yourself. Our Hyuga clan cannot afford such loss. Hyuga Hazashi regarded the disgruntled clan member with an icy stare, his eyes filled with warnings. Understood. The disgruntled member replied begrudgingly, his fist clenching tightly, yet he dared not defy Hazashi's command. Remember, he is now aligned with Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Do not create trouble. It serves no benefit to our Hyuga clan. Remember, foster good relations when possible, but never provoke enmity. Let us not forget. We still owe a debt of gratitude to others. With that, Hizashi turned and walked away. Congratulations. On the way back to the camp, Kanketsu Chika approached, resembling a sprite. Her face alight with joy. Thank you. Natsum Yang smiled softly and continued on his way. Natsum Yang, wait a moment. At that moment, a timid voice called out from behind him. Natsum paused and turned around, inquiring, is there something you need? He gazed at the girl before him, once so familiar, yet devoid of any emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Chapter 176. The power of cold escape. I'll take my leave now, so as not to intrude. Observing the situation, Kanketsu Chika graciously excused herself. Though she was curious about the conversation between Natsum Yang and Watanabe Chiba, she understood that it was not her place to know. Never mind, it's nothing. Watanabe Chiba looked at the suddenly estranged Natsum, her words caught in her throat. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Will we still be able to remain friends? After a long pause, Watanabe Chiba finally asked. There's no need. Just enjoy your life with your boyfriend. I am but a commoner. Natsum Yang replied with a glance at Watanabe Chiba before turning to leave. This was the last vestige of dignity for Natsum Yang. Had he answered affirmatively, he would have been no different from a sycophant. Just wait and see, Watanabe Chiba remarked, watching Natsum Yang's retreating figure. Natsum Yang, one day you will realize the immense advantages that come with being from a prestigious family. Your current glory does not guarantee that it will last forever. Watanabe Chiba firmly believed in the validity of her thoughts. Commoners could never rival those from noble lineages. 3 days swiftly passed. The entire front lines of Kenoha began to recognize Natsum Yang. His achievements and titles spread among the masses. Was it truly impressive to slay a chunin? Natsum Yang had even defeated a jonin. A heavy burden suddenly weighed down upon the younger generation, leaving some gasping for breath. For commoners, it was manageable, but the noble heirs had been hearing the same refrain. If Natsum Yang can exert himself so diligently, what excuse do you have for complacency? All those years of effort seem to have gone to waste. Why have you made no progress? Even Kakashi felt the pressure mounting significantly, having embarked on earnest training. A month has gradually slipped by. During this period, Natsum Haru engaged in several battles, be it frontline confrontations, sabotage missions, or rescue operations, exhibiting flawless execution in every endeavor. Compared to his peers, his prowess is immeasurably superior, and the title of the foremost ninja of the younger generation has rightfully been bestowed upon him. Furthermore, Natsum Haru's experience points surged from 3,600 to 5,300, and he acquired 2 enigmatic fragments, which amalgamated into an object that stirred his heart, the power of ice release. Although ice release necessitates the coupling with water and wind release to manifest its full potential, it amplifies their might and introduces a freezing effect that slows down movement, diminishes defense, and can even extinguish life outright. Moreover, ice release can be elevated to the bloodline limit of ice release, which is the true allure for Natsum Haru. After all, at its zenith, Ice Release possesses the capability to freeze time and space. This ability has long been coveted by him, and now it is on the verge of becoming a reality. Naturally, this knowledge is privy only to Natsume Haru, and he must surpass the threshold of 9,000 experience points to unlock this skill. What has Natsume Haru been doing in his downtime? Not training, but rather indulging in hot springs and wandering aimlessly, living a remarkably pleasant life. One day, he ventured into the serene forest behind the Kenoha camp, intending to alleviate the murderous intent brewing within him, only to encounter an unexpected visitor, the weary and exhausted Might Guy, who had just concluded an intense training session. Chapter 177. Might Guy, come forth, Natsume Haru. May I engage in a spar with you? Might Guy inquired, his face alight with anticipation as he bowed deeply. Despite knowing that Natsume Haru might very well decline his request, he felt compelled to take a chance. He vividly recalled that when he first proposed this idea, apart from Kakashi, everyone else dismissed him as delusional, declaring it a futile endeavor. Yet, Might Guy remained undeterred. He was determined to try. For how could he know the outcome without making an attempt? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Might Guy felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Drenched in sweat from anxiety, as Natsume Haru remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps this was a lost cause, he thought to himself. He yearned for a miracle to unfold, although he understood that miracles seldom graced his life. Nonetheless, as long as there existed even the slightest possibility, he was willing to give it a shot. Certainly, Might Guy was unsure if he had misheard, but as he looked up in astonishment, he saw Natsume Haru glance at him before turning away. Follow me. Thank you very much. Might Guy bowed once more, his heart swelling with gratitude as he hurriedly followed after him. And thus, they commenced their encounter in that very place. Natsume Yang brought Might Guy to a level clearing, where they stood apart, and he signaled him to commence. I'm ready. At this stage, Might Guy was not particularly remarkable. He had merely scraped through the chunin exams, lacking any notable brilliance. Were it not for his close association with Kakashi, it is likely that few would even recognize him. Bang. Ultimately, due to a lack of formal training, Might Guy's execution of power was somewhat unrefined, failing to fully harness his strength. Natsume Yang lifted his leg to confront his opponent, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying away. However, to his astonishment, Might Guy immediately sprang back into action, charging forward once more. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a whirlwind kick aimed directly at Natsume Yang's upper body. Just as Natsume prepared to respond, he witnessed Guy suddenly perform a handstand, his legs spinning like a whirlwind, which caught Natsume off guard and forced him to retreat. The Leaf Hurricane. When it comes to mastering this technique, no one surpasses Might Guy. The ferocity of his kicks left even Natsume Yang in awe, as he was once again driven back by Guy's relentless assault. Truly, Might Guy is formidable. Natsume Y stood firm, confronting the charging Might Guy with a powerful kick that sent him reeling. Then, bending low, he pivoted and struck Might Guy's chin with a precise kick, swiftly vanishing from sight only to reappear behind him, delivering another forceful blow before darting to a different location to continue his assault. This relentless cycle created a tapestry of Natsume Y's shadow across the sky, leaving Might Guy utterly unable to retaliate. Boom. Naturally, sensing the formidable nature of his opponent, Natsume Y held back his final devastating strike, sending Might Guy sprawling instead. Huh. Truly, Natsume Y is formidable. It is evident that mere physical techniques would not suffice against you. Thus, I must resort to this. Rising from the ground, panting heavily, Might Guy crouched down to loosen the bindings on his face. Bring it on. In Natsume's eyes glimmered a hint of anticipation. In the world of Naruto, the fastest in terms of physical speed is Might Guy. He pondered how formidable this young individual, Guy, would become. Chapter 178. I am waiting, Might Guy. As the words fell, the spot where Guy had stood was already devoid of his presence. Boom. Before Natsume Yang, Might Guy suddenly appeared, unleashing a powerful punch that cleaved through the air, accompanied by a palpable force of wind. Bang. Yet, such velocity was not enough to thwart him. He met the attack head-on. Bang. Might Guy flickered once more, but still found himself thwarted by Natsume Yang. Bang. 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 Might Guy launched a flurry of strikes, transforming into a mere phantom, desperately seeking a chink in Natsume Yang's armor. He could not believe that Natsume Yang possessed no vulnerabilities whatsoever. Unfortunately, Might Guy ultimately came to the disheartening realization that Natsume Yang truly had no flaws, or perhaps, his own speed simply fell short of the mark necessary to uncover any. Several times he contemplated employing his ultimate technique, the evening elephant, to secure victory, Yet regrettably, Natsum never afforded him the opportunity. In the end, after a forceful clash of their knees, he was compelled to retreat in resignation. He was at an impasse. Let this be the conclusion. Might Guy despondently rose from the ground, gazing at Natsum as he spoke. This is the end. Natsum brow furrowed slightly, expressing a hint of disappointment as he replied, I will continue to strive, Natsum. One day, I shall become even more exceptional than I am today. I promise. Might Guy cast a determined glance at Natsum, mustering his courage to shout at him. Haha. Natsum chuckled lightly, turning away. To Might Guy? This seemed to reflect disdain and mockery. After all, Natsum was a prodigy, even more gifted than Kakashi, while he himself was merely a laggard, lacking even the basic skills of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The chasm between them was insurmountable. I will become even more exceptional. Might Guy clenched his fists, his body trembling as he shouted with fervor, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This was his dream, one he was determined to realize. Suddenly, Natsum halted, turning his back to Might Guy, raising his right hand and clenching it tightly, declaring in a solemn tone, I await you, Might Guy. Those who believe in miracles are, in themselves, remarkable like miracles. One day, you shall prove your worth. Even relying solely on taijutsu, you can become a great ninja. Until then, please have faith in your boundless potential and persevere, for you are indeed a rare gem of relentless talent. His words resonated profoundly, stirring Might Guy to the point of tears, though he valiantly held them back. Natsum, the second person to believe in him aside from his father, held an unwavering faith in his potential for success. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he vowed to become stronger. At last, Might Guy could no longer contain himself. With his right arm shielding his tears, he shouted towards Natsum-yo's retreating figure, It's a promise. Natsum-yo replied affirmatively, whether it was a spontaneous impulse or mere idleness. The words spoken by Natsum-yo on that day were destined to give rise to a formidable ninja within the ninja world, a ninja imbued with unyielding conviction. In the afternoon, Natsum-yo unexpectedly received news of a mission requiring his immediate participation. Come with me at once, Minato Namikaze announced, his expression grave as he regarded Natsum-yo. Understood. Natsum-yo's face bore no expression. He was acutely aware of the nature of this mission. Had the time for the Battle of Kamikakushi Bridge finally arrived? Following behind Minato Namikaze, Natsum-yo pondered this in his mind. At this juncture, he could conceive of no other reason for Minato to summon him than the imminent battle. Chapter 179. The Battle of Kamikakushi Bridge begins. Our mission this time is to traverse the land of grass and sabotage the supply lines of Iwagakure, thereby bringing an end to this protracted conflict. As anticipated, upon reaching their destination, Minato articulated the specifics of their undertaking. It was indeed the Battle of Kamikakushi Bridge that Natsum had envisioned. Their task was to disrupt the supply line, while the direct confrontation with IWA shinobi would be handled by Hinata Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikaku among others, whose objective was to stall the main forces of IWA shinobi and alleviate the pressure on Minato and his team. Ding. Host detected about to participate in battle. Mission issued, sabotage Iwagakure's supply lines. Rewards, experience points 800, gold 1600, genjutsu resistance 5, sealing speed 2. The system's voice resonated once more within Natsum-yo's mind. Yet this time the rewards sparked a flicker of anticipation. He cast a glance at his attribute panel and stumbled upon an intriguing revelation. Unlike experience points, the total for genjutsu resistance was capped at 100, and the value for sealing speed stood at merely 50. Once maxed out, no further progression was possible. Thus upgrades would be rather sluggish. How interesting. He had initially contemplated learning a few genjutsu to bolster his resistance, but it now appeared entirely unnecessary. Natsum-yo held great confidence in the system's metrics, as they were all derived from the overarching world of Naruto. This implied that the pinnacle of genjutsu equated to his 100 points of resistance. No higher thresholds would be encountered. Let us depart, Minato declared, casting a glance at the four before they set off towards the battlefield. The significance of this mission could not be overstated. Upon its successful completion, the supply chain of IWA shinobi would be severed. Devoid of supplies, the frontline IWA shinobi would be unable to sustain their combat efforts, forcing them to either concede defeat or seek a truce. There was no alternative. If Iwagakure capitulated, the Third Shinobi World War would come to a close. 2 days later, having traversed much of the land of grass, Minato and his companions were on the verge of reaching the supply lines of Iwagakure, a collective sigh of relief escaping their lips. At that moment, Minato and Natsume simultaneously glanced back, and in a flash, they vanished from their positions, only to hear the clashing sound of metal behind them. It seemed Iwagakure harbored a number of formidable warriors. Their stealthy approach had been surprisingly detected. Suddenly, each of the two individuals found themselves facing an opponent, and beside them, a multitude of rock ninjas surged forth, easily numbering over 30. Among them, the ranks of J-nin and Ch-nin were equally represented. This posed quite a predicament. Natsume furrowed his brow, his expression revealing a profound seriousness. Although he was aware of the formidable defenses surrounding the supply line, he had not anticipated their strength to such an extent, with so many elite ninjas present. No wonder the experience points awarded by the system amounted to 800. It certainly made sense. Natsume cast a glance at the encircled Kakashi and his companions, his expression growing increasingly grave. Although he was aware that the battle at Kanazuki Bridge would transpire, the particulars eluded his memory, leaving him uncertain about the forthcoming events. The only detail he recalled was that Uchiha Obito would meet his demise on the battlefield. Little did they expect. The golden flash and the cold light of Kenoha would encounter us here. Today, I shall annihilate all of you, and then decisively breach Kenoha's defenses. Seizing the lands of the Fire Country, the leading Jonin wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, trembling with excitement, as if he could already envision his team's triumphant victory. Chapter 180. Come and strike me. Enough, brother. It is time to awaken from this daydream. Cease uttering such impractical fantasies. How utterly disgraceful. Do you truly believe you possess the strength to eliminate us? What is this? Your expression betrays your disbelief. Come, give it your all, if you can breach our defenses. I shall concede defeat. Natsume beckoned him with a dismissive gesture, his tone dripping with disdain. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation, one that would infuriate anyone. Damn it. All of you, advance. Eliminate that accursed Kenoha cold light. The leading Jonin had never endured such contempt, his eyes blazing with fury as he unsheathed his blade and charged at Natsume. However, he was abruptly intercepted by Namikaze Minato, who had vanished from his previous opponent's sight before they could even register his absence. Come on, do strike me. I relish this look of yours. Filled with disdain, yet utterly impotent against me, Natsume Yoichi's unusual provocations are driving this rock ninja captain to the brink of madness. Had it been someone else daring to taunt him, he may not have spiraled into such fury. Yet, the individual before him is none other than the infamous Kenoha Hongguang, a target of universal disdain among the rock-hidden village. The allure of vengeance has been successfully ignited. It is time to adopt a more serious demeanor. A glint of cold light flashed in Natsume's eyes as he violently thrust his arms, forcefully propelling the J-nin before him backward. In the blink of an eye, he employed the body flicker technique, instantly appearing behind the J-nin, his spirit, gleaming with a chilling radiance, aimed directly at the vulnerable spot of his back. The J-nin, taken aback, swiftly sidestepped, and while evading, he rapidly formed hand seals, then forcefully pressed his hand against the ground, exclaiming, "Doton, earthen spear." In that moment, the earth trembled violently, and a multitude of razor-sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, surging toward Natsume, compelling him to retreat hastily. Attempting to evade was futile. He was determined to witness the legendary cold light of Kenoha in action. A fierce glimmer ignited in the J-nin's eyes as he swiftly formed hand seals once more, pounding the ground and declaring, "Doton, Earth Dragon Bullet." Suddenly, a colossal, menacing head burst forth from the earth behind Natsume, tearing through the air like a phantom, so swiftly that there was scarcely time to react. Bang! Natsume was similarly caught off guard, propelled forcefully away, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment as he collided with the sharp earthen spikes ahead. What is this so-called Kenoha's cold light? Merely a child, how formidable could he be? Observing this, the assailant sneered, only to witness Natsume being impaled through the chest by the earth spikes, offering no sign of resistance whatsoever. Natsume, upon hearing that dreadful scream, the IWA ninja's vigilance was instantly diminished by more than half. Furthermore, even Natsume's companion, Uchiha Obito, expressed his concern aloud. Haha, kid. What chance do you have to worry about others? You ought to focus on yourself. The opponent facing Uchiha Obito was also a J-nin, albeit one who had recently been promoted and was relatively weak, yet still posed a challenge for Obito. Damn it. Not only was Uchiha Obito in such a predicament, but even the typically composed Kakashi displayed signs of worry in his eyes. Haha, what Kenoha's cold light? Merely this. The J-nin chuckled with satisfaction at Uchiha Obito's condition. But in the very moment he looked up, he perceived a glint of cold light flash by, causing his smile to freeze on his face. Chapter 181. Who are you underestimating? With a sickening sound, a severed head tumbled to the ground, rolling away. While the headless corpse thudded heavily to the earth, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground crimson. Who are you underestimating? Natsumu coldly remarked as he flicked the blood from his blade. The Natsumu who had been struck down transformed into a cascade of water, revealing himself to be but a water clone. In an instant, Natsumu vanished from his original position, reappearing behind an IWA J-nin who swung a fist towards him. You damned fool, die. When Natsumu reappeared, he saw the rock ninja charging directly towards him, exuding a concentrated aura. Is this body technique? How intriguing. Natsum's lips curled into a subtle smile as he leapt directly towards the IWA ninja. Witnessing this scene, the IWA ninja was instantly elated, his eyes betraying a frenzied and violent fervor, as if proclaiming, "You are doomed, kid." Indeed, in a contest of physical prowess against the IWA ninja, barring a few exceptional practitioners of taijutsu, most would be utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying might of the Iwagakure shinobi. As Natsum drew ever closer to the IWA ninja, the distance shrinking to less than the breadth of a finger, a broad smile suddenly illuminated Natsum's face. In a flash, like the wind, he gracefully slipped past the IWA ninja. You little brat, don't think. The IWA ninja had barely turned around, his words unfinished, when a crimson line abruptly appeared across his neck, blood gushing forth. Clutching his throat, he was left in a state of shock and disbelief, yet it was utterly futile. As he collapsed heavily to the ground, his blood once again staining the earth a deep red. My apologies, but I have no intention of engaging you in a battle of strength. Natsum Yang wiped the blood from his spirit-slaying sword, and as if he had made a sudden discovery, he vanished from his position. In that fleeting moment of his disappearance, the earth beneath him erupted, with sharp spikes piercing through the ground. Had it not been for Natsum Yang's swift reflexes, he would have been impaled. Do not engage him individually, attack together, bellowed the captain of the Rock Hidden. Understood. The Rock Ninjas, not foolish, recognized that facing him alone would spell certain defeat, and thus refrained from confronting Natsum Yang in isolation. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. As Natsum Y alighted, the Rock Ninja immediately sensed his presence. Suddenly, a massive Earth Dragon's head materialized before Natsum, compressing the air as it surged towards him. This strike was evidently far more refined than those of the previous two adversaries, leaving Natsum no opportunity for an instantaneous evasion. Behind him, Rock Ninja 2, with clenched stone fists, barreled forward like a cannonball, offering Natsum no chance to form hand seals in response. Wind Release, Rasengan. However, Natsum required no hand seals, extending his right hand forward. He unleashed a Rasengan the size of a basketball, which collided with the Earth Dragon, shattering its menacing head. Immediately after, Natsum formed a Shadow Clone Seal. Upon creating a clone, he swiftly pivoted to face the approaching Rock Ninja 2, releasing two exceptionally sharp waves of sword energy to counter him. In a blink, he vanished, appearing behind Rock Ninja 2, poised to claim his life with a single strike when suddenly, a piercing sound of rapid movement surged from his left. Chapter 182. The Divine Natsum Y. What? Natsumyo was somewhat taken aback, as evasion in midair proved utterly impossible. He witnessed an enraged Earth Dragon barreling towards him, rapidly enlarging in his vision, and in an instant, he was sent hurtling away. Bang! However, just as the Rock Ninja trio began to display expressions of delight at their successful ambush on Natsumyo, the figure that had been launched away abruptly transformed into a wooden substitute. The real Natsumyo suddenly materialized behind them, his voice icy as he uttered, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Before the Rock Ninja trio could react, the frigid blade of the spirit-cutting sword pierced through one of their chests. Yet, Natsumyo's countenance revealed no trace of elation. The Rock Ninja, having been impaled by Natsumyo, unexpectedly disintegrated into a pile of stones. "Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp," exclaimed the second Rock Ninja, who had narrowly escaped being dispatched from behind by Natsumyo, pressing his hands to the ground. "This is bad." Natsumyo had no time to react as his legs were suddenly ensnared. Just then, the Rock Shinobi, who had escaped underground using the Earth Release, Shadow Clone technique, emerged directly from beneath the earth. With his right arm encased in a rock fist, he was not satisfied, fearing he could not sufficiently injure Natsumyo. He bellowed once more, "Earth Release, Heavy Rock technique. Die, brat." He could not fathom that Natsumyo could evade such an onslaught. "Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere." At the moment the rock fist was about to strike, Natsumu muttered softly, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that coalesced into a spiraling sphere in his hand, propelling it directly towards the rock shinobi. Natsumu, perish. Suddenly, the rock shinobi too, who maintained the yellow spring swamp, appeared behind Natsumu, thrusting a kunai towards his back with lethal intent. Hiss! Natsumu felt a chill run down his spine, the hairs on his body standing on end as he instinctively gasped in shock. The threat of death had arrived with such abruptness that it left him momentarily disoriented. Water release, water severing wave. Just as the rock ninja believed he could dispose of Natsumu effortlessly, a white streak tore through the air before his eyes, magnifying in intensity as it hurtled toward his head, prompting him to retreat in alarm. Even though he reacted swiftly and evaded the fatal blow, the blade grazed past him, severing his ear and causing blood to pour forth, eliciting a pained howl as he clutched his injury. Meanwhile, Natsumu shadow clone had already been vanquished by Minato Namikaze, who swiftly formed hand seals to unleash his jutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. A magnificent torrent of water erupted forth, crashing down with a deafening roar, causing the faces of the rock ninjas to pale as they hurriedly formed seals to defend themselves. Kakashi, lightning release. Suddenly, Natsumu's shadow clone shouted at Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi, who had just freed himself from his adversaries, instantly comprehended Natsumu's intention. Within a mere second, he completed the hand seals and transformed into a lightning figure. Lightning release, ground walking. The frenzied bolts of lightning coalesced into a dense network, spreading outwards and causing the rock shinobi, who were about to unleash their jutsu, to curse in dismay and hastily leap into the air to evade. Now is the moment. Uchiha Obito, fire style, fireball jutsu. Natsumu shadow clone flashed with a piercing light in his eyes as he bellowed at Uchiha Obito. In the next instant, he swiftly withdrew a kunai from the ground and vanished from sight. It was clear. What Kakashi could comprehend, Uchiha Obito was equally capable of grasping. Without hesitation, he rapidly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply, and unleashed a terrifying fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, directed at the airborne targets. Chapter 183, Awakening the Eyes, Double Tomo. With a resounding whoosh, the sky was instantly engulfed in a fiery crimson hue, amidst which a sleek glimmer of cold light darted through. In midair. There was no escape from the onslaught of the colossal fireball. The IWA shinobi emitted a cacophony of screams, plummeting to the ground like dumplings. For those IWA shinobi who fell to the earth, as long as they were still able to move, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze spared no mercy, eliminating them without hesitation. Those who lay motionless bore crimson gashes upon their throats, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This was, of course, the handiwork of Natsumu's shadow clone. Yet, even with their formidable prowess, the trio was not infallible. One IWA shinobi, who had fallen beside Lin in the field, suddenly opened his eyes and charged toward her like a cannonball, roaring with savage fury, prepared to accompany me in death. What? Both Minato and Kakashi were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the deception of the feigned death. By the time they realized the peril, it was far too late. No. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in terror as he shouted in alarm. No one could reach Lin in time, or so the IWA shinobi believed. He gazed into Lin's wide, fearful eyes, and a sense of twisted satisfaction filled him. With a thrust of the kunai, the IWA shinobi met his end. In that moment, Obito erupted in despair, a chilling aura emanating from him as his Sharingan awakened, revealing the double tomo. Impossible! The IWA shinobi gasped in disbelief before collapsing to the ground, prompting Obito to look up in alarm. He witnessed Natsumu shadow clone standing protectively in front of Lin, having intercepted the lethal attack. Embedded in the IWA shinobi's chest was the sharp kunai. Boom! Natsumu's shadow clone vanished with a resounding pop, leaving Harano Rin trembling as she fell to the ground. Uchiha Obito rushed over, concerned. Are you all right? I'm fine, thanks to Natsumu. Harano Rin replied, her voice quivering, her pupils still reflecting her lingering fear. That hurts. As the memories of the shadow clone returned to his original body, Natsumu instinctively cried out in pain. His gaze sharpened instantly. And the wind release. Rasen Shuriken expanded dramatically, breaking through the earth release, Doton Ryu, and crashing heavily into the body of the Jainin. The wind release. Rasen Shuriken enveloped the Jainin, propelling him violently away, staining the earth crimson. The IWA Jainin was beyond saving. Doton, Iwakuzushi no Jutsu. Seizing the opportunity while evading the strike from the shadow clone, IWNE number 2, Unleash the Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Charging at Natsumyo with ferocity akin to that of a wolf, offering him no respite. Die, you wretched brat. Yet, just as he believed victory was within his grasp, Natsumyo suddenly activated the wind body flicker technique, disappearing from his original position and reappearing behind him. With swift hand seals, he executed water release, swayed in Noha. The IWNE's pupils constricted as he hurriedly formed seals, countering with earth release, Doton Yari. A resounding thud echoed as the air quaked violently, and he was sent flying like a mere sandbag. Whoosh! Natsumyo flickered once more, suddenly appearing before him. The spirit-slaying blade emitted a chilling brilliance, piercing through the body of the astounded Jonin. Chapter 184. Unbelievable, this boy. Earth release, weighty rock technique. However, the blade narrowly missed the vital point. As the Jonin seized Natsum's hands, invoking the weighty rock technique to pin him in place, his face contorted with madness as he shouted, "Let us perish together." As he spoke, a sinister grin crossed the face of a nearby Awagakure Jonin, who quickly formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Earth release, earth rise. Yet, before he could channel chakra into the earth to execute the jutsu, a flash of golden light darted past, causing him to widen his eyes in shock as he fell to the ground in defeat. "There is no way I'll let you succeed," Minato Namikaze declared coldly, seizing the flying thunder god Kanai from the ground. Success. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before Minato's eyes. Another IWA ninja emerged from beneath the earth, his gaze filled with ferocity, and with a swift motion, he pierced through both Natsum and the Jonin who had captured him. No, Minato gasped, but it was too late. Wind release, spiraling sphere. Just as the Jonin believed he had dealt with Natsum, a wind release, spiraling sphere suddenly appeared from behind him, rapidly enlarging in his vision, forcing him to retreat in horror. However, the spiraling sphere, as if possessing its own consciousness, swelled further, leaving him no time to evade, and it engulfed him completely. No. The Jonin cried out in despair, never anticipating such a turn of events. He had not expected that, even with his heart pierced. Natsum would still possess the strength to retaliate. The spiraling sphere transformed into a brilliant crimson mist as fragments of flesh and bone splattered outward, leaving the Jonin as nothing more than a grotesque skeletal remnant. After dispatching this Jonin, Natsum broke free from the grip of the second IWA ninja, disregarding the blood gushing from his wounds, and pulled the long blade from his chest. He then retrieved a vial of red potion from his torso and, tilting his head back, gulped it down in one swift motion, so swiftly that even Hiruno Rin had no time to react. To their astonishment, Natsum's wound began to visibly writhe, pulsating with vitality before healing and restoring itself. Hiruno Rin and Uchiha Obito exchanged shocked glances, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. The remaining rock ninjas present were utterly astonished by the terrifying regenerative speed exhibited by Natsum Y, which ignited an even more profound murderous intent within them. They resolutely could not allow Natsum Y to recover, were it not for his presence. Despite the formidable prowess of the Golden Flash, the duo of Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin would not have suffered such catastrophic losses. In a mere 4 to 5 minutes, the original contingent of over 30 rock ninjas dwindled to a mere 10, and among them, were Ch-nin. Natsumyo's actions have inflicted devastating losses upon the rock shinobi, and it is inconceivable that they would allow him to escape unpunished. However, would Minato Namikaze stand idly by while Natsumyo is eliminated? Certainly not. To eliminate Natsumyo, they must first seek the consent of Minato Namikaze. Chapter 185, Where the Cold Light Shines, Death Awaits. The rock shinobi are acutely aware of Minato Namikaze's formidable prowess. Upon seeing him stand protectively in front of Natsumyo, they promptly abandon their intentions and begin to form hand seals, invoking Earth Style, Flying Rock Bullet. As they utter this incantation, stones the size of millstones soar through the air like cannonballs, their power resonating with a thunderous roar. Earth Style, Earth Wall. Kakashi swiftly forms hand seals and presses his hands to the ground, channeling chakra as 4 solid earthen walls rise from the earth, providing shelter for the group within. Prepare to meet your end. The 4 Ch-nin charge towards the earth walls, transforming into phantoms that rush toward Natsumyo and his companions. Earth Style, Groundquake Core. Just as it seems that Uchiha Obito is about to launch an attack on these 4 rock shinobi, a voice echoes, and the ground beneath Kakashi and the others suddenly erupts, interrupting Obito's hand seals and propelling them toward the 4 rock shinobi. All of you shall perish. The 4 roar in unison, envisioning their triumph over Kakashi and the others. However, just as they believe victory is within their grasp, a flash of cold light darts past. And the 4ch feel a chilling sensation wash over them, rendering them powerless. Their bodies become leaden, plummeting to the ground. It is then they realize that Natsum-yo has vanished from their sight. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Just as Natsum-yo reappears, one rock shinobi swiftly detects him and unleashes an Earth Dragon Bullet, forcing Natsum-yo to draw his sword in defense. He is propelled through the air like a cannonball, crashing into the earth and creating a massive crater over 10 meters wide. Such an opportunity is not to be squandered. The rock shinobi recognize it as the perfect chance to eliminate Natsum-yo. Earth-style, Earth Spike. A particularly murderous rock shinobi slams his hand onto the ground, pouring chakra into it, causing a multitude of sharp earth spikes to erupt, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Natsum-yo. Finally, he is dead. The rock shinobi exclaims with unrestrained joy upon witnessing the event. Yet, in that very moment, a sharp warning pierces the air. Beware of what lies behind you. What? Startled, he turns around, only to meet the cold gaze of another. A flash of chilling light passes, leaving him wide-eyed in terror. How is this possible? He collapses to the ground, witnessing the Natsum-yo he thought he had pierced transform into a puddle of water. How had this been achieved? He was perplexed, unable to close his eyes in death, utterly bewildered as to when Natsum Haru had conjured this water clone. He had been watching Natsum Haru the entire time, missing not a single moment. Yet, Natsum Haru had indeed summoned the water clone. Simultaneously, while Natsum Haru dispatched the enemy J-nin, Minato Namikaze and his companions were enduring assaults from the remaining 5 J-nin. However, under the formidable speed of Minato Namikaze, what could 5 J-nin accomplish? He single-handedly held them at bay, leaving no one with the opportunity to unleash their jutsu. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito Uchiha were tasked with providing support, disrupting the rhythm of the IWA shinobi's defenses, which resulted in the elimination of 2 more IWA shinobi. In the blink of an eye, only 3 J-nin remained. Chapter 186. It must come to an end. Lord Minato, it is time to conclude this. Natsum suddenly cast a glance at Minato Namikaze, his complexion pale as he coughed softly. Indeed, it is time to bring this to a close. Minato responded, and in an instant, both he and Natsum vanished from the spot. Be cautious, they are approaching. The remaining 3 IWNin were struck with terror. Minato and Natsum were nothing short of their worst nightmare, for the swiftness of these two was simply unparalleled. Whoosh! Natsum Waisha emerged behind a seasoned jonin, brandishing his spirit-slaying blade in an upward arc. The jonin, taken aback, hastily attempted to defend himself, only to witness Natsum suddenly elevate his right leg and forcefully stamp down upon his right arm. The immense power propelled him backward. Kenoha Hurricane. Natsum, emboldened by his rising power, lunged forward with a swift step, delivering a fierce kick that propelled the stone ninja back an additional 5 meters. Infuriated, the stone ninja seethed. How dare you go too far? To which Natsum retorted with a mocking laugh. Go too far? Huh, what of it? What can you possibly do to me? Natsum appeared before the like a gust of wind, wielding his slashing spirit blade with the force of 1,000 mountains. With a swift motion, sparks flew and the clash of metal resonated through the air, as though was sent hurtling backwards with a stifled grunt, his expression reflecting immense pain. After propelling thee away, Natsum advanced again with deliberate steps, akin to a cat toying with its prey, relishing the moment rather than rushing to a swift conclusion. However, that was not to be underestimated. As he retreated, he gritted his teeth and formed seals, unleashing a formidable aura that materialized into a colossal head erupting from the earth, crashing into Natsum with tremendous force. In response, the once more formed seals, and the ground shook violently as 18 sturdy rock pillars erupted from the earth, creating an unyielding cage to ensnare Natsum. Yet, with a sudden pop, the captured Natsum transformed into a wooden substitute, while the real Natsum emerged from the side of the, darting towards the like a leopard. He wielded his slashing spirit blade, releasing a flurry of razor-sharp sword energy, forcing the to evade once more. Water release, water-severing wave. As Natsum swiftly formed his seal, he inhaled deeply, and a dense mist enveloped him. Subsequently, he unleashed a white torrent of water that sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, piercing the abdomen of the J-nin. The J-nin cried out in agony, but this was not the crux of the matter. In an instant, Natsum turned his head sharply, and the razor-sharp wave of water severed the J-nin as effortlessly as tearing a piece of paper. Natsum advanced, and with a swift stroke of his spirit blade, he cut through the J-nin's windpipe, mercifully ending his suffering. Not far away, Natsum-yo had just managed to dispatch his opponent, while the renowned Minato Namikaze had similarly triumphed over his adversary. With only one J-nin remaining, both warriors turned their gazes toward him, causing the beleaguered J-nin, who was embroiled in a fierce battle with Kakashi, to involuntarily gasp in fear and, without a moment's hesitation, flee. After him, Namikaze and Natsum exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously uttering the command before vanishing from their positions. I cannot die. The J-nin dared not glance back at the unfolding scene. He instinctively understood that both Namikaze and Natsum would be in hot pursuit. Chapter 187. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Water release. Water severing wave. At that moment, the J-nin heard Natsum's soul-piercing voice ring in his ears, followed by a swift, whistling sound slicing through the air. He could not bring himself to look back, instead relying on his instincts to evade to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before he could even land, 3 additional sounds of slicing air erupted behind him, each one slightly slower than the last, perfectly timed to intercept him at the moment of his descent, leaving him no chance for evasion. With a piercing thud, the J-nin felt his right leg struck repeatedly, 3 white streaks piercing through him, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion paling. Then, another kunai shot forth, striking his left leg, causing it to give way as he knelt helplessly on the ground, his mobility severely compromised. Have you decided how you will meet your end? Natsum wielded the soul-cutting blade, each step echoing as if he were treading upon the very heart of his adversary, an aura of terror erupting forth. Yet, just as Natsum was poised to unleash the wind instantaneous technique, an abrupt voice halted his advance. Allow me, Natsum. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared like a specter behind the J-nin, his kunai gleaming with a fierce chill, poised to slice through the man's throat. Damn it. Do not mistake me for a mere lamb to be slaughtered. I refuse to perish here. The J-nin bellowed, thrusting his hands into the earth, causing the ground to tremble ominously. A surge of sharp, electric light erupted from beneath, forcing both Natsum and Minato to retreat hastily. You 2 fools have fallen into my trap. Earth release, Earth Dragon Spear. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he slammed his hands against the ground once more. Suddenly, a colossal dragon's head burst forth from the soil, charging towards the duo, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp earth spikes with a velocity too swift for them to evade. Ha ha, perish. The rock ninja cackled, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of vengeance, convinced that no one could possibly evade such a strike in midair. Uft, uft. Both Minato and Natsum appeared utterly unprepared, shock etched upon their faces as they were pierced mercilessly. How is this possible? Lin Nara and Uchiha Obito gasped in horror, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and dread. What is the panic? Look closely. How could our teacher and Natsum be so easily defeated? Kakashi remarked indifferently, casting a sidelong glance at the 2. Haha, what golden flash, what glimmer of Kenoha. Just this. The rock ninja sneered, his fierce gaze now fixed upon Kakashi and the others, charging recklessly towards them. Bang. However, as he leaped forward, he was unexpectedly repelled as if struck by a heavy blow, sent sprawling back by an illusion. Who is it? The rock ninja shouted, looking ahead, only to find no one in sight. What? Are you delighted to have hit one of my water clones? Natsum-yo's voice suddenly resonated behind the rock ninja, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Without granting him the slightest chance to react, the spirit-slaying blade pierced directly through the man's chest. The unfortunate victim, rendered into a sieve, was merely a water clone of Natsum-yo, and the substitution would have Minato Namikaze. Throughout the encounter, he had not laid a finger on either of them. Chapter 188. You lead the way, Natsum-yo. Huh. I didn't expect you to take the lead. Minato remarked with a sigh as he reappeared, observing that Natsum had already dispatched the jonin. With a shake of his head, he added, Well, it is what it is. Is that so? Natsum replied with a chuckle. Natsum unsheathed his spirit-slaying blade, a flicker of secret brilliance flashing in his eyes as he sheathed the weapon and approached Namikaze Minato. Die, you scoundrel. Just as Natsum brushed past the esteemed jonin, the one he had pierced through the chest transformed into a pile of rocks. The true jonin emerged from the earth behind Natsum, wielding a kunai aimed directly at his unprotected back. No matter how one looked at it, there seemed to be no way for the unsuspecting Natsum to evade this lethal strike. Be careful, Uchiha Obito exclaimed in alarm, his eyes wide with urgency. Would he succeed? Kakashi pondered silently, almost querying Natsum. as he believed that Natsum would not be so easily struck. Yet, the sudden ambush from the rock ninja was so unforeseen that even they felt it was the end. Surely, Natsum had not anticipated this twist. How could he possibly dodge it? Just as the Jonin was on the verge of triumph, a chilling glint flashed by, severing all hope and life from the Jonin. How is this possible? The Jonin's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat. Did you think I was unaware of your earth clone technique? You have greatly underestimated me, Natsum. Natsum nonchalantly withdrew the spirit-slaying blade, shaking off the blood that adorned its surface before sheathing it once more. The seasoned shinobi clutched his throat, emitting a series of guttural gasps, his expression one of bitter defeat as he collapsed into a pool of crimson. This game of cat and mouse had been destined for such an outcome from the very beginning. Ah, you startled me. Upon witnessing the scene, Uchiha Obito exhaled deeply, sinking to the ground in resignation. In that case, let us continue our infiltration. However, just as Minato Namikaze and his companions were poised to depart, a sudden, piercing cry from a hawk halted them in their tracks. What transpired at the front lines to warrant such a distress signal? The sight of the falcon caused Minato's brow to furrow with concern. It seems I shall not be able to join you in breaching enemy lines to dismantle their supplies. Removing the message from the hawk's leg, he read it, his expression hardening as he let out a sigh. There has been a problem at the front, hasn't there? Natsum cast a fleeting glance at Minato Namikaze and asserted with certainty. It was not that he was well versed in the plot. Rather, this hawk was indeed one of Kenoha's messenger birds, employed for the transmission of intelligence. The fact that a distress signal was sent at this moment, particularly from the eastern direction, strongly indicated that there were issues at the front lines. Indeed, the rock shinobi had suddenly dispatched over 100 additional forces to the battlefield, putting Kenoha in a precarious situation and necessitating a call for urgent assistance. Without further ado, Kakashi, as a Jonin, you will temporarily assume the role of captain and lead the three of them on this mission. With Natsum present, there should be no cause for concern. Having said this, Minato vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Kakashi no opportunity to protest. What a perplexing situation. Uchiha Obito and Haruno Rin exchanged bewildered glances, both taken aback. Enough of this. Let us proceed. The mission is of utmost importance. Natsum cast a glance at the trio, signaling Kakashi that it was time to set forth. Kakashi nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance with Natsum by his side. Delving deep into enemy territory was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Before long, as they progressed towards a small stream, they were confronted once more by a squad of rock ninjas. This time, in the absence of Minato and Namikaze, coupled with the unfavorable terrain, their fierce battle with the rock ninjas resulted in the abduction of Haruno Rin. What shall be done now? Natsum cast a glance at Kakashi, then at Uchiha Obito, who had just hesitated to rush out. He inquired, recalling that, if memory served him correctly, Obito was about to utter words that would profoundly impact Kakashi's life. The mission was of utmost importance, thus prioritizing its completion was imperative. Kakashi recollected the tragic fate of his father, who had sacrificed the mission for the sake of his comrades, only to face condemnation and ultimately take his own life. Consequently, without further contemplation, he resolutely chose to focus on the task at hand. He was determined not to repeat the mistakes of his father. Kakashi, what are you joking about? We must save Rin first. Obito vehemently disagreed, firmly believing that comrades should always take precedence over missions. He could not reconcile this version of Kakashi with the one he knew. Moreover, Rin was the person he cherished most. He would never permit her to come to harm. In the world of ninjas, even if it meant sacrificing comrades, the completion of the mission was deemed essential. That was the code. Kakashi shot Obito a cold glance before turning to Natsum. You share this sentiment, don't you? You bastard. Before Haru could respond, Obito surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kakashi sprawling to the ground. Grabbing Kakashi by the collar, he exclaimed, indeed, in the realm of ninjas, those who violate the rules are regarded as worthless. However, he paused, inhaling deeply, and continued, those who do not value their comrades are even less than worthless. I have always believed your father was a true hero. While this statement might not have struck a chord with Natsum, it hit Kakashi like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had always thought his father had erred and succumbed to regret. Yet, Obito's words suddenly awakened him to the possibility that his father's decision may have been the right one. Natsum, what is your opinion? After speaking, Obito turned to Haru, clenching his fists. He was acutely aware that, although Kakashi was officially the leader, Haru's words wielded significant influence. What do you think? Natsum smiled, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at Uchiha Obito, her expression brimming with intrigue. Uchiha Obito, you must understand that this mission is of utmost significance. Crucial enough to save countless lives. As Natsum Haru's words resonated, Uchiha Obito felt an immediate chill in his heart, his lips pressed tightly together in defiance. Fists clenched so hard they creaked. Yet, I find your argument quite compelling. Uchiha Obito, if you cannot even save your comrades, would you not be even less than a waste? There has never been a decree that tasks and comrades cannot coexist. If delaying even a moment could save more lives, I see no issue in it. Chapter 190, you will not regret this, Kakashi. Let us proceed, Uchiha Obito. If you do not rescue Rin Noara, I fear you shall harbor resentment towards me for eternity. Thank you immensely. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito could not help but let out a deep sigh of relief, then bowed deeply to Natsum Haru. Let us move forward, Kakashi. You shall not regret this decision. Natsum Yang cast a glance at Kakashi, who was still lost in thought, and called out to him before dashing forward. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi struggled momentarily before trailing behind the group, embarking on the quest to rescue Rin. The trio navigated through the terrain, following the traces of the rock shinobi until they arrived before a cave. This must be the place. Uchiha Obito gazed at the cave entrance, taking a deep breath. Steady yourself, Obito. There is no reason to feel anxious. Yet, Obito was still too tense, instinctively slapping his face, which caused Natsum Yang and Kakashi to pale instantly, knowing that such a noise would undoubtedly alert the rock shinobi. As expected, a rock shinobi suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, brandishing a kunai and lunging forward. Swoosh! Natsum Yang brandished his blade to block the attack, but to his surprise, this rock ninja proved rather cunning. After his strike failed, he retreated swiftly, employing a camouflage technique to vanish before the eyes of the trio. Be cautious. He has the ability to become invisible. Stay alert and sense his presence. Natsum Yang bellowed, feigning an air of caution. In truth, aside from Kakashi, both Natsum Yang and Uchiha Obito could perceive the presence of the enemy. Uchiha Obito, come forth and demonstrate your prowess. Natsum Yang squinted as he observed an enemy stealthily approach behind Uchiha Obito, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. You little brat. Prepare to meet your end. Unfortunately, before he could reveal himself and plunge the kunai into his foe, a sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. Uchiha Obito had already anticipated his move, driving the kunai through his chest. How is this possible? The rock ninja emerged, falling in defeat. He may have been unaware that whenever it concerned Lin of the original field, Uchiha Obito exhibited formidable prowess. Go. At this realization, Natsum Yang quickly dashed forward, delivering a swift strike to the neck of the rock ninja before vanishing into the cave like a flash of cold light. You wretched fiend. The two rock ninjas inside the cave, upon catching sight of Natsum Yang, were instantly filled with trepidation. The name of Natsum Yo, the shining light of Kenoha, has already echoed throughout the entire Iwagakure during the fierce battle, and practically every rock ninja has come to recognize this extraordinary prodigy, merely 11 years of age. Have you released my companion on your own accord, or shall I take matters into my own hands? Natsum Yo remarked, nonchalantly cleaning his ears, his expression dripping with disdain. You arrogant little brat, don't get too full of yourself, shouted the two IWA ninjas as they charged towards the bound figure of Haruno Lin, intending to use her as a human shield. Do you not realize you are courting death? However, with Natsum Yo's remarkable speed, could they truly succeed? Water release, great water arm technique. In an instant, Natsum Yoichi materialized before Nozomi Rin, his hands deftly forming seals. Two ethereal water whips surged forth, striking their faces with tremendous force, sending them hurtling through the air. I leave the two of you to it. At that moment, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito rushed in. Understood. They replied in unison, each darting towards a distinct rock ninja. Are you all right? Natsum Yo untied the bindings on Hara Rin and extended his hand with a smile. Chapter 191. Surprise. It's nothing. Hara Rin's delicate face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and placed her hand into Natsum Yo's, who then pulled her up from the ground. Raikiri. With Natsum Yo vigilantly watching from the side, the two rock ninjas were unable to unleash their true prowess, and in the blink of an eye, they fell victim to Raikiri, losing their lives. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito, equally unwilling to be outdone, feigned a maneuver to deceive the rock ninja before promptly dispatching them with a great fireball, thus concluding the battle. Hara Rin is in your hands, Uchiha Obito. Natsum Yo suddenly called out to Uchiha Obito, prompting both Hara Rin and Uchiha Obito to glance at each other simultaneously. They both felt their cheeks warm and instinctively lowered their heads. All right, it's time to leave. This place is far from safe. Natsum Haru suddenly drew his spirit-slaying blade, which left several onlookers somewhat perplexed. Reinforcements from a Wagakure had arrived. Natsum Yo explained briefly, then formed a series of hand seals to create a water clone that burst forth from the cave entrance. Upon emerging, the water clone was immediately struck and sent flying by a powerful punch. This is bad. It's a water clone. They've discovered us. The rock ninjas were taken aback. And in the next moment, several white streaks shot forth from the cave, forcing them to retreat hastily. Seizing this opportunity, Natsum and his companions swiftly exited the cave. Thankfully, everything was unfolding favorably. Afterward, he cast a glance at Uchiha Bido, leaving the latter somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it is you, the cold light of Kenoha. Reinforcements perched on branches, observing the leader Natsum Yo with grave expressions. This was a prodigy capable of contending with the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, whose strength was only marginally inferior to the illustrious Minato Namikaze. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary that warranted the utmost vigilance from the majority of rock ninjas. Very well, since you recognize me. Do you truly believe you still need to continue this battle? If you persist, you shall all meet your demise. Natsum Yo suddenly materialized behind the rock ninja leader and seized him. The rock ninjas gasped in shock, realizing that the Natsum they had been facing had vanished without a trace. You scoundrel! The moment he was captured, the rock ninja could not contain his rage but dared not move recklessly. Prepare to perish. Just then, another rock ninja appeared behind Natsum. His eyes filled with a savage fury, thrusting downward with unwavering conviction that Natsum could not evade this sudden assault. Natsum Yo was utterly unprepared, directly pierced through the body by this rock ninja. You! Natsum Yo gazed at the rock ninja in disbelief, his form plummeting downwards. Haha! What a mere flicker of Kenoha's cold light. It turns out to be nothing more than this. Witnessing the demise of Natsum Yo, the rock ninja couldn't help but erupt into a triumphant laughter. Be careful! Suddenly, a sharp warning echoed, startling him. Yet, before he could react, he felt a sudden pain in his chest. In disbelief, he looked down to find a gaping hole, the size of a finger, rapidly draining away his life force. How about that? Are you surprised? Natsum Haru emerged from his previous position, revealing that the IWA ninja struck only a wooden substitute. Chapter 192, Cooperation must be executed flawlessly. You bastard, come here. Upon witnessing this, the leading IWA ninja could not contain his fury. Just as he prepared to charge toward Natsum Haru and his companions, a crimson line suddenly appeared around his neck, and blood splattered in all directions in an instant. The IWA ninja leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, staring incredulously at Natsum Haru, before collapsing to the ground. Hiss! The remaining IWA ninjas, who had intended to advance, abruptly halted, gasping in shock as they beheld Natsum Haru. They were utterly unprepared for the sudden demise of two individuals, especially the captain. So, do you wish to try as well? Natsum Y cast his gaze towards the other rock shinobi, a smile gracing his lips as he brandished his spirit-cutting blade, taunting them with a playful challenge. Come on, do you lack the courage? How utterly disappointing. Perhaps you should rename yourselves the Village of Cowards. He shook his head, his tone sharp and biting. You scoundrel, perish. The rock shinobi, unaccustomed to such indignity, surged forward as a united front, 5 of them charging at him in a furious frenzy. Earth-style, Earthfall. As soon as they landed, one of the rock shinobi swiftly unleashed his ninjutsu, sending a massive earthen block resembling a wild boar crashing down towards Natsum and his comrades. Earth-style, Groundquake Core. Another rock shinobi immediately followed suit, invoking his technique as the very ground beneath Natsum and the others rose dramatically, a familiar tactic unfolding. Kakashi, Uchiha Bido, brace yourselves. Natsum Yo greeted the two individuals, and with a swift flash of his spirit-cutting blade, he cleaved the earthen mass resembling a wild boar into two, causing the rock ninjas to hastily evade. Water release, water severing wave. During the moment the rock ninja sought refuge, Natsum Yo seized the opportunity to form hand seals, and a substantial vapor of water emanated around him, manifesting as 5 white streams of water that precisely surged towards the rock ninjas. The ninjas, still reeling from their recent narrow escape from the earthen assault, were instantly taken aback and scrambled to evade once more. Water release, great waterfall technique. Natsum Yo formed seals again, and his abdomen swelled dramatically as a colossal wave of water surged forth from behind him, engulfing the rock ninjas in an instant. Some of them attempted to form hand seals, but Natsum Yo would not permit such an endeavor. Kakashi, it's your turn. In truth, without Natsum Yo's prompting, Kakashi was already aware of his next move. An expansive surge of lightning erupted above the torrent of water. A cacophony of anguished cries suddenly filled the air as the entire wave transformed into a dazzling sea of lightning. Obito, now it's your turn. Natsume called out to Uchiha Obito. With that, he manipulated the water currents to pull forth the rock ninjas. Understood. Uchiha Obito glanced gratefully at Natsume, recognizing that this was a deliberate gesture to allow him to claim the glory. Otherwise, dispatching these rock ninjas would have been a trivial task for Natsume, requiring no effort at all. With his hands moving swiftly to form seals, he unleashed a terrifying fireball nearly 10 meters in diameter, engulfing the 5 rock ninjas entirely. After a brief 2 seconds of horrified screams, silence fell, leaving no trace behind. Let us proceed, find a place to rest. Our mission is not yet complete, and we must continue our efforts. Natsume Haru uttered a brief declaration before dashing into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, as Natsume and his companions successfully rescued Haruka Rin. On the front lines of the battlefield, Namake's Minato performed a miraculous feat, solidifying his golden reputation as a veritable nightmare for the IWA ninjas. In Chapter 193, titled Heaven Truly Shows Favor, Minato employed his Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate 50 IWA elite ninjas in an instant, instilling a profound sense of dread within the IWA village and compelling the IWA ninjas to retreat. According to the recollections of the surviving IWA ninjas, they recounted, "In that fleeting moment, I beheld a flash of golden light darting before me. Then, I witnessed my comrades collapsing one by one, clutching their necks, as blood flowed like a river. It was a feat that could only be accomplished by a deity." Minato's formidable lethality swiftly alleviated the crisis at the Kenoha front lines, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Hinata Hizashi and others. After dispelling the threat at the front, Minato declined the entreaties of his comrades, utilizing the kunai entrusted to Kakashi, and with a flicker of the Flying Thunder God technique, reappeared before Kakashi and the others. Conversely, Natsume and his companions, having learned from their previous experiences, exercised great caution as they meticulously evaded the IWA ninja surveillance. Thus, they approached the crucial location of their mission, the Kamikaze Bridge, situated along the inevitable path behind the IWA forces. What lay ahead was a period of patient waiting. Natsume closed his eyes, resembling a lifeless corpse, concealing himself among the trees, not emitting a single extraneous breath. In light of this, let us also conceal ourselves. Minato Namikaze cast a glance at Uchiha Obito and the other two before seeking a vantage point that allowed for observation while remaining adequately hidden. During this time, Kakashi briefly outlined their plan to Minato, who expressed his strong approval. The waiting period is invariably protracted, and it is evident that Uchiha Obito is not one to remain still. Were it not for Minato's presence, he would likely have charged out by now. Suddenly, Minato seemed to sense something, pressing Obito's head back into the underbrush and directing his gaze towards the Kamikaze Bridge. There, a squad of rock shinobi escorted a group of medical ninjas, accompanied by a substantial amount of supplies, advancing towards the bridge. The contingent numbered around 50, comprising 20 jonin and 30 chunin, an imposing force that would prove difficult to contend with, had it not been for Minato's extraordinary speed. The higher-ups in Kenoha might not have reached this decisive conclusion. Such a lineup would be beyond the capabilities of most elite jonin. Prepare yourselves, Minato whispered to Kakashi and Obito, unperturbed by Natsume's presence. Damn those Kenoha ninjas. They are remarkably formidable. The battle remains unresolved even now. Who could have anticipated that after the relentless assaults from Tsunegakure and Kumogakure, we in Iwagakure would find ourselves at such a disadvantage? Yet, who could foresee the sheer strength of Kenoha's forces? The heavens seem biased. One golden flash was already troublesome enough, but now another icy brilliance from Kenoha emerges, adding to our woes. Enough of this chatter. The outcome of the war is not our concern. Let us focus on our own responsibilities. A figure who appeared to be the leader interrupted their inclination to continue discussing. The group was entirely oblivious to the presence of Minato and his companions, believing the vicinity to be devoid of threats, as it was, after all, their own territory. Yet, they could not fathom that Kenoha would dispatch a squad of elite ninjas deep into their rear, intent on disrupting their supply lines. Chapter 194. The Turning Point of War. Prepare. As the group reached the Kamikaze Bridge, Minato's expression suddenly hardened, his tone becoming frigid and serious. 3, 2, 1. At the instant he completed the countdown, Minato surged forth like a hawk, drawing 5 or 6 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, launching them towards the rock shinobi. Shadow clone technique of shuriken. Minato swiftly performed hand signs, and the kunai seemed to multiply exponentially, filling the sky with a seemingly infinite barrage that sent shivers down their spines. It is the golden flash, exercise caution. The leader immediately recognized Namikaze's Minato, prompting him to shout urgently. As the rain of shuriken descended, he swiftly performed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground, invoking Earth Style, Earth Wall. A towering earthen barrier, over 10 meters high, erupted from the ground, shielding the group before them. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of thunderous collisions resonated from the earthen wall, causing the entire Shinjuku bridge to tremble violently. Be vigilant. He cannot possibly be alone. There must be accomplices. The captain of the Iwagakure Jonin barked, his expression grim. The power of the Shuiken rain was formidable, causing significant cracks to mar the earth wall, which was on the verge of collapsing within mere seconds. Earth Style, Earth Wall. The other IWA ninjas quickly responded, with 2 more creating additional earth walls to fortify their defense, allowing the captain to breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the shuriken met the earth walls in a mutual destruction, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb. The IWA ninja captain immediately formed seals and unleashed an attack directed at Namikaze's Minato, as a dragon of earth surged upward from beneath him, racing toward Minato at an incredible speed. Observing this, Minato swiftly evaded, vanishing in an instant. Whoosh. After Minato's disappearance, Natsum-yo appeared before the IWA ninjas like a phantom. It's the Kenoha Cold Light. Someone among the IWA ninjas recognized him, gasping in astonishment. Water Style, Great Waterfall Technique. Natsum-yo uttered not a single word of superfluous chatter, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash a formidable torrent of water, crashing down upon the IWA ninja. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Do not even think of jeopardizing our supplies. Observing this, one of the IWA ninjas immediately formed seals and pressed his hands onto the ground, exclaiming, Earth Release, Earth Wall. Suddenly, a robust, slanted earthen barrier appeared before the crowd, intercepting the waterfall. Wind Release, Rasengan. Yet, while the attention of the IWA ninja was wholly captured by Natsum-yo, Minato Namikaze re-emerged behind the IWA captain, brandishing a Rasengan the size of a lead ball, launching it directly at him. I've been anticipating your arrival. However, in the face of this sudden assault, the IWA captain surprisingly shouted with enthusiasm, skillfully ducking to evade the Rasengan, and then seized Minato by the ankle, declaring, Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique. Boom. Minato felt his body become unbearably heavy in an instant, shattering the ground beneath him and creating a gaping pit nearly 5 meters deep, while his right foot began to petrify. Prepare to meet your end, Golden Flash. He hastily retreated, quickly forming seals and shouting, Earth Release, Earth Drilling Bullet. The ground beneath Minato fractured instantly, and just as he was about to be pierced by sharp earthen projectiles, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 195. Fainting to the east, attacking from the west. How is this possible? The IWA ninja gasped in astonishment, but before he could comprehend the situation, he felt an immense weight descend upon his shoulder, bending him over and forcing him to kneel. Then, he sensed a chill at his neck, his vision beginning to blur, and the weight upon his shoulder vanished in an instant. Blade of Wind. After swiftly dispatching the IWA captain, Natsum-yo embarked on a rapid spree of annihilation. Since he could not yet achieve the speed to eliminate a Jonin in an instant, he resolved to eradicate these chunin, as they were the primary force in escorting the supplies. The Grand Cascade technique he unleashed was merely a diversion to draw their attention. However, this tactic possessed a singular flaw. It was all too easy for the enemy to perceive. Once these Jonin caught on, Natsum-yo's slaughter would likely come to an end. Curse you, scoundrel. One IWA ninja slammed his hand onto the ground, summoning a colossal dragon's head to burst forth, its gaping maw unleashing a barrage of thundering stone projectiles, compelling Natsum-yo to retreat. I shall not let you escape. Under the interference of the high-ranking ninja, the nin from Iwagakure were not idle. They swiftly formed hand seals and launched an assault on Natsum-haru. In an instant, a barrage of earthen dragon projectiles and earthen spears surged forth, causing Natsum-haru to feel a twinge of apprehension. The unfortunate reality for these nin was their collective response time. Despite their numbers, there were several on the verge of advancing to the rank of J-nin. Moreover, the narrow expanse of the Kamakami-Kuin Bridge offered Natsum-haru limited room for evasion. The situation had not improved. Natsum-yo cast a glance towards Kakashi and Uchiha Bito, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. Uncertain of the precise arrival time of the rock shinobi, they had deliberately refrained from placing an excessive number of explosive tags upon the kamikaze bridge, aiming to avoid alarming their foes. Instead, they had devised a strategy wherein Minato, Namikaze, and Natsum would jointly engage the enemy, while Obito and Kakashi would be responsible for affixing the explosive tags, executing their plan simultaneously to obliterate the supplies of the rock shinobi. Thus, to expedite the completion of the task by Kakashi and Obito, Minato and Natsum needed to ensure that the attention of the rock shinobi was wholly captivated by them. Their conspicuous assault was a testament to this necessity. Wind Blade Technique. Natsum unleashed several fierce sword energies, obliterating the pursuing Earth Dragon projectiles and the emerging Earth Dragon spears. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished before the group of rock ninjas like a fleeting glimmer of cold light, deftly maneuvering past the ranks of a Wagakure's nin, causing a significant number to fall in an instant. Natsum did not linger. He leaped forward with the grace of a hunting cheetah, a basketball-sized spiraling orb materializing in his hand. He propelled it forward, causing a massive upheaval that sent the rock ninja flying. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. From behind, an elite rock ninja pursued relentlessly, exuding a formidable presence that compelled Natsum to retreat once more. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. However, as Natsum touched down, the ground beneath him transformed instantaneously into a treacherous marsh, ensnaring him without a moment's respite. Earth Release, Ground Spike. The earth trembled violently as sharp earthen spikes surged forth, perforating Natsum completely. Chapter 196. All for the explosion. Has he finally perished? Observing the scene, the rock ninja could not help but exhale in relief. Yet he remained vigilant, poised for an immediate counterattack. Do you truly believe I would succumb so easily? Natsum's chilling voice resonated from behind the nin, prompting an immediate turn of his body. Earth Release, Earth Spear. The rock ninja swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Natsum's spirit-slashing blade, and then fortified his defenses. Water Release, Water Severing Wave. Just as he completed his defensive maneuvers, a powerful and razor-sharp torrent of water struck him, sending his body hurtling uncontrollably backward. Water Release, Great Water Arm Technique. As Natsum formed the seals once more, a surge of water materialized behind the rock ninja, from which a magnificent stream shot forth, striking him squarely in the back and propelling him towards Natsum like a mere sandbag. Farewell. Natsum Yoshu transformed into a fleeting shadow, brushing past the elite ninja. In an instant, blood splattered as Natsum pressed onward, leaving the elite ninja to collapse with a thunderous crash. This marked the third elite ninja he had dispatched atop the Kamikaze Kuin bridge. Suddenly, a fiery light shot into the sky. Upon witnessing this blaze, a joyful expression finally graced Natsum's face. It had not been easy, but he had succeeded at last. Aha, rock ninjas, farewell. Natsum instantly repelled a group of rock ninjas and then activated the Wind Instant Body technique, vanishing from his original position, a maneuver mirrored by Namikaze Minato. This cannot be good. The rock ninjas evidently realized something, shouting, "They have accomplices." Until this moment, they had been under the impression that their adversaries were solely Natsum and Namikaze Minato. However, it now appeared that they were gravely mistaken. There were additional foes in their midst. Let this all come to an end. Follow the course of this explosion. As Natsum and his companion landed, they were met by the hasty arrival of Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, who appeared as if fleeing. Without granting them a moment for further conversation, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from the ground. Following this, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, tearing at their eardrums. While a powerful shockwave swiftly engulfed the entirety of the Kamikaze bridge, its might relentlessly expanding outward. Even Natsum and his companions were violently propelled away, as though struck by an invisible force, leaving them with a suffocating sensation. Cough, what a spectacle indeed. Natsum rose from the depths of the forest, involuntarily coughing once. He was unaware of the sheer number of explosive tags utilized by Kakashi and his companion, yet he understood that the rock shinobi had not been entirely vanquished. As the notification of mission completion had not yet appeared, he immediately dashed forth, only to find Minato Namikaze closely pursuing him. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Natsum, through an extraordinary manipulation of chakra, conjured a waterfall that rivaled the might of a tsunami. With a single strike, its force reached an overwhelming magnitude, surging towards the smoke-shrouded battlefield, sweeping away all the rock ninjas while dispersing the dense fog. I was aware that such an assault could not possibly eliminate all of the rock ninjas. At the very least, the elite jonin would not be so easily vanquished. As the torrent cascaded down, it instantly revealed a multitude of rock ninjas, a majority of whom lay lifeless, yet a few remained alive. Natsumyong and Minato Namikaze exchanged a knowing smile at the sight of these survivors before vanishing from their original positions in an instant. With a swift flick of the soul-cutting blade, the cold glimmer of steel was followed by a cascade of crimson. Chapter 197. Miscalculation, observing the unfolding scene. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito also did not remain idle, joining the fray. Lightning release, false darkness. As Uchiha Obito had not perished, Kakashi was devoid of his Sharingan. Thus his method of attack relied on his White Fang technique combined with lightning release, delivering formidable damage. Fire release, great fireball technique. To this day, Uchiha Obito had mastered but this single offensive ninjutsu, yet its potency was remarkable, nearing the caliber of A-rank techniques. The rock ninjas seemed utterly defenseless. But was it truly so? Suddenly, a corpse floating upon the water's surface opened its eyes, a flash of ferocity gleaming within. In an instant, it surged onto the riverbank. Rapidly forming hand seals before slamming down onto the ground, its visage twisted in a fierce roar. All of you shall perish. Minato Namikaze and Natsumyong were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the emergence of an individual who had evaded their detection. By the time they sought to intervene, it was already too late. Earth release, rock lodging collapse. He channeled all his chakra into the earth, and in the next moment, the vicinity of 30 meters around the riverbank trembled violently, fracturing and crashing down towards Natsumyong and the others. Natsumyo's expression darkened instantly as he shouted at Namikaze Minato, "Each of us takes one." He then unleashed the wind instantaneous technique with all his might, seizing Uchiha Obito and darting away like a beam of light. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato grasped Kakashi and vanished in a flash with the Flying Thunder God technique. The entire vicinity of the Kamikaze Kuin bridge trembled violently. Dust and mist swirling about like a symphonic composition, rising and falling in a rhythmic crescendo, resonating with an incessant rumble. "Haha, die, all of you die." The rock ninja laughed triumphantly, convinced that Namikaze Minato could not possibly evade this assault. Having slain so many, he believed there must be a price to pay. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he mechanically turned to look behind him, only to see Haruno Rin standing a dozen meters away, watching him warily. How could this be possible? The rock ninja collapsed in despair, life slipping away. He never imagined that he, a dignified jonin of the rock village, would meet his end at the hands of a mere girl. Yet, it was quite plausible. If a medical ninja possessed combat prowess, they could indeed be formidable, as their strikes would invariably be lethal. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato appeared not far from Haruno Rin. Drawing a kunai from the ground, he cast an appreciative glance at Rin before exhaling a sigh of relief as he set Kakashi down. "Are they going to be all right?" Kakashi asked, still trembling with apprehension as he looked at Namikaze Minato. "Rest assured, Natsumyo's speed is not much slower than mine. They should be fine." In truth, Namikaze Minato also harbored concerns for Natsumyo and the others, but he felt compelled to reassure Kakashi. Whoosh! Just as they spoke, a shadow rushed forward and landed, coughing violently. Cough, cough. I didn't expect there would be one feigning death. That was a miscalculation. It was none other than Natsumyo and Uchiha Obito, albeit in a rather disheveled state, covered in dust and grime. A stark contrast to the composed demeanor of Namikaze Minato. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the resource destruction task. Experience points 800, gold 1600, illusion resistance 5, seal speed 2. In Natsumyang's mind, the system's task prompt echoed, causing him to exhale deeply. Just moments ago, he had navigated an extraordinarily perilous situation, narrowly escaping with his life. Chapter 198. An accidental hero. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. A warm surge coursed through his limbs and nourished his entire being, compelling him to recline comfortably on the ground. He summoned his attribute panel. Host, Natsumyong Dimension, Naruto World Age, 11 years experience points, 6100100000 gold coins, 10900 level, Jonin Illusion Resistance, 2100 speed of hand, 150 skills, Water Barrier, Water Severing Wave, Water Clone, Grand Water Arm Technique, Great Waterfall Technique, Intermediate Wind Sword Technique, Wind Body Flicker Technique, Wind Release, Spiraling Sphere, Shadow Clone Technique Weapon, Soul Cutting Blade as expected, 2 additional categories had indeed appeared. It seemed he would have plenty to occupy himself with in the future. Yet it felt rather promising. Natsum couldn't help but smile faintly at the corners of his mouth, as he felt he had taken another step closer to mastering the art of cold evasion. He was already brimming with anticipation. Every time he envisioned the formidable power he would wield with this technique, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. "Let us depart. It is time to report back," said Minato Namikaze, casting a glance at Natsum. "Understood." Natsum cast a glance at Minato Namikaze, rising swiftly like a carp leaping from the water, and pondered, "Henceforth, I shall undoubtedly bear the mark of being a subordinate to Minato Namikaze. Yet, is this not rather splendid?" Time gradually passed over the course of 3 days. At the main camp of the rock village, chaos erupted. "What? Our supply troops have been utterly annihilated. Damn Kenoha, cursed Golden Flash, and that detestable Kenoha Cold Light." Upon receiving the news of the complete destruction of supplies, Noki was consumed by fury, his countenance reflecting a desire to flay Minato and Natsum alive, believing only such an act could quell the tempest of rage within him. After all, without supplies, how could the frontline ninjas continue their battle? They had ventured far to assault Kenoha, and the very notion of a disrupted supply line was their gravest fear, now alarmingly realized. Yet, anger bore no fruit. Noki forced himself to regain composure. Alas, it seems defeat is inevitable. Once he calmed his tumultuous thoughts, he slumped despondently into his chair, a chill settling in his heart as he began to contemplate the matters of a ceasefire. However, the mere thought of this issue conjured the figure of Danzo in his mind, intensifying his headache. In stark contrast to Naka's furrowed brow, the atmosphere at the Kenoha headquarters was one of exuberance. Everyone was aware that victory was within their grasp, and such was the prevailing sentiment. Could it possibly culminate in a draw? Yet, beyond this speculation, many ninjas were more focused on the esteemed individuals who had accomplished this decisive task, the Golden Flash. Minato Namikaze, the cold light of Kenoha, Natsum, the son of White Fang, Kakashi Hitaki, the hero of the Sharingan, Obito Uchiha, and the medical ninja, Rin Noara. The first 2 needed no further introduction. One was a candidate for Hokage, and the other was recognized as the foremost of the younger generation. As for the latter 3, only Kakashi stood firmly. Obito and Rin were inevitably subject to whispers of fortune. After all, one was an obscure medical ninja, while the other was known as the underachiever of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, no one would dare malign them, for fortune is indeed a facet of strength. Yet, if one were to consider whose emotions were most intricate, it would undoubtedly be Chiba Kenta. She suddenly realized that ever since she had proposed a breakup to Natsum, his accomplishments had escalated dramatically, his strength becoming an enigma, leaving her utterly bewildered about the extent of his true power. According to the battle report penned by Minato Namikaze himself, Natsum had dispatched 12 J-nin and 37 CH-nin during this mission, trailing only Minato, and achieving a performance that was double that of the combined efforts of the other 3. And this astonishing individual was merely 11 years of age. Just how formidable are you? Kawada Chiba suddenly found herself engulfed in regret, lamenting her decision to part ways with Natsum, no matter how one perceives it. Natsum-Haru's future accomplishments are bound to be remarkable. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. In contrast to Kawada Chiba's sorrow, Mizuki Chinatsu was filled with joy. "Congratulations! You've achieved such remarkable success," Mizuki Chinatsu exclaimed, having located Natsum in the small grove where he often lingered, her face radiating exuberance. "Thank you," Natsum replied with a smile, yet he maintained a respectful distance from Mizuki Chinatsu. "Here, take this medicinal pouch. Although it may appear somewhat unattractive, its effects should be quite beneficial. Please do not scorn it," Mizuki Chinatsu said, suddenly producing a rather awkwardly designed black pouch and offering it to Natsum. "Do not judge its appearance. It contains tranquil herbs that should prove very effective for you." "No need for thanks. It is merely what friends do," Mizuki Chinatsu declared proudly, her expression imploring him to commend her efforts. "How thoughtful." Natsum maintained her characteristic demeanor, prompting Mizuki Chika to shoot her a playful glare before turning away, feigning anger. Yet, mere seconds later, she found herself unable to resist glancing back at Natsum, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting light, full of vitality. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Natsum, she resembled a startled lark, quickly lowering her gaze and pretending to admire the scenery, though her heart raced uncontrollably. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Natsum rose and departed without a backward glance. Was there truly no glimmer of hope left? Mizuki Chika gazed at herself, letting out a sigh. Realizing her own mediocrity rendered her incapable of captivating someone as exceptional as Natsume Haruki. Perhaps I am genuinely ensnared in a dream, a mere daydream at that. Defeated. She sighed once more, yet resolved not to surrender. She too exited the premises. Kenoha, Hokage building. Why, Sarutobi? I implore you to provide an explanation. This war was undeniably a victory for Kenoha. Why opt for peace? Is this truly respectful to the fallen shinobi? Are you aware that your actions are as disheartening as a defeat? Shimura Danzo, his demeanor dark, vehemently interrogated the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had meticulously calculated the reparations to demand from the Rock Village, but just as he envisioned profiting from the situation, he was abruptly informed of the third Hokage's consensus with the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, to pursue peace. This revelation rendered his well-laid plans futile, and he could scarcely bear it, prompting his immediate arrival. Why did you make such a decision, Hiruzen? We wish to hear your reasoning. Danzo was not alone in seeking profit. The two Hokage advisors would surely not miss such an opportunity. Yet, upon learning of the third Hokage's choice for peace, they were equally infuriated and sought him out without delay. Now that you are all here, I shall speak plainly. This matter is resolved by my absolute decree as the third Hokage. No dissent shall be tolerated. Furthermore, since you have come to me, I suspect others harbor discontent as well. Thus, to provide you with clarity, I shall resign from the position of third Hokage. Kenoha. Prepare for the election of the new fourth Hokage. Chapter 200. You have created a miracle. Do any of you three have candidates in mind? If not, I shall select one according to my own judgment and submit it for the daimyo's approval. The third Hokage surveyed the three, his expression unyielding. Having resigned, surely no one could remain dissatisfied. Very well, I shall temporarily set this matter aside. Danzo cast a dark glance at the third Hokage and paused before voicing his opinion. I recommend Orochimaru, one of the legendary three. I nominate Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo and the two advisors before speaking. I propose Minato Namikaze. I also support Minato Namikaze. The responses from Tsukikage Koharu and Mito Kaminari echoed the third Hokage's, leading Minato Namikaze to an overwhelming victory with 3 votes. How infuriating. Tuanzo's expression darkened considerably, his fingers hidden within his sleeves cracking ominously. Hatred simmered within him. He had expected Mito Ueman to side with him, transforming the situation into a tie of 2-2, thereby allowing for a subsequent high-ranking ninja meeting to reconsider the matter. Such an outcome would have granted him the opportunity to manipulate the results. However, unbeknownst to him, the third Hokage had silently swayed the thoughts of both individuals, aligning their stances. Consequently, Tuanzo found himself with significantly diminished influence in the impending high-ranking ninja assembly. Moreover, the third Hokage had thwarted his inquiries with a simple declaration of resignation from the position of Hokage, blatantly paving the way for Minato Namikaze. With the third's abdication, what could Tuanzo possibly say? Any further comments would only reflect poorly on his sensibilities. Very well, since Minato Namikaze emerged victorious, let preparations for the announcement commence. With a definitive stroke, the third Hokage finalized the selection of the new fourth Hokage. Truly, as the Hokage, Sarutobi, we shall see how this unfolds. Tuanzo cast a profound glance at the third before departing, filled with reluctance. Below Kenoha, in Orochimaru's laboratory. Has it ended in failure? Truly impressive, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru could not help but smile, not even sparing a glance at the darkened expression of Tuanzo behind him, his tone one of nonchalance. Immersed in his research, Orochimaru held little interest in the position of Hokage. Rather, he relished the exhilaration of discovery. Take care of yourself. Tuanzo coldly snorted and exited, expecting Orochimaru to harbor some resentment, only to find that Orochimaru seemed entirely indifferent. Tuanzo was deeply vexed, beginning to doubt whether he had consulted the almanac before venturing out today. Nothing seemed to go right, as the underground king of Kenoha. He had always strategized with precision. When had he ever faced such setbacks? In the Hokage building, after Tuanzo and the others had departed, a shadow suddenly materialized before the Hokage. Kneeling on one knee, Hokage-sama, the war has concluded. Regarding Natsume, the individual hesitated, confident that the third Hokage understood the implications of his words. Yes, continue to restore your position in the Anbu. However, let us adjust your rank to Anbu squad leader, commanding your own team. After a moment of contemplation, the third provided his response. Understood. The individual nodded and vanished in an instant. This person was none other than Shirho, the former superior of Natsume. At the tender age of 11, Natsume, the Anbu squad leader, you have truly achieved an unprecedented miracle. Since the establishment of the Kenoha Ninja Academy, no one besides you has accomplished this feat. Yet again, Kenoha has gained another brilliant star, a true blessing for the village. The formidable prowess of Natsume brings great joy to the third Hokage. After all, there exists no conflict of interest between Natsume and the third. His burgeoning strength signifies the fortification of Kenoha's might. In Chapter 201, one might ponder if there has been an error, root. As for Natsume, it appears I have underestimated you. I never anticipated your extraordinary genius. Had I foreseen this, I would have employed every means to retain you. Now, the influence of Sarutobi has grown exponentially, which is decidedly detrimental to my own ambitions. Curse it, is even fate conspiring against me? Danzo's countenance darkened, as he felt utterly beleaguered today. After fruitlessly questioning the third, the fourth Hokage's proposal was turned against him, and upon returning to Root, he was met with the unwelcome news of Natsume's promotion, aggravating his vexation further. One Kakashi was already a source of considerable headache, and now Natsume has emerged unexpectedly. Had Natsume not joined, Kakashi would have succumbed to despair from consecutive setbacks, likely leading him to join Root. However, thanks to Natsume's intervention, Uchiha Obito survived, and his emotional turmoil has begun to ease, nudging him toward the light. Yet, it is worth the attempt to engage Kakashi. Perhaps I could successfully draw him into my fold. Your father's tragic demise is inextricably linked to you, Sarutobi. A glint of determination flickered in Danzo's eyes. He realized he had no choice but to take a bold risk. If he did not act now, the Hokage's influence would overshadow his own, and at that point, his route would be in peril. This is his private army, one that must remain under his control. Meanwhile, within the Anbu, what? Tenkin has been promoted to Anbu squad leader? This must be a jest. What remarkable achievements does Tenkin possess? Having been in the Anbu for merely over a year, he is now to be squad leader? Has the Hokage lost his senses? What qualifies him for such a position? Does he even possess the discernment to command his own subordinates? Mark my words, he likely cannot even instill respect in his team. We shall prepare to witness the ensuing farce. Natsume Haru's promotion to the captain of the Anbu division instantly provoked discontent among numerous members of the Anbu. Naturally, they were indignant. Some had dedicated 7 to 8 years to the Anbu, yet remained mere ordinary operatives, while Natsume ascended to captain after just a little over a year, having completed only a handful of A-rank missions. Is there any justice in this? Shirho, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? This just is far from amusing. Some remained unwilling to accept this reality, casting their gazes toward Shirho. He coldly regarded them, devoid of any semblance of emotion. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to approach Lord Hokage. I shall not impede you. If there are no further actions to be taken, then disperse. Instead of belittling others here, it would be far more prudent to focus on bettering yourselves. Natsume was utterly unaware that he had inadvertently stirred the discontent of numerous senior members of the Dark Division. At that moment, he sat cross-legged upon his bed. The system housed a plethora of ninjutsu techniques, yet what filled Natsume with despair was the realization that a staggering 99% of these techniques were beyond his current capabilities. Among them, he spotted one technique he desperately required: wind release, great breakthrough. Without hesitation, Natsume expended 800 gold coins to acquire it. However, after the exchange, he refrained from immediately commencing his studies. Instead, he delved back into the marketplace, casting his gaze upon the lottery wheel. He was granted 3 opportunities to draw, having previously lacked the time and inclination to explore this feature due to the ongoing war. Now, with the conflict finally coming to a close, he found himself with ample time to investigate. His curiosity regarding the system's lottery function had long been piqued. Let me see what treasures I might draw. Natsume displayed an expression of curiosity as he activated the thought-driven turntable. Chapter 202. Time to report. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a transformation enhancement scroll. In his first draw, the item he acquired was a transformation enhancement scroll that held little significance for Natsume. Once more, Natsume cast a fleeting glance at the scroll before placing it into the confines of his system's space, then resumed his lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a nature transformation scroll. However, it seemed as though the system was adamantly fixated on the chakra transformation scroll. Once again, it presented him with this item. The only distinction lay in the transformation of form versus that of nature. This was the final attempt? Might a miracle occur? Natsume licked his lips, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 explosive talismans and 500 gold coins. It appears I had harbored too lofty expectations. Indeed, the higher the hopes, the greater the disappointment. Natsum sighed, feeling a tinge of despondency. It is time to commence my training. May the anticipated breakthrough not lead to disillusionment. Natsum settled cross-legged on his bed and activated the wind release. Great breakthrough. Instantly, a torrent of immense memories surged into his mind, causing him to gasp in astonishment. He soon felt a heavy drowsiness enveloping him, leading him into unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had been in a stupor for approximately 6 hours. Indeed, the pursuit of strength demands a price. Natsum patted his leaden head and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Although the system had assisted him in completing the learning process, Natsum preferred to refine his skills further to deepen his understanding. A mere increase of 200 experience points? Well, that's not too shabby, at the very least. I have acquired the wind release area attack jutsu, which will enable me to handle more complex battles. I hope the next 2 scrolls won't be as arduous as this one. Natsum once again opened the scrolls pertaining to transformation and property alteration. For the average individual, mastering these intricate techniques typically requires several years. Only a select few geniuses manage to grasp them in a brief span. Unfortunately, Natsum has yet to fully comprehend the nuances of property and transformation. However, due to the influence of the wind swordsmanship, the progress of his wind release chakra transformation is significantly swifter than that of water release. Natsum is acutely aware that he must eventually enhance his water release chakra transformation. Otherwise, when the time comes to learn ice release, unforeseen complications may arise. Upon opening the scrolls, that familiar sensation of pressure returned, yet this time Natsum did not succumb to unconsciousness. The entire experience lasted merely about an hour. After all, the augmentation to Natsum was not substantial enough to persist for long. Has he gained another 50 points of experience? Quite commendable indeed. Natsum rose and stretched languidly. His experience points had reached 350, bringing him ever closer to the shadow level. If memory serves, today marks the deadline for my rejoining the dark faction. How swiftly time has passed. It has been over a month in the blink of an eye. Natsum tidied his dark attire before stepping through the door towards the Anbu. The Anbu. There he is, Tenshin. He appears quite youthful, yet has ascended to the rank of Anbu squad leader, which is truly enviable. It is said that he achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, thus earning his exceptional promotion to the position of Anbu squad leader. Since Natsum has always operated under a code name within the Anbu, few are aware of his true identity. However, it is only a matter of time before many will connect these two identities. Chapter 203, Anbu Squad Leader. After all, there are only a handful of such prodigious youths in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. They will inevitably deduce Natsum identity. But does it truly matter? Natsum is entirely indifferent to this. Whether or not he is recognized makes no difference to him. However, he is intrigued as to why so many eyes have been scrutinizing him since he joined the Anbu, a sensation to which he is unaccustomed. Unbeknownst to him, he has been promoted to the position of Anbu squad leader, and he proceeds directly to report to Shirho. Tenshin, from this moment forth, you need not come to me any longer. Why? Natsum inquired with a hint of confusion, casting a glance at the several Anbu members beside the Lion Eagle. Unable to comprehend why the ranks of the Lion Eagle subordinates had suddenly swelled. By the order of Lord Hokage, Anbu member Tenshin has been promoted to the position of Anbu squad leader, commencing the execution of missions. The Lion Eagle recited the third Hokage's command like a machine, devoid of any emotional inflection. Oh, is that so? How intriguing. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise sparked in Natsum eyes. You should report to your team now. Off you go. The Lion Eagle, seemingly eager to part ways with Natsum at that moment, coldly issued the dismissal. I have always been grateful for your care and support. Natsum suddenly bowed deeply to the griffin and then departed. Natsum did not notice the flicker of satisfaction that suddenly crossed his eyes as he deeply bowed to the griffin. I see now, he mused. Why so many gazes are fixed upon me. It is due to my promotion to the captain of the Shadow Division. No wonder. With his chin in hand, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, since he had been appointed as the captain of the Shadow Division. It was fortuitous that he could implement some of his plans ahead of schedule. What plans does Natsum have? He intends to cultivate personal influence. He understands that within the Hidden Leaf Village, mere strength is insufficient. One must also possess their own faction. Only in this way can one thrive and flourish. Why does Danzo exude such audacity? It is simply because he commands his own private militia, root. However, this endeavor must unfold subtly and discreetly, ensuring that the higher-ups in Kenoha remain oblivious, otherwise, his fate would be sealed. No matter how lenient the Hokage may be, they would never permit their subordinates to amass personal power behind their backs. Yet, Natsumyo is confident in his ability to achieve this, for he possesses a system. He is unconvinced that there exist individuals impervious to the allure of profit. As long as one harbors aspirations, there is no fear of being swayed. It is implausible that every person is a steadfast guardian of the will of fire. Natsumyo does not believe that. One cannot expect to have the horse run while denying it fodder. Natsumyo's captain's office is situated not far from the Lion Eagle. It is said that the previous captain perished on the battlefield of Awakagir, which afforded Natsumyo the opportunity to ascend to this position. In truth, the vast majority of Anbu operatives engage in combat under the veil of their covert identities, allowing them to act alongside their comrades and thereby ensuring a higher degree of safety. Individuals like Natsumyo, who audaciously request a temporary withdrawal from the Anbu to enter the battlefield under a new identity and subsequently carve out a name for themselves, are exceedingly rare. Most lack the confidence that Natsumyo possesses. How intriguing it is that I have been appointed as captain of the Anbu division. Could it be that I am paving the way for Minato Namikaze? Oh, the third Hokage. As Natsumyo entered the captain's office, his 5 subordinates turned their gazes towards him. Chapter 204, completely unconventional. By Natsum's estimation, none of these 5 individuals appeared to be younger than 14. They were quite youthful. However, considering the arrogance reflected in their eyes, it was evident that gaining their obedience would require some strategic finesse on Natsum's part. From this day forth, I shall be your captain. I look forward to your guidance, he proclaimed. Of course, you are all my esteemed seniors, and I humbly request your cooperation. I would be immensely grateful. Nonetheless, Natsum intended to adopt a strategy of courtesy before imposing authority. After all, they were all civilized individuals. I have no further remarks. If there are no pressing matters, you may disperse. We shall convene at the 7th training ground at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Natsum turned on his heel and departed, devoid of the typical aloofness associated with clandestine operatives, showing no semblance of captainly arrogance. Is that it? The 5 exchanged glances, feeling somewhat bewildered. They had initially intended to test the mettle of their new captain, yet he had offered them no opportunity to do so. I hope each of you possesses your own unique character, for otherwise, it would be a loss of great amusement. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Natsum's eyes as he revealed a smile that invited contemplation. The following day, upon arriving punctually at the 7th training ground, Natsumyo found that only one individual was present. Is it truly just you alone? Natsumyo gazed at the figure before him, a member of the Dark Division, whose tone was entirely different from that of the previous day, as if she had transformed into a different person. Indeed, the individual responded coldly, revealing herself to be a girl. What about the other 4? Natsumyo inquired. I do not know, she replied indifferently, not even casting a glance at him. Understood. Let us set forth. Today's mission is to eliminate the bandits at the borders of the Land of Fire. With that, Natsumyo turned and leapt forward. The girl, however, regarded him with a hint of surprise. Typically, during a first encounter with new team members, a captain would wait until all members had assembled before taking action, often choosing to overlook any disrespectful behavior. After all, they were his subordinates, and their conduct reflected on his authority and reputation within the Dark Division. Yet Natsumyo defied convention entirely, seeming utterly unconcerned. This is rather intriguing, she murmured, following suit. The remaining 4 had not failed to arrive. They simply chose to remain concealed, wishing to instill a sense of trepidation in Natsumyo. However, he was unfazed by their tactics, and he continued on his path, indifferent to their games. Should we pursue him, or merely watch? Someone voiced, only to be met with silence. If we pursue him, what if he refuses to accept us? Yet, to stand idly by would only lead to ridicule. Alternatively, they could return to the Dark Division and select another mission, but without Natsumyo's approval. Their undertaking would lack legitimacy. Let us pursue him. It is better than becoming the subject of mockery. We are his team, and I refuse to believe he would reject us. Another concurred. Indeed, he likely does not wish to be the subject of just himself. But was the situation truly as straightforward as they believed? No, it could not be. When they finally caught up, they found no trace of Natsumyo, and without his directive, they were unable to exit Konohagakure. How could he have moved so swiftly? This is not right. The group halted at the borders of the village, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual confusion. Are you saying he has not even left the village? Rather, he is deliberately hiding, waiting to mock us. Someone immediately proposed a theory. I agree. Another chimed in. Should we remain here? What if he has already exited through the main gate? Another individual raised a question, asserting that there is no regulation stipulating that members of the covert department must exclusively utilize clandestine paths. Rather, the majority tend to avoid the main entrance due to the nature of their operations. However, based on the brief interaction earlier, it appears that Natsum-yang may indeed opt to exit through the main gate. The atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. Captain, would it not be somewhat inappropriate to abandon those 4 individuals and undertake the mission solely with me? Natsum-yang and another individual stepped out through the gates of Kenoha. Along the way, the person could not help but inquire, is there anything improper about this? Since they have chosen to disregard me, why should I not do the same? Do you expect me to repay malice with kindness? Apologies, but I am not inclined to such habits. Given that they can currently ignore my commands, it is likely they will continue to do so in the future, ultimately becoming a liability. In light of this, it would be prudent to sever ties sooner rather than later. Is the captain not concerned about being ridiculed by others? Moreover, we are all elite ninjas personally dispatched by the Hokage. Does the captain not fear that by toying with them, they may harbor resentment and seek alternative paths, resulting in the loss of several elite members? The individual spoke again, the question cutting rather sharply. Forgive me, but the so-called elites you speak of seem to me quite mediocre, far from deserving the title of elite. Furthermore, I have no need for rule-breaking incompetence, not even once. Once you become my subordinate, you must heed my commands. As for whom they choose to support, that is of no concern to me. Besides, executing a mission with just one subordinate allows me the luxury of focusing my efforts entirely on nurturing that individual. Should the Hokage find this unacceptable, I can always request special approval later, allowing us to function as a duo. Natsum-yang replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the potential consequences of what the individual had mentioned. Captain, you are truly unique, overly stringent. Upon hearing this, the individual was momentarily taken aback before responding. Oh, is that so? I shall take your words as a compliment for now. Natsum-yang smiled, narrowing his eyes. And what about those 4? Since Natsum-yang did not take them along for the mission, they had no choice but to return to the Anbu and await orders. However, upon their return, the 4 became the subject of mockery by others. After all, being personally abandoned by the captain was undeniably humiliating. Yet, they could not refute it, as they lacked a captain of their own. At the border of the Land of Fire, ding. Detection indicates the host is about to confront bandits. Task issued. Eliminate the bandits and safeguard the populace. Rewards. Experience points 50, gold 100, illusion resistance 2, seal speed 1, 2 wind shadow shurikens. The system's voice arrived as anticipated. Have you killed anyone before this moment? Upon their arrival at their destination, Natsum-yang cast a brief glance at the individual beside him and inquired quietly, have you killed? The person responded affirmatively. What is your codename? Natsum-yang pressed on, for he had not asked this before. Yearn, came the reply. Very well then, allow me to witness your prowess, elite of the Dark Division. After a fleeting look at Yearn, Natsum-yang settled cross-legged, narrowing his eyes with a smile, completely unperturbed and seemingly prepared to observe the unfolding drama without intervening. Then, Captain, please watch closely. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Yearn's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew the standard-issue dagger from his back and charged towards the bandits' encampment. Chapter 206. This does not conform to the rules, haha. What of the elite of the Dark Division? Under my command, they shall sit as required or lie as necessary. To think they could turn the tide? Apologies, but Natsum-yang shall not permit his subordinates to upend the order. My strength begins with you, Yearn. Natsum-yang gazed at Yearn, who had already plunged into the throng of bandits, and remarked to himself. Yearn claimed to be an elite of the Anbu, and it was evident that he was not merely boasting. His prowess in killing was remarkably adept, unmistakably the mark of a seasoned warrior. At merely 15 years of age, he wielded his blade with remarkable skill. It appears that such a prodigy was not depicted in the original narrative, which is truly alarming. Indeed, Kenoha is a place of hidden talents and formidable individuals. Natsum-yang stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He was certain that he did not recognize the figure before him, Yearn. However, given her remarkable strength and talent, it seemed improbable that she should remain obscure within the original narrative. Natsum could only attribute his ignorance to a lack of knowledge. Perhaps she had made an appearance in the original work, unbeknownst to him, Or perhaps she had perished before the onset of the Shippuden arc. This possibility could not be dismissed. Jiao Yin dispatched the group of bandits in approximately 30 minutes, each met with a swift and precise death. Following this, she meticulously dealt with the bodies, ensuring that they would not pose a threat due to decay. Do you not utilize elemental ninjutsu? Natsum Yang could not help but inquire upon Jiao Yan's return. Perhaps, but I have yet to find the time to test it. Jiao Yin shrugged, seemingly indifferent, though the melancholy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Why not give it a try? With your innate talent, mastering ninjutsu should not be an insurmountable challenge. I certainly wish to learn, but alas, I currently lack the opportunity. I can afford chakra test papers, yet I cannot attain elemental ninjutsu. Jiao Yin lowered her head, her tone growing somber, her voice dwindling as she spoke. You must feel the torment of struggling at the bottom, don't you? In the presence of true genius and scions of esteemed families, one feels as powerless as a mere ugly duckling, correct? Natsum Yang observed her, softening his tone while voicing her unspoken thoughts. Indeed, with bloodline limits and family ninjas, they need only exert minimal effort to attain the power I yearn for. While I must toil for years on end. Seeing that Natsum Yang did not shy away from the topic, Jiao Yin felt a slight release of her constraints and voiced her innermost sentiments. Perhaps this is our fate. Yet, destiny can be altered. Trust me. Natsum Yang gazed sincerely at Jiuyin, his voice imbued with an enigmatic charm that compelled Jiuyin to believe impartially, nodding almost involuntarily. Well, let us set aside this matter for now. After all, wise men perceive different truths, and one cannot easily arrive at a singular truth. He then continued, here. This is a chakra test paper. As my team member, I am more than willing to provide you with a little extra guidance, allowing you to master one or two elemental techniques, and thereby grow more formidable. Natsum Yang paused the conversation, producing a piece of test paper and offering it to Jiuyin. Captain, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? As the leader of the Dark Division, are you not concerned about cultivating your own personal influence and the possibility of me divulging secrets to Lord Hokage? Jiuyin inquired, receiving the chakra test paper and casting a glance at Natsum Yang. Haha, if you were the type to betray trust, would you even utter such words? Natsum Yang replied with a chuckle. I have faith in your character, and if you wish to know why, it is because you are a member I wholeheartedly endorse. Natsum Yo could not help but smile, completely unconcerned about whether Jiuyin would betray him. Chapter 207. You are going too far. Captain, you truly are an exceptionally unique individual. Were you a few years older, you might well be in contention for the position